Chapter 1. The Sacrifice. Bow once, bow twice, bow thrice, kneel. As the cacophony of sounds echoed around him, Ji Yong struggled to open his eyes, yearning to uncover the reality before him. Gradually, his hazy consciousness began to awaken. Before his eyes lay an unusual shrine beneath it. A row of indistinct figures knelt on the stone slabs, bowing in reverence towards him. Ji Yong murmured to himself, "Is this it?" Indeed, after being struck by an out-of-control truck, it was only natural that he had not survived. Yet, in the fleeting moments before his consciousness faded, he had mustered every ounce of strength to crawl to the center of the crosswalk. Surely, the compensation would be substantial. Perhaps this could be deemed a modest contribution to his family in his final moments. With a sigh, Ji Yong soon sensed something amiss. At his young age, without children of his own, it was improbable that so many would bow in mourning at his funeral. Moreover, how could he possess awareness after death? Before he could ponder further, a murky consciousness surged into his mind. It was a transmission of memories. His once blurred awareness rapidly sharpened, and his vision became clear. When Ji Yong looked down again, he perceived a stark difference. The figures bowing before him were all strangers, clad in peculiar garments fashioned from ancient animal hides, their attire decidedly odd. Ji Yong lowered his gaze, attempting to discern his current state. Had he ascended as a spirit? However, as he beheld the form that scarcely reached 2 meters in height and resembled a withered tree, he found himself rendered speechless. This was no mere metaphor, it was a stark reality. He had truly transformed into a tree. Although he could not identify the species, the withered and yellowed branches indicated that this tree was in poor condition. Simultaneously, the flood of memories inundating his mind plunged Yong into deep contemplation. Ritual complete. Sacrifice. As the crowd rose, several individuals soon bore the lifeless bodies of unknown animals, placing them upon the unpaved earth beneath the shrine. Once the offerings were arranged, an elderly man clad in coarse cloth stepped forward, holding a weathered piece of animal hide aloft, his voice chanting a series of strange and convoluted incantations. "O great sacred tree, grant us divine power. Bestow upon us the hope of life. Illuminate us with your boundless radiance." Despite the unfamiliarity of the language, Ji Yong comprehended its essence with remarkable clarity. With the fragmented memories that had recently surged into his mind, the enigma of the surreal scene before him began to unravel. Not only had he become a tree, but he had also assumed the role of the revered sacred tree for this small clan. The purpose of this ritual was none other than to honor him. Through the original memories of this tree, Ji Yong learned that the world he now inhabited was not his previous one, but a new realm, a high martial world where familial traditions thrived. In this world, individuals harnessed their life force to extraordinary degrees, unleashing formidable powers, thereby establishing a unique cultivation system. Here, some could shatter mountains, while others soared through the skies. Beyond this singular cultivation system, there existed entities known as totemic offerings. Ji Yang's recollections on this matter were scant, leaving him with only a rudimentary understanding. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was now the totem of this clan. As a modern individual, Ji Yong quickly accepted the reality of his transmigration. Yet the notion of becoming a tree, even a venerated one, still stirred a sense of repulsion within him. He endeavored to stretch his form, but regardless of his efforts, the branches beneath him remained utterly immobile. Only the gentle caress of the wind could coax a slight sway from his frail body. After numerous futile attempts, Ji Yong resigned himself to silently observing the actions of the figures below, fixated on this extraordinary ritual. Following the elders' prayers, the animals' carcasses were swiftly slit at the throats by the onlookers. A torrent of blood gushed forth, instantly staining the ground in a vivid crimson hue. Although devoid of a physical body, the sight nonetheless prompted Ji Yong to furrow his brow. A blood sacrifice. What good could possibly arise from this ritual? Yet, recalling that the offerings were ostensibly for him, he momentarily dismissed his concerns. As the blood seeped into the earth, Ji Yong experienced a peculiar sensation coursing through his being. Uncertain whether this was a harbinger of good or ill, his rational mind endeavored the model citizens ought to reject it. Yet, as the liquid permeated into the roots below, Ji Yang's soul trembled with a primal desire. In an instant, several roots buried deep within the ground absorbed the infiltrating blood, draining it completely until all traces were gone. The elder, glancing at the sacred tree, noted its unchanged demeanor, which sparked a glimmer of disappointment and confusion in his eyes before he resumed his prayers. The expressions of the others varied widely, some even casting glances at the tree that betrayed hints of disdain and hatred. However, Ji Yong remained oblivious to their sentiments, lost in an extraordinary euphoria. After the roots had siphoned the blood, a melodious chime echoed beside him. Soon after, ethereal characters began to materialize before his eyes like intricate patterns. Name: Ji-Yang race. Weak Hwai tree vitality. 0.5 divine ability. I have insight cultivation method. None combat technique. None life force. 5 convertible to vitality spiritual power. 2 status. As the venerated sacred tree, you are but a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of decay. Please bind to the clan to unlock further functions. Gazing at the spectral text, Ji-Yang, well-versed in various web novels, swiftly grasped the implications. It appeared that this was his golden finger. Nevertheless, what was the significance of being labeled a weak Hwai tree? The Eye of Insight, which could reveal basic information about targets, was his sole skill. Vitality, undoubtedly, represented his lifespan. A vitality of 0.5 indicated that his remaining days were few. The status section elucidated this further. As for the life force and spiritual power that followed, Ji-Yang was uncertain, however. The peculiar sensation had experienced earlier hinted at their origins. It was likely a result of absorbing the blood of the sacrificed animals. The life force could be converted into vitality, suggesting he could extend his lifespan. Was he destined not to be a short-lived tree? Realizing his precarious condition, Ji-Yang hesitated no longer and directed his consciousness towards the life force section. At that moment, a bold, crimson message reappeared before him. Binding to the clan is required to utilize this function. Chun clan detected. Would you like to bind? Once bound, it is irreversible. Your essence cannot be relocated. Yes? No? Faced with this sudden choice, Ji-Yang found himself in a state of indecision. While tapping the option could indeed enhance his vitality, the ominous red text and the subsequent warnings underscored the gravity of the situation. If he made a poor choice regarding the clan or location, he would be left with no recourse but to await his demise. Just as Ji-Yang prepared to further investigate his golden finger before making a decision, a frail figure rushed in from outside, exclaiming in a panic, "Patriarch, trouble! The Li clan is attacking." Chapter 2. The family crisis. As these words escaped his lips, a palpable tension filled the ancestral hall, with the assembled individuals wearing grim expressions of fury. All eyes swiftly turned towards the elder wielding the beast hide. "Let us confront them." "The patriarch," cried one. Indeed, the Chun family is not so easily trifled with. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Chun Xingzhen, who had surpassed 6 decades in age, revealed a menacing countenance. The amiability and deference that had graced his features moments before were now replaced by a flicker of indignation. "Humph! The Li family believes that the Chun clan has no defenders. Today marks the day of our reckoning. Sons of the Chun family, rally with me to battle." The aged Chun Xingzhen summoned his strength, revealing robust muscles beneath his loose garments, a sight that made it difficult for Ji-Yang, observing from above, to reconcile this formidable figure with that of a man in his 60s. Buoyed by the elder's formidable presence, the others in the hall erupted in fervent agreement. To battle. The atmosphere was electric as they swiftly exited the ancestral hall, leaving behind a profound silence. Only a solitary withered tree remained, accompanied by several lifeless beast carcasses devoid of blood. As Ji-Yang surveyed the desolate Chun ancestral hall, fragmented memories began to resurface in his mind. The Chun clan was a modest family established near the infamous Burial Mountain, a place rich in resources, thus attracting numerous small families like theirs. However, resources were finite, leading to constant strife among the dependent clans. From what he had just overheard, it was evident that the nearby Li family had come to impose upon them. While Ji-Yang pondered the situation, shouts of anger erupted from outside, followed closely by the sound of clashing weapons. Eager to catch a glimpse of the unfolding chaos, he regrettably realized he was merely a tree, unable to witness the fierce battle, only able to hear the intense sounds of conflict. "Quickly summon our ancestor from the coffin." Before long, Ji-Yang heard the urgent shout of Chun Xingzhen. They are indeed summoning the ancestor. It seems the situation is dire. Upon reflection, it was clear that the Chun family was at a disadvantage, having been assaulted at their doorstep. Before Ji-Yang could fully contemplate the implications of summoning the ancestor, a disheveled member of the Chun family rushed into the hall. Panic evident in his demeanor, it was then that Ji-Yang noticed that the hall he occupied was but the exterior. An inner chamber likely housed the ancestral tablets of the Chun family. The frantic man busied himself within, and soon Ji-Yang beheld him emerging, hoisting a mangled corpse aloft, while shouting, "The ancestor has arrived." Ji-Yang found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the Chun family had a compelling reason for their survival thus far. Indeed, as the ancestor was summoned, the fervor of the battle outside escalated significantly. "Retreat." A commanding voice echoed around, and the sounds of conflict gradually diminished until they faded entirely. "Glory to our ancestor." the Chen family erupted in jubilant cheers, only for the ancestor, once called forth, to be carried back inside. Alas, the already dismembered figure now bore the additional burden of a severed leg. The members of the Chen family who had accompanied him were now in a state of utter disarray. Many bearing grievous wounds, it seemed they had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. After several individuals carefully carried the venerable ancestor back to the ancestral hall with the utmost reverence and performed a ritual of homage, the crowd gradually dispersed. Not long after, the hall returned to its earlier tranquility. Observing the desolate surroundings, Ji Yang let out a sigh. Transforming into a tree, unable to speak or move, was an immense torment for him. Furthermore, the Chen family's current predicament extinguished any thoughts he had of converting his vitality into life force. The family's instability suggested that their annihilation was imminent, and remaining here posed too great a risk. Ji Yang had died once. He had no desire to face death a second time. Moreover, the novel world before him piqued his interest. He deemed it essential to prolong his existence, even if it meant becoming a tree. As night fell swiftly, the Chen residence was notably quiet, illuminated only by a few dim oil lamps placed at various intersections. Within the ancestral hall, a solitary locust tree, merely 2 meters tall, stood forlornly to one side, its withered branches appearing feeble, as if a strong gust could topple it in the dark of night. A figure gradually entered through the main door of the hall. Ji Yang, lost in contemplation, quickly directed his attention toward the movement. Although he lacked eyes, his consciousness was more perceptive than sight itself, allowing him to discern his surroundings even in the pitch-black night. Once he recognized the figure, he realized it was none other than Chen Xingzhen, the current patriarch of the Chen family. However, Ji Yang was puzzled as to why Chen Xingzhen had come to the ancestral hall at such a late hour. With keen interest, Ji Yang observed, relishing the unique sensations that differed from his past life. Upon entering the hall with deliberate steps, Chen Xingzhen did not pause beneath Ji Yang's sacred tree but instead proceeded directly into the inner sanctum. Gazing up at the numerous ancestral tablets, Chen Xingzhen let out a deep sigh and then unexpectedly began to weep bitterly, muttering words about the family's struggles and the impending doom that loomed over them. Ji Yang listened in silence. In truth, he wished to assist the Chen family, for he was, after all, the guardian tree of their lineage. Yet, upon reflecting on his current form as a mere tree, reason prevailed over desire. Perhaps, even if he took root here, he would lack the strength to aid them. It was better to observe the unfolding events and await the right moment. After lamenting his own difficulties, Chen Xingzhen was again interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps outside the hall. Sensing the disturbance, he composed himself, reverting to the demeanor of the family patriarch. As the leader, he could not afford to display his sorrow and helplessness. Patriarch, Qingyu seeks an audience. Enter, he replied. Soon, a robust young figure stepped into the ancestral hall. Ji Yang recognized this individual, who had partaken in the earlier rituals, and was struck by how this person seemed to regard him with less reverence than others, even displaying a hint of disdain. Suddenly, Ji Yang recalled that he had a skill yet to be utilized, and the moment seemed perfect for an experiment. In the next instant, Ji Yang activated his eye of insight on the two individuals. As the skill took effect, their information swiftly materialized before his consciousness. Name: Chen Xingzhen. Age: 62. Realm: late stage of blood condensation. Introduction: Patriarch of the Chen family. Name: Chen Qingyu. Age: 23. Realm: mid stage of blood condensation. Introduction: a prodigy of the younger generation of the Chen family. Blood condensation: a unique cultivation realm in this world. The 3 stages of body refinement are the body tempering stage, blood condensation stage, and innate stage. The 5 levels of qi manipulation: inner and outer qi. Gathering the 3 flowers, condensing the 5 qi, and achieving the oneness of heaven and man. The 3 stages of spirit concentration: martial Tao, true Dan, true fire refining spirit, and the mysteries of heaven and earth. Ultimately, one ascends to the realm of martial immortals. It is said that reaching this realm allows one to surpass even the heavens. Chapter 3. The unfilial son knowledge flashed through Chen Xingzhen's mind. As the patriarch of the Chen family, possessing only the blood condensation realm, it is evident that the Chen family is indeed a small clan. How severe are today's casualties? Chen Xingzhen inquired slowly. In response, it was reported to the patriarch that 5 members of the family were severely injured, 10 sustained light injuries, and his second uncle, Chen Tianyu, had injured his arm, while his third uncle, Chen Tianjing, also suffered some internal injuries and was recuperating. It seemed both would be unable to wield their blood condensation strength any longer. Furthermore, alas, listening to Chen Qingyu's account, Chen Xingzhen sighed heavily. The family originally had 5 blood condensation warriors, yet one had already perished in the previous conflict with the Li family, and now 2 more were injured. At this rate, the decline of the Chen family was all but assured. If no changes were made soon, the Chen family might very well face obliteration. Contemplating this, Chen Xingzhen's gaze gradually hardened, as if he had made a decision that defied his ancestors. He then addressed Chen Qingyu. Inform everyone that tomorrow the young generation of the family shall evacuate through the secret passage. Upon uttering these words, Chen Xingzhen appeared to age significantly. Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What about the others?" Chen Xingzhen shook his head. "The others shall prepare for a decisive battle against the Li family. Even in death, we must not allow the Li family to have it easy." Hearing Chen Xingzhen's resolution, Chen Qingyu lowered his head in silence. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly surprised. However, he still found it difficult to accept such a result. Yet, he understood that preserving the young generation of the family was already a considerable achievement. If everyone were to escape through the secret passage, the Li family would likely discover it quickly, making it harder to escape later. "You are the strongest among the Qing generation of our family. You should go as well. As long as the Qin family has someone, there remains a chance for a resurgence. I will not leave. I will stay," Chen Qingyu declared resolutely without hesitation. The family was already no match for the Li family. If he were to leave as well, the family would have no hope whatsoever. Alas! Chen Xingzhen sighed once more but said no more. The two gazed at the ancestral tablet in the hall, remaining silent for a long while. Chen Qingyu withdrew his gaze, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the family's sacred tree. In that fleeting moment of looking at the family's sacred tree, Chen Qingyu seemed to recall something, and a hint of disdain crept into his otherwise calm eyes. Contemplating the recent predicament of her family, Chen Qingyu seized an axe from a corner of the ancestral hall and strode menacingly towards Jiyang. Having observed the two, Jiyang noticed Chen Qingyu's actions and, upon seeing her approach wielding the axe, a sense of foreboding welled up within him. He internally cried out, "What are you planning to do? Please, do not come any closer." Unfortunately, his words did not reach her ears. Chen Qingyu quickened her pace and soon stood before Jiyang. She raised the axe high above her head, poised to strike. Chen Xingzhen, who had been silently watching, hurriedly admonished, "Halt! What do you think you are doing?" Startled by the reprimand, Chen Qingyu hesitated momentarily, yet she did not lower the axe. Instead, with a tone rife with dissatisfaction, she retorted, "I am merely preparing to fell this useless tree." Enraged, Chen Xingzhen exclaimed, "Such insolence is unacceptable. This is the sacred tree of our family. Kneel and offer your apologies at once." "Apologies? It is merely a tree. Our family is on the brink of extinction. What do we care for sacred trees? This tree has stood in the ancestral hall for countless years, and despite the offerings of animal blood, it has yet to display any divine power. What kind of sacred tree is this? If our family cannot be preserved, what use is this decrepit tree? I might as well chop it down for firewood to prepare a meal for the clan." Jiyang, who had remained silent, pondered her words. There seemed to be a semblance of logic in her argument. However, recalling his current position, he shook his head in protest. "I am the sacred tree of the family. You wretched child." Chen Qingyu's words, laced with resentment, elicited a sigh from Chen Xingzhen. "Alas, at this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. The Chen family was once a remarkably illustrious clan. However, we eventually succumbed to familial strife and were cast into obscurity, leading to the present state of our lineage. Our veneration of our ancestors and the preservation of their physical forms and combat prowess stem from this history. This sacred tree is a precious ember that we have painstakingly preserved, and for our family to thrive, it must rely on this tree. The power of the sacred tree is beyond human reach, which explains why we have continuously offered our prayers to it for the past 2 decades. Listening to Chen Xingzhen's narrative, Chen Qingyu gradually lowered the axe but still frowned, voicing her doubts. "But, as you have seen, this sacred tree has remained unchanged for the past 20 years. After 2 decades of veneration, has it shown any signs of transformation? Such a sacred tree is better off discarded." "Do not speak such nonsense. As long as I hold the title of clan leader, the worship of the sacred tree shall never cease. As long as the sacred tree endures, there remains hope for our family." Faced with his authoritative stance, Chen Qingyu felt her cheeks flush with indignation, hesitating to respond, yet ultimately yielding to Chen Xingzhen's imposing demeanor. "I shall go check on uncle's condition." With that, she pushed the door open and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Xingzhen slowly walked to the heart of the ancestral hall, gazing up at the withered family sacred tree with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He murmured softly to himself, "Have I erred? Yet, if the divine tree were to vanish, would the family not be condemned to eternal stagnation?" Reflecting upon the sacrifices made over the past 2 decades, the multitude of beast carcasses offered is not insignificant. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the vitality of these sacrificed beasts has diminished. Not only do they fail to aid the warriors of the family in tempering their physiques, but their flesh has also hardened, resembling wax in texture and proving exceedingly difficult to swallow. Perhaps he has indeed erred. Over these 20 years, the family has expended an inordinate amount of effort for the sake of this divine tree. Chen Xingzhen remained silent for a considerable time, departing the ancestral hall beneath the endless night sky, yet his silhouette had noticeably hunched, weighed down by unspoken burdens. With Chen Xingzhen's departure, Ji Yang, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, let out a long sigh. The sacrifices of the past 2 decades were indeed hard to overlook, yet he had not partaken in any benefits from them. From his fragmented memories, he recalled that the Li family bore no totem. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have endured for so long. This implies that after the Chen family's demise, he had a significant chance of survival. While he lamented the current plight of the Chen family, he also had to contemplate his own existence. The clash of reason and reality, intertwined with his inner turmoil, plunged Ji Yang into deep contemplation. Chapter 4. Transformation of vitality. The night was tranquil, the moonlight radiant, and the locust tree stood silent and desolate. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps soon roused Ji Yang from his reverie. Shortly thereafter, 2 hushed voices emerged from outside the ancestral hall. "Is anyone there?" a youthful voice inquired first. In a one, "You may enter," came the response, deep and resonant. "Are there thieves?" Upon hearing their exchange, Ji Yang's heart sank, a wave of anxiety washing over him. At present, he was defenseless, unable to move or speak, devoid of any means to protect himself. Should he encounter a thief, it would spell disaster for him. In that moment, Ji Yang could only hope that these 2 intruders sought to pilfer from the Chen family's ancestors rather than targeting him, for it seemed that the only valuable items in the ancestral hall were those 2. Surely they could not be here to steal the ancestral tablets, could they? As the conversation drew to a close, the sound of footsteps echoed on the stone slabs of the hall. When the 2 figures scaled the outer wall and entered the hall, Ji Yang discerned their identities. They were 2 boys clad in coarse cloth, likely around 10 years of age. One was delicate-featured, with bright, lively eyes, while the other bore a simple, stout appearance. Upon recognizing them, Ji Yang felt a significant portion of his trepidation dissipate. He remembered these boys. During the day, they had knelt in the last row, presumably descendants of the Chen family. Yet, he pondered what motivated these 2 to stealthily approach their family's ancestral hall at such a late hour. Were they here to steal offerings, or for some other purpose? Intrigued by their clandestine actions, Ji Yang momentarily forgot his previous contemplations. To ascertain their identities, he cast an insightful gaze upon each of them. Name: Chen Xinghe. Age: 14. Realm: initial stage of body refinement. Introduction: member of the Chen clan from the Qing generation. Name: Chen Qingming. Age: 13. Realm: initial stage of body refinement. Introduction: member of the Chen clan from the Qing generation. Indeed, the youth who entered first was named Chen Xinghe, while the slightly plumper one was called Chen Qingming. Both were members of the Qing generation of the Chen clan. From the anxious expressions on their faces, it was evident that this was their first time undertaking such an endeavor, which piqued Ji Yang's curiosity about their intentions even more. After landing steadily, the 2 did not hasten to enter the ancestral hall. Instead, they glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. "Xinghe, do we really have to go through with this? What if the clan leader and your father find out?" the slightly plumper boy asked, his face filled with trepidation. The elder Chen Xinghe, with a resolute gaze, responded, "At this point, what does it matter? The clan's sacred tree should have been destroyed long ago. Over the years, how much effort has the clan leader expended to worship this tree? Just think, other clans have no sacred trees, and yet they are thriving. I believe the decline of our clan is directly linked to this tree. If we cut it down, the clan will surely weather this crisis. We are not committing a wrongdoing. We are saving our clan. As for my father, he will understand when he reaches our age." Upon hearing the words saving the clan, Chen Qingming's expression transformed, becoming resolute as he vigorously nodded. "Indeed, it is absolutely the tree that is the problem. Tonight, we shall eradicate this bane for the clan." With that, both of them drew their mountain-cutting knives and swiftly approached Ji Yang, who stood isolated within the ancestral hall. Ji Yang, who had originally been quite curious, was suddenly struck dumb upon overhearing their conversation. It turned out that these 2 youngsters had stealthily infiltrated the ancestral hall under the cover of night with the intent to eliminate him. Having narrowly escaped Chen Xingyu's axe, he now faced the dual threat of their mountain-cutting knives. As the 2 approached him, armed and menacing, Ji Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him, especially since the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, was absent this time, leaving him with no one to advocate on his behalf. Soon, the 2 stood at Ji Yang's feet, their unwavering gazes fixed upon his frail form. "Xinghe, where should we strike first?" "Are you foolish? Of course, we aim for the roots. Qin Shinghe replied impatiently. Witnessing the two poised to strike at his roots with their mountain-cutting knives, Ji Yang let out a resigned sigh. Well, there was no need for contemplation. If he did not bind himself to the clan and convert his vitality, he would likely not see the sun rise again. As the two raised their axes, one on each side, Ji Yang's mind raced, swiftly converting his blood essence into vitality. In that instant of transformation, a familiar notification appeared once again. However, this time Ji Yang did not hesitate and promptly confirmed it. As Ji Yang began the conversion, his initial 5 points of blood essence rapidly dwindled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, in its place, his vitality surged, rising from the initial 0.5 to 0.6, 0.7, all the way to 1.5, 1.6. When the vitality surged to 2.7, the growth rate finally began to slow, ultimately stabilizing at 3.0. The 5 points of vitality, transformed from mere life essence, amounted to only 2.5, a ratio of 2 to 1 yet, before Ji Yang could fully appreciate the changes unfolding within him. A crisp sound of a blade slicing through the air pierced his ears. Looking down, he saw that the mountain-cutting knives wielded by the two below had struck the roots of Ji Yang's tree. It was over. A chill ran through Ji Yang's heart, but he soon realized he was unscathed. The place where the blades had struck was merely stripped of a layer of bark. Before Ji Yang could ponder further, a surge of life energy rapidly coursed through his withered body. This vitality was akin to a flickering flame in the darkness, or an oasis amidst a vast desert. Life surged forth. The roots buried deep underground began to expand at an alarming rate, swiftly spreading across much of the ancestral hall. The proliferation of roots granted Ji Yang a newfound clarity, enabling him to see further. The transformation did not cease there. Once the roots halted their expansion, the parched trunk above began to undergo a metamorphosis. The old bark gradually shed away, revealing a fresh layer beneath, while a tender green shoot rapidly sprouted from the branches at the trunk center. Below, Chen Qingming, who was preparing to strike down again with his mountain-cutting knife, noticed the transformation of the divine tree above. He stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the desiccated trunk sprouted tender shoots and young branches in the blink of an eye. Chen Qinghe, readying for another strike, saw Chen Qingming drop his tool in a daze and urged him, "Don't just stand there, keep cutting. The bark is tough. The tree has budded," Chen Qingming exclaimed, tugging at Chen Qinghe's sleeve and pointing at the astonishing sight of Ji Yang above. Chapter 5. Budding? What nonsensical talk are you spouting? Chen Qinghe frowned but still glanced in the direction Chen Qingming indicated. Upon witnessing the revitalized and flourishing divine tree, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. How could this be? After a moment of shock, Chen Qinghe suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly pulled the still-dazed Chen Qingming towards the exit of the ancestral hall. Run? The two, faces pale with panic, found the spectacle before them incomprehensible and had no idea how to respond. Fleeing seemed the only viable option. Wait, the knife! Chen Qingming called out as he was dragged away. At that moment, the last thing on their minds was the knife. Hurry! The door of the ancestral hall was tightly shut, and the two hurriedly retraced their steps, moving faster than when they had entered. Once they departed, the ancestral hall fell into silence once more, with only the mountain-cutting knife left beneath the divine tree evidencing their presence. Inside, Ji Yang reveled in the invigorating sensation coursing through his body. Though the vitality was scant, it was several times what he had before. Ji Yang strained to extend his form, but all he elicited was a slight tremor of the branches. Nonetheless, reaching this stage filled him with satisfaction, for it signified that as long as he possessed sufficient vitality, it was only a matter of time before the branches could transform into his arms. Upon closer inspection of the area below, where he had just been struck by the blades of two individuals, he found that, while his vitality surged, he swiftly returned to his former state. This indicated an extraordinary capacity for self-restoration, which filled Ji Yang with elation. He truly was a divine tree. Indeed, he possessed remarkable qualities. Moreover, during the transformation of his vitality, his roots had already burrowed deep into the earth and spread considerably, allowing him to see farther and with greater clarity. However, Ji Yang soon discovered a significant drawback. After binding himself to the Chen family, his roots had entrenched themselves so deeply that he could not move. If he were to attempt to relocate forcefully, it would likely lead to his demise. This signified that Ji Yang would need to grow in this very spot indefinitely, coexisting with the fate of the Chen family. Should the Chen family face annihilation, his own fate would scarcely be any better. Although his rooting was a result of the actions of the two mischievous children, it seemed he had little choice in the matter. Nevertheless, Ji Yang felt no excessive anger or resentment. Instead, he experienced a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. After all, he was merely a tree. Then, as if a thought had struck him, his personal information reappeared. Name: Ji Yang. Species: Weak Y tree. Vitality, 3. Divine ability, Eye of Insight. Cultivation method, none. Combat skill, none. Chi and blood, 0. Can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power, 2. Deductions points, 28. Each breakthrough in the family adds corresponding points. Body refinement stage 1. Blood condensation stage 2. Cannot be deduced. Note: requires 10 chi and blood, 5 spiritual power, and 5 deduction points to perform deductions. Status: as the offering divine tree, you have barely regained a hint of vitality, but it holds little substantial benefit. Beyond the increase in vitality, Ji Yang was quickly captivated by the newly acquired deduction function that came with binding to the family. While he was uncertain of its purpose, he sensed that it might be the sole means of salvaging the Chen family, thereby also rescuing himself. However, upon seeing the prerequisites for deductions, Ji Yang was once again confronted with a dilemma. The conditions for deductions necessitated sufficient chi and blood, spiritual power, and the additional deduction points. He possessed a total of 28 deduction points, which were evidently the result of the martial artist within the family. While he had enough deduction points, he fell short in terms of chi and blood as well as spiritual power, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. The only means he knew to acquire these two attributes was through the sacrifices of the Chen family. By absorbing beast blood, he could enhance these qualities. Yet, could the current Chen family still provide sufficient beast carcasses for his needs? If so, Ji Yang wished to call upon the family head, Chen Xingzhen, to offer a sacrifice for him. However, he was unable to speak or move, left only with silent prayers in his heart. He hoped that Chen Xingzhen would not disappoint him. The night was as dark as ink, with the bright moon hanging high. Aside from the few patrolling individuals, there was no other movement within the Chen family estate. The departing Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming had not returned, seemingly having hidden themselves away in their own homes. The following day, the sky began to lighten with the faintest hue of dawn. Chen Xingzhen emerged from his room, his face etched with fatigue. The family stood on the brink of disaster, and he found himself unable to sleep throughout the night. Despite his relentless contemplation, he remained unable to discern a path to salvation for his kin, leaving Chen Xingzhen utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The panicked voice from the entrance startled Chen Xingzhen, causing his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. Could it be that the Li family had come to their doorstep once more? Just yesterday, they had invoked their ancestors, ensuring the Li family could not escape unscathed. How could they have returned so soon, less than a day later? As a young man rushed in, visibly anxious, Chen Xingzhen commanded, "Summon the clan members and prepare for battle." The youth hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Patriarch, it's not not the Li family. It's the divine tree. The family's divine tree has sprouted. You must come and see." Upon hearing the news of the divine tree's sprouting, Chen Xingzhen could no longer maintain his composure, his earlier furrowed brow now replaced with a flood of emotions. This revelation stirred within him a tumult greater than the threat posed by the Li family. "Is this truly the case?" he asked, striving to suppress his excitement. "Indeed, Patriarch, it is absolutely true. I discovered it this morning while cleaning the family shrine. Come, let us hasten to witness it." Chen Xingzhen's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he hurried toward the family shrine. Outside the shrine, a crowd had already gathered, though none dared to approach too closely. They merely stood at the entrance, observing. "The Patriarch has arrived. The Patriarch has come. Make way." Faced with the curious gazes of his kin, Chen Xingzhen said little, choosing instead to stride directly through the shrine's doors and into its interior. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the divine tree, rejuvenated and radiant. Though the divine tree was not yet lush, with a newly sprouted branch appearing somewhat fragile, Chen Xingzhen trembled with exhilaration, tears streaming down his face. Initially skeptical upon hearing the news of the tree's revival, he now found his emotions unleashed in the presence of this miraculous sight. He had thought he would never witness the divine tree's resurgence in his lifetime, yet here he was, witnessing this very moment. Recalling the tree's immense power from years past, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes as he murmured, "This is splendid. There is hope. The family is saved." However, as Chen Xingzhen lowered his gaze to the ground beneath the divine tree and noticed the mountain-splitting knife, he paused in bewilderment. Observing the clear marks of contact between the knife and the tree's roots, he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, other family members began to arrive at the shrine. Upon hearing the news of the divine tree sprouting, Chen Xingyu hastened from the morning training grounds straight to the shrine, his expression filled with skepticism. The divine tree had lain dormant for decades. How could it possibly change today? He was resolutely unconvinced. Perhaps this was merely a rallying tactic by the Patriarch. But what significance would that hold? Yet, as Chen Qingyu passed through the crowd and entered the shrine, His astonishment mirrored that of Chen Xingzhen's upon witnessing the sprouting divine tree. "It truly has sprouted," he murmured, gazing up at the tree. Before the revitalized divine tree, Chen Qingyu quickly regained his composure. "It is merely a tree sprouting, an occurrence that hardly qualifies as a miracle, even if this particular tree grows at an accelerated pace." He has always felt indifferent towards the ancestral sacred tree. Rather than placing the family's hopes upon a single tree, it is far more reliable to depend on the blade in one's own hand. Even if it is indeed a sacred tree that has begun to sprout, what of it? Will it truly save the family? Furthermore, why must this sacred tree choose this critical moment to awaken? Chen Qingyu does not perceive this as an auspicious sign. Were he the clan leader, his first course of action would be to fell this tree that bewilders the minds of the clansfolk. Nevertheless, observing the joy upon the clan leader's face, Chen Qingyu refrains from voicing his inner thoughts. "Qingyu, you have arrived just in time. Quickly gather the other members of the family for a meeting at the ancestral hall." Chen Xingzhen, brimming with excitement, appears particularly animated today, despite having surpassed 60 years of age. Chen Qingyu nods in acquiescence, unwilling to dampen the clan leader's spirits at this juncture. Soon, all members of the family congregate in one place. Among the crowd, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming stand somewhat apart, appearing particularly reserved, their gazes averted from the family's sacred tree, especially when they catch sight of the mountain-splitting blade beneath the tree. They instinctively turn their heads away. As the assembly reaches completion, Chen Xingzhen stands beneath the sacred tree, surveying the few remaining clan members within the ancestral hall. Sighing inwardly at the family's decline, he feels a deep sense of responsibility as the clan leader. Yet, hope has emerged. The sacred tree has sprouted. It must surely guide the family out of its current plight. "Silence," Chen Xingzhen commands, raising his hand, and the hall quickly falls into stillness. Observing the many gazes directed toward the sacred tree, he begins to speak. "We stand at a critical juncture for the survival of our family. Fortunately, the sacred tree has begun to sprout. As long as the sacred tree remains, our family retains hope." As Chen Xingzhen recounts the tale, the Chen clan members below listen attentively. Meanwhile, Jiang silently observes everything before him. This scene is precisely what he wishes to witness. Although he has regained a semblance of vitality, it is still insufficient. He requires more beast blood, which can only be obtained through the Chen family's offerings. With Chen Xingzhen's support, he believes there should be no significant obstacles. He merely needs to wait patiently. Within the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen continues to narrate the glorious deeds of the sacred tree from times past. His primary objective is to utilize the tree's sprouting to stabilize the hearts of the clan members. As long as the family stands united, combined with the sprouting of the sacred tree, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Should the clan members' hearts be scattered, even the sacred tree would be unable to save them. As the clan leader, he understands the significance of this matter all too well. Throughout his narration, he emphasizes how the sacred tree once radiated boundless glory, capable of shielding the clan members and enhancing their strength. Some among the clan, upon hearing this, display resolve, their eyes alight with hope. If only they can nurture the sacred tree, the family shall have a chance. Yet, there are others who wear expressions of skepticism, evidently failing to absorb Chen Xingzhen's words, most of whom belong to the younger generation. Observing this, Chen Xingzhen's expression turns somewhat helpless. He was undoubtedly aware of the thoughts harbored by this segment of his kin, for they had never witnessed the radiant glory of the divine tree. Mere words would not suffice to convince them. However, at this juncture, he found himself unable to provide an explanation. After a thorough elaboration, Chen Xingzhen did not overlook the most crucial matter: the sacrificial offering. The family regulations had long stipulated that to receive the divine tree's assistance, a sacrifice from the clan was imperative. In the early days of planting the divine tree, offerings were made every 3 days for minor rituals and every 5 days for major ones. Yet, as time passed without any sign of change from the tree, coupled with the dissatisfaction of the clan members, the frequency diminished to once a week, and eventually to once a month. Now that the divine tree had begun to sprout, it was evidently a pivotal moment. Chen Xingzhen resolved to perform a daily sacrifice. Most importantly, the family was running out of time. With this thought in mind, he immediately addressed the two individuals below. "Tianlu, Tianma, go and fetch the spirit-tailed chickens we have been nurturing for the sacrifice to the divine tree." "Yes, clan leader." At this moment, Chen Qingyu hesitated before speaking up. "Clan leader, there are only 2 spirit-tailed chickens left in the clan." The spirit-tailed chicken, a bird rich in vital energy, was favored by many families due to its gentle nature and abundant life force. Its primary purpose was to enhance the martial artist's own vitality while also possessing healing properties. Such a creature was exceedingly precious within the confines of the Chen family, a modest clan. However, after the sacrificial offering to the divine tree, The vitality within the spirit-tailed chicken's blood and flesh would dissipate, rendering its meat unpalatable, far inferior to ordinary provisions. This was the very reason for Chan Qingyu's hesitation, especially given the numerous injured within the family. These two spirit-tailed chickens had become even more significant. "I understand," was Chen Xingzhen's reply, which plunged Chen Qingyu into silence. It was evident that the clan leader had indeed resolved to use these two spirit-tailed chickens for the sacrifice. Chen Qingyu cast a quiet glance at the divine tree ahead, whispering inwardly, "You had better manifest your divine power." Upon hearing about the spirit-tailed chickens, Ji Yang's interest was piqued as well. Chen Qingyu's words of caution only served to heighten Ji Yang's curiosity regarding the potential benefits these spirit-tailed chickens could offer him in terms of vitality and spiritual energy. Chapter 7. Commencement of the simulation. Before long, the departing duo returned. Each bore a hefty rooster, weighing about 10 pounds, its tail feathers a striking reddish-brown. It appeared this was the spirit-tailed chicken they had mentioned. Upon seeing them, Chen Xingzhen once again faced Ji Yang in prayer, then instructed the two to proceed with the sacrifice of the two spirit-tailed chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Sensing its precarious predicament, the two spirit-tailed chickens emitted frantic calls. As the sharp blades sliced through the necks of the chickens, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the earth beneath the divine tree, the chickens' cries gradually fading into silence. Feeling the surge of longing, Ji Yang no longer hesitated, stretching forth the roots he had buried underground to absorb the infiltrating blood. While drawing in the blood, Ji Yang opened his consciousness, attentive to the ensuing changes. Vitality. 1. Can be converted to life force, spiritual energy. 2. The vitality that had long since dwindled to zero began to rise rapidly once more, fueled by Ji Yang's roots absorbing the blood. 1, 2, 3. The essence of spiritual energy is akin to this. However, in contrast to the rapid augmentation of vitality, the growth of spiritual power is somewhat more gradual. Nevertheless, when considering the rate of increase for both, it is evident that this time the sacrifice yielded a greater amount of vitality than the previous occasion. In no time, vitality had surpassed 5 points, while spiritual energy broke through to 4 points. As the blood was entirely absorbed, the growth rate of Ji Yang's vitality and spiritual energy gradually began to stagnate. When Ji Yang cast his gaze once more towards the information panel, he noticed that the entries had undergone a transformation. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak Hui tree. Vitality, 3. Divine ability, Eye of Insight. Martial arts, none. Combat skills, none. Vitality, 14. Can be converted into life force, spiritual energy. 6. Derivation points, 28. Can derive. Status. As a tribute to the sacred tree, you have barely regained a flicker of life, yet it bears little significance. Indeed, the prior explanatory notes had vanished, and the status of cannot derive had transformed to can derive. Ji Yang, filled with joy at this revelation, hesitated no longer. This derivation will consume 10 vitality, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 derivation points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no? Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Yang chose yes, and simultaneously, both his vitality and spiritual energy diminished sharply. In the next instant, the world before Ji Yang underwent a transformation. The surrounding shrine disappeared, replaced by a dense, enclosed forest. Astonished, Ji Yang expanded his consciousness, only to realize that not only was he in an unfamiliar place, but his original trunk had also shrunk considerably, resembling a frail sapling at first glance. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a line of text swiftly materialized before him. You are born in a dense forest. In order to grow into a towering tree, you begin to strive for growth. As the words gradually faded, the timeline before Ji Yang appeared to accelerate. The sun rose quickly in the east and set in the west. The days and nights transformed incessantly, while the seasons shifted beside him. Time seemed to be on fast forward, and in a mere moment, he had evolved from a sapling into a slender tree, the thickness of an arm. As time paused, a second line of text soon appeared before Ji Yang's eyes. A spring and autumn cicada has chosen to rest upon your trunk. Will you decide? Drive it away. Ignore it. Ji Yang expanded his consciousness and soon became aware of a cicada, no larger than a thumb, perched on his trunk. So this is the spring and autumn cicada. What astonished Ji Yang was his newfound ability to choose. Quite intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yang opted to ignore it. The timeline elongated once more, and Ji Yang's trunk grew taller while his body thickened. Before long, time halted again, and new text resurfaced before him. Due to the cicada's presence, you gradually develop sentience in order to accelerate your growth. You decide to absorb the essence of the sun, absorb the spirit of the moon. Ji Yang paused, realizing that prior to this, he had lacked sentience. However, did these two choices hold any significant difference? After a brief hesitation, Ji Yang chose to absorb the spirit of the moon, without any particular reason, simply a whimsical choice. Once Ji Yang made his selection, time resumed its acceleration. Shortly thereafter, another line of text appeared before Ji Yang. Your sap has been entirely consumed by the cicada. You have perished. Beneath the subtitles, the robust trunk of Ji Yang withered at a visible pace, and before long, only a desiccated bark and yellowed. Withered leaves remained. Is this how it ends? Cursed spring and autumn cicadas. Such a lack of decorum. Ji Yang's consciousness rapidly blurred, and the world before him crumbled in an instant. When Ji Yang regained his senses, the family members in the ancestral hall had already risen and begun to depart. His awareness diffused. He remained the original trunk, unchanged, while everything he had just experienced felt akin to a dream. Just as Ji Yang pondered this, new subtitles emerged before him. Simulation concluded. You have comprehended a new technique, lunar eclipse. You have acquired a new divine ability. Reversal of vitality flow, lunar eclipse. Inhale and exhale the essence of the moon, transforming it into vitality. Reversal of vitality flow. You can actively disperse vitality to assist others in recovering from injuries. Gazing at the newly acquired techniques and abilities, Ji Yang fell into contemplation. The existence of this technique and ability was not without reason. If his conjectures were accurate, they were related to his choices during the simulation. The lunar eclipse was indeed the technique he obtained by choosing to absorb the essence of the moon. As for the reversal of vitality flow, Ji Yang felt some confusion. Could it be related to the sap of his tree being siphoned by the spring and autumn cicadas? This left Ji Yang somewhat speechless. Truly, it was both the cause of his fortune and misfortune. Nevertheless, Ji Yang felt immense joy at this harvest. The lunar eclipse would allow him to gain vitality without being bound to the sacrifices of the Chen family. Although it required the essence of the moon, meaning he could only absorb it at night, and its effects remained uncertain. As for the reversal of vitality flow, judging by its description, it should serve as a supportive ability. While this ability was of no use to Ji Yang himself, it would prove extremely beneficial to the Chen family in their current predicament. However, Ji Yang still needed to contemplate whether the vitality he dispersed would be proportional to the benefits gained. While Ji Yang was deep in thought, the others in the ancestral hall had long since dispersed, leaving the space once again empty and devoid of life. The family was now facing dire straits, with many other matters demanding their attention. Ji Yang's consciousness drifted upward, noting that nightfall was still some time away. In this moment of solitude, Ji Yang could only lament quietly. Why must he be a tree? Chapter 8. Lunar eclipse. As night approached, a silvery moon had unknowingly risen in the sky. Beneath the moonlight, Ji Yang began to channel the technique acquired from his daytime simulation, lunar eclipse. As he activated the technique, the moonlight in the sky gradually drew closer. With each breath, a subtle luminescence began to adorn the branches and leaves of his trunk. The two elements harmonized beautifully. Illuminated by the moonlight, the entire tree soon radiated a pearly glow, standing out vibrantly against the night, like a dream. Fortunately, the walls of the ancestral hall shielded this spectacle from the eyes of others. Under the operation of the technique, Ji Yang's consciousness expanded as he reviewed his information. Name: Ji Yang. Race: weak mulberry tree. Vitality: 3.1. Divine abilities: Eye of Insight. Reversal of vitality flow. Techniques: lunar eclipse. Combat skills: none. Blood vitality: 4. Can be converted into vitality. Spirit power: 1. Simulation points: 23. Simulation not possible. Status: absorbing the moonlight. Upon witnessing an increase of 0.1 in his vitality, Ji Yang's expression blossomed with joy. According to his calculations, he could expect to augment his vitality by approximately 0.1 within half an hour, implying that after a night of practice, he might enhance it by around 1 point. Although the rate of growth was rather gradual, it was commendable for its endurance. Moreover, with this technique, he no longer needed to be entirely dependent on his family's sacrificial rites, significantly elevating his chances of survival, which filled Ji Yang with elation. He then wholeheartedly immersed himself in the bliss of absorbing the moonlight. At this moment, Chen Xingzhen, having concluded matters concerning the family, slowly made his way towards the ancestral hall. As the family's circumstances continued to deteriorate, the frequency of Chen Xingzhen's visits to the hall increased. However, upon pushing open the grand door of the ancestral hall today, he found himself momentarily stunned. The family deity tree, which appeared unremarkable by day, now radiated a striking white luminescence under the moonlight. The shimmering leaves, glowing with bioluminescence, were somewhat dazzling, yet the joy swelling within Chen Xingzhen was indescribable. The deity tree had manifested. This was the true visage that the Chen family's sacred tree ought to possess. After many years, he had finally beheld the resplendence of the family deity tree once more. Chen Xingzhen closed the door of the ancestral hall and swiftly approached Ji Yang, then prostrated himself, murmuring some incomprehensible phrases. Ji Yang naturally noticed Chen Xingzhen's arrival, yet he refrained from any significant display. Though he possessed awareness, he was unable to speak, thus communication with Chen Xingzhen was beyond his reach. As for the peculiarities of his own technique, its revelation mattered little. After all, he was the family deity tree. If he did not manifest some divine signs, how would the Chen family continue to venerate him? How could they offer sacrifices to him? Having bound himself to the Chen family, he was now inextricably linked to them. While his technique could indeed enhance his vitality, survival in this world still necessitated the aid of the Chen family. Furthermore, the conditions for divination were quite arduous. Without the family's offerings, rapid growth would likely remain unattainable. After a series of incantations, Chen Xingzhen slightly raised his head and began to pray. Great deity tree, I know you can hear the words of an old man. I, Chen Xingzhen, the current patriarch of the Chen family, stand before you in recognition of our family's decline, with its very existence hanging by a thread. I beseech you, great deity tree, to grant us a glimmer of guidance, enabling our family to weather this storm. I humbly offer my thanks, and should we successfully navigate this crisis, I shall hold a grand 3-day celebration in your honor. Listening to Chen Xingzhen's words, Ji Yang comprehended the situation. By day, he had observed the reactions of those present with clarity. Aside from this patriarch still holding faith in the family deity tree, few others were true believers. Otherwise, incidents such as those 2 young men sneaking into the ancestral hall to chop down trees would not have occurred. The remaining individuals who exhibited hope did so merely because Chen Xingzhen remained the patriarch. Should he be lost, they would likely face a dire fate, becoming mere fuel for the flames. Thus, for the sake of preserving the Chen family and his own existence, Ji Yang felt compelled to make his presence known. Had it been the Ji Yang of yore, he would have been left powerless, merely staring in despair, for aside from his verdant form, he possessed no other means. However, times had changed, and now Ji Yang wielded a divine power in his grasp. In the next moment, Ji Yang unleashed his divine ability, the reversal of life essence. As this mystical power manifested, faint green specks of light began to emerge from the leaves surrounding Ji Yang. At the very instant these verdant orbs appeared, Ji Yang's vitality, which had just reached a level of 3.2, diminished by 0.1. Undoubtedly, these green lights represented an alternate form of his life force. In that moment, Ji Yang sensed their presence and found himself capable of manipulating these luminous orbs. Under his guidance, the green specks swiftly surged downward, entering the body of Chen Xingzhen, who was kneeling with his head bowed in reverence. At this moment, Chen Xingzhen felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. Raising his gaze, he beheld countless green orbs swirling around him. With each orb that entered his being, he felt his condition improve incrementally. Even the fatigue he had endured for days vanished entirely in that instant. Faced with such a miraculous spectacle, Chen Xingzhen realized with astonishment that this was the manifestation of the divine tree. He immediately prostrated himself in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, great divine tree. Thank you, great divine tree. The Chen family is saved." Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Xingzhen wept tears of elation as he absorbed the green orbs. After a considerable time, he regained composure and began to experience the effects of these luminous spheres. Not only did the green orbs eliminate his weariness, but they also revitalized the energy and blood within him. Recognizing this, Chen Xingzhen was filled with immense delight. For martial artists, the initial stages are heavily reliant on the vitality and energy within. When this energy reaches a certain threshold, one can break through to new realms, unlocking latent potential. Every high-ranking martial artist possesses formidable internal energy. Yet, at over 60 years of age, Chen Xingzhen remained merely a practitioner of the blood condensation realm, a level that, while respectable in a place like the Forsaken Grave Mountain, was far from that of true strength. Given his age, the prospect of further breakthroughs grew increasingly elusive, as the vitality within typically wanes with the passing years, leading to decline and diminished vigor. However, the presence of these green orbs signified that if he absorbed enough, he might be able to ascend to a higher realm. If such effects could be achieved by him, what might they do for the younger members of his family? Contemplating this, Chen Xingzhen clenched his fists, his exhilaration impossible to articulate. With the divine tree possessing such powers, how could the Chen family not thrive? Moreover, after absorbing a sufficient quantity of the green specks, he felt that some lingering ailments from his youth had also dissipated. As Chen Xingzhen's condition improved, the green lights beneath the divine tree gradually faded. Yet, he felt thoroughly content. Chapter 9. Crisis. Reflecting on the current plight of his family, Chen Xingzhen could not help but lament. If only the divine tree had been revived sooner, how different might the fate of the Chen family have been? Yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that it was not too late. Now that the divine tree had returned to life, displaying its miraculous powers, there remained hope for the Chen family. A peculiar light sparkled in Qian Xingzhen's eyes, filled with newfound confidence. Rejuvenated, he refrained from disturbing Jiang further and, after bowing once more in reverence, slowly departed. With the divine tree exhibiting such capabilities, he needed to devise a strategy to address the family's current predicament. Observing the invigorated Qian Xingzhen leave the ancestral hall, Jiang nodded slightly. It appears that the effects of reversing the Danqing are quite remarkable. Although it does consume a measure of one's vitality, a mere 0.1 is not excessively burdensome and remains within an acceptable range. Once Qian Xingzhen departed, Jiang resumed his absorption of the moonlight, and the ancestral hall fell silent once more. Only the leaves, radiating a silvery glow, rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Patriarch, my great blade is ravenous for action. When shall we obliterate the Qin clan? In the grand hall of the Li family, everyone had gathered, and a man with a stubbled face was the first to pose the question to a middle-aged man seated at the center. The middle-aged man bore an imposing demeanor, his expression marked by a hint of severity. He was none other than Li Yongqing, the patriarch of the Li family. The others in the hall were also core members of the Li family. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, the rest turned their gazes towards Li Yongqing, eagerly awaiting his response. After 2 days of recuperation, they had regained their strength, and thus they were all eager to launch another assault on the Qin clan. Battle, battle, that is all you ever think about. Do you truly believe you can contend with the ancestors of the Qin family? As the patriarch's reprimand rang out, the others lowered their heads slightly. Although a few martial artists at the blood condensation stage were present, the recollection of the Qin family's formidable ancestor rendered them contemplative. Patriarch, that ancestor of the Qin clan is left with but a hand and a leg. If we strike once more, we are certain to prevail. The man who had questioned earlier spoke again. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Although the deceased ancestor of the Chen family had been formidable, he was, after all, dead. They could not fathom that he could sprout 2 more legs if they attacked him twice more. Li Yongqing sighed at this sight. Despite the Li family having a considerable number of members and more martial artists at the blood condensation stage than the Chen family, it seemed as though the minds of his people had been devoured by the stone monsters of the wandering grave mountains. Without further preamble, Li Yongqing declared, "There is no need for haste. The Chen clan is already as good as ours. Their annihilation is merely a matter of time. However, aside from our Li family and the Chen family, there is also the Lu family lurking nearby. Watching us closely, did the Lu family not already pledge not to involve themselves in this matter?" The man asked, puzzled. "Fool, do you truly believe the words of the Lu family? They merely wish to see us and the Qin clan suffer mutual destruction. If we sustain significant losses, the Lu family will undoubtedly strike at our doorstep the following day. Thus, the destruction of the Qin clan cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. Patriarch, when must we then await?" Someone inquired from below. Li Yongqing did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards one individual and asking, "Has anyone from the Qin clan emerged recently?" "Yes, but they were discovered by us and promptly sent back." Li Yongqing nodded at this response. "Excellent. The Qin clan is now reclusive within their family, unable to venture to the wandering grave mountains for hunting, nor can they attend the marketplace, effectively severing their ties with the outside world. Moreover, their original stock of grain and dried meat has dwindled significantly. Thus, we need only to encircle without engaging in battle, enduring a few more days, and the Qin family shall undoubtedly lack the strength to confront us. At that time, the Qin family will naturally crumble under the weight of their own demise." Upon hearing these words, the others awakened from their stupor, nodding in agreement. Battle is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is to fight on an empty stomach. The patriarch is indeed wise. Amidst a flurry of flattery, Li Yongqing's face radiated a subtle smile, and he subsequently instructed several individuals to monitor the periphery of the Chen family, sealing off all exits and allowing no one to escape. After the clansmen departed, Li Yongqing pondered deeply, ultimately nodding slightly in approval. Fortunately, the Li family still has him. Otherwise, they would not fare much better than the Chen family. As long as the Li family consumes the Chen family, absorbing the hunting grounds of the Graveyard Mountain and other resources, the Li family is destined to grow stronger. Particularly, the secret technique employed by the Chen family to refine the bodies of their ancestors has long been a source of envy for him. Although the realm of the body would be a level lower than in life after refinement, such techniques are rare in the Graveyard Mountain. The ancestor of the Qin family was originally at the innate realm. Though lowered by 1 level post-refinement, he still possesses the strength of the late blood condensation stage. However, in subsequent battles, that body has sustained considerable damage, only able to exert the power of the mid-blood condensation stage. Yet even so, it has allowed the Qin family to persist until today, indeed a remarkable asset. Moreover, he has heard that within the ancestral hall of the Qin family, there grows a divine tree. Once the Qin family is overcome, Perhaps he will have the fortune to behold the appearance of this divine tree. If all goes smoothly, it is conceivable that in the near future, only the Li family will remain in the graveyard mountain. Li Yongcheng gazed into the distance, a glimmer of hidden ambition flickering in his eyes. Patriarch, patriarch, a grave situation has arisen. The following day, a young man's voice rang out once more outside Chen Xingzhen's door. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen's expression turned solemn as he regarded the panicked newcomer. Has the Li family attacked again? Yet, Chen Xingzhen sighed inwardly, realizing that the Li family showed no mercy in allowing them a moment's respite. Even now, with the divine tree displaying its power, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape peril and alter the family's fate. No. Wait. It is something else. This morning, as the clansmen sought to venture into the graveyard mountain for hunting, they were ambushed by members of the Li family. Upon learning that it was not the Li family launching an attack, Chen Xingzhen inexplicably felt a sense of relief, and he inquired further, "What are the casualties?" Fortunately, we discovered their tracks in advance and retreated swiftly. Only a few clansmen sustained minor injuries, and none are in grave condition. Chapter 10. A foolish old man that is good, that is good. Chen Xingzhen murmured. Yet this left the young man reporting the news momentarily taken aback. Why is the patriarch uttering words of approval when the clansmen are injured? Were it not for the fact that he was the patriarch, he might have suspected that this statement was made by a spy from another family. Patriarch, our supplies of grain and dried meat are nearly depleted. At this moment, another young man approached to report to Chen Xingzhen. How much longer can we endure? In less than a day, nearly all the members of the clan who ventured outside had fallen victim to the assault orchestrated by the Li family, resulting in a complete lack of harvest. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen instantly comprehended the sinister plot of the Li family. With the blessings of their ancestors still lingering, the Li family, in an effort to avoid direct confrontation, resorted to such underhanded tactics, aiming to confine the Chen family within their own walls. This could be deemed as a blatant strategy, and yet, the Chen family found themselves devoid of any means to retaliate. What a clever scheme, Chen Xingzhen remarked with a sigh. The two messengers who had come to report were equally despondent, grasping the crux of the situation. However, Chen Xingzhen remained unfazed. The circumstances had already deteriorated to such an extent that they could scarcely worsen. He waved his hand and instructed the two, "Gather all the members of the clan outside the ancestral hall. I have matters to discuss, and those injured should also join us." "Yes, clan leader," the two responded promptly before departing. Yet, as they left, both exchanged glances that conveyed a hint of confusion. "Have you noticed that the clan leader seems to be in good spirits?" They both voiced in unison, then paused in surprise, realizing it was not merely a figment of their imagination. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, they chose not to dwell further and proceeded to notify the other clan members. Inside the ancestral hall, Ji Yang stood quietly in a corner, overwhelmed by ennui. After a night of diligent cultivation, his vitality had reached 4.1. Had it not been for the consumption of a reversal pill, it would have been 4. This translated to a mere 0.1 vitality over the span of half an hour. Regrettably, he could not practice his techniques during the daytime. Had he opted to absorb the essence of the sun, the outcome might have differed. However, that would have precluded his ability to cultivate at night, leading to a similar result. He hoped that in the next simulation, he might encounter a similar choice again. Though Jiang felt it might prove challenging, he was uncertain when the Chun family would hold their next ritual. Having just demonstrated his divine power the previous day, it seemed imminent. Yet, considering the current plight of the Chen family, the forthcoming ritual appeared anything but straightforward. Jiang basked in the warmth of the rising sun. The grand doors of the ancestral hall creaked open once more. Fixing his gaze, he anticipated the arrival of none other than Chen Xingzhen, the clan leader. After closing the doors behind him, Chen Xingzhen directed his attention to the sacred tree within the hall. Although the divine tree lacked its nocturnal radiance, the improvement in his own condition was undeniable. With the situation of the clan growing increasingly dire in the face of the Li family's actions, Chen Xingzhen had devised a plan, yet it required prior communication with the sacred tree. Without the tree's healing, his scheme would merely be a castle in the air. Aware of this, Chen Xingzhen laid out his plan in full. After listening to Chen Xingzhen's account, Ji Yang could not help but cast an invisible gaze upon the venerable elder before him, realizing that Chen Xingzhen had staked the family's entire future on him. Yet, it seemed he had little choice in the matter. Currently, he and the Chen family were entwined in a shared fate, and for the time being, he could not extricate himself from the predicament. Upon concluding his strategy, Chen Xingzhen turned his hopeful gaze toward Ji Yang, convinced that the sacred tree possessed a spirit that would surely respond to him. Under Chen Xingzhen's expectant gaze, the branches of the sacred tree swayed ever so slightly. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xingzhen's face revealed gratitude as he bowed once more. At that moment, a cacophony of voices could be heard from outside the ancestral hall, suggesting a heated debate was underway. After completing his bow, Chen Xingzhen furrowed his brow slightly and proceeded to step outside the hall. "What is happening?" he inquired of Chen Qingyu, who was among the gathered clansmen. Chen Qingyu, visibly agitated, responded, "Chief, many clansmen who ventured out recently to hunt have been ambushed by the Li family. Our food supplies are dwindling, and if this continues, our clan will not endure for much longer." "I am already aware of this matter," Chen Xingzhen sighed in reply. However, Chen Qingyu pressed on, "Chief, in my opinion, we should seize the opportunity while our clansmen still possess fighting strength and venture out to hunt. Otherwise, as time passes, with our people weakened and undernourished, our combat capabilities will diminish, leaving us with no chance whatsoever." After Chen Qingyu finished speaking, several individuals behind him nodded in agreement, finding merit in his suggestion. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion emerged from the crowd, voicing his opposition with conviction. "This course of action is ill-advised." The audience turned to see that the speaker was none other than Chen Tianjing, a martial artist of the blood condensation realm within the clan. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qinghe, albeit with a much older visage. Sighing as he met the gazes of the crowd, Chen Tianjing continued, "The only reason the Li family has refrained from assaulting us is due to our ancestors' presence within the ancestral hall. If we rally to hunt, our ancestor cannot accompany us. And relying solely on our current strength, we would be no match for the Li family, which would exacerbate our dire situation." A portion of the clansmen below nodded in agreement once more. Chen Qingyu frowned, "But third uncle, if we do not dare to take a chance, do we not forfeit all opportunity? This plan is far too perilous. Should anything go awry, our clan may well." The two sides continued to argue, each with their own perspectives. At the back of the crowd, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming stood to one side. Unable to resist commenting on the ongoing debate, Chen Qinghe muttered, "I fear my father has grown quite muddled. Brother Qingyu's idea is indeed splendid, don't you think, Qingming?" Chen Qingming scratched his head. "Ah, all right, allow me to speak." As Chen Xingzhen began to address the assembly, the other clansmen fell silent. "Our remaining food supplies are scarce. Thus we must venture forth to hunt. Additionally, the Li family has sent individuals to guard the various approaches to the Wailing Mound to ambush you. Though discover a way out, we must take an alternate route, departing from where the Li family cannot see us." Upon concluding his statement, the gathered crowd erupted in questions. The Chen clan's stronghold lay above ground, and since none could fly, how could they elude the Li family's sentinels on their way to the Wailing Mound? "The only option is to utilize the clan's secret passage," one person exclaimed, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly upon him. Realizing his mistake, he quickly reconsidered. "No. The clan's secret passage is a final escape route for some clansmen. It must not be exposed. Indeed, once the secret passage of the family is detected by the Li clan, the family will have no retreat." The two individuals who had previously been at odds instantly found themselves united upon hearing this proposal. "I merely spoke in jest," murmured the one who had voiced the idea. Yet, at that moment, it became evident to all that, as the clan leader had stated, this seemed to be the only viable solution. "This is my notion." In the midst of the ensuing silence, Chen Xingzhen slowly articulated. The astonishment on the faces of the two who had just opposed him was unmistakable, given the recent anomalies associated with the divine tree and other matters. The younger generation of the clan had yet to be relocated, yet the clan leader now suggested that the clansmen venture forth through the secret passage for a hunt. Should the passage be discovered and blocked by the Li clan, it would irrevocably sever the family's escape route. The most critical aspect was that both proposals had originated from the clan leader himself, leaving the two somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend Chen Xingzhen's intentions. Even in the face of the clan leader's words, Chen Qingyu could not suppress her rebuttal. "But, clan leader," Chapter 11. "The clan leader has lost his mind enough. No further discourse is necessary. I possess my own discernment," Chen Xingzhen interjected, his voice resolute. He understood all too well the monumental risks inherent in this idea, yet he was willing to take a gamble, for he could not bear to witness the family, painstakingly established by their ancestors, crumble under his watch. The re-energized family divine tree behind him served as the wellspring of his confidence. Observing the clan leader's unyielding gaze, the two ceased their objections. They recognized that the clan leader harbored alternative thoughts, yet they could not decipher what those thoughts might be. As they scrutinized him closely, they discerned that the clan leader's mental state appeared markedly improved, far exceeding that of recent days, which only deepened their confusion. "Have the injured from the clan arrived?" At this juncture, Chen Xingzhen directed his gaze toward the messenger and inquired. "They have all come. Recently, there have been a total of 15 individuals injured in battle with the Li clan." Upon this declaration, several injured individuals wrapped in white cloth stepped forward from the back of the crowd. Among these 10 or so individuals, some leaned on canes, others had their foreheads bandaged, and a few lay on stretchers. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s, one arm bound with coarse gauze. This was Chen Tianyu, one of the 4 martial artists of the Qin family currently at the blood condensation stage. However, he had sustained an arm injury during the Li clan's recent assault. While it did not hinder his mobility, his full strength was now reduced to half. Clan leader. Chen Tianyu nodded in greeting. Yes, you all may follow me inside. The others shall wait outside. Entry into the ancestral hall is temporarily prohibited. As they proceeded partway, Chen Xingzhen turned back to say, Tianjing, Qingyu, you both may enter as well. Upon hearing Chen Xingzhen's command, the remaining clansmen displayed expressions of confusion, momentarily perplexed by the clan leader's intentions. Chen Qingyu and Chen Tianjing were equally baffled, yet they made no objections and together entered the ancestral hall. The other clansmen could only await outside, watching as the doors to the ancestral hall slowly closed. Hey, Qingming. In the midst of the crowd, Chen Qinghe, standing at the back, called out to Chen Qingming, who turned with a puzzled expression and asked, Qinghe, what is it? Don't you want to see what the clan leader and the others are doing inside the ancestral hall? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingming's eyes widened slightly as he instantly grasped Chen Qinghe's intention, yet he quickly shook his head in protest, saying, No way. The clan leader has just issued an order, and my father is right in front. Do you wish to be punished? We can just sneak a glance over the wall from the last time we passed by. The clan leader wanted to notice. This proposition left Chen Qingming in a state of hesitation. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Chen Qinghe pressed on, Don't you want to save our family? What does this have to do with saving the family? Chen Qingming replied, his face a mask of confusion, yet he slowly began to move his feet. The two stealthily slipped away from the back of the crowd, making their way towards the other side of the ancestral hall. Inside the hall, when the crowd saw Chen Xingzhen approaching the family divine tree, standing resolutely in a corner, a look of bewilderment crossed their faces. Chen Xingyu furrowed her brow, equally perplexed by the clan leader's intentions, merely observing the family divine tree with a hint of disdain in her eyes, while contemplating the necessity of persuading the clan leader once again about the importance of the family's secret passage. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Xingzhen strode purposefully towards the base of the divine tree and spoke slowly to Jiang. Great divine tree, here lies the injured individuals of our clan. I beseech you to bestow your radiance upon them. The words elicited expressions of shock among the onlookers, their eyes reflecting incredulity. What was their clan leader doing? Was he praying for the divine tree to heal their wounds? Had he gone mad? Although they had heard that the family divine tree had begun to sprout, they did not believe it possessed the power to heal, especially since some among them were severely injured, conditions that even the family physician had deemed impossible to recover from in a short time. Nonetheless, these thoughts remained unvoiced, buried deep within their hearts. At the forefront of the crowd, Chen Tianyu did not hold back. He stepped forward briskly and whispered to the praying Chen Xingzhen, Clan leader, have you not been resting well lately? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. He had heard that Chen Xingzhen had not rested for several days due to recent family matters. Although he was a practitioner of the blood condensation realm, prolonged strain was not advisable. Otherwise, how could he speak such nonsensical words? As a younger member of the family, it was his duty to offer counsel. If the clan leader had truly lost his senses, the family would be doomed. Chen Xingzhen regarded the concerned Chen Tianyu with a bemused expression. Before witnessing the brilliance of the divine tree, he too had felt on the verge of madness. However, after experiencing its power firsthand the previous day, he was well aware that the divine tree was more than capable of healing their injuries. Without elaborating further, he beckoned the injured clan members to sit cross-legged beneath the divine tree. At this point, explanations seemed superfluous. Once they experienced it for themselves, understanding would naturally follow. Seeing the clan leader's earnest demeanor, which did not resemble that of a madman, Chen Tianyu, albeit skeptically, moved towards the base of the divine tree. The others, too, did not voice any objections, their curious gazes fixed on the family divine tree ahead. Jiang gazed down at the 10 or so individuals below, silently estimating the vitality he would need to expend. It was unlikely to be negligible, especially considering the one being carried in on a stretcher, whose injuries appeared quite severe. However, with the situation having reached this point, Jiang found himself with limited options. Prior to this, Chen Xingzhen had laid bare his plans, seeking to harness his own radiance to heal the injured members of the Qin family, while allowing a portion of them to stealthily venture into the depths of the mass grave mountain to hunt. The spoils of the hunt would serve a dual purpose, sustaining the lives of many family members while also being offered as sacrifices. Naturally, Jiang was eager for the sacrifices. The more offerings there were, the faster he could accumulate vitality and spiritual power, enabling further iterations of his calculations to enhance his own strength. While vitality was indeed crucial, he deemed that what he had already invested in his growth sufficed for the moment, especially with the existence of the lunar eclipse cultivation technique alleviating any immediate concerns. He had witnessed the scene outside the ancestral hall just moments ago. The family's secret passage was the last resort for the Qin clan. And now, with the clan leader Qin Xingzhen personally advocating for it, it was evident that he was placing all his bets on Ji Yang. Given the dire state of the Qin family, had he not resorted to this method, Ji Yang could scarcely fathom how the clan would contend with the impending assault from the Li family in a few days' time. Simultaneously, Ji Yang felt a sense of quiet relief, glad that this leader was not an obstinate traditionalist nor had he chosen to abandon the family. Otherwise, Ji Yang would truly face dire consequences here. Thus, when Qin Xingzhen made his request, Ji Yang found no reason to refuse. Chapter 12, Divine Power. Not far away, Qin Xingyu emerged from his reverie. Upon witnessing the clan leader's recent actions, a sigh escaped his lips. The leader must have lost his mind. How else could he place such hope in this tree? Although he was already aware of the leader's profound obsession with the family's sacred tree, he had not anticipated that, at such a critical moment, the leader would descend into madness. It seemed evident that the family could indeed be on the brink of collapse. As the hope of the younger generation, Qin Xingyu felt it necessary to consider the well-being of his kin in advance. "Third uncle, do you support me?" he inquired of Qin Tianjing, who stood nearby. Observing Qin Xingzhen, who was beneath the sacred tree, respectfully praying in silence. Qin Tianjing did not respond immediately. He merely sighed softly before nodding. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend the leader's decision to open the secret passage. But it was now clear that his actions were driven by desperation. No wonder the leader seemed in such good spirits today, contrasting sharply with his demeanor in recent days. As everyone settled into their meditative positions below, Ji Yang quietly activated the reverse elixir technique. As the technique unfolded, the branches and leaves adorning Ji Yang's torso began to sway gently in the art. In this delicate motion, countless pale green light points seeped forth from the leaves, quickly spreading to envelop nearly half of the ancestral hall. The assembled individuals gazed in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle unfolding above them, their mouths agape in disbelief. Before anyone could utter a word, the myriad of light points cascaded down and permeated their very beings. This is, the expressions of those touched by the green light shifted dramatically as they felt its profound essence. "My hand feels so itchy," exclaimed a wounded family member, astonished. "I feel it too. My foot has sensation once more." At this moment, everyone in the ancestral hall wore expressions of joy. Although they were unaware of the events that had transpired, they could discern that the green light was no ordinary phenomenon. It possessed the remarkable ability to heal their wounds. In Qin Tianyu's eyes, there was also a glimmer of astonishment. While others might not comprehend the situation, as one of the 3 blood condensation realm martial artists of the family, he had a superior mastery over his own vitality. Though he could not introspectively examine his body, he could still glean sensations from this unique experience that ordinary individuals could not. He felt his wounds rapidly mending. After all, the family physician had informed him that such injuries would require at least half a year to heal and a year for complete recovery. Yet now, after merely absorbing a small amount of the green light, he sensed the blood vitality in his arms surging back to life, radiating vigor. This was a degree of healing unattainable by ordinary medicinal herbs unless they were extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. However, such items were far beyond the reach of a modest family like the Qin clan. At this moment, Qin Tianyu's gaze became vacant as he finally understood why the clan leader had persistently upheld the rituals for the divine tree over the past 2 decades. It turned out that the family's divine tree possessed such immense power. Not far away, Qin Xingyu and Qin Tianjing were engaged in hushed deliberations about their next course of action. However, when countless green light points danced into view, both paused in astonishment, their hearts unsettled by the joyous and excited voices of those around them. Despite the distance between them, a few green light points drifted toward them. Curiously, Qin Tianjing reached out to embrace the light, eager to experience its purported magic. In contrast, Qin Xingyu quickly recoiled, for he had never believed in such phenomena and would not absorb this unknown green light. Perhaps it was merely an illusion conjured by the tree. He would not be deceived. Yet, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, the green light point swiftly entered Qin Xingyu's body before he could evade it. His expression changed, and he ceased his attempts to escape. After carefully sensing the effects brought forth by the green light within him, Qin Xingyu's demeanor shifted slightly, and he murmured, "How could this be possible?" Meanwhile, after absorbing the green light point, Qin Tianjing's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. At that moment, he finally grasped why the clan leader had disregarded the opinions of others and unilaterally opened the family's secret passage. It was for this reason. Enlightened, Qin Tianjing found himself instinctively moving closer to the divine tree, yearning to absorb even more of the green light points. As he stepped forward, he called back, Xingyu, you have so many supporters. You don't need me." Qin Xingyu fell into silence as he gazed at the divine tree ahead. Though he held little interest in it, the reality before him was undeniable, and he decided to dismiss his earlier words. Nearby, Chun Xingjin observed the astonished clansmen in the ancestral hall, a smile gracing his features. The scene before him affirmed that his years of perseverance had not been in vain. There remained hope for the family. Quiet! The divine tree has only just begun to awaken, and exerting its divine power has taken a toll. Hurry and absorb it, Qin Xingjin admonished, watching the exuberant crowd that could hardly contain their excitement. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader, the others immediately fell silent, suppressing their expressions of joy and instead focusing intently on absorbing the verdant motes of light that surrounded them. What is happening? What is transpiring within? The commotion inside the ancestral hall reached those waiting outside, who wore puzzled expressions. However, the tightly shut doors of the hall prevented them from glimpsing the events within. Bound by the clan leader's command, they dared not approach to investigate. They would soon find out. Hurry, I hear a sound. On the other side of the surrounding wall, Qin Xinghe beckoned to Qin Qingming. The two of them used the protruding stones at the base of the wall as footholds, leaping up to the edge of the wall, revealing half of their heads as they peered into the ancestral hall. Upon witnessing the scene inside, their pupils dilated instinctively. Qinghe, what is this? Qin Qingming asked, his gaze vacant. Yet, Chun Qinghe did not respond, as he too was entranced by the extraordinary sight before him. There, beneath the family's sacred tree, sat a dozen or so clan members, surrounded by countless green motes of light that danced around them like fireflies. Each time a green mote entered their bodies, expressions of delight blossomed on the faces of the seated members. This wondrous spectacle left the two in awe. Soon, the green motes began to dwindle, and the previously meditative clan members slowly opened their eyes. It's all right. My hand is fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can move. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13. The family's secret passage. After assessing their own conditions, the clan members wore expressions of joy, their hearts brimming with excitement. Though they were martial artists, injuries still hindered their movements, and they had not anticipated such a swift recovery. Chun Tianyu silently gauged the state of his arm, then exerted a slight force, causing the bandages that had wrapped his wound to burst open. He had regained the combat prowess of a blood condensation realm martial artist. When Chen Tianyu looked up at the sacred family tree again, his gaze was tinged with a hint of reverence. Outside the wall, witnessing the scene within, the two brothers, now aware that everyone had regained consciousness, dared not look further lest they be discovered. They quietly lowered their heads and quickly retraced their steps. Yet, the curiosity that swelled within them was indescribable. The recent spectacle had left a profound visual impact. They had not expected the family tree to truly be a sacred tree. Recalling their clandestine venture to chop down the tree a couple of nights prior, a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. Qinghe, what should we do? The sacred tree won't hold a grudge against us, will it? Qin Qingming asked anxiously. It shouldn't, right? Qin Qinghe replied uncertainly, feeling a twinge of panic himself, unsure how to proceed. It's fine. As long as we don't speak of it, no one will know it was us. The two consoled themselves and then returned to the crowd outside the ancestral hall. From now on, the ancestral hall is a sacred space for the family. Do not disturb the sacred tree's rest without reason. Chun Xingjin addressed the recovering clan members ahead. Initially, there were many who regarded the situation with skepticism. However, after personally witnessing the divine power exhibited by Jiang, the eyes of those present were now filled with both fear and reverence as they gazed upon him, nodding in agreement. Tianjing, Tianyu, and Qingyu shall remain. The rest may take your leave. Chen Xingjin waved his hand, and all nodded in acquiescence. As they departed, the group once more paid homage to the sacred tree, yet this time their reverence was markedly more solemn than before. Observing the varied expressions of the three who remained, a faint smile crept upon Chan Xingjin's lips. Although the family's sacred tree possessed such formidable power, it alone was insufficient to reverse their dire predicament. Matters such as how to activate the family's secret passage and the number of individuals to dispatch for hunting required thorough deliberation. Furthermore, the elders of the clan had previously warned that every request made of the sacred tree necessitated a sacrifice. The matter of hunting thus became all the more critical. Let us discuss your thoughts on this impending expedition through the family's secret passage for hunting, Chen Xingjin began, his voice calm. No sooner had his words settled than Chen Tianyu interjected, Patriarch, given the sacred tree's power, this endeavor is indeed feasible. Moreover, we must act swiftly. I propose we embark on our hunt tonight. What my brother says is entirely correct. The Li family is watching us closely, and time is of the essence. After a thorough discussion among the few, a decisive resolution was swiftly reached. With the family having exhausted all other options, it was imperative to act decisively to avert the threat of annihilation. Above, Jiang could not help but marvel. Alas, I have expended 1.1 points of life force. While he was already aware that healing so many injuries would deplete a significant amount of life force, witnessing his own vitality diminish from 4.1 to 3.0 was nonetheless a painful sight, representing the fruits of an entire night's labor. However, upon hearing the deliberations of those below, his sorrow quickly dissipated. The green light that had permeated the bodies of Chen Qingyu and Chen Tianyu was a deliberate act on his part, aimed at bolstering his credibility within the Chen family. It appeared to be yielding positive results, as even Chen Qingyu, who had previously contemplated using him as firewood, had grown markedly more taciturn. With the backing of 4 blood-condensing warriors from the Chen family, his standing within the clan would undoubtedly rise. Yet, the reduction in life force was not merely a numerical decline. Jiang could sense his perception of the external world waning. His consciousness, which once extended beyond the ancestral hall, now barely reached its periphery. Additionally, the roots beneath had also retracted significantly, weakening his control over himself. It seemed that these were all adverse effects stemming from the depletion of life force. In the absence of ample vitality or in urgent circumstances, this ability could indeed prove more detrimental than beneficial. Yet now, he could only hope that the Chun family would exert themselves and bring forth 2 plump offerings for his sacrifice sooner rather than later. Following the discussions among the 4, a conclusion was swiftly drawn. Once they had departed, tranquility once again enveloped the ancestral hall. Jiang gazed around. As a silent sigh permeated the as night descended, the Chun family was particularly quiet. Under the moonlight, Jiang diligently practiced the technique of lunar eclipse, continuously absorbing the power of moonlight. With his silent breathing, the entire trunk emanated a pure white luminescence. Creak. At this moment, the tightly shut doors of the ancestral hall suddenly swung open, and several figures slipped in from outside. These newcomers were not the Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming who had stealthily come to fell trees previously, but rather Chen Tianyu and a few others who had conferred with the clan leader Chen Xingzhen about hunting during the day. Moreover, aside from these individuals, there were a few more figures this time. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals were among the most formidable warriors in the Chen family, second only to Chen Qingyu and a few others who had attained the blood condensation realm. Each possessed strength in the late stages of the body refinement realm. These individuals now represented the last vestige of the Chen family's might. As they quietly entered the ancestral hall, they were greeted by the resplendent divine tree, a sight that struck awe and reverence into their hearts, while simultaneously igniting a flicker of hope within their eyes. However, Ji Yang was puzzled. Had Chen Xingzhen and the others not intended to discuss venturing out for hunting through the family's secret passage tonight? Why had they convened in the ancestral hall at such an hour? Before Ji Yang could ponder further, another figure entered the hall. This time, it was the clan leader Chen Xingzhen himself. "Are we prepared?" he inquired. "Clan leader, the family has dispatched members to guard the perimeter. They will report immediately at the slightest disturbance," Chen Tianyu replied. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen nodded. "Good, this endeavor is of utmost importance. We must not let a whisper of our plans escape." He continued, "Furthermore, the secret passage leads deep into the Graveyard Mountain, which harbors numerous beasts of the blood condensation realm, and it is said that even beasts of the innate realm dwell within. You must exercise utmost caution. Your safety is paramount." "Yes, clan leader," the group replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. "There is no time to waste. Make haste and return swiftly." With that, they made their way toward the chamber where their ancestors were venerated. Upon entering the room, Chen Xingzhen moved aside a slab of blue stone, revealing a dark, shadowy passageway. Outside, Ji Yang, sensing the unfolding scene within, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Chun family's secret passage would be concealed within the ancestral hall. And although his underground roots extended nearly 10 meters, they had not encroached upon the area beneath that chamber. No wonder he had been oblivious. Chapter 14. Chen Qingyu's breakthrough thud. As warriors of the blood condensation realm, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing led the charge, leaping into the passage without hesitation upon seeing it. Although the passage was engulfed in darkness, warriors in the body refinement realm could already perceive their surroundings in the night, let alone the fact that both were now blood condensation realm warriors. Soon, the group vanished into the depths of the secret passage. Outside, watching the disappearing figures, Chen Xingzhen approached the divine tree, silently offering a prayer. This hunting expedition through the secret passage had essentially dispatched the majority of the family's high-ranking warriors. Though the family boasted only 4 blood condensation realm warriors, this represented their entire strength. As the clan leader, he could not venture out but needed to remain to oversee the situation. Furthermore, 1 blood condensation realm warrior remained behind, Chen Qingyu. Retaining a warrior of the blood condensation realm was a precaution against a sudden assault from the Li family. Although the likelihood of such an eventuality was slim, it was better to be prepared. 2 blood condensation realm warriors could hold out for a considerable time. After a fervent prayer, Chen Xingzhen turned away from the ancestral hall, leaving behind only Jiang, who silently absorbed the moonlight. 3.1. 3.2. In a state of utter boredom, Jiang could only quietly observe the gradual rise of his vitality, his heart yearning for the return of the few who had ventured out, hoping they would bring him good news. Clan member Qin Xingyu has broken through to the late stage of blood condensation realm, contributing 2 points to the deduction system. The sudden notification before him left Jiang momentarily stunned. Qin Xingyu had actually achieved a breakthrough, and had even contributed 2 points to his deduction system. Excellent, excellent, Jiang nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the vitality he had received during the day was not in vain. In the room, the newly advanced Qin Xingyu exuded an explosive energy, resembling a fierce beast. Feeling the dense vitality coursing through him, joy illuminated Qin Xingyu's countenance. Tio reached the late stage of blood condensation realm at his age could certainly be deemed a remarkable talent. It is noteworthy that even the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, had only attained the late stage of blood condensation realm. Alas, it still fell short in some respects. The late stage of blood condensation realm was insufficient to salvage the clan's current predicament. If only he could ascend to the innate realm. However, to reach the innate realm, one must possess vitality as pure as mercury, and he had only just reached the late stage of blood condensation realm. Still a considerable distance from that pinnacle. Moreover, ascending to the innate realm was no simple feat. Otherwise, the entire burial mound would not lack a single martial artist of that caliber. Chen Xingyu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and began to silently circulate the 3 transformations mystical art, calming the turbulent vitality within him. The 3 transformations mystical art was a profound technique passed down through generations of the Chen family, capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the innate realm. In contrast, most of the smaller families surrounding the burial mound possessed only yellow-tier techniques. This was precisely what the Li family coveted. According to the clan leader, this technique originally had 9 transformations, classified as Earth tier, capable of reaching the 3 realms of spirit concentration. Unfortunately, as the family declined, the technique became incomplete, and now only 3 transformations remained, along with the accompanying combat skills lost to time. Presently, the Chun family clung to the last remnants of their ancestors' blessings. If the clan did not rise again, it would likely fade into the annals of history. Contemplating this, a resolute light gleamed in Chen Xingyu's eyes. As the most promising member of the clan, he must rescue his family from peril. Yet soon, Chen Xingyu recalled the green light point that had permeated his body during the day. Based on his previous estimations, he would require more time to elevate to the late stage of blood condensation realm. However, after encountering that green point of light, he felt a significant surge in his internal vitality, which led to his breakthrough today. The divine tree, perhaps? Chen Xingyu murmured, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze, but he quickly dismissed the thought with a huff. This elevation in realm was ultimately reliant on his own accumulation. Even without the divine tree, he could still attain the late stage of blood condensation realm. One must rely on oneself for all things. After a moment, a determined voice emanated from the room. 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. In the ancestral hall, observing the gradual enhancement of his vitality and experiencing the sensation of his consciousness expanding, Jiang felt as though he were savoring fine wine. However, when he glanced at the now sealed azure stone slab, his mind fell into contemplation. Several hours had passed. Why had the others still not returned? He awaited his offerings. Were it not for his immobility, he would have eagerly sought to escape through the secret passage and hunt for himself. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in Ji Yang's ears. Turning his head, he beheld Qin Xingzhen striding swiftly toward the ancestral hall. This marked the 3rd time that Knight Qin Xingzhen had come to the hall, revealing the depth of his concern. The clan members dispatched were the strongest warriors of the family. Should any harm befall them, he would be at a loss for what to do. Moreover, the prolonged absence of several individuals raised the specter of calamity. If they had all encountered misfortune, the Chen clan might truly be beyond salvation. Had he known, he would have sent more people ahead. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Chen Xingzhen paced restlessly beneath the trees, intermittently praying for the safe return of the hunters. Ji Yang, however, chose to feign ignorance of Chen Xingzhen's prayers, though he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety himself. After all, he was not merely a tree. If the hunters were to meet with disaster, he too would face dire consequences. Just as the man and the tree reached their limits of patience, a series of faint and disordered footfalls suddenly broke the silence within the family's secret passage. The sound was subtle, yet for the anxious Chen Xingzhen, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. However, as the clan leader, he refrained from hastily lifting the stone slab above the passage. Instead, he He paused to listen intently. It was possible that the returning individuals were not the hunters, but rather a fearsome beast that had inadvertently stumbled upon the secret route, warranting his careful vigilance. Clan leader, it is I. The familiar voice dispelled Chen Xingzhen's wariness, prompting him to quickly shift the stone slab aside. As the slab was moved, Chen Tianyu and his companions emerged from the passage below. Upon seeing the returning figures, Chen Xingzhen murmured to himself, "It is well that you have returned. It is well that you have returned." Unlike when they had entered the passage, the hunters now bore tattered clothing and numerous wounds. Two of the clan members, both at the body refinement stage, displayed a gaping tear across their chests, their faces ashen and their bandaged wounds soaked in crimson. Behind them lay a fearsome beast, approximately 10 feet long, robust in form, and resembling a tiger. It appeared that their injuries were the result of hunting this formidable creature. Chen Xingzhen, upon sighting the beast, exclaimed in astonishment, "A blood-iron spiked tiger." Although the dispatched Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu were both mid-stage blood warriors, along with several late-stage body refinement clan members, he had not anticipated their success in hunting an iron-spiked tiger. Despite being of the blood stage, such beasts were notoriously formidable, owing to their innate prowess. Furthermore, their location deep within the Graveyard Mountains rendered the terrain unfamiliar to the clan members, complicating the hunt for such creatures. In Chen Xingzhen's estimation, being able to hunt down 2 body refinement beasts would have sufficed. Chapter 15. Reflections. Clan leader. Just as Chen Tianyu prepared to report on the details of their hunting expedition, he was interrupted by Chen Xingzhen's raised hand. "No need to rush. We shall discuss it later." With that, Chen Xingzhen turned his attention to the 2 heavily wounded clan members. Embarking on a hunting expedition, injuries are an inevitable consequence, especially in the treacherous depths of the Tomb of the Fallen Beasts, where ferocious creatures roam. Yet, in the face of the family's dire predicament, such wounds may take no less than half a month to heal. Chen Xingzhen cast a glance towards the ancestral sacred tree behind him, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. However, after a moment of contemplation, he let out a heavy sigh. The last time he tended to the injuries of so many clansmen, he had not yet had the opportunity to pay homage to the sacred tree. Now, he found it difficult to voice his needs. Furthermore, as the sacred tree was still in its nascent stages, without their offerings, its vitality would likely wane. The power of the sacred tree, after all, ought to be reserved for the most critical junctures. After a brief pause, Chen Xingzhen resignedly declared, "Go to the family storeroom and fetch some superior medicinal ointments. Return and rest." Yes. The others refrained from further discussion and promptly prepared to return, their weary, wounded bodies dragging along. At that moment, however, the branches and leaves of the glowing sacred tree trembled slightly. In the next instant, numerous green motes of light, reminiscent of daylight, reappeared before them, swiftly entering the bodies of the group, as they felt the invigorating essence brought by the green motes. The previously injured individuals sensed their wounds rapidly mending. The 2 most grievously wounded felt as though they were basking in gentle spring waters, unable to suppress soft murmurs of comfort. Once the green motes dissipated, the group felt a wave of refreshing rejuvenation wash over them. Not only had their external injuries healed, but the fatigue from the fierce battle had vanished as well. The 2 severely injured individuals, now with a much rosier complexion, uncovered their bandaged wounds only to find that the previously gaping injuries had begun to scab over. Though not entirely healed, this improvement meant their strength would no longer be compromised. "Thank you, revered sacred tree." Chen Xingzhen expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, and the others quickly followed suit in their thanks. With such a sacred tree in their clan, how could they not flourish? The recovering individuals felt a surge of ambition, eager to venture forth once more in pursuit of game, to honor the sacred tree. Sensing their exhilaration, Chen Xingzhen quickly interjected, "Enough. Dawn is approaching. You must return and rest early, lest the Li clan detects any vulnerabilities." Although the family's secret passage was relatively safe, any hint of carelessness could not be afforded, and hunting was best conducted under the cover of night. Upon hearing the patriarch's instructions, the group could only depart accordingly. However, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing did not leave, but instead approached Chen Xingzhen to report on their recent encounters and the method by which they had hunted the iron thorn tiger. Above, Ji Yang listened intently to their conversation, his gaze unwavering from the lifeless body of the iron thorn tiger below. The reversal elixir he had just employed had cost him 0.5 of his life force, which he had painstakingly accumulated during the earlier hours of the night, now dissipated in an instant. His assistance had not been offered without expectation. He intended to claim his share of this iron thorn tiger. Alas, he could not vocalize his intentions. Otherwise, he would have simply taken the beast for himself. Below, upon hearing the duo's account, Chen Xingzhen's brow furrowed slightly. According to their narrative, The tomb of the fallen beasts was rife with perilous creatures, even at night, when many ferocious beasts still prowled. Yet it was precisely this peril that rendered the family's secret passage safer. However, in their current weakened state, hunting had become a formidable challenge and a moment of carelessness. A few lives may be lost. Chief, how should we deal with this iron thorn tiger? As he pondered, Chen Tianjing spoke up beside him. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen glanced at the lifeless body of the iron thorn tiger on the ground and inquired of the two, "What do you think should be done?" Above, Ji Yang, who had been listening intently to the discussion regarding the fate of the iron thorn tiger, realized that his ability to continue his calculations depended on Chen Xingzhen's thoughts. Observing Chen Xingzhen's counter-question, the two fell into contemplation. After a moment, Chen Tianjing spoke first. "Given that our family's food reserves are dwindling and the vitality of our kin is waning, the flesh of this iron thorn tiger is rich in life force. I propose that we divide the beast in two, one half to be offered as a sacrifice to the sacred tree, and the other half to be provided to our clan as sustenance, ensuring our people are invigorated." Chen Xingzhen nodded in agreement and turned to Chen Tianyu. "What is your perspective, Tianyu? Your brother's words bear merit, yet from my vantage point, the Li clan is eyeing us covetously, poised to strike at any moment. With only a day's worth of provisions remaining, I believe that this iron thorn tiger should be sacrificed to the sacred tree, allowing it to regain its divine power and granting our family a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. As for our people's sustenance, we can venture out to hunt tomorrow night. Though it may be perilous, as long as the sacred tree stands, we need not worry." Chen Xingzhen's expression brightened at this, and he remarked, "Tianjing's idea is commendable, but given our family's current dire situation, even with our kin's vitality restored, our strength may still fall short against the Li clan. We might only gain a few days' respite. Thus, it may be prudent to take a bold gamble. Perhaps with the power of the sacred tree, we might seize an opportunity to save our family." Chen Tianjing then turned to gaze at the luminescent sacred tree of their clan, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Soon, the sacrifice commenced once more. This time, Chen Xingzhen opted against elaborate rituals and instructed the two to swiftly slit the iron thorn tiger's throat to let it bleed. Beneath the ground, Ji Yang's roots were already yearning with impatience. He had long craved this iron thorn tiger. As the beast's blood seeped through the soil, Ji Yang's roots sprang into action once more. The blood of the iron thorn tiger was notably more challenging to absorb than that of the previous spirit tail chicken. Yet Ji Yang felt immense joy, for the vitality displayed on his panel was rapidly increasing. It was evident that the blood of this beast, a creature of the blood condensation realm, possessed extraordinary effects. With Ji Yang's roots swiftly absorbing the blood, the entirety of the iron thorn tiger's essence was soon consumed. After absorbing the blood, Ji Yang directed his gaze forward. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Weak Hwai Tree. Vitality: 3.4. Divine Ability: Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Circulation. Cultivation Method: Lunar Eclipse. Combat Skill: None. Vitality Points: 19. Can be converted to vitality. Spiritual Power: 5. Calculation Points: 25. Calculatable. Status: As the offering to the sacred tree, you have barely regained a semblance of vitality, though it bears little significance. Upon witnessing the vitality points reach 19, Ji Yang felt a sense of affirmation, having increased by 6 points compared to the spirit tail chicken. However, when he noticed the meager 5 points of spiritual power, he fell into contemplation. His previous spiritual power stood at 1, which meant that this iron spike tiger, at the blood condensation realm, had only augmented his spiritual strength by a mere 4 points. If his memory served him correctly, the blood of the two spirit tail chickens had similarly contributed 4 points to his own power. Given the disparity in size and realm between the two, this ratio appeared decidedly imbalanced. It seemed that greater size did not necessarily equate to a more substantial contribution of spiritual energy, hinting at an underlying cause yet unknown to him. However, upon gazing at the button for deduction, Ji Yang ceased his musings. The last deduction had left a vivid impression on his memory, and he was eager to discover what insights this new deduction might yield. In the next moment, Ji Yang decisively pressed the button, initiating the deduction. This deduction requires the consumption of 10 vitality, 5 spiritual power, and 5 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Chapter 16. The second deduction, a familiar sensation washed over him once more, as the shrine before him vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar environment. Having experienced a deduction previously, Ji Yang remained unperturbed. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with keen observation. This was a desolate expanse of sand, barren and devoid of life, save for a solitary sapling that stood alone. Ji Yang inwardly lamented the loss, wishing to return to the previous location. If he could encounter that spring and autumn cicada again, perhaps he might acquire another technique distinct from the lunar eclipse. However, it appeared that such hopes were slim. Before Ji Yang could dwell on his regrets for too long, a line of text gradually materialized before his eyes. You were born in a desert. To withstand the scorching sun, you began to grow with determination. With the disappearance of the text, time accelerated once more. This time, Ji Yang was not lost. He began to carefully experience the process while also observing his surroundings. In that moment, he felt the sun's relentless heat bearing down upon him and the waves of warmth encroaching from all sides. The extreme temperature instinctively compelled his roots to delve deeper into the ground, seeking the scarce moisture hidden within the damp soil below. Whether it was merely a fleeting moment or an eternity, time passed, and Ji Yang gradually transformed from a small sapling into a slender tree of thumb-like thickness. Yet, upon gazing at his singed, yellowing leaves, it seemed his condition was far from ideal. When time hit the pause button, another line of text emerged. Desert temperatures are rising, and the rate of water evaporation is increasing. To absorb more moisture, you choose. Roots grow downward, roots spread outward. Upon seeing this, Ji Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. He was confident in his choice, even in the vast expanse of the desert. The subterranean structure differed little from other regions, save for an additional layer of sand above the soil. This meant that as long as the roots penetrated deep enough, there would undoubtedly be water. Ji Yang resolutely opted for the roots to grow downward, firmly believing in his decision. As the text vanished, the world began to move once more. Yet before Ji Yang's smile could fully dissipate, he watched in dismay as the few yellowing leaves on his branches gradually turned black and began to fall. Simultaneously, new text reappeared. Your roots have grown downward, encountering a long-buried ancient relic. Under the scorching sun, you have perished. Ji Yang stared at the text before him, falling into a deep silence. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated this outcome. As the desolate world before him began to crumble, Ji Yang found himself once again within the familiar sanctuary. The simulation has concluded. You have acquired a new ability during this simulation, root enhancement. You have acquired a new ability during this simulation, high temperature resistance, root enhancement. You can utilize a portion of your vitality to strengthen your roots, rendering them more sensitive. High temperature resistance. You can thrive in environments of extreme heat. Indeed, due to his untimely demise, he had not obtained any techniques or divine powers this time, but rather these two new abilities. Ji Yang opened his panel, yet the details of these abilities were absent from view. Nevertheless, he could sense the transformation within his own branches. It appeared that these abilities had seamlessly integrated into his very being. At present, the sanctuary was devoid of anyone. Chen Xingjin and the others had long since departed. Ji Yang immediately resolved to test the root enhancement ability. Although his trunk was slender, beneath the ground lay several roots, sprawling throughout the entire area beneath the sanctuary, akin to his own eyes. Indeed, more perceptive than mere sight. However, he could not actively manipulate these roots. They would only begin to extend outward gradually as his vitality increased. Selecting the longest root, Ji Yang silently activated root enhancement. As his intent shifted, the underground roots began to change. Concurrently, he noticed his limited vitality plummeting rapidly. 3.4, 3.3, 3.2. When his vitality dwindled to 2.9, a wave of panic surged within him. He had assumed that enhancing the roots would require minimal energy, yet in the blink of an eye, 0.5 of his vitality had been expended. Fortunately, it stabilized at 2.9, upon sensing the enhanced root once more. A flicker of awareness ignited within him. Under his conscious control, a root, resembling the thickness of a thumb, shot up from the ground. This root extended several meters in length, several times that of his trunk. As Ji Yang directed his will, this root responded promptly, moving as if it were an extension of his own hand. After conducting a series of experiments, he silently retracted the enhanced root. Although the gains from this simulation paled in comparison to the last, they were not entirely without merit. At the very least, the root enhancement ability proved useful, granting him a measure of self-defense, preventing him from becoming an easy target. Yet, he remained uncertain about the strength of this enhanced root and whether it could withstand the might of a blood condensation realm warrior. He would need to witness the prowess of such a warrior to uncover the answer to As for the other new ability, high temperature resistance. Well, having it was certainly better than not. Overall, while he had made some gains, they were modest at best. More critically, these new abilities would not extricate the Qin family from their predicament. Ji Yang felt a pang of frustration and opened his panel to check his remaining vitality and spiritual power points. Eager for another attempt. Vitality, 9. Convertible to life force. Spiritual power, 0. Simulation points, 20. Regrettably, aside from having sufficient simulation points, the other two resources fell short, particularly his spiritual power, which had been depleted to 0. He would have to wait for the Qin family's next sacrificial offering, and even then, one offering might not suffice. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang was left with no choice but to abandon his pursuit. As Ji Yang beheld the meager vitality of merely 2.9 remaining, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Despite the sacrificial offerings of the Chen family and his own lunar eclipse technique, he felt as though he was, paradoxically, at a deficit. The decline in vitality had rendered Ji Yang weakened in all aspects, a sensation most distressing. Gazing at the dwindling life force, he resolved to convert it directly into vitality. During this transformation, Ji Yang discovered he could regulate the precise amount of life force he converted, granting him the liberty to retain the necessary life essence for his calculations. However, this time, Ji Yang did not hesitate and transformed all 9 points of his life force into vitality. As his vitality surged, he felt a powerful life energy coursing through his trunk. This vitality swiftly gathered on one side of his trunk, where a new tender bud began to sprout at an observable rate. Before long, this bud had transformed into a cluster of new branches of the Sephora tree, standing proudly atop the trunk. With 2 new branches sprouting leaves, Ji Yang's trunk finally appeared somewhat sturdier, though it still bore a somewhat slender overall appearance. The enhancement of vitality did not cease there. Beneath the ground, several roots were rapidly spreading beneath the bluestone slabs. They continued to expand until they enveloped the entire ancestral hall, extending even a short distance beyond before coming to a halt. During this expansion, one root penetrated the family's secret passage, leading Ji Yang to sense the ancestral spirit tablets in the room above, as well as the family's elder lying within the coffin. Chapter 17. We must also go. As all transformations drew to a close, a beam of light slowly ascended overhead. It was yet another new day. Relishing the changes within himself, Ji Yang was filled with delight. Indeed, vitality was his foundation. While deductions were valuable, one must not indulge excessively. Within the Li family, Li Yongqing sat in the central chair of the grand hall. His gaze fixed ahead, yet devoid of focus, lost in contemplation. That moment, a clan member entered. Reporting to the patriarch, there has been no activity from the Chen family as of yet. Li Yongqing gradually returned to awareness. Yet upon hearing the report, a frown crossed his face rather than a look of joy. He had speculated on several possible scenarios regarding the Chen family's current situation. He had considered the possibility that the Chen family would fight desperately, rallying all their warriors to carve a bloody path. He had also pondered the notion that they might secretly dispatch individuals to seek external aid. If either of these scenarios were true, it would indicate that the Chen family was indeed cornered. However, regardless of the situation, it should not manifest as it currently did. Utterly silent, akin to stagnant waters, it was too quiet, a stillness that bred unease within him. Though he could not discern the Chen family's intentions, were they perhaps waiting for something? Or did they intend to outlast them? Given the Chen family's supplies, they would soon be unable to endure. In contrast, the Li family boasted ample warrior vitality and sufficient provisions. Over time, the Chen family's circumstances would only worsen. Li Yongqing pondered deeply, but could not uncover the underlying reasons. He initially thought to consult someone, yet he realized that the others in the clan would likely respond with, "Patriarch, no need for further discussion. We shall charge in and slay them until chaos reigns." Li Yongqing shook his head. Dismissing that line of thought. Go. Send a few agile individuals to scout nearby. It would be best if they could ascertain the situation within the Chen family and observe the martial artists among them. Understood. After issuing the command, Li Yongqing smiled wryly to himself. The Chen family was now at its weakest. Their demise was merely a matter of time. Perhaps he was overly concerned. Half a day later, news arrived. According to the descriptions from the clan members, the once bustling Chen family square was now deserted, and the martial artists present appeared tense, their faces pale and anxious, resembling a scene of waning vigor. Hearing this, Li Yongqing felt a sense of calm wash over him. In that case, he would wait another 2 days, at which point he could easily bring about the downfall of the Chen family. Coincidentally, 2 members of the clan were on the verge of a breakthrough. He was eager to see how the Chen family would respond then. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Li Yongqing's lips. "Qing Ming, what do you think my father and the others have been up to lately, acting all mysterious?" In the pavilion, Chen Qinghe inquired, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Ordinarily, the family would be rife with anxiety, yet he had not seen his father or several of his uncles rushing about in recent days. This was highly unusual. Before Chen Qingming could respond, Chen Qinghe continued, "No, I must go and check tonight. Perhaps my father and the others are plotting something nefarious. As a member of the family, despite his youth and relatively low status, he felt it necessary to be informed about the family's current plans concerning their survival." Night fell swiftly. The once tranquil ancestral hall now appeared somewhat crowded. Aside from a few individuals who had gone hunting the previous day, several martial artists of the body refinement realm had joined them. Chen Xingzhen stood at the forefront, and upon seeing a new cluster of branches sprouting from the family's sacred tree, he could hardly contain his joy. This indicated that his offering from the previous day had been worthwhile. The changes in the sacred tree symbolized hope for the family, prompting him to call upon more clan members to hunt greater beasts. Clan leader, during the day, clan members spotted individuals from the Li family lurking about. After hearing this, the joy on Chen Xingzhen's face dissipated, though he nodded in acknowledgement. No matter. Such behavior was to be expected. If the Li family had made no move, that would have been strange. However, he was not worried, as most clan members were unaware of the specifics regarding the hunting expedition in the secret passage. They merely needed to act as they usually would. After their reconnaissance, the Li family had not launched an attack, indicating that they had not sensed anything amiss and were still biding their time. Yet, this was not merely an opportunity for the Li family. It was also a chance for the Qin family. If they could seize it well, the family could potentially turn the tide. Today's hunt was even more crucial. Otherwise, the family would face starvation by tomorrow, and in such dire circumstances, their spirits would wane, making it difficult to exert their strength in the hunt, leading to an increasingly grim situation. The night was dark and windy, with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The branches of the family's sacred tree radiated a faint glow once more. Chen Xingzhen's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he waved his hand. "Let us depart? Clan leader, I want to go too." Just as everyone was preparing to enter the secret passage, a figure stepped into the ancestral hall. "Qingyu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the approaching figures, Chen Xingzhen, filled with curiosity, inquired. "Today, the Li family sent someone to investigate. It seems unlikely that they will attack tonight. If that is the case, I shall join the hunt as well." After hearing this, Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly and hesitated before stating, "Though that may be so. But, Qingyu, have you reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm?" As Chen Xingzhen spoke halfway, his gaze suddenly shifted to Chen Qingyu, noticing her robust vitality, which surpassed even his own, clearly a sign of her advancement in cultivation. Indeed, Chen Qingyu affirmed, and upon hearing her confirmation, Chen Xingzhen's face lit up with joy, repeatedly nodding. "Excellent, excellent. With your talent, our Qin family shall undoubtedly flourish in the future. Since you wish to go, then go ahead." The onlookers expressed their envy. Many of them were practitioners of the body refinement realm, some even elders, yet they found themselves at a significant disparity in cultivation levels. It became evident that one could not generalize when it came to individuals. Even Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu could not help but exclaim, "Eldest brother has indeed sired a remarkable son." However, their faces bore a hint of nostalgia, and they soon fell silent. The family had faced considerable hardships over the past decade, suffering the loss of numerous clan members. A fleeting glimmer of sorrow crossed Chen Qingyu's eyes as she overheard their conversation. The other clan members also fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat heavy. Just as Chen Xingzhen was about to speak in an attempt to dispel the somber mood, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ouch!" Upon hearing the commotion, several individuals turned to see two figures sprawled on the ground near the wall, as if they had fallen from above. The two were none other than Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation. Flustered yet defiant, they quickly rose to their feet, chests puffed out, declaring, "Clan leader, we wish to go too." "Yes, we also wish to join." Before Chen Xingzhen could respond, Chen Tianjing interjected sternly, "Nonsense. This is a matter of great importance for the family, not a frivolous game. Return at once." Chen Qinghe, undeterred, retorted with a huff, "We are also members of the family and wish to contribute. Why should we not go?" "You dare to retort?" Chen Tianjing scanned the surroundings, a hint of urgency in his eyes, before finally glancing at the branches of Jiang. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from acting. "Qingming, quickly return home," Chen Tianyu advised, his tone devoid of anger. He felt a sense of pride in his son's ambition, though he thought his third brother a bit too rash in this regard. "If brother Qingyu can go, why can't we?" Chen Qinghe insisted, his defiance unabated. "Humph. If you were at the blood condensation realm, you could join too," Chen Tianjing retorted. "Enough, it's getting late. We must set off," Chen Xingzhen interjected, bringing the argument to a close. With no further delay, the group entered the secret passage once more. After they departed, Chen Xingzhen turned his gaze toward Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, smiling as he spoke. "Hunting is a perilous endeavor, and your strength is still insufficient. However, since you both wish to contribute to the family, I have other tasks that I can assign to you. I wonder if you are capable?" "Of course we are," Chen Qinghe confidently spoke. After dismissing the two individuals, Chen Xingzhen gazed towards the family's secret passage and offered another prayer to the divine tree. This time, several more individuals were dispatched for the hunt, including Qingyu, a late-stage condensed blood realm warrior, which suggested that the endeavor should encounter minimal issues. Above, Jiang silently observed everything while gaining a deeper understanding of the Chen family. It appeared that, much like the prudent Chen Tianjing, the family inevitably harbored a wayward child. Just as Jiang was reflecting on this, he suddenly noticed that the moonlight absorption today seemed significantly faster. At this time yesterday, he had only increased his vitality by 0.1. However, now, after half an hour had passed, he had already augmented it by 0.2. Although it seemed to be just an additional 0.1, the difference was, in fact, twofold. This revelation filled Ji Yang with both astonishment and delight. To confirm his hypothesis, Ji Yang waited another hour. Upon witnessing that his vitality had increased by 0.4, his face lit up with joy. Indeed, his rate of moonlight absorption had accelerated, doubling in speed. This indicated that he could absorb 2.4 vitality in a single night, a considerable enhancement. The reason behind this acceleration, Ji Yang surmised, was his possession of 2 clusters of flourishing branches, thus increasing the area of moonlight absorption. This seemed entirely reasonable. To grow more branches and leaves, he would require even greater vitality. It appeared that his actions from the previous day were indeed correct. Had he retained the vital energy, such a transformation would not have occurred. Up ahead is the exit to the secret passage. Everyone, be cautious. Within the passage, the group moved quietly, taking care to remain aware of their surroundings. Although it was a family secret passage, considering the potential relocation of clan members and the difficulty of carrying items, the passage was quite spacious, wide enough to accommodate 3 individuals side by side. This design facilitated the transport of hunted game without the need to dismantle it again. However, since the exit of the passage was constructed deep within the graveyard mountain, they had to be wary of ferocious beasts adept at burrowing that might be lurking within. Particularly as they neared the exit, heightened vigilance was crucial. The keen sense of smell of these beasts, some of which possessed considerable intelligence, meant that they could not be allowed to discover the location of the passage's exit. Before long, the group arrived at the exit of the passage. There, a massive slab of blue stone obstructed their path. Chen Tianjing, leading the way, felt a surge of vitality coursing through his arm and then exerted a great push, revealing the world beyond the blue stone slab. Before them lay a sunken valley, surrounded by a dense forest, which would reduce the likelihood of the passage's exit being discovered. Observing the dim environment beyond the valley, Chen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not hunted in the graveyard mountain for several months, often finding himself at a disadvantage in the conflicts with the Li family, who boasted 2 warriors already at the late stage of the condensed blood realm. Today, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his prowess and experience the strength of a late-stage condensed blood realm warrior. Just as Chen Qingyu, filled with confidence, prepared to step out of the passage, Chen Tianjing called out to him, "Qingyu, wait, sprinkle some with lotus powder." With that, Chen Tianjing retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and sprinkled the white powder over the clothing of the group. Mulan powder, a medicinal powder derived from herbal materials, serves to mask one's natural scent, thereby preventing detection by ferocious beasts. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly, his expression marked by hesitation. Being in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he felt a robust confidence, believing that the necessity of using this Mulan powder was negligible. However, unable to resist the persuasion of Chen Tianjing and the others, he reluctantly sprinkled some on himself. Once the group was adequately prepared, they slowly emerged from the secret passage. As they departed, one individual carefully replaced the granite slab that had concealed the entrance. Deep within the chaotic burial mountains, numerous ferocious beasts lurked, presenting certain dangers. Yet, this also minimized the chances of the group being scattered in their search. Provided they encountered a suitable beast, they could strike at any moment. After traversing for approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, they had yet to encounter any ferocious beasts, prompting Chen Tianyu, who was leading the way, to furrow his brow in concern. This is unusual. There were plenty of beasts at this time yesterday. Why is there not a single one in sight today? Everyone, exercise caution. Upon hearing Chen Tianyu's words, the group behind him bore expressions of solemnity. Wait, over here. At that moment, Chen Qingyu suddenly raised his hand to signal, his eyes glinting with intensity as he swiftly moved in a particular direction. Chen Tianjing and the others looked on in confusion, as neither he nor Chen Tianyu sensed anything amiss, yet they beckoned the rest to follow closely. Soon, the group halted behind a cluster of scattered stones. Beneath the faint moonlight, a ferocious beast resembling a leopard, adorned with a single horn and covered in light red fur, came into view, a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast. Upon sighting the creature, the group focused intently, their eyes gleaming with delight. Without uttering a word, the seasoned hunters had long established a set of silent signals for communication. The beast before them was indeed a fitting target for their hunt. Under the guidance of Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, the group began to gradually retreat. Their intention was to avoid startling the beast, lest it detect their presence and flee in the depths of the chaotic burial mountains. Neglecting one's surroundings in pursuit of prey could lead to unforeseen accidents. Once they had retreated to a safe distance, they began to encircle the beast. At that moment, the slumbering creature remained oblivious to their presence, preoccupied with grooming its own fur. Chen Xingyu stood vigilantly to one side, striving to suppress the surging energy within him. As the highest-ranked individual in the hunting party, he was regarded as the main force by Chen Tianjing and the others. Once the others closed in, the beast, in a state of panic, would undoubtedly flee towards an unoccupied area. The gap left behind would be Chen Xingyu's opportunity to strike. Although the plan was straightforward, it demanded his undivided attention. Chapter 19. The beast. Before long, the other members reached their designated positions. As Chen Tianjing emerged first, advancing towards the beast, it finally reacted, hastily rising from the ground. Standing at a height of nearly half a zhang, the beast exuded an imposing presence. However, upon seeing Chen Tianjing, who was brimming with energy and charging towards it, the creature appeared somewhat flustered. It began to retreat, immediately darting in another direction. Yet, the others, who had been lying in wait, now revealed themselves within its line of sight, simultaneously unleashing their own energy. Surrounded by a throng, the fearsome beast revealed its menacing countenance, baring its sharp fangs and emitting a low growl. Although it was an omnivorous creature, it was by no means a pushover. Just as the beast prepared to break through a vulnerable point, it suddenly discerned a weakness in the encircling group. Its side lay in unguarded space. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast charged toward the opening. The adage "wise men do not suffer immediate losses" held true even among ferocious beasts. As the creature barreled toward her, Chen Xingyu scoffed. A brute is simply a brute. Seeing the beast about to breach the gap, the ever-prepared Chen Xingyu unleashed her vital energy, stepping forth with determination. The sudden appearance of her figure instilled panic in the beast's eyes, for it sensed the imminent threat posed by her presence. Realizing its precarious situation, the beast did not retreat. Instead, it bared its fangs and surged toward Chen Xingyu with increased ferocity. When cornered, a beast unleashes even more violent attacks. Just as well, understanding the beast's intent, Chen Xingyu remained unperturbed. At that moment, her blood surged through her arm. Her fists clenched tightly. As the beast lunged with its cavernous maw agape, she met it head-on with her fists. In the next instant, a wail erupted from the creature, which was sent hurtling through the air. The once ferocious assault crumbled in an instant against Chen Xingyu's powerful fists. After propelling the beast away, she too stumbled back a few steps to dissipate the force of the impact. "Xingyu, well done, bravo," cheered Chen Tianjing and others nearby. Though the beast's momentum had waned, it still attempted to scramble to its feet. Observing this, Chen Tianjing and the others quickly converged, enclosing the beast within their ranks. Without affording it much time to regroup, they launched a collective assault, and within mere moments, the beast's life was extinguished. The ease with which they had hunted down a mid-stage blood condensation beast filled the group with exhilaration. It was a far cry from the struggles of the previous day. Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu wore smiles of satisfaction. What appeared effortless for them had not been so for Chen Xingyu, who had been the first to confront the beast. Had she failed to withstand the creature's assault, the entire plan would have unraveled, and the initial combatant would likely have sustained injuries, reminiscent of their prior ordeal. Even if she had only barely held her ground, the beast would have retaliated with considerable ferocity once repelled. Yet, with a single punch, Chen Xingyu had disrupted the creature's internal balance, rendering it unstable and unable to rise, thus allowing her companions to dispatch it with ease. Following the elimination of the beast, several clan members hurriedly began to process its carcass. Despite the absence of weapons, the ferocity of their fists had drawn blood from the beast. The scent of blood spread rapidly, and with the beast's acute sense of smell, they needed to act swiftly to remove themselves from the area. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu focused her energy, calming the tumult within her. That seemingly effortless punch had, in reality, been her full-powered strike. Delivering a second blow in quick succession would be challenging. Had she not severely injured the beast, a fierce battle would likely have ensued. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Gazing at the fallen beast, a glimmer of confidence surfaced on Chen Xingyu's face. "Xingyu, how are you? Are you injured?" Taking advantage of the time his clan members were dealing with the corpse of the ferocious beast, Chen Tianjing approached to inquire. "Third uncle, I am quite well." Very good, very good. Truly a young talent among our clan." Chen Tianjing nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing his face. However, when he thought of his own family member, Chen Xinghe, the smile vanished in an instant. Although there was a considerable age gap, the disparity between them seemed rather stark. Never mind, it is best not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyu, who had been surveying the surroundings, addressed the gathered clan members as they finished tending to the beast's remains. It's about time. Let us depart. Just as everyone was gathering their belongings and preparing to leave, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from not far into the jungle. The sound was accompanied by the snapping of branches, indicating the approach of an exceedingly powerful beast. Quickly retreat, Chen Tianyu whispered urgently as the group prepared to flee. Wait, second uncle, perhaps we should first assess the situation, Chen Qingyu interjected. Having just battled the ferocious beast, he felt he had not yet reached his limits. It seemed that the beast of the mid-blood coagulation realm was merely that. At this moment, the approaching beast exuded a much stronger aura. Yet it did not seem overwhelmingly formidable. It was likely a beast of the late blood coagulation realm, and he felt confident in facing it. Chen Tianyu hesitated upon hearing this, glancing at the self-assured Chen Qingyu. He intended to offer a word of caution. After all, hunting should prioritize the safety of the clan. However, Chen Tianjing also chimed in. From my perspective, it would be prudent to wait. The approaching beast is likely no more than at the late blood coagulation stage. Even if we do not succeed in the hunt, we can still retreat unscathed. With this, Chen Tianyu ceased his objections, signaling to the nearby clan members to conceal themselves and observe the nature of the approaching beast. Not long after, as they settled into their hidden positions, movement was detected in the nearby thicket. When the group focused their attention, a colossal figure emerged before them. It was an enormous tiger, towering several meters high, adorned with a vibrant coat and bearing a royal insignia etched upon its forehead. Compared to the iron-spiked tiger they had hunted the previous day, this giant was more than twice its size. Moreover, the beast exuded a potent scent of blood, its every step radiating an aura of dominance. This creature was undoubtedly a late-stage blood coagulation beast, and not merely an ordinary one, likely a master of the blood coagulation realm. Even the previously confident Chen Qingyu found himself hesitating. Although he had advanced to the late blood coagulation stage, he harbored no assurance of victory against this imposing tiger. If it were only him, he might have dared to engage, but with other clan members present, he could not act recklessly. Chen Tianyu, concealed nearby, felt a sense of relief as he noticed Chen Qingyu's in action. He had been genuinely worried that Chen Qingyu, in a moment of impulsiveness, might charge forward, complicating matters further, for the tiger before them was clearly a formidable adversary. As the group held their breath in anticipation, the giant tiger approached the spot where they had recently dispatched the ferocious beast. It lowered its head to sniff the ground, then circled the area twice, before fixing its gaze on the direction from which Chen Tianyu and the others had retreated. As this series of actions unfolded, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of those who were concealed not far away. The colossal tiger not only possessed an impressive realm of power, but it also appeared to be remarkably intelligent. This made it far more formidable than those brutish beasts endowed solely with raw strength. At this moment, the onlookers dared not make a move, fearful that the giant tiger might detect their hiding place. However, at that moment, an imperceptible sound emerged from beside an unsuspecting clan member. Though faint, the noise resonated loudly in the current serene atmosphere. Oh no! A collective sigh escaped the lips of Chen Tianjing and his companions. As anticipated, the instant the sound echoed, the gaze of the massive tiger snapped towards the concealed group. With a wary expression, the tiger began to saunter towards their hiding spot. Despite the application of wood lotus powder on the group, if the distance was too close, the powder would prove inadequate in masking their scent, especially against a beast of such caliber. Chen Tianyu and his companions wore grave expressions, already signaling to those beside them. Should they be discovered, there would be no room for retreat. They would have to strike first. Yet, facing this gigantic tiger, their chances of victory were slim, and thus they could only fervently wish for the creature to depart. After all, it was likely that only the three of them, warriors of the blood condensation realm, could contend with such a formidable adversary. The other clansmen would probably be unable to approach it. If a confrontation arose, they might inadvertently hinder the battle. As the giant tiger drew ever closer, the tension among the group escalated. Chen Qingyu silently clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a flicker of fighting spirit and fervor. Even against a beast of the same realm, he held no fear. If a clash were to ensue, the outcome was far from certain. After all, he was the most youthful prodigy of his clan. Chapter 20. The innate realm beast. Just as the group braced themselves for a potential confrontation, the gigantic tiger suddenly halted its advance, its demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as it scanned its surroundings. Then, for reasons unknown, the tiger appeared to detect something that instilled fear within it, prompting it to abandon its pursuit and flee. The series of actions displayed by the tiger left Chen Tianyu and the others utterly bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Nevertheless, the departure of the tiger was indeed fortuitous for them. Just as the group prepared to make their exit, an imperceptible yet formidable aura suddenly enveloped them as warriors. They were acutely sensitive to fluctuations in vital energy, and the source of this aura radiated with an intensity akin to the blazing sun, strikingly visible even in the night. Shocked, the group refrained from making any hasty movements. Soon, they beheld the owner of this potent vital energy. It was a seemingly inconspicuous azure wolf, its azure fur glistening like silk under the moonlight. Despite its size being less than half that of the earlier giant tiger, an unsettling panic arose within the hearts of the onlookers upon seeing the wolf. This was no beast of the blood condensation realm, but rather one of the innate realm. The innate realm signifies a perfect fusion of sinew, bone, and vital energy, purifying the body of impurities. Beasts that attain the innate realm likely possess innate talents of their own. Such creatures can only be confronted by warriors of the same realm. Upon realizing the vast disparity in power between the two sides, the group held their breath, too fearful to move. While they might have dared to engage the previous giant tiger, facing this innate realm azure wolf left them with no hope of victory. They even refrained from stealing glances, fearful of attracting the wolf's attention. Even the formidable Chen Qingyu, at this moment, was restraining her vitality and suppressing her aura. Fortunately, the azure wolf did not linger excessively. It merely cast a glance at the spot where the giant tiger had been before decisively pursuing the direction in which the giant tiger had departed. Once the azure wolf had moved far away, the group collectively exhaled in relief, only then realizing that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of luck in the other's eyes. Had the azure wolf discovered them, they would have been at a loss regarding the family's next steps. Let us depart. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We shall find another location. Without delay, the group swiftly departed. Although the recent encounter with the innate realm beast had stirred their hearts, considering the situation within their clan, they chose not to return home but to continue the hunt. The depths of the graveyard mountain were teeming with ferocious beasts, and innate realm creatures were not easily encountered. During the subsequent hunting expedition, the group specifically targeted beasts of lower realms. Even the previously confident Chen Qingyu fell silent, engaging in the hunt with quiet determination. With 3 practitioners of the blood condensation realm alongside other members of the body refinement realm, the hunting proved to be remarkably effortless. Given the scarcity of food within the clan, Chen Qianyu and his companion did not spare even the body refinement realm beasts. Although the vitality contained within the flesh of body refinement realm beasts differed significantly from that of blood condensation realm beasts, if there were enough, they would suit the family's current needs. The crux was that suitable blood condensation realm beasts were rather elusive. After dispatching the last of the early-stage blood condensation realm beasts, the sky had not yet darkened, prompting Chen Tianyu and his companion to decide against further hunting. The group, laden with their spoils, made their way homeward. Before entering the family's secret passage, they diligently scattered with lotus powder around to mask their vitality and other scents. Once they had properly secured their surroundings, they proceeded into the passage, heading toward their clan in the ancestral hall. Chen Xingzhen paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the sky. The hour was not too late, yet the family members who had ventured out had yet to return. The current situation of the clan had not improved significantly, leaving him with no choice but to worry. However, considering that tonight they had an additional late-stage blood condensation realm member, Chen Qingyu, he felt reassured that the issue should not be too severe. Surely, there were no innate realm beasts within the graveyard mountain. Were there? Alas! Chen Xingzhen sighed, praying once more to Jiang, hoping for the family's safe passage through this crisis. Above, Jiang was in high spirits, for the life force harvested that night had doubled compared to the previous day. Thus, even if the hunters returned with injuries, his losses would be minimal. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed through the passage. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Xingzhen felt a wave of relief wash over him. They have returned safely in no time. The members emerged one by one from the passage. Upon seeing that everyone had returned unscathed and had brought back 4 ferocious beasts, a satisfied expression adorned Chen Xingzhen's face as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing chuckled in agreement. However, Chen Qingyu exhibited no sense of pride, simply stating, "Clan leader, I shall return now." "Very well. Go and rest," he replied. Above, observing the safe return of the group, Jiang felt a sense of astonishment. It appeared that they would be able to conserve some life force today after all. Upon witnessing the formidable beasts below, Ji Yang's mind began to whirl with calculations once more. This hunting expedition boasted 2 blood condensation realm beasts, one in the mid-stage and the other newly arrived at the blood condensation realm. Additionally, there were 2 body refining realm beasts. Ji Yang easily discerned the disparity in vitality among the creatures. However, he was not one to be overly choosy. Sacrificing a couple of beasts would suffice, and ideally, he hoped to gather 5 points of spiritual power to conduct another deduction. Soon, the other clan members departed from the ancestral hall, leaving only Qin Tianyu and Qin Tianjing behind. What? There are innate realm beasts in the graveyard of the dead? Upon hearing the two recount their hunting experience, Chen Xingzhen's brows knitted in concern. As the clan leader, he had indeed encountered innate realm beasts before and was well aware of their formidable nature. Yet, he had not anticipated their existence in such a place as the graveyard of the dead, and from the descriptions provided, the green wolf's strength appeared to be considerable below the innate realm. Larger beasts often possessed greater power, yet above the innate realm, size was not the sole determinant of strength. Upon realizing that an innate realm beast lurked deep within the graveyard of the dead, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xingzhen's face. He had initially planned to dispatch several clan members for hunting the following day, but what if they encountered that green wolf again? This time, fortune had favored them, but luck would not always be on the Qin family's side. If they ventured out again, the risks would undoubtedly escalate. Conversely, if they refrained from hunting, the situation within the clan would hardly improve. Clan leader, how should we allocate these beasts? Hearing Qian Tianyu's inquiry, Chen Xingzhen steeled his thoughts and turned his gaze to the beasts at their feet. Today's bounty surpassed that of the previous day, and these creatures could alleviate the clan's food shortages for 3 days. Yet, when Chen Xingzhen glanced at the flourishing divine tree, a hint of conflict resurfaced on his face. Chapter 21. The third deduction sacrifices were undoubtedly necessary, but the question of how many posed a dilemma. Should most of the beasts be offered to the divine tree, or should they retain the majority as sustenance? Had this been earlier, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the former. However, the presence of the innate realm beast compelled him to weigh the substantial risks of further hunting. Beside him, Chen Tianyu and his companion also fell into contemplation. They understood the gravity of the situation but were uncertain how to decide, as both options were vital to the family. Before long, Chen Xingzhen resolved his internal conflict, clarity shining in his eyes, and addressed Chen Tianyu and his companion. Let us sacrifice these 2 blood condensation realm beasts. Understood. With the divine tree radiating its brilliance, he chose to commit fully to this path, directly offering the 2 blood condensation realm beasts to the divine tree. The remaining 2 body refining realm beasts would likely suffice for the clan's needs for a day. After all, the majority of the clan members were martial artists, who had a higher demand for food. Only upon breaking through to the innate realm would their need for vitality-based sustenance diminish. Yet, he had no better alternatives and could only hope for more divine power from the tree. As he had stated the previous day, maintaining the status quo would merely prolong their plight. It was better to ensure the daily needs of the clan while placing their hopes upon the divine tree. Above, observing Chen Xingzhen's decision, Jiang felt an immense weight of pressure descend upon him. At present, he appears to be thriving, and the Chen family is gradually improving. However, if the Li family is not addressed, he will likely end up as mere firewood. The sacrifice commenced swiftly, devoid of overly complicated procedures. As the blood of the 2 ferocious beasts permeated the roots below, Ji Yang began to absorb once more. The blood of the 2 beasts at the coagulation realm catalyzed a rapid increase in Ji Yang's vitality. Upon the conclusion of the sacrifice, Ji Yang opened his status panel. Vitality, 23, convertible to life force, spiritual power, 6. Deductions points, 20. Available for deduction, the Iron Spike Tiger of mid-coagulation realm contributed 15 points of vitality to him yesterday. Today, the 2 ferocious beasts combined provided only 23 points, likely due to one being at the initial coagulation realm. As for his spiritual power, it was just sufficient for a single deduction. However, as Ji Yang gazed at the deduction button, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Should he gamble on an uncertain deduction? Or should he proceed steadily, converting all vitality into life force to enhance his own strength? The former harbored too much uncertainty. It might improve the Qin family's situation, but could also lead Ji Yang to gain nothing. The latter offered a more stable enhancement, significantly increasing his life force while ensuring the Qin family need not worry about injuries. Ultimately, the latter option appeared far more advantageous. After a brief contemplation, Ji Yang soon reached a decision. Where there are children crying daily, there are also gamblers who constantly lose. He would strive for a bright future this time. This deduction requires the consumption of 10 vitality, 5 spiritual power, and 5 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? With resolve in his heart, Ji Yang closed his eyes and clicked yes without a moment's hesitation. When Ji Yang opened his eyes once more, he was met with a roaring tempest surrounding him. Upon clarifying his environment, a chill ran through him. This was bad. The heavens were collapsing at the outset. Currently, he remained a frail sapling, albeit one now teetering on the edge of a cliff, swaying perilously in the howling winds, in danger of being swept away at any moment. In such an environment, he surmised that surviving to adulthood would be exceedingly difficult. Based on Ji Yang's previous 2 deductions, he understood that the longer he grew and the more experiences he accumulated, the greater his rewards would be. With no other options, Ji Yang could only hope that his life force was resilient enough. Soon, a line of text appeared before his eyes. You are born beside a cliff, to soon become a towering tree. You begin to strive for growth. As the text faded, time accelerated once more, and Ji Yang truly immersed himself in the current environment. Being situated at the cliff's edge with no other trees nearby, Ji Yang could only grow slowly amidst the tempest. At this moment, he finally grasped the essence of a saying. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. Fortunately, regardless of how fiercely the wind blows, this little sapling remains steadfast, not succumbing prematurely. Despite being on a cliff, he still received adequate moisture and sunlight. As time sped by, Ji Yang rapidly grew to the thickness of an arm, standing beside the precipice. At this juncture, a new line of text gradually appeared. The wind speed below the cliff has intensified. To withstand the gale, you choose? Grow with the wind. Grow against the wind. Upon seeing the choices before him, Ji Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. This is rather simplistic. As a tree, the desire to survive naturally leads him to choose to grow with the wind. Just as Ji Yang was about to opt for the first choice, his mind began to race. Wait, could this be a tad too easy? Is this a normal world? Clearly not. Recalling the last simulation, Ji Yang pondered for a moment before decisively choosing to grow against the wind. He certainly would not fall for this evident trap. Although he was confident in his choice, the gradual disappearance of the subtitles induced a twinge of anxiety within him. If he were to make an erroneous selection, the vitality and spiritual energy expended during this simulation would be utterly wasted. The key was that he could hardly afford any losses at this moment. Once the subtitles vanished, time resumed its relentless flow. At this juncture, Ji Yang felt the winds beneath the cliff intensifying, making his struggle to grow against the wind exceedingly arduous, with the looming threat of being snapped by the gale at any moment. Sighing at his deteriorating condition, Ji Yang lamented, "Great, I've chosen wrong again." Just as he resigned himself to reality, he witnessed the cliff nearby suddenly collapse, drastically altering the terrain around him. The previous headwind had inexplicably transformed into a tailwind. Could it truly be like this? Ji Yang was momentarily taken aback, but a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had made the right choice this time. With his correct decision, Ji Yang continued to grow steadily, and time accelerated once more. Before long, he had grown to the thickness of a bowl, standing proudly atop the cliff with an impressive presence. New subtitles emerged. You discover 2 new saplings nearby. What do you choose? Compete for moisture. Neglect them. Contemplating the new choices, Ji Yang hesitated briefly, then muttered to himself, "Forgive me." Given that this place was situated on a cliff, with moisture difficult to retain below, there was just enough for Ji Yang's own growth. How could he allow the other saplings to thrive? For the sake of his own survival, he could only choose, albeit with a heavy heart, to compete for moisture. Chapter 22. A leaf obscures the eye. After Ji Yang made his choice, time continued to flow. Watching the 2 saplings gradually perish, Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a sudden cracking sound pierced the air. Crack, crack. This incessant noise filled Ji Yang's ears, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, new subtitles appeared before his eyes. Your roots are insufficient to support the collapsing cliff. You have died. In Ji Yang's final moments, he witnessed the very cliff he stood upon collapse, burying him and his hard-won trunk beneath the rubble. As his vision shifted, Ji Yang found himself back in the ancestral hall. Reflecting on the recent outcome, he could not help but shake his head. It was too difficult. Nevertheless, he had managed to survive for a longer duration this time. One would hope that the rewards would be better than last time. Perhaps? Simulation concluded. You have gained a new ability in this simulation, unyielding resilience. You have gained a new supernatural power in this simulation. A leaf obscures the eye, unyielding resilience. Your skin has thickened, allowing you to grow better in adversity. A leaf obscures the eye. You can expend a certain amount of vitality to store within your leaves, temporarily enhancing the strength of a living being. Gazing at the 2 new abilities, Ji Yang fell into a contemplative silence. He constantly felt that the system was subtly implying something about him. However, upon witnessing the effects of the new divine ability, Zhao Yang noticed that the glow emanating from the branches and leaves had intensified significantly. Although this remained a technique that consumed his own vitality, it was exceptionally suitable for the Chen family to extricate themselves from their current predicaments. Yet, Zhao Yang harbored a degree of skepticism regarding this certain vitality. After all, the energy expended to enhance the prowess of a body-refining practitioner was undoubtedly vastly different from that required to elevate a martial immortal strength. Zhao Yang did not delve deeply into the discrepancies, yet the timely arrival of this revelation was indeed fortuitous. In addition to this newfound divine ability, There was also a tenacious new capability. After acquiring this ability, Zhao Yang genuinely felt that his resilience had increased. With the current strength of his bark, it seemed that even Chen Xinghe with a mountain-cutting blade could no longer sever it. Overall, this latest deduction had proven to be exceptionally successful, instilling Zhao Yang with a modicum of confidence. At the very least, under his augmentation, the Qin family should possess the strength to contend with the Li family, if not prevail. Furthermore, was there not an ancestor residing in the ancestral hall? Zhao Yang had meticulously observed that ancestor, who, despite missing a hand and a leg, appeared to have undergone a peculiar ritual, rendering his body remarkably resilient. However, due to prolonged combat, this ancestor bore numerous injuries, leading to his current state of dismemberment. Though his strength remained formidable, as dawn broke, the glow surrounding Zhao Yang gradually faded. The vitality absorbed the previous night had, as he anticipated, indeed doubled. Presently, his vitality reached 9.8. The remaining blood essence and spiritual power were insufficient for a second deduction. Considering that a blood-condensing beast could replenish the vitality needed for the deduction, Zhao Yang hesitated no longer and transformed all remaining blood essence into vitality. After all, he had two divine abilities that required vitality, and the consumption of the latter remained uncertain, necessitating some preemptive preparations. Additionally, Zhao Yang was curious to see if a significant increase in vitality could yield further branches and leaves, thereby accelerating his absorption of moonlight in a virtuous cycle. As the life force surged within him, Zhao Yang felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment, and even the roots underground began to spread rapidly, extending several meters beyond the ancestral hall. Upon surpassing a vitality level of 10, Zhao Yang was astonished to discover that he seemed to be gradually growing taller. Not only was he gaining height, but his trunk also appeared to have thickened considerably, evolving from the slenderness of a bamboo pole to the girth of a fist. This remarkable enhancement filled Zhao Yang with elation. It appeared that the higher his vitality, the more he would grow in stature, rather than relying solely on the passage of time. Thus, it would not be long before he could transform into a towering tree. Once all changes ceased, Zhao Yang reopened his panel. Name, Zhao Yang, race, young Sephora tree, vitality, 16.3, divine abilities, Eye of Insight, reversal of Dan circulation, leaf of obscurity, cultivation method, lunar eclipse, combat skills, none, blood essence, 0, convertible to vitality, spiritual power, 1, deduction points, 15, unable to deduce. As the revered guardian of the sacred tree, you have finally acquired a modicum of self-protection, yet it remains woefully insufficient. Following the enhancement of his vitality, both his racial designation and condition underwent corresponding transformations. Regrettably, this time he did not sprout an abundance of branches and leaves. It appears that this vitality is inadequate for further elevation, suggesting that the life force required for subsequent growth will be even greater. After this surge in vitality, the roots of Jiang have already spread several meters beyond the confines of the shrine. Consequently, Jiang's eyes can now perceive farther, liberating him from the daily confinement within this diminutive sanctuary. Approaching noon, in a concealed chamber of the family estate, Chen Xingzhen appeared pensive. Patriarch, you summoned me? Shortly thereafter, Chen Tianyu entered the room. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly and spoke. Tianyu, shortly you shall take a few famished clansmen to venture out for a hunt. Chen Tianyu, taken aback, queried with confusion, but Patriarch, are there not members of the Li family stationed outside, watching over us? Is it truly feasible for us to go out like this? Moreover, why must we bring those who have yet to dine? Indeed, it is not feasible. This hunt is merely a ruse for the Li family, a means to buy us some time. Upon hearing Chen Xingzhen's explanation, Chen Tianyu's understanding dawned, and he promptly nodded, I comprehend. Before long, the Chen family had assembled several ashen-faced, undernourished warriors of the body refinement realm, led by none other than Chen Tianyu. In contrast to the others, Chen Tianyu's complexion was rather rosy, his vitality markedly more abundant, though a flicker of anger lingered in his eyes. Once the group was prepared, they cautiously exited through the back door of the estate. Patriarch, what is the cause for your alarm? In response to the excited and flustered clan member who rushed in with a beaming countenance, Li Yongqing frowned and inquired. Patriarch, just moments ago, members of the Chen family attempted to venture out for a hunt during noon, but we discovered them and drove them back? Oh? A look of suspicion crossed Li Yongqing's face as he continued. Which members of the Chen family emerged? What was their condition? You must articulate every detail without omission. The leader was Chen Tianyu, along with several warriors of the body refinement realm. After hearing the detailed account from the individual before him, a smile flickered across Li Yongqing's face. Chapter 23. One is sufficient for me. Very well, very well. It appears that the Chen family is indeed at their wits' end, unable to secure even their clansmen's sustenance. Thus, in 3 days' time, it shall be our moment to act. The informant, scratching his head in confusion, remarked, "But I observed that Chun Tianyu appeared quite vigorous, having repelled several of our clansmen." Li Yongqing snorted dismissively. "Is that not stating the obvious? If the Qin family cannot provide for their blood condensation realm warriors, why must we wait 3 more days? The patriarch speaks wisely." The clan member chuckled sheepishly before withdrawing. Li Yongqing then retrieved a map, intricately detailing the various structures and thoroughfares of the Chen family estate. Li Yongqing held a brush, occasionally sketching on the map before him. The locations he marked were the critical exits of the Li family. In the family war, one must not be careless, and no adversary should be allowed to escape. Even in the small place known as the Graveyard Mountain, there have been instances where, out of pity during family conflicts, members of opposing families were spared, only to face extermination later. Ironically, Li Yongqing's ancestor was once one of those spared youths, and it was only after vanquishing their former enemies that they could flourish to this day. Thus, he would not allow a single member of the Chen family to go unscathed. Even the very roots of the Chen family tree must be severed. After confirming that the plan set for 3 days hence was foolproof, Li Yongqing finally put away the map. "Patriarch, our 5th uncle has just broken through to the late stage of blood condensation." Soon after, another clan member reported. Upon hearing this news, Li Yongqing's face lit up with delight. This was indeed splendid news. The Li family already boasted 2 warriors at the late stage of blood condensation, and with the addition of other blood condensation warriors, they numbered 8 in total. In contrast, the Qin family possessed only 4 such warriors. Had it not been for their ancestor, the Qin family would have long since perished. Now, with another member of the clan achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of blood condensation, even if the ancestor of the Qin family were to intervene, they would have no reason to fear. Thus, the family truly stood on the precipice of victory. Even now, they could launch an attack on the Qin family and secure a triumph. However, after a moment's contemplation, Li Yongqing discarded this notion. The Qin family was not to be feared, but another family residing in Graveyard Mountain warranted caution. Since the Qin family could not evade their fate, it was prudent to minimize losses for their own clan. As night fell, Chen Xingzhen wandered atop the family estate, relieved to see that everything within the clan remained as it should. It appeared that today's offensive by their clan members would allow the family to endure a few more days. Chen Xingzhen quickened his pace toward the ancestral hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught a glimpse of the resplendent divine tree through the crack in the door. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt that the light emanating from the divine tree seemed even more radiant today. Pushing open the door, Chen Xingzhen gazed at the divine tree, only to be struck with astonishment. The tree before him had not only grown taller, but its trunk had also thickened, and the leaves glowing with phosphorescence resembled scattered jade, translucent and exquisite. He had not anticipated such a significant transformation in the divine tree, since he had not come to observe it during the day, leaving him utterly overjoyed. It appeared to be the result of the sacrifices made the previous night. However, a moment later, a hint of concern crossed his face. Earlier, he had instructed the clan members not to hunt tonight due to the encounter with a primal beast during their previous excursion. If that primal wolf lingered nearby, the risk to clan members venturing out for hunting would surely increase. Yet, the divine tree's transformation was evidently a consequence of his continuous sacrifices. Would halting the offerings midway cause the tree's changes to cease? He recalled hearing from the clan elders that during critical moments, the family divine tree required daily sacrifices, and the more offerings made, the stronger the divine power exhibited by the tree, thus providing better protection for the clan. He had once inquired about the meaning of a pivotal moment. The family elders merely smiled in silence, stating that one would naturally come to understand it in due time. The current scene, however, seemed to perfectly align with what that elder had described as such a critical juncture. If this were indeed the case, should he cease his offerings today, would he not become a pariah within his family? Furthermore, the 2 ferocious beasts that remained from the previous night had largely been consumed by the clan members. It was unlikely they would suffice for a sacrifice. Did this mean the clan would need to take another risk tonight? Yet, if a hunt were truly necessary, who should be dispatched? Chen Xingzhen murmured to himself. If he sent members with insufficient prowess, the hunt could prove problematic. On the other hand, if he were to dispatch Qin Tianyu and others again, encountering that innate beast once more could spell disaster. Just as Chen Xingzhen was caught in this turmoil, a soft voice emerged from behind. "Clan leader, allow me to go." "Qingyu, when did you arrive?" "Just now." Chen Qingyu cast a glance at the dramatically altered sacred tree, yet her expression remained inscrutable as she continued. "For tonight's hunt, I alone am sufficient." This. Chen Xingzhen's face betrayed his inner conflict. However, upon reflection, it became evident that apart from Chen Qingyu, no one else could truly substitute. Within the clan, there were only 2 martial artists at the late stage of blood condensation, and aside from him, there was only Chen Qingyu. Though he was considerably older, martial prowess did not necessarily correlate with age. If one grew too old without a breakthrough, their vitality could swiftly wane. Presently, Chen Qingyu could be deemed the strongest warrior in the clan. Her late-stage blood condensation strength would enable her to navigate the perilous Graveyard Mountain with ease. Should she encounter a beast too formidable to confront, she would be able to sense it in advance and retreat swiftly. In every regard, Chen Qingyu appeared exceedingly well-suited for the task. Without prolonged contemplation, Chen Xingzhen quickly turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyu, admonishing, "You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. If you sense anything amiss, withdraw immediately. Do not act recklessly." Understood, Chen Qingyu nodded, yet it was evident that she did not take Chen Xingzhen's words to heart. This elicited a sigh from him. While Chen Qingyu was commendable in many aspects, her youthful exuberance was somewhat excessive. Yet, on the other hand, perhaps such vigor was inherent to youth. Without it, how could one possess the potential for breakthroughs? Ultimately, the responsibility lay with the family. Had the clan been stronger, it might have afforded prodigies like Chen Qingyu better resources and opportunities. With the clan leader's consent, Chen Qingyu promptly set off towards the clan's secret passage, declaring, "Clan leader, I shall take my leave. Indeed, exercise caution and prudence." Chapter 24. The Blessing of the Sacred Tree. Just as Chen Qingyu prepared to enter the secret passage, a sudden cacophony erupted from the sacred tree not far from them. The tree's unusual behavior drew their attention. Within their gaze, the sacred tree, glowing with phosphorescence in the night, suddenly emitted a blinding radiance. Amidst the sway of its trunk and branches, a dark green leaf, radiating a verdant luminescence, slowly drifted down from the foliage. Before long, the leaf landed gently before Chen Qingyu. Observing the leaf that floated towards her, Chen Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Xingzhen, standing beside, was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Qingyu, quickly catch it. This is the blessing of the divine tree." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu reluctantly extended his hand to grasp the drifting leaf, yet his expression conveyed skepticism. After all, it was merely a locust leaf, commonplace and unremarkable, hardly a sign of divine favor. If the divine tree could rise from the ground and repel the leaf family, then he would consider it a true blessing. Healing a few injuries was trivial and could not salvage the family's current plight. Were it not for the presence of the clan leader, he would have no desire for this leaf. This was unrelated to anything else. Chen Qingyu, relying on his own strength, could achieve the same. As the dark green leaf fell into his palm, it quickly lost its earlier luster, transforming into an utterly ordinary leaf. In contrast, Chen Xingzhen was beside himself with joy. Wonderful, with the divine tree's blessing. This journey will surely be safe. Chen Qingyu casually tucked the leaf away, no longer listening to Chen Xingzhen's expressions of gratitude towards the divine tree, and promptly leaped into the concealed passage below. Above, Ji Yang felt a pang of heartache. The locust leaf had cost him 2 points of vitality through his mystical art, a greater sacrifice than when he had treated the injuries of a dozen clan members, further depleting his already scant life force. However, considering the perilous nature of the expedition, Ji Yang did not hesitate. Though he perceived Chen Qingyu's disdain and arrogance, the dire circumstances left him little choice. Moreover, Chen Qingyu had become a pillar of the family. Should anything happen to him, how would they contend with the Li family thereafter? For the sake of the Chen clan and his own interests, he had to make some gesture of support. He could only hope that Chen Qingyu would return safely, preferably having hunted a few ferocious beasts. One would suffice. If all else failed, at least he hoped for his safe return. The Chen clan could ill afford any further blows. Once Chen Xingzhen departed, the ancestral hall fell silent once more, and Ji Yang focused intently on absorbing the moonlight. His roots had already spread beyond the hall, allowing him to sense the patrolling clan members outside. These members, in pairs, occasionally engaged in conversation, providing Ji Yang with a modicum of amusement. Yet, more often than not, he overheard their concerns and lack of confidence. Upon reflection, given the current state of the clan, their lack of assurance was indeed understandable. However, the outcome remained uncertain, and he was no longer the desolate tree of days past. Should he have a few more days to gather strength, drawing in more vitality and conducting further calculations, the clan's peril could be adeptly resolved. "Qinghe, do you think the Li family will invade tonight?" Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Ji Yang paused momentarily. It was Qin Qinghe and Qin Qingming, dispatched by Chen Xingzhen to patrol the family's surroundings. "I don't know," Qin Qinghe replied, shaking his head. "Qinghe, what shall we do if the Li family breaks in?" "Humph, of course, we shall fight back." A hint of determination graced the youthful face of Chen Qinghe, yet his grip on the hilt of his weapon was notably tense. Beneath his resolute gaze, the flicker of anxiety could not be concealed. After all, they were still but 2 young boys. Within the ancestral hall, upon overhearing the conversation of 2 individuals, Ji Yang could not help but exclaim inwardly that at such a tender age, one ought not to be burdened with such matters. Yet, in this realm, The rules dictate otherwise, indifferent to age. Qing He, I do have a plan, Chen Qingming declared confidently, abruptly halting his steps. Huh? You have a scheme as well? Chen Qinghe inquired, casting a surprised, perplexed, and unfamiliar glance at his childhood companion. This was the first time he had heard Chen Qingming speak of his own plan. And my plan is to return to the ancestral hall and chop down the sacred tree. Perhaps that could save our clan. Jiang, who was intently listening to their plans, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Should these two dare to return, he would ensure they tasted his prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Qinghe felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this was still the familiar Chen Qingming he knew, unchanged. However, this plan may not be feasible for the time being. Since our last visit, the number of patrolling clan members outside the ancestral hall has significantly increased, and it seems the clan leader has been residing there of late. Realizing his scheme had come to naught, Chen Qingming sighed. What a pity. Indeed, Jiang echoed in his heart. Observing the situation, Chen Qinghe patted his shoulder and offered words of consolation. But worry not, we shall return another time. There will be plenty of opportunities. That tree isn't going anywhere. Comforted, the disappointment on Chen Qingming's face vanished in an instant, and the two resumed their patrol. I shall await your return, Jiang murmured sorrowfully within the ancestral hall. Why have I not encountered a single blood condensation realm beast? Beyond the secret passage, within the graveyard mountains, Chen Qingyu stood atop a colossal tree crown. Surveying his surroundings, it had been approximately half an hour since he departed from the family's secret path, yet he had not laid eyes on a single blood condensation realm beast today. While he had spotted two beasts of the body refinement realm, they were of a lower tier, and he held little regard for such prey. The disparity in vitality between the two realms was considerable. Even as food for the clan, they would scarcely suffice. Recalling the innate wolf he had encountered yesterday, Chen Qingyu found himself enlightened. Among beasts, each held its territory. The innate wolf he had seen was likely among the apex of the graveyard mountains. Although that wolf did not consider this place its territory, it had not concealed its own vitality and aura while pursuing its prey yesterday. Merely the residual aura it left behind was sufficient to instill fear in other beasts, deterring them from approaching this area. Chapter 25. Encountering the great tiger again. This realization complicated his hunting endeavors. In pursuit of a fruitful hunt, Chen Qingyu had no choice but to keep his bearings and venture further afield. The terrain of the graveyard mountains was uneven, compounded by the towering trees that obscured direction. However, as a member of the clan that resided in these mountains, he possessed his own methods of navigation, alleviating his concerns of losing his way. After traversing several hundred meters, Chen Qingyu suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon the dense thicket not far away. He sensed the presence of a beast and detected the emanation of vitality nearby. As he was alone on this hunting expedition, he needed to be particularly cautious to avoid startling the beast into flight. Lowering his footsteps, Chen Qingyu proceeded with great care toward the fore. After parting a dense thicket of vines, he finally beheld the first target of his hunt. It was a common beast of the Plague Mountain, known as the black gold beast, its fur resilient and a deep brown, with fangs protruding from its maw and a pronounced spine. Despite its short limbs, this creature was renowned for its strength. Although the black gold beast before him was merely at the initial stage of the blood condensation realm, its threat level was not in the least inferior to that of the mid-stage blood condensation beast he had encountered the previous day. However, in the eyes of Chen Qingyu, there was no distinction. His prowess at the late stage of the blood condensation realm allowed him to match the strength of the black gold beast before him. After thoroughly surveying his surroundings, Chen Qingyu hesitated no longer. Stealthily advancing towards the black gold beast, as he was alone on this expedition, the timing of his strike became exceedingly crucial. He aimed for a single, decisive blow that would leave the creature no time to react. As Chen Qingyu drew nearer, the black gold beast, engaged in its meal, seemed to sense something amiss as he paused, casting a glance around. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen Qingyu had already taken refuge behind a colossal tree. Suppressing his aura, unaware of any anomaly, the black gold beast resumed its feeding. However, moments later, it seemed to detect a shift in the air. Its fur bristled, its hind legs tensed, and its fangs lashed out in a sudden attack. But the prepared Chen Qingyu would not afford it the opportunity to retaliate. The instant the beast sensed danger, Chen Qingyu unleashed a fierce surge of vitality from his concealed position among the branches. His right fist propelled forward with the force of a howling wind, targeting the nape of the black gold beast. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the beast was sent soaring several meters away, crashing through a tree as thick as a bowl. With his strike successful, Chen Qingyu refrained from further assault, instead leisurely approaching the fallen beast. The creature let out a roar, desperately attempting to rise, yet the impact of Chen Qingyu's blow, infused with potent vitality, had already shattered its neck. Regardless of its struggles, it could not regain its footing. Under the force of Chen Qingyu's second punch, its cries transformed into a final lament. Having effortlessly dispatched the black gold beast, Chen Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. Such a ferocious creature did not elicit any joy from him. Moreover, he had no intention of returning home just yet transporting the beast would prove quite inconvenient. In a swift motion, Chen Qingyu retrieved a porcelain vial and poured the prepared with lotus powder over the carcass, masking its scent. To prevent detection by other formidable beasts, he further obscured the body before turning to venture in another direction. It wasn't long before he halted once more, but this time, a gravity shadowed his demeanor. Before him stood a beast of the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Although he possessed the same level of cultivation, facing a beast of equivalent strength did not guarantee his victory, let alone a successful hunt. Had it been an unscathed beast, he would have undoubtedly turned to flee without a second thought. Yet, the creature ahead was none other than the giant tiger he had encountered the day prior. At this moment, the giant tiger appeared quite disheveled. Upon its right leg was a deep gash, so severe that the bone was almost visible, seemingly inflicted by an unusual claw mark. The wound rendered the tiger's movements unsteady and cumbersome. Though its size remained as formidable as before, the once fearsome aura had diminished slightly. Upon witnessing the tiger's injury, a glimmer of delight flickered in Chen Qingyu's eyes. It was not that he relished tormenting a disabled beast, but such a rare opportunity was hard to come by. If he could successfully hunt this giant tiger, his family's circumstances would greatly improve, for this single beast could sustain his kin for 3 days without concern for food. Such a bountiful source of nourishment could even allow many martial practitioners in his family to refine their physical bodies and vital essence, thereby elevating their realms. Although the giant tiger was grievously wounded, Chen Qingyu remained composed. If his memory served him correctly, this tiger had been pursued by a blue wolf the previous day. To have escaped from a blue wolf of innate realm, even while injured, was a matter that required his utmost caution. Chen Qingyu advanced slowly, intending to employ a stealthy approach as before. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the tiger, which had been licking its wounds, halted its actions and fixed its sharp gaze upon him. Aware that he had been locked onto by the tiger's piercing eyes, Chen Qingyu ceased to conceal his presence. This formidable beast was not to be compared with the earlier black golden creature. Once discovered, his chances of executing a surprise attack would vanish. Yet, he had merely intended to test his luck, so being detected was within the realm of expectation. He had dared to confront an uninjured tiger, let alone one that was currently wounded. With determined strides, Chen Qingyu traversed the obstacles and soon found himself merely a few meters away from the tiger. Unlike other ferocious beasts, the giant tiger made no roar upon seeing Chen Qingyu approach. Instead, it regarded him with a fierce and menacing glare. This demeanor instilled a modicum of caution within Chen Qingyu, for only beasts lacking in prowess resorted to using sound to intimidate their foes. Seemingly ferocious, yet fundamentally fearful, the giant tiger before him, in both realm and intellect, surpassed the previous black golden beast. Chen Qingyu refrained from hastily launching an attack, choosing instead to observe the tiger while gathering his own vital essence, poised to unleash a ferocious assault at any moment. Meanwhile, the tiger scrutinized him in return. Despite having never encountered Chen Qingyu before, there was something familiar about his scent. Most crucially, the tiger sensed a threat emanating from him. As Chen Qingyu inched closer, the tiger remained seated on the ground, seemingly indifferent to his approach. Yet, its limbs subtly sank into the earth, revealing sharp claws glinting with a cold sheen. Neither party initiated an attack, each searching for the other's weaknesses. After a brief stalemate, the giant tiger could no longer contain itself. Already wounded, the tension in its limbs exacerbated the bleeding from its leg, and further delay would only render it more vulnerable. In the next moment, a murderous glint flashed in the tiger's eyes. As its legs coiled like springs, its massive form lunged towards Chen Qingyu with ferocious intent. The sheer size of the creature endowed it with tremendous explosive power, and should it succeed in toppling him, he would inevitably become its next meal. The colossal tiger moved with astonishing speed, yet Chen Qingyu's reflexes were even swifter in the very instant the tiger made its move. Chen Qingyu executed a roll, deftly evading the tiger's lethal lunge. As he narrowly escaped that strike, the tiger's flank was laid bare before him. An opportunity. Chen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Before he could fully regain his balance, he summoned his strength and charged towards the exposed side of the tiger. The creature had sustained an injury to its foreleg, and if he could inflict damage upon its hind leg, this late-stage blood condensation tiger would pose little threat. Chen Qingyu was remarkably agile, swiftly closing the distance to the tiger's rear. However, just as he prepared to launch his attack, a fierce gust of wind whooshed past his ear. The sound startled him, prompting a rapid withdrawal of his fist as he retreated. Despite his quick retreat, the wind's force still grazed his cheek painfully. Crack! In the aftermath of the wind's howl, a tree, as thick as a bowl, came crashing down. Chen Qingyu wiped the blood from his face, finally recognizing the weapon wielded by the formidable tiger. It was the tiger's powerful and muscular tail. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have faced more than just a wounded cheek. He could have lost his very head. This encounter extinguished any lingering complacency within Chen Qingyu. Until now, he had failed to notice the tiger's tail, which was clearly a deliberate concealment of its true strength. The apparent vulnerability he had just glimpsed was, in hindsight, a cunning trap designed to lure him into attacking. Had he not been quick on his feet, he might have already become the tiger's next meal. Failing to land its strike, the tiger swiftly pivoted, and once again, man and beast faced each other directly. Although the first round had decidedly favored the tiger, Chen Qingyu felt no fear. Instead, a flicker of battle fervor ignited within his gaze. This time, he chose not to remain passive, but rather took the initiative. Focusing his energy into his legs, Chen Qingyu darted towards the tiger's flank. Sensing his intent, the tiger pivoted as well, denying him the opportunity to attack. Undeterred, Chen Qingyu began to circle rapidly within the dense forest. The tiger's massive frame, coupled with its injured foreleg, rendered it somewhat cumbersome in the thicket of trees. Even turning required considerable effort, and therein lay his chance. As Chen Qingyu shifted positions with remarkable frequency, the tiger struggled to keep up. In a moment of carelessness, Chen Qingyu landed a punch on the tiger's side, striking true. However, he was not one to linger on his success. He retreated decisively to avoid a counterattack from the tiger's rear. Although this blow did not inflict significant harm, it did provoke a flash of fury in the tiger's eyes. Enraged, the tiger unleashed a ferocious assault, shattering trees and boulders alike with its immense power. Yet, none of these strikes found their mark on the agile Chen Qingyu. Instead, he seized the opportunity to inflict two inconspicuous wounds upon the tiger's hide. Soon, the rampaging tiger ceased its attacks, seemingly realizing that such efforts would not harm the insufferable warrior, but rather place itself at an even greater disadvantage. With a mighty roar, the tiger's voice reverberated through the surroundings. Observing this, Chen Qingyu felt a surge of caution. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Qingyu was taken aback to see the giant tiger dragging its injured body, resolutely retreating into the distance without a backward glance. Realizing that the giant tiger intended to flee, Chen Qingyu swiftly pursued it. After all, having engaged in such a prolonged struggle, he could not simply allow it to escape, with its legs injured and mobility compromised. The giant tiger found itself pursued with relentless vigor, and Chen Qingyu quickly closed the distance. Just as he was about to catch up, the tiger's tail swept back towards him once more. However, this time, Chen Qingyu was prepared. Deftly evading the attack of the tiger's tail, he seized its hind legs. Channeling his entire energy, he swung the fleeing giant tiger in a sweeping arc, successfully bringing it crashing back to the ground. The impact left the tiger dazed, stars dancing in its eyes, and before it could regain its composure, Chen Qingyu unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon its head. The tiger's hard skull sent jolts of pain through Chen Qingyu's fists, yet he pressed on, intensifying his onslaught. Gradually, the giant tiger's breath grew faint, its resistance waning. Observing this, a subtle smile crept onto Chen Qingyu's otherwise stern visage. Despite the somewhat ignoble nature of the struggle, he had successfully hunted the giant tiger. Exhausted from the recent battle, he released his grip on the creature, intending to take a moment's respite. That instant, a chilling sense of impending doom surged through his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Before Chen Qingyu could react, an immense force struck him from behind. In the next heartbeat, he was sent crashing into a colossal tree, akin to a kite severed from its string, before tumbling to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pain, Chen Qingyu raised his gaze to behold a familiar azure wolf not far away. With its paw planted firmly upon the giant tiger, it regarded Chen Qingyu with a disdainful glare. It was the innate-level azure wolf from the previous day. A chill gripped Chen Qingyu's heart, and a bitter smile emerged on his lips. He had believed himself the ultimate victor, yet he had not anticipated that this azure wolf had been lurking in the shadows, revealing not a hint of its presence, allowing him to remain utterly oblivious. As the azure wolf approached with deliberate steps, baring its fangs, Chen Qingyu struggled to rise to his feet. The recent blow had left him gravely injured, rendering his internal energy circulation nearly impossible. In such a dire state, how could he possibly contend with the innate-level azure wolf before him? As the wolf drew closer, its fangs glinting ominously, a sigh escaped Chen Qingyu's lips. He had not imagined that he would meet his end in this desolate burial mound. If he were to perish, his family's strength would be severely diminished. Could they withstand the might of the Leaf family then? By this reckoning, was he not condemning his family to ruin? No, he could not surrender so easily. A spark of defiance ignited in Chen Qingyu's eyes. At such a tender age, with a bright future ahead, how could he relinquish everything simply because he felt cornered? But now, how could he survive? Wayleaf, at that moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated Chen Qingyu's eyes as he recalled the Huai leaf that had fallen into his possession just before his departure. Although he held no fondness for the family's sacred tree, he had no choice but to grasp at this lifeline. He fervently hoped that this Huai leaf would possess some merit, even if it could merely alleviate his injuries. Chapter 27. Fending off the enemy in haste, Chen Qingyu retrieved the Huai leaf from his bosom. This action caused the azure wolf opposite to momentarily falter. Wolves, driven by their inherent suspicion, remain ever wary. Even after reaching the innate realm, it too was curious as to why this human would produce a seemingly ordinary leaf at the brink of death. As Chen Qingyu gazed at the leaf in his hand, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. How was this to be utilized? Disregarding any hesitation, Chen Qingyu crushed the leaf, preparing to ingest it. However, at the very instant he shattered the locust leaf, a formidable surge of vital energy erupted from the seemingly mundane leaf, flooding into Chen Qingyu's body. This force astonished both man and beast alike. As the vital energy coursed through him, Chen Qingyu felt his blood boil anew. His recently injured body unleashed an extraordinary potential. In mere moments, his internal energy resumed its normal flow, and he sensed that the vital essence within him had thickened considerably, as if he had transcended to a higher level beyond the late stage of blood condensation. In this heightened state, Chen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating a fierce battle intent directed at the azure wolf. At this moment, the azure wolf stood still, perplexed. It could not fathom how a man on the verge of death could rejuvenate so swiftly and even progress further. Yet, the wolf's expression remained inscrutable, and it did not retreat. The gulf between them could not be bridged by a mere leaf, for it sensed the human's inherent frailty. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a profound light, poised to launch another assault. Just then, however, Chen Qingyu found another leaf in his hand. Witnessing this, the azure wolf hesitated momentarily, uncertain of how many such leaves this human possessed. A piercing wolf howl echoed from afar, and the azure wolf's demeanor shifted as it turned its gaze toward the source of the sound. After a brief moment, the wolf ceased its halt, casting one last glance at Chen Qingyu before slowly retreating. Under the cover of night, the wolf's figure slipped into the woods, swiftly vanishing from Chen Qingyu's sight. With the azure wolf's departure, Chen Qingyu felt an immense relief. Although the locust leaf had restored him to his former state and significantly enhanced his strength, he did not deem himself a match for this innate beast. Once assured that the wolf had truly left, he discarded the leaf he had casually plucked. It had merely been a random choice, yet fortune had favored him this time. To prevent the azure wolf from returning, Chen Qingyu did not linger. He hastily hoisted the massive tiger carcass and sprinted towards the direction of his family's secret passage. On his way back, he remembered to retrieve the black gold beast he had previously hidden. If he had been in a state of fatigue after a fierce battle, he might not have been able to carry two hefty trophies simultaneously. However, after absorbing the essence of the locust leaf, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him, allowing him to move with remarkable agility. In no time at all, Chen Qingyu had returned to the family's hidden passage. Upon lowering the azure stone slab at the exit once more, the boundless energy that had surged within him seemed to lose its source, swiftly dissipating. Not only that, but the vital essence in his body began to plummet, reverting to its original state. It was as though the recent enhancement had merely been an illusion. Even the injuries on his back gradually began to manifest. Acknowledging his deteriorating condition, Chen Qingyu did not feel anger. Instead, a sense of gratitude emerged within him. Should the azure wolf not retreat, his life would indeed be in peril this time. However, upon recalling that cluster of locust leaves, a complex expression crossed Chen Qingyu's face. Why hasn't he returned yet? In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen began to pace restlessly, his countenance betraying concern. With the protection of the divine tree, as long as he did not encounter a ferocious beast of the innate realm, there should be no issues. Yet, why had he not returned by this hour? At this moment, Jiang also harbored a flicker of self-doubt. Not long ago, he had sensed signs that the locust leaves he provided had been utilized, yet it had been nearly half an hour, and still, no one had returned. Could it be that the vitality he infused into those locust leaves was insufficient? Was the effect lacking? Had he known this would be the case, he would have infused more life force into the leaves. Just as the two were engulfed in worry, a voice echoed from the secret passage. Patriarch, I have returned. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Xingzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the stone slab was lifted, Chen Qingyu crawled up from below. However, upon seeing Chen Qingyu's tattered clothing and bloodied form, Chen Xingzhen's heart trembled. "Qingyu, are you injured?" "It's nothing, merely minor wounds. A few days of rest will suffice." With that, Chen Qingyu dragged the spoils of his hunt from the passage. When Chen Xingzhen beheld the corpse of the massive tiger, a hint of astonishment graced his face. Is this a ferocious beast of the late blood condensation realm? Indeed. Receiving Chen Qingyu's affirmative response, Chen Xingzhen bore a look of reproach. "Alas, you were far too reckless. Thankfully, you did not encounter that innate realm beast." After speaking, he noticed the hesitant gaze of Chen Qingyu, which stirred an ominous premonition within him, prompting him to urgently inquire. "Did you encounter it?" "I did." Chen Qingyu nodded, subsequently recounting the events of the hunt. Hearing the details of Chen Qingyu's experience, Chen Xingzhen ceased to speak further, ultimately expressing relief. "What matters is that you have returned." However, when he learned of the locust leaves' efficacy, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes. Although, according to Chen Qingyu, the leaves could only sustain their effect for less than the duration of half a tea time. As the patriarch, he understood the true value of those leaves and the considerable aid they could offer the clan in their current predicament. If only the divine tree could provide a few more leaves, perhaps the family could not only avert the present crisis but also turn the tables in their favor. "Patriarch, I shall take my leave now." While contemplating the matter of the locust leaves, Chen Xingzhen instinctively nodded. "Patriarch, I am going to recuperate." Chen Qingyu spoke once more. Chen Xingzhen paused, momentarily taken aback. Had he not already granted his consent? Above, Jiang rolled his eyes inwardly. This was hardly a farewell to Chen Xingzhen. It was clearly a signal to him. Nevertheless, considering Chen Qingyu's commendable harvest this time, he decided to be generous with a bit of life force. Jiang employed his divine ability, allowing several green orbs of light to drift down from the luminescent branches. These green orbs swiftly merged into Chen Qingyu's form. After receiving the healing from the divine tree, Chen Qingyu finally ceased his speech and turned to exit the ancestral hall. Chen Xingzhen observed the scene before him. Saying little, yet feeling a profound sense of joy within. It appeared that the divine tree was indeed favoring the younger generation of the family. Chapter 28. A new plan. Alas, he had unwittingly expended 0.4 of his life force, rendering a night's effort in vain. Had he known, he would have feigned ignorance. Contemplating the depletion of his life force, Jiang mused to himself, but soon shifted his gaze to the massive tiger carcass beside him. This fierce beast, being in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, should provide a substantial amount of vital energy and spiritual power, one would presume. Meanwhile, Chen Xingzhen finally regained his composure, turning his attention once more to Jiang, or more specifically, to the locust leaves upon Jiang's branches. However, as the clan leader, he was acutely aware that not every leaf bore such remarkable efficacy. Moreover, given that the divine tree was still in its infancy, its divine power was undoubtedly limited, and he could only speculate on how much assistance it could offer the family. These matters would require further discussion with the divine tree, though it was somewhat difficult to broach. The stakes involved the survival of the clan. Chen Xingzhen then glanced at the two fierce beasts that Chen Qingyu had returned with from the hunt, and without hesitation, he personally offered the massive tiger as a sacrifice. As for the remaining black gold beast, it was necessary to retain it as sustenance for the clan members. Indeed, a discerning choice. Witnessing Chen Xingzhen's sacrifice of the giant tiger, Jiang nodded inwardly and swiftly absorbed the blood from the tiger's body. The vital energy from this fierce beast in the late stage of blood condensation was indeed abundant, and Jiang felt his own vitality surging upward. Before long, he had fully absorbed it, and when Jiang opened his status panel once more, he noted the changes therein. Vital energy, 20, convertible to life force, spiritual power, 6, projection points, 15, projection possible. This giant tiger had generously contributed 20 points of vital energy and 5 points of spiritual power, a remarkable yield that far exceeded previous beasts. Now, with the accumulated points reaching the threshold for projection, Jiang, however, chose not to project this time. Instead, he intended to convert all his vital energy into life force. Previously, he had opted for projection because he lacked the means to enhance the Chun family's strength, but the situation had changed. With the advantage of the leaf obscuring vision and the reversal elixir in hand, he could temporarily bolster the family's strength. At this moment, what he lacked was not new divine abilities or other resources, but rather a significant amount of life force, given that both of these divine abilities demanded considerable life force for their utilization. Furthermore, having just learned of the effects of the leaf obscuring vision, Chen Xingzhen must certainly have formulated some plans. The next step would likely involve seeking him out. The urgency of addressing the Li family's threat rendered this vital energy even more crucial. As anticipated, Chen Xingzhen soon approached Jiang. Half an hour later, he finally departed from the ancestral hall, his expression marked by a solemnity and resolved. It was time to settle matters with the Li family. Shortly thereafter, several blood condensation realm warriors and late-stage body refinement clan members made their way toward the family's secret chamber. Within the ancestral hall, Jiang converted the entirety of the vital energy he had just acquired into life force. His life force, originally at 16.3, surged to 26.3, an increase of 10 points. Regrettably, this enhancement did not result in the growth of new branches or leaves for Jiang. It merely extended the roots underground by several meters. Jiang has already sensed that the enhancement at 10 o'clock this time is comparatively less significant than the previous improvements. Perhaps it is because his former self was too weak, making every increment in vitality appear substantial. Nevertheless, the boost in vitality has undeniably enhanced Jiang's condition, even causing the leaves of the locust tree to appear greener. Jiang finds it difficult to assess this change. But if things could improve further, a touch more green would be welcome. The following morning, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. The raindrops pattered on Jiang's exposed locust leaves, creating a rhythmic sound. Outside the ancestral hall, the members of the Chen family were conducting their patrols in an orderly manner, undeterred by the weather. However, the expressions of the Chen clan members bore less of the anxiety observed in previous days, replaced instead by a newfound determination. By afternoon, the already sparse clan members of the Chen family appeared even more diminished. As dusk fell, only a few dim lights illuminated the exterior of the Chen family residence. Within the Li family estate, as Li Yongqing listened to the reports from his kin, his previously calm demeanor began to reveal signs of disturbance. Upon learning of the Chen family's situation that day, Li Yongqing's brows furrowed deeper. When did this occur? He inquired patiently. Replying to the patriarch, it seems that around midday today, many of the Chen family members were absent, and by evening, we scarcely saw any figures. There were no signs of them departing from the exits, reported a clan member. We intended to investigate further, but we feared falling into a trap set by the Chen family. After hearing the report, Li Yongqing swiftly turned the prayer beads in his hand, his mind racing to ascertain the reasons behind the current predicament. Moments later, he froze, his beads crumbling to dust under his grip. Disaster, the secret passage. I should have anticipated this. The Chen family should not be so tranquil, nor should they have only attempted to break out once after running low on supplies. The reason they can still linger must be due to an alternate exit. They likely realize they cannot contend with our family and have chosen to escape through the secret passage. Regret washed over Li Yongqing as he muttered to himself, perhaps I should have listened to the other clan members that day and acted decisively, charging in headfirst. But soon, he regained his composure. Even if the Chen family has fled through the secret passage, they likely haven't gone far, and they would undoubtedly be accompanied by the elderly and young of their clan, which would slow their pace. Now is the time to act. If we can locate the Chen family's secret passage and pursue them, we still have time. Resolving himself, Li Yongqing shouted to the clan members nearby. Quickly, assemble all members with a cultivation level of mid-stage body refinement and above outside. Prepare to attack the Chen family. The news spread swiftly, and while many members of the Li family expressed confusion, they quickly gathered upon hearing of the planned assault on the Chen family that night. In no time, around 30 individuals congregated in the hall of the Li family, with several blood condensation realm warriors standing at the forefront. Among them, 3 exuded a particularly robust aura, indicating they were the family's 3 late-stage blood condensation warriors. Such a formidable lineup would be more than sufficient to deal with the Chen family. Yongqing, why the urgency today? Wasn't it agreed to wait for 2 days before taking action? Inquired a middle-aged man, puzzled. Uncle, I just received word that the Chen family is exhibiting abnormal behavior, and I suspect they possess a secret passage. Upon hearing Li Yongqing's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement, stating, if that is the case, we indeed cannot afford to delay. The group fell silent, and soon, they set forth in grand procession, hastening towards the location of the Chen family. Chapter 29. The final preparations. The elderly and the young of the clan had been arranged accordingly. Within the ancestral hall of the Chen family, Chen Xingzhen inquired, to which Chen Tianyu responded. There are a total of 42 clan members, all of whom have entered the secret passage. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly, and at that moment, Chen Tianjing stepped forward to report, clan leader, there are 18 martial artists at the mid-stage of body refinement and above, and they have all gathered. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen gazed ahead, where countless familiar faces came into view. 18 individuals were not a trivial number. They felt somewhat crowded within the ancestral hall, especially when including the 4 martial artists at the blood condensation stage, making a total of 22. These 22 were the last remnants of the family's glory. Regrettably, among the 18 clan members, there were few at the late stage of body refinement, and many of the body refinement practitioners were of advanced age, with scarce younger individuals. This starkly illustrated that the Chun family was now in a state of decline. The battle ahead would decisively determine the family's future. Meeting the expectant gazes of his kin, Chun Xingzhen took a couple of steps forward and solemnly declared, "My Chun family has resided in these cursed burial mountains for over 20 years. Although we have faced numerous setbacks, we have yet to perish. However, in recent years, our clan has been deteriorating, the situation worsening, compounded by external threats. Now, our family stands at the brink of life and death. Today marks the day of our decisive battle against the Li family. Victory means the revival of our lineage, while defeat spells our demise." Upon hearing Chun Xingzhen's impassioned words, many clan members below displayed resolute determination in their eyes, and an air of solemnity enveloped the gathering. In this moment, only death in battle was an option. How could one speak of surrender? Witnessing the fervor of his kin, Chun Xingzhen continued, "Although our clan's current strength may not match that of the Li family, today is different from the past, for we have the protection of the divine tree. As long as the divine tree stands, our family retains hope. Before the great battle today, we must offer another tribute to the divine tree, seeking its blessings." Chun Xingzhen's words sparked confusion among many clan members. With the formidable enemy at hand, shouldn't they focus on countering the Li family? Why, at such a critical moment, should they pay homage to the divine tree? Would it not be wiser to wait until after the battle, should their family still endure? If their lineage were to perish, what worth would there be in worship? For a moment, uncertainty clouded the faces of numerous clan members. At that juncture, a figure suddenly emerged, commencing the ritual of offering to the divine tree. Qingyu. Many clan members behind expressed astonishment upon recognizing the first individual to pay tribute. It was noteworthy that prior to this, Chun Qingyu had been the most opposed to the divine tree, having even suggested several times during clan gatherings that the family's divine tree should be felled. Although thwarted by the clan leader's intervention, this had left many clan members with a lack of fondness for the divine tree. Recently, the divine tree had displayed its miraculous powers, leading some clan members to reconsider their stance, yet they remained skeptical that reliance on the divine tree could salvage their family, which was on the verge of extinction. Yet at this moment, one can observe Chun Qingyu engaged in worship, and the others no longer hesitate, each beginning to pay homage to the sacred tree. Beside them, Chun Xingzhen and several others are sincerely participating in the rites. After all, the trio is acutely aware that the family's sacred tree represents their hope. As the worshippers engage in their devotions, the sacred tree once again emanates a faint brilliance. In an instant, countless green specks of light burst forth from its branches and leaves, swirling around the ancestral hall. Those clan members who absorb these green lights find their eyes brighten, a newfound confidence blossoming within them. Moreover, after the green points dissipate, the tree shines once more with 7 or 8 radiant green beams. These beams soar from the foliage and subsequently land in the hands of several clan members. Upon closer inspection, the individuals discover that the beams have transformed into a collection of dark green locust leaves. Currently, only Chun Xingzhen and Chun Qingyu understand the significance of these locust leaves. Upon seeing the leaves, a subtle smile graces Chun Xingzhen's face. The locust leaves do not fall randomly. A keen observation reveals that those who receive them are among the most powerful members of the family. Aside from the several blood condensation realm warriors, there are also multiple late-stage body refinement realm members. The recipients of the locust leaves appear puzzled, uncertain of their purpose. The other clan members nearby watch with great curiosity, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Chun Xingzhen explains, "These are blessings from the sacred tree. Simply crush them at a critical moment to utilize their power. Remember, the sacred tree's blessing is fleeting. It must be used at the right time." Witnessing Chun Xingzhen's solemnity, those who received the locust leaves carefully stow them away. Meanwhile, Chun Qingyu lets out a soft huff, having seemingly carelessly accepted the locust leaves, yet her movements are notably cautious. "All right, the sacred tree's blessings have been secured. Esteemed clan members, please commence the operation as previously planned." With that, the clan members within the ancestral hall begin to move with methodical precision. Before long, only Chun Xingzhen remains in the hall. The family's strategy is straightforward: to ensnare the enemy. The Li family is perpetually monitoring their actions, and should anything amiss occur, they will undoubtedly take notice. Today, most clan members have been sent into the secret passage, leaving only those martial artists of mid-body refinement realm and above. Sensing that something is awry, the Li family will surely launch an attack. Their objective is to strike as soon as the Li family enters the clan. The plan is simple, yet practical. While they might initially catch the Li family off guard, the ultimate outcome will depend on the strength of both sides. Given the current disparity between the two families, even with the support of their ancestors, they are likely outmatched. For now, he can only pray that the sacred tree's blessings prove sufficiently potent. Observing the sacred tree's branches and leaves, which appear somewhat wilted from exerting its divine power, Qian Xingzhen bows once more before proceeding toward the chambers within the ancestral hall. The hall, once filled with a bustling crowd, now stands empty. Above, Ji Yang lets out a sigh. The survival of the Chen family, as well as the fate of his own tree, hinges upon the events of the night in preparation for this battle. Ji Yang has made significant sacrifices. His vitality, once at 26.3, now dwindles to a mere 6 points. As for those initial green light points, they did not consume much of his vitality. They merely appeared rather spectacular. The true drain on his life force was, of course, the divine ability he subsequently employed, known as one leaf blocking the eye. Moreover, the vitality infused into each locust leaf varied. For instance, in the late stage of blood condensation, Chen Qingyu, as a seed-level contender in this battle, received 5 points of vitality directly injected by Ji Yang into the locust leaf in his grasp. In contrast, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing each had locust leaves infused with only 3 points of vitality. The other members of the Body Refinement clan received 2 points of vitality each for their locust leaves. With a significant loss of life force, his condition deteriorated, yet fortunately, his consciousness remained intact, allowing him to perceive the scenery extending from the roots. The remaining 6 points of vitality served dual purposes. One was to sustain his own needs, for he feared that should his vitality diminish too greatly, he might perish outright. The other was to reserve some for the members of the Chen family, enabling them to utilize their mystical abilities to reverse the flow of their essence. In the midst of combat, injuries were inevitable. Given the already limited number of members in the Chen family, any untimely demise due to untreated wounds would undoubtedly hinder Ji Yang's own growth. It is worth noting that his points for deduction could only be accrued from the members of the Chen family, and he had already expended a considerable amount in his previous 3 deductions. Whether for his own sake or that of the Chen family, Ji Yang had exerted his utmost. The remainder was left to their own capabilities. Chapter 30. The confusion of Li Yongqing as the battle loomed. Ji Yang did not even employ the lunar eclipse technique to absorb the moonlight. He was concerned that, amidst the fray, should the enemy catch sight of his luminous form, they might be compelled to strike. Although this would diminish the absorption of life force, safety was paramount. Once all had concealed their forms, the only sound within the Chen family was the gentle patter of raindrops, which served to muffle the breaths of the gathered individuals. Ji Yang's roots had long since spread beyond the ancestral hall, and at this moment, he could discern the locations of several hidden clan members. For instance, Chen Qingyu had chosen to conceal himself beneath an eave. Not far away, 2 other clan members were hidden within a cellar. As his consciousness drifted, Ji Yang was suddenly struck by the presence of 2 familiar figures in a corner. Upon recognizing them, he was momentarily speechless. These 2 were none other than Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, who should have been hiding in the secret passage. Earlier, Qian Xingzhen had explicitly instructed that all initial stage body refinement warriors be sent into the secret passage, as most were relatively young and, having just undergone body refinement, could not exert much martial prowess. Participating in clan conflicts would yield more harm than benefit. Clearly, these 2 had stealthily emerged when the others were distracted. Given the circumstances, Ji Yang could not inform Chen Xingzhen and could only leave it to the 2 of them, hoping they would have better luck. Otherwise, the Chen family would suffer further losses. Qingming, when the fighting starts, make sure not to run around recklessly, or I won't be able to protect you, Ji Yang admonished as he glanced at Chen Qinghe, who was concealed behind him. Chen Qingming nodded in agreement. Understood. Both bore tense expressions, their hearts filled with trepidation. When they had stealthily departed the secret passage, they had been buoyed by a surge of youthful bravado, driven by a shared fervor to save their family. Yet this corner was somewhat shaded, causing the fervor of the 2 youths to wane as reason gradually regained its hold during their wait. Particularly, upon contemplating the brutal family feuds, a flicker of panic and dread inevitably emerged within their hearts. Not to mention that both were merely at the initial stage of body tempering. In the realm of martial conflict, it was far from child's play. A moment's inattention could lead to their demise beneath an enemy's fists. However, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option for them. Outside the Chen family estate, the Li family had arrived at the threshold. Yet, the once vigilant entrance of the Chen clan now lay desolate and empty. As Li Yongqing and his companions approached, family spies promptly revealed themselves. Have you seen the clan leader? What is the situation? Li Yongqing inquired, glancing into the courtyard. Reporting to the clan leader, there was some activity earlier. But now there is not a sound. I intended to investigate further, but I feared it might be a scheme of the Chen family. Before Li Yongqing could respond, a burly man scoffed, a scheme? The Chen family is but a pack of strays now. Would they dare to play any tricks? Even if it were a plot, what do we have to fear? Do you not agree? Uncle Four speaks rightly. Indeed, indeed, a chorus of family martial artists echoed in agreement, their expressions imbued with ease. After all, in their previous conflicts with the Chen family, they had consistently held the upper hand. Were it not for the ancient ancestor of the Qin clan, they would have long since obliterated the Qin family. Observing this, Li Yongqing furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to voice further objections. He did not genuinely believe the Qin family would harbor any schemes, given the evident disparity in strength. Yet, he was inherently cautious. Even if the Qin family fled in its entirety, he thought it prudent to conduct a thorough investigation. Thus, he spoke, "Everyone, for the sake of prudence, I believe we should exercise caution. In my view, we should charge straight in, locate the Chun family's secret passage, and pursue them relentlessly. I am willing to lead the charge," declared the burly man dismissively. "Fourth brother, perhaps we should heed the clan leader's counsel," interjected a middle-aged man at that moment. Noticing Li Yongqing's darkening expression, the burly man ceased his remarks. "Second uncle, take a few men and enter through the back door of the Qin family. Fifth uncle, you lead a few through the side entrance." Before long, Li Yongqing had made the necessary arrangements, dividing the family members into 4 teams, each comprising 2 martial artists at the blood condensation stage, encircling the Qin family from all 4 directions. In this way, even if the Qin family had any schemes, they could be thwarted, and others would soon arrive to offer support. Additionally, they would block all exits to prevent any from escaping. Once the teams were allocated, Li Yongqing felt a considerable sense of relief. As they parted, he did not forget to remind them, "Elders, be sure to exercise utmost caution during the search. No corner must be overlooked." Rest assured, several nodded in agreement, and the group gradually stepped into the Chun family estate. Although merely a small clan beside the forgotten Grave Mountain, the Chun family occupied a considerable expanse of land. Even with 4 teams searching, it would require some time. Li Yongqing, accompanied by a few others, meticulously explored while examining the traces left by the Qin family upon their departure. Upon witnessing a multitude of fresh animal bones, Li Yongqing found himself largely convinced. It appeared that the Chun family indeed possessed a clandestine passage to the outside world. No wonder there had been little reaction in recent days. The sole attempt to break free may have merely served to mislead him. However, he was perplexed as to why the Qin family had chosen to emerge from the secret passage now, rather than under the cover of night. Could it be that they sought to take advantage of the weather? Li Yongqing glanced up at the light rain falling from the sky, but this slight drizzle would hardly impede a martial artist. Just as he was meticulously searching the area, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted nearby, startling him. Could there truly be an ambush? The group, displaying vigilance, prepared to head towards the source of the sound, when a booming voice echoed from a distance. "Chun family scion, come forth and meet your demise." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Li Yongqing's expression darkened like stormy waters. The 4th uncle of the family had initially obeyed orders, but after Li Yongqing led the family to victory and gradually encroached upon the Qin clan, he had grown somewhat discontented. Occasionally, he flaunted his seniority and personal prowess, disregarding Li Yongqing, the clan leader. Were it not for the current struggle against the Qin family, Li Yongqing would certainly devise a way to discipline him. Yet now, it was not a suitable time for such matters. Nevertheless, the group chose not to pursue the sound but continued their search of the surroundings. Meanwhile, the burly man swung his fist, unleashing his formidable vitality, shattering the rainwater and a wooden house into disarray. After a cursory inspection, he remarked nonchalantly, "Why go through such trouble to check room by room? My fists are far more direct." After inspecting several rooms with no success, impatience began to creep onto the man's face. At that moment, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he summoned a nearby clan member and inquired, "Tell me, if the Qin family were to construct a secret passage, where would they build it?" If it were me, I would certainly choose the ancestral hall." "Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Let us proceed directly to the ancestral hall. But 4th uncle, what about the clan leader?" The Qin family is currently devoid of personnel. What relevance do they hold? As for Yongqing, I shall personally address him," the burly man stated dismissively, and the group ceased their search, hastening toward the location of the Qin family ancestral hall. Before long, they arrived outside the ancestral hall, where the doors stood wide open, revealing the interior with startling clarity, causing the man's last vestige of caution to dissipate. Upon noticing the locust tree within the hall, his gaze was instantly captivated, especially when he observed the branches and leaves of the tree emanating a faint glow. Astonishment and awe flickered in his eyes. "4th uncle, look, that tree glows." "I am not blind," the burly man retorted irritably. He had long heard tales of a sacred family tree belonging to the Qin clan, but he had never anticipated its existence to be true. It seemed, however, that the Qin family had been unable to take it with them when they departed, leaving it to fall into their hands. Perhaps being the first to discover it would allow him to seize it for further study. The burly man's face lit up with joy, and without further hesitation, he strode towards the Qin family ancestral hall, eager to take a closer look. However, After only a few steps, he noticed with astonishment that the glow emanating from the locust tree across the way had suddenly vanished. This left him momentarily bewildered, unsure of the situation. At that moment, an intense feeling of danger surged within him, causing his heart to race. A sense of dread struck him. Above! As this thought crossed his mind, he decisively executed a roll to evade the impending threat. Yet, the attack meticulously orchestrated by Chen Qingyu was not so easily thwarted. Just as the man was about to dodge, Chen Qingyu unleashed a punch, channeling all his vital energy into it, striking the burly man squarely in the back and sending him flying. Following Chen Qingyu's assault, warriors from the Chen family emerged from various concealed locations around the ancestral hall, converging to launch an attack on the nearby individuals. Each of them strategically chose their targets, avoiding confrontations beyond their capabilities. The disparity between the body refinement and blood condensation realms was vast. Without a sufficient number of fighters, bridging such a significant gap in cultivation was nearly impossible. Moreover, the Chen family members found it challenging to implement a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Cursed ambush, Chen Xingzhen. You dare! Exclaimed one of the remaining blood condensation warriors from the Li family, his voice seething with indignation at the Chen family's underhanded tactics. However, this individual was also quick to act. Upon realizing he had fallen into a trap, he intended to call for reinforcements from his kin. Yet, before he could gather his vital energy, an attack came hurtling towards his face. Sensing that his opponent was also of the blood condensation realm, he promptly abandoned his call for help and shifted his focus to defense. Chen Tianyu. He scoffed upon recognizing his assailant, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Although they did not shout loudly, the sounds of their clash would quickly attract the attention of other family members, and he was eager to see how the Chen family would respond when that time came. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu, having successfully landed his blow, felt no joy. Rather, he sensed something unusual from his fist. It was not the flesh of a human being. When the burly man finally rose from the ground, Chen Qingyu realized that the man was clad in a layer of intricately patterned, resilient inner armor. His previous punch, having been calculated for the anticipated change, had not utilized all his strength, resulting in a significant portion of his power being dissipated by the man's protective gear. Nevertheless, the burly man was now coughing up blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries. "Itsu, Chen Qingyu." The burly man turned to see the face of his attacker, his eyes igniting with fury mixed with a hint of relief. Fortunately, he had donned an inner armor crafted from the skin of a blue sky python, or else that strike would have surely left him gravely wounded. Wait, you've reached the late stage of blood condensation? The realization of Chen Qingyu's advancement struck him, and he spoke in astonishment. Had Chen Qingyu only been at the mid-stage of blood condensation, even a minor injury would not have warranted his concern. However, if he had indeed attained the late stage, the burly man would need to reassess whether he stood a chance against him. Without further words, Chen Qingyu continued to unleash a relentless barrage of punches toward the burly man. The other members of the Li family would soon become aware of the battle, and he was keen to avoid wasting any more time. As Chen Qingyu pressed forward with his assault, the burly man's expression hardened. He ceased his chatter and directly engaged in a fierce duel with Chen Qingyu. As the two individuals brimmed with fervor, each punch possessed the might of several stones, and coupled with the swiftness of their strikes, the air resonated with the sound of explosions. The commotion from their battles swiftly reverberated throughout the Chen clan. Meanwhile, the other three teams were meticulously scouring the area, assessing the situation. Upon hearing the disturbances emanating from the ancestral hall, the onlookers remained indifferent, merely assuming it was the raucous demolition by the burly men. However, as the clamor intensified and was interspersed with the anguished cries of clan members, the crowd finally sensed something amiss. "Quickly, let us provide support." Li Yongqing glanced towards the direction of the ancestral hall, his expression betraying surprise, as he urged those nearby to hasten their pace. Though he had yet to discern the precise circumstances, he could surmise the unfolding events. What astonished him, however, was the fact that the Chen clan had not fled. Instead, they had chosen to set an ambush against them, catching him entirely off guard. Despite his discontent with his fourth uncle, he could not afford to neglect the greater familial strategy. As he rushed towards the ancestral hall, a shadow of worry lingered on his brow. He could not comprehend why the Chen clan would forego their secret passage to engage them in battle. What gave them such confidence? Did they truly believe that initiating a surprise attack would render them formidable adversaries? A practitioner at the late stage of the blood condensation realm was not easily taken by surprise. Struggling to unravel the reasoning behind their actions, he quickened his pace. Yet, just as he was about to reach the ancestral hall, a sharp sound akin to a blade slicing through the air compelled him to halt. Looking up, he recognized an old acquaintance, Chen Tianjing. Both were at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm, and during their prior familial skirmishes, they had crossed paths numerous times, becoming quite familiar with one another. Clan leader, let us join forces and deal with this individual first, proposed another blood condensation practitioner from his clan. However, Li Yongqing merely shook his head. No, I shall handle this person myself. You assist the others. Understood. Seeing the seriousness in Li Yongqing's demeanor, the practitioner refrained from further discussion and continued towards the ancestral hall. Chen Tianjing, observing the exchange, made no attempt to intervene. It was his mission to engage Li Yongqing here. Although Li Yongqing was not of the highest caliber, his role as the leader of the Li clan had often placed the Qin family at a disadvantage during their conflicts. Unbeknownst to Li Yongqing, Chen Tianjing harbored his own intentions, yet he too was resolute in his thoughts. With the battle now underway, any plans would prove futile. Ultimately, it would come down to the strength of their families. The Li clan already boasted a considerable number of practitioners in the blood condensation realm, and with the addition of another at the late stage, it appeared that victory was firmly within their grasp. Even if he were to remain here, what difference would it make? Chapter 32. The Great Battle, Part 2. The two combatants ceased their words, engaging in battle with one another. Outside the ancestral hall, the great clash was on the verge of erupting. Following the offensive by Chen Qingyu and others, the remaining three teams from the Li clan swiftly converged. As they approached, they realized that the late-stage blood condensation practitioner, Chen Qingyu, was overpowering the burly man. Had they arrived a moment later, the man's life would likely have been forfeit. The burly man, possessing the late-stage blood condensation realm, though gravely injured, had managed to preserve his life. However, the initial group that had accompanied him to the ancestral hall had all perished, including another practitioner of the blood condensation realm. The individual who took action was none other than Chen Xingzhen, manipulating the remains of the ancestor through the art of corpse refinement. In the familial conflict, notions of decency were irrelevant. The elimination of foes and the safeguarding of their lineage stood as their paramount objectives. Upon witnessing the tragic state of their kin, the other members of the Li family felt their eyes redden with fury, and they fervently charged towards the Qin clan. The battle between the two factions swiftly escalated into a fevered clash. Blood mingled with rainwater, forming crimson threads that coursed through the crevices of the bluestone slabs, ultimately seeping into the earth below. Beneath the soil, Ji Yang's roots stirred with purpose. With a heart laden with anxiety, Ji Yang cautiously extended his roots to make contact with the blood-tainted rainwater. To his relief, he found himself unable to absorb it. Realizing his inability to draw sustenance from the blood, Ji Yang felt a mix of regret and liberation. Though he now existed as a tree, he was not truly a tree. His genuine concern lay in the fear that he might be able to absorb any blood, for his greater dread was the inability to restrain the desires within. Once the floodgates of desire were opened, it would be a challenge to contain them. Fortunately, the recent experiment had confirmed that such gates remained securely closed. Qinghe, have you selected your target? In a corner not far from the ancestral hall, Chen Qingming tightly gripped his mountain-splitting blade, inquiring of Chen Qinghe beside him. Almost. Chen Qinghe, peering through the relentless downpour, scrutinized the battlefield ahead, searching for suitable opponents for the two of them. To the left stood a late-stage refinement realm warrior, while to the right loomed another of the same caliber. Even the weakest adversary was at least a mid-stage refinement realm fighter. This predicament left Chen Qinghe disheartened in his quest to save his family. Their youthful fervor was undeniable, yet Chen Qinghe was not foolish. Fully aware of their disadvantage, he would never choose an opponent beyond their capabilities. However, he had not anticipated that the lowest-ranking warriors dispatched by the Li family would all be mid-stage refinement realm fighters. Leaving him in a quandary, the two hesitated. A figure suddenly darted in front of them. It was a mid-stage refinement realm warrior from the Li family, having recently been bested and pushed back. Just as he prepared to rejoin the fray, he sensed the presence of two concealed energies behind him. Upon observing the appearances and ages of the two, the mid-stage warrior could not suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, I've caught two little brats from the Qin family. You shall perish with that. He swung a hefty blade towards Chen Qinghe and his companion. Both boys paled at the sight but quickly reacted, narrowly evading the attack. After dodging, Chen Qinghe intended to urge Chen Qingming to flee, but he soon heard Chen Qingming's voice beside him. Qinghe, this is the one, with resolute determination in his eyes. Chen Qingming charged forward, brandishing his mountain-splitting blade. Chen Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, yet seeing his companion's boldness, he steeled himself and followed suit. After all, both of them were refinement realm warriors, and although their adversary was mid-stage, he was but a single opponent. 1 + 1 = 2. Together, they deemed themselves capable of matching him. As the two approached, weapons drawn, the Li family warrior laughed heartily. Just two fledgling refinement realm kids, who haven't even fully tempered their bodies, dare to engage me? Truly, They know not the heights of heaven, nor the depths of the earth. In less than 3 rounds, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming were each sent flying by the martial artist of the Li family. As they beheld the Li family warrior, wielding a large blade and advancing towards them in the corner, a chill gripped Chen Qinghe's heart. It seemed that 1 + 1 did not necessarily equal 2. With their combined strength, they were utterly insufficient to contend with an adult martial artist at the body refinement stage. Just as the Li family warrior prepared to eliminate the 2 before him, a slight tremor emerged from beneath the ground. Before the Li family warrior could react, a tendril, as thick as a rope, suddenly extended from the earth, ensnaring his body in an instant. Damn it, what is this? The Li family warrior, caught off guard and bound by the unexpected tendril, struggled relentlessly, panic flickering in his eyes as he could not help but curse vehemently. Observing this, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming were momentarily stunned. However, witnessing the Li family warrior immobilized and unable to move, the 2 youths felt a surge of adrenaline, realizing this was a prime opportunity. Yet, although the Li family warrior was physically restrained, his hands were unhindered. As he glared at the 2 preparing to strike, he bellowed, "Get away from me," with a menacing glare. He swung his large blade, preventing the 2 from closing in. This reckless and desperate demeanor instilled a sense of fear in the 2 boys. "Qingming, forget about him. We must flee," Chen Qinghe urged, dragging Chen Qingming away as they prepared to bypass the Li family warrior. The bound warrior did not attempt to stop them. Having regained his composure, he shifted his gaze to the tendril binding him, then wielded his large blade, intent on severing it. Just as he aimed to free himself, a sudden chill crept over him from behind. Looking down, he discovered a blade's tip piercing his chest, while another blade's tip emerged from below. Behind him, the 2 youths bore anxious expressions as they swiftly withdrew their mountain-cutting blades. "Qingming, let us go. This time we truly escape." As the tendrils retracted into the ground, the Li family warrior fell slowly to the ground, his expression one of resentment. At that moment, he was not yet dead. Gazing at the departing youths, he uttered his final cries, "Truly a dog." Within the ancestral hall, Jiang fell silent. He had initially believed the 2 had been thoroughly frightened, only to realize they had other plans. Though the process was somewhat unsightly, the outcome remained favorable, making his intervention worthwhile. However, Jiang also recognized that while the enhanced tendrils were effective, they could only deal with certain martial artists at the body refinement stage and were far from sufficient against those at the blood condensation stage. Relying on his tendrils to assist the Chen family would likely prove challenging. Chapter 33. The Great Battle, Part 3. At this moment, the battlefield center was dominated by the clash of martial artists at the blood condensation stage from both families. Chen Qingyu exhibited remarkable valor, single-handedly confronting 2 opponents at the late blood condensation stage, exuding an aura of boundless might. Yet, under the relentless assault from the 2 blood condensation warriors, he found himself at a disadvantage. The family patriarch, Chen Xingzhen, who had been deep within the ancestral hall, had long since joined the fray. Though he was over 60 years old, his cultivation level spoke for itself, and coupled with his wealth of combat experience, he held his ground against a blood condensation warrior without faltering. Apart from these 2 individuals, the most remarkable presence was the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, who remained with but a hand and a foot. Although this ancestor walked with an unsteady gait, exuding an aura of imminent collapse, his physique was as unyielding as iron. Even when struck with full force by a mid-stage blood condensation realm warrior, he was merely pushed back, the indentations caused by the blows failing to diminish his formidable strength. After witnessing this, Ji Yang was left in awe. Had the Chen family possessed a few more such ancestors, their current predicament would surely be far less dire in terms of combat among blood condensation realm warriors. The Chen family could still manage a semblance of resistance. However, in encounters involving body refinement realm warriors, they found themselves utterly outmatched. The Li family boasted a greater number of body refinement realm fighters, with several at the late stage, and it wasn't long before multiple clan members sustained injuries, leading to a decline in their combat efficacy. Were it not for the earlier surprise attack that had wounded a formidable member of the Li family and simultaneously eliminated a few adversaries, the Chen family would likely have faced an overwhelming defeat by now. Nevertheless, if this situation persisted, even the likes of Chen Xingzhen and others could not hold out for long. Even the venerable ancestor was beginning to falter. Should he lose even 1 more foot, the Chen family would swiftly succumb to defeat. In this critical moment, a late-stage body refinement realm clan member, after being struck down and gravely injured by an opponent, could no longer endure. His hand fumbled within his robe until a leaf from a locust tree soon appeared in his grasp. As he crushed the leaf, a powerful surge of vitality surged into his body. In the next instant, this body refinement realm warrior, as if possessed by a martial celestial, sprang from the ground with his injured form. His physical strength erupted, and in a single exchange, he obliterated his foe. After dispatching his opponent, the late-stage body refinement realm warrior gazed at his hands in bewilderment. He could scarcely believe that such power resided within him. Not only had his vitality surged, but his injuries seemed to have vanished entirely. Recalling the clan leader's words that the divine tree could only offer temporary protection, the body refinement realm warrior hesitated no longer and turned to assault an enemy at the early stage of blood condensation realm. The blood condensation realm warrior, who was entangled with the Chen family ancestor, snorted derisively, "You overestimate yourself." He then freed a hand, preparing to eliminate this audacious late-stage body refinement realm warrior. Though they appeared to differ by merely a small realm, the opponent had already honed his entire physique, bolstered by the vitality within him, a strength beyond what a body refinement realm warrior could withstand. Yet, after their initial exchange, the blood condensation realm warrior regarded his fists with a hint of disbelief. Wasn't he in the blood condensation realm? Why had he not shattered the body refinement realm warrior's body or arm with his first strike? Realizing that, with the enhancement of the locust leaf, he truly could contend with a blood condensation realm warrior, his countenance brightened, and he charged at his foe once more. At this juncture, other members of the Chen family also took note of the unfolding scene. Among the combatants, one individual, eyes filled with uncertainty, produced his own locust leaf from within his robe and crushed it. Those who utilized the locust leaf experienced an instantaneous surge in combat prowess, charging into the fray with the might of a single man capable of holding back 1,000. In that moment, the cries of the Leaf family echoed as they suffered grievous losses. The Chun family, previously at a disadvantage, found their fortunes reversed in the tumult of the body refinement realm skirmishes. What on earth is that? A martial artist from the Leaf family, at the late stage of blood condensation, uttered words of astonishment and confusion upon witnessing the unfolding situation on the battlefield. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he resolved to join forces with another family member to swiftly deal with Chen Qingyu, thereby alleviating the pressure on their kin. However, suddenly, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar locust leaf in Chen Qingyu's hand. What on earth is this? Upon observing Chen Qingyu crushing the locust leaf, he felt an overwhelming surge of aura emanating from him, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the innate realm. The late-stage blood condensation martial artist could no longer contain his astonishment. What perplexed him was how a mere locust leaf could unleash such formidable power. Before he could ponder further, Chen Qingyu, feeling his strength significantly amplified, launched another attack. This time, the power of the locust leaf seemed even greater than he had anticipated, even making him sense the threshold of the innate realm. Chen Qingyu was filled with elation. Drawing from his previous experience, he quickly mastered this newfound power that did not originally belong to him. As he engaged with the blood condensation martial artist from the Leaf family once more, he discerned several vulnerabilities in his opponent that previously eluded him. After just 2 exchanges, the Leaf family member, who had intended to swiftly eliminate Chen Qingyu to assist his fellow clansmen, found his entire body numbed from the impact of Chen Qingyu's fists. At that moment, he felt his vital energy stagnating, clearly indicating internal injuries sustained during their skirmish. The other mid-stage blood condensation clan member fighting alongside him fared even worse, his body flushed crimson. If another round ensued, he would likely be overwhelmed by the surging blood energy. Not only Chen Qingyu, but even Chen Tianyu, who had remained inconspicuous until now, unleashed extraordinary strength that far surpassed his usual capabilities. With the collective utilization of locust leaves, the family's fortunes underwent a complete transformation. Witnessing the mounting casualties among his kin, and noticing the absence of the clan leader, the late-stage blood condensation martial artist no longer hesitated, immediately bellowing to the heavens, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Upon hearing these words, the Leaf family members, already plagued by trepidation, began to flee in a frenzy. However, seeing the tide turn in favor of Chen Xingzhen, he was reluctant to let them escape. The power of the divine tree was not limitless. Otherwise, there would not have been only a few locust leaves this time. With the protection of the divine tree, they had managed a significant victory. But if the Leaf family were to return, would the divine tree retain such power then? At that time, the family might truly find themselves in dire straits. This opportunity must not be missed. With that thought, Chen Xingzhen roared, "Kill them! Do not let a single one escape." The leader's cry invigorated the clan members, while the Leaf family, now devoid of spirit, realized that they had not yet reached a point of no return. Knowing they were outmatched, why fight to the bitter end? In the clash between the two clans, without the courage to risk life and death, how could one achieve a resounding victory? Not far away. Engaged in combat with Chen Tianjing, Li Yongqing heard the distant cries of retreat and chuckled softly. "Chen Tianjing, do you hear that? Your Chen family has already been defeated. Why persist in vain?" Surrender, and I may yet spare your life. Chapter 34. The final battle. Qian Tianjing's countenance was grim, yet he uttered not a word, continuing instead to unleash a relentless assault. However, the two were evenly matched in strength, albeit their mental states were vastly different, allowing Li Yongqing to maneuver with ease. He felt no need to vanquish Qian Tianjing to assert his prowess. As long as his kin triumphed on the other front, Qian Tianjing would find himself ensnared. Amidst their fierce conflict, Li Yongqing's gaze caught sight of a fleeing figure in the distance, and his heart soared with joy, for it seemed the decline of the Chen family had become a foregone conclusion. Yet, as the figure drew closer, the elation on Li Yongqing's face gradually faded away. The retreating individual was not the Chen clan he had envisioned, but rather his own fifth uncle, Li Kailiang, who had only recently reached the late stage of blood condensation. Moreover, his uncle's pallor was alarming, marred by numerous wounds, and behind him trailed several injured family members, their faces etched with concern. The sight of his clan returning in utter defeat sent Li Yongqing's meticulous thoughts into disarray. Yet, ensnared by Qian Tianjing, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding and could only inquire, "Fifth uncle, what on earth has transpired?" "There's no time for explanations, Yongqing. We must flee, or our family will be in grave peril." Li Yongqing's brow furrowed in worry, poised to ask more, but was abruptly interrupted by the distant sound of battle cries emanating from behind his ki and it. That moment, Qian Tianjing silently produced a leaf of the locust tree from his bosom. "Yongqing, you must leave at once. Time is of the essence." Seeing the locust leaf, his fifth uncle's expression turned to one of sheer terror, and he shouted in alarm. Li Yongqing's visage darkened, struggling to comprehend why his fifth uncle, a late-stage blood condensation warrior, was so fearful of a mere leaf. But as he witnessed Qian Tianjing crush the locust leaf, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from him, and with a single punch, he dispatched a blood condensation warrior from another clan. In that instant, Li Yongqing's doubts were swiftly resolved. Despite the injuries suffered by his kin, the disparity in strength between this version of Qian Tianjing and the one from moments ago was staggering. Realizing the cause of his clan's failure and hearing the increasingly close sounds of pursuit, Li Yongqing wasted no time in soaring away into the distance. "Humph, where do you think you're going?" Seeing the Li family patriarch attempt to flee, Qian Tianjing would not let him escape, immediately accelerating his pursuit. Originally at the mid-stage of blood condensation, bolstered by the locust leaf, Qian Tianjing now found himself at the late stage of blood condensation. Fully recuperated and capable of contending with two opponents at once, in mere moments, he caught up to several fleeing individuals. Realizing there was no way to escape, Li Cailiang's expression darkened, yet he stood resolute and declared, "Yongqing, as the patriarch, the family cannot endure without you. You must go. I will hold him off." Li Yongqing said nothing further, casting a final glance at Li Kailiang before resolutely turning to depart. As the patriarch, even in the face of this catastrophic defeat, he understood the necessity of preserving the family. As long as they remained, hope still lingered. Yet, he could not fathom what calamity had befallen the Chen clan in recent days. What was the origin of that locust leaf? However, there was no time to ponder such questions. With his family on the brink of annihilation, he needed to return swiftly to devise a countermeasure. As time flowed on, the sounds of battle within the Chen family gradually diminished, until they ultimately faded into silence. Beyond the Chen family estate, Chen Qingyu was relentlessly pursuing a group of fleeing Li clan members, intent on annihilating them completely. However, the voice of Chen Xingzhen echoed from behind. "Do not pursue any further. The larger picture has been decided. Let us return to the clan and deliberate on our subsequent actions." Aware of their waning strength and the fatigue coursing through their bodies, Chen Qingyu and his companions nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the clan, they were met with a harrowing sight: numerous corpses and blood-soaked ground. Most of the deceased belonged to the Li clan, yet there were also casualties from the Chen family, with many others gravely injured but still clinging to life. Confronted with the gruesome scene, Chen Xingzhen fell silent for a moment before swiftly issuing a series of commands. An hour later, all members of the Chen clan gathered once more in the ancestral hall, while those who had previously hidden in the secret passage emerged to attend to the aftermath of the battle. "Clan leader, this skirmish has cost us 3 clan members and left 10 severely injured, with the majority sustaining minor wounds. Several clan members bore serious injuries. Without prompt medical attention, their chances of survival were grim." Upon hearing Qian Tianyu's report, many in attendance wore expressions of sorrow, for the fallen were kin, some of whom had recently engaged in conversation with them. Chen Xingzhen maintained a composed demeanor, betraying little emotion. Clan warfare is no trifling matter. Casualties are an unfortunate inevitability. Yet, the turmoil within his eyes revealed a depth of anguish that belied his outward calm. "Those who have perished shall receive a proper burial." and their spirit tablets shall be enshrined within the ancestral hall for future generations to venerate. According to clan customs, only those who have rendered significant contributions are permitted to have their spirit tablets placed within the ancestral hall. However, given the current circumstances, which threatened the very existence of the clan, it was entirely appropriate to honor these fallen members in such a manner. This act would serve as the finest consolation for the bereaved. Upon hearing that several spirit tablets would be enshrined, many mournful clan members found their hearts somewhat eased. Over the years, the clan had suffered numerous losses, yet few had been honored in such a way. Quickly, bring forth all those who are gravely injured. After addressing the fallen clan members, Qian Xingjin promptly commanded. Soon, several severely wounded individuals were carried in one by one. These were the individuals who had sustained the worst injuries during the recent conflict. 2 of them were already drifting towards the brink of death, while the others were losing blood profusely, their conditions dire. Though the clan had physicians, even the most skilled hands are powerless without resources. The clan's medicinal supplies had long been depleted, and even basic hemostatic agents were exhausted. Even if they were to rush to the mass graveyard now, it might be too late. Witnessing the grim plight of their kin, the other clan members' faces were etched with grief. Given the severity of the injuries, they understood that, regardless of available resources, the prospects for recovery were bleak. As he observed the injured being brought in, Qian Xingjin turned his gaze towards the clan's sacred tree, filled with a fervent hope. At this juncture, he felt utterly powerless, placing his last hopes upon the divine tree, beseeching it to save these clan members. Realizing the source of their hope, the other clan members knelt in unison, commencing their prayers to Jiang. Watching the scene unfold below, Jiang sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he retained some vitality, allowing him to cope with the situation. However, to fully heal these clansmen, a significant amount of vitality would undoubtedly be required, especially since several among them had sustained grievous injuries. Although complete healing was unattainable, temporarily staunching the bleeding and preserving a few lives should not prove overly challenging. Chapter 35. A resounding victory. In the next moment, a faint luminescence flickered once more upon Ji Yang's branches. With the family crisis resolved, he could continue to absorb the moonlight. Amidst the branches and leaves aglow, countless green orbs soon drifted forth, descending upon the injured clansmen below. Once these vibrant green orbs permeated their bodies, those who had been on the brink of death gradually began to emit groans. The wounds of the bleeding clansmen also started to mend. Before long, the severely wounded members of the family, though not restored to their former selves, had managed to preserve their lives and even rose to express their gratitude to the sacred tree. After accomplishing this, Ji Yang's vitality diminished by 4 points, leaving him with merely 2, a far cry from what he had anticipated. This was solely due to the grievous nature of the injuries sustained by his kin, necessitating an even greater expenditure of life force. At this moment, Jiang found himself in a state even worse than at the outset. As for the other injured clansmen, Jiang chose to disregard them unless their injuries were life-threatening. If the Qin family did not sacrifice a few fierce beasts soon, he feared he might deplete his own life force. Witnessing the divine tree manifest its power once again, Qian Xingjin found his gratitude beyond verbal expression, resolved to demonstrate it through action. With Ji Yang's healing, the family members were filled with exhilaration, for the divine power exhibited by the sacred tree had far surpassed their comprehension, even bringing back those who were destined to perish. Did this not imply that as long as they drew breath, they need not worry about death? Many in the clan were filled with myriad thoughts, some even wishing to offer themselves as sacrifices. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Xingjin spoke again. Although our family has suffered grave losses, we have emerged victorious in this battle. Upon his proclamation, the ancestral hall fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the clan members, who could not contain their cheers. Indeed, despite the arduous journey, they had ultimately triumphed over the Li family. According to the clan's tally, the Li family had lost 6 blood condensation realm warriors, with no fewer than 20 from the body refinement realm. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of the late-stage blood condensation warrior, their annihilation would have been assured. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, the Li family was in a state of decline and posed little threat. In stark contrast, their own losses were relatively minimal. Thanks to the divine tree's assistance, they had only lost 3 members, none of whom were blood condensation warriors. This battle was not merely a victory. It could be deemed a resounding triumph. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the oppressive gloom that had loomed over the family dissipated at that moment. Listening to the raucous celebrations, even Qian Xingjin wore a subtle smile. Soon, he raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent once more. Though everyone bore wounds, the eyes of the clansmen sparkled with light, brimming with vitality. Despite the overwhelming victory, the Li family, like a centipede that, though mortally wounded, does not perish, had not been entirely eradicated, and caution was paramount. The tribulations endured by the family in recent days could not be erased by a single grand victory. Having spoken, Chen Xingjin once again issued his commands. Tianyu, you are to lead several individuals in the restoration of our clan. Yes, clan leader. Tianjing, you shall take a few clansmen to monitor the movements of the Liu family. Our clan has yet to regain its vitality, so vigilance is paramount. Understood, clan leader. Qingyu, you are tasked with leading the remaining clansmen to the Li family. Should you encounter any members of the Li family, show them no mercy. With the tasks assigned, the assembly gathered in the ancestral hall quickly dispersed. Just as Chen Qingyu was about to depart, Chen Xingjin reiterated his instructions. If the Li family possesses any tamed beasts, be sure to bring them back. I understand. Chen Xingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Once all matters were attended to, Chen Xingjin turned his gaze towards the clan's sacred tree and spoke with reverence. Today, our clan has achieved this great victory, all thanks to the sacred tree. Starting tomorrow, we shall hold a grand festival in its honor for 7 days. Upon hearing Chen Xingjin's promise, Jiyang felt a considerable sense of relief. For the time being, he would not be used as fuel for the fire, and as for the remnants of the Li family, it seemed he would not need to intervene. With the threat of the Li family diminished, Jiyang sensed a bright future ahead. He could finally savor the wonders of this new world and enjoy the life befitting a tree. The fierce battle with the Li family had transpired in just a few hours, and though the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the rain above had mysteriously ceased. Torches illuminated the surroundings of the Chen family, where many clansmen toiled to rebuild the homes ravaged by the conflict. In the distance, Chen Xingyu was already leading her kin towards the Li family's territory. Situated near the mound of the unburied, the distance between the two families was not great, requiring merely a quarter of an hour to traverse. The assault had not completely eradicated the Li family. Li Yongqing and the late-stage blood condensation realm warrior Li Kaiyang had managed to escape. It was likely that the two had returned to their clan by now. But given the current weakened state of the Li family, the individuals accompanying Chen Qingyu would easily manage the situation. As dawn approached, the tumult of battle drew to its final close. Jiyang stood quietly within the ancestral hall, observing the bustling clansmen outside. Though disheveled and weary, their faces radiated newfound vitality and vigor. Before long, Chen Xingjin re-entered the ancestral hall, this time bearing several incense sticks. Not only did he seek the blessing of the sacred tree, but he also hoped for the favor of their ancestors watching from the heavens. Following last night's conflict, the remains of their ancestor could no longer be utilized, marking the end of the clan's ancestral blessings. In the days to come, they would have to rely solely on their own strength. Contemplating this, a hint of sorrow crossed Chen Xingjin's face. Regrettably, though the bodies of the deceased clansmen remained intact, their realms were too low. Even with the clan's secret arts, they would prove difficult to utilize effectively. To be crafted through secret methods, a martial artist must have possessed at least the innate realm before their death. It was said that during the clan's glorious days, there had been ancestors in the third stage of spirit condensation guarding the ancestral hall. Regrettably, by the time he was born, his family had already fallen into disarray for many years. Such scenes were foreign to him, known only through the accounts of his elders, and he was entirely unaware of the formidable strength possessed by their venerable ancestors who had mastered the 3 realms of concentration. Chen Xingjin ceased his contemplations and, after a solemn ritual, placed the incense sticks into the holder before him. At that moment, several footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to look, Chen Xingjin saw Chen Qingyu and the others returning. Patriarch, the Li family has been deserted. When we arrived, only a handful of unrelated servants remained, Chen Qingyu reported first. This outcome was anticipated by Chen Xingjin, for with Li Yongqing's caution, it was certain that he had promptly relocated his kin upon their return. Yet, despite this, the matter was far from resolved. Although the Li family had diminished in influence, a number of their members still lingered, and notably, the younger generation of martial artists from the Li family was conspicuously absent during the assault. If left unchecked, this could pose a significant problem in the future. Chapter 36. Harvest. To uproot the grass without eliminating the roots is to invite its resurgence with the spring breeze. The Li family, with so many members, could not possibly vanish without a trace. Dispatch a few astute clan members to monitor the main roads surrounding the Chaos Burial Mountain. Should they uncover any signs of the Li family, they are to report immediately. Understood. Furthermore, given the hasty departure of the Li family, their resources were undoubtedly left behind. Did we garner any spoils from this expedition? Chen Qingyu replied with a smile. Not only did we achieve success, but the bounty was considerable. During our foray into the Li family's territory, we seized 500 caddies of blood rice, several acres of fertile land, and 7 domesticated black gold beasts. Additionally, we secured 10 spirit-tailed chickens. Beyond these, we also acquired the hunting grounds of the Li family in the Chaos Burial Mountain and several small markets belonging to them. Upon hearing this, Qian Xingzhen's face brightened with joy. Blood rice was a local specialty of the Chaos Burial Mountain, characterized by its oval shape, roughly one-third the size of a pinky finger. Its striking crimson hue earned it the name blood rice. Mature blood rice contains a trace of blood energy and is easily absorbed, often proving more beneficial for martial artists than the flesh of ferocious beasts at the body refining stage. Moreover, blood rice served as a common currency in the small markets surrounding the Chaos Burial Mountain. The family had previously cultivated a considerable amount, but this year's harvest was dismal, compounded by their previous encirclement by the Li family, resulting in a complete loss from their cultivated fields. He had been concerned about the sufficiency of food for his kin in the future, but this bounty had alleviated much of that worry. In addition to the blood rice, the domesticated spirit beasts from the Li family filled Qian Xingzhen with delight, prompting him to exclaim, "Hurry and bring back half of each type of spirit beast for the sacrificial offering to the divine tree." Chen Xingyu and the others voiced no objections, for the merits of the divine tree in this battle were evident to all. Without it, the family would likely have ceased to exist. Furthermore, with the downfall of the Li family, the hunting territories and markets previously under their jurisdiction naturally reverted to them. Prior to the conflict between the two families, the Chaos Burial Mountain had already been divided among the three major families, each possessing its own hunting grounds. Should the Chen family perish, the Li family would undoubtedly grow stronger after assimilating the resources of the Chen clan. The resources of the Chaos Burial Mountain were finite. The absence of one family would only serve to enrich another. Fortunately, the Li family ultimately failed in their schemes, resulting in their own loss. Aside from the hunting grounds of the Graveyard Mountain, the ownership of the various family markets remains at stake. Although Graveyard Mountain is remote, the surrounding area boasts fertile lands suitable for cultivating blood rice, along with several villages that rely on this agricultural bounty. However, these villages are inhabited mostly by ordinary folk, with few martial artists among them. The Chen family chose this location for their establishment back in the day, partly for this very reason, aiming to secure a foundation for future growth. Regrettably, things did not unfold as hoped. After 2 decades, the Chen family found itself in a state of decline, nearly facing extinction. "Tianjing, what of the Lu family? Have they shown any response?" Chen Xingzhen inquired, glancing at the returning Chen Tianjing. Chen Tianjing shook his head, stating, "The Lu family appears to be unresponsive, even failing to send many of their kin to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen's expression relaxed slightly. His greatest concern had been that the Lu family might take advantage of their weakened state amid the turmoil. It seems, for now, the Lu family does not harbor such intentions. Among the 3 families surrounding Graveyard Mountain, the Lu family is the only one that poses a significant threat to both the Qin and Li families. Though the Lu family has only recently been established, they have remained conspicuously passive since joining the vicinity of Graveyard Mountain, seemingly opting for peaceful development despite their considerable strength. Even now, during this opportune moment for both the Qin and Li families, they have refrained from intervening, leaving one to ponder their motives. Nonetheless, this is fortuitous for the Qin family. As long as the current state is maintained, in 2 years' time, even if the Lu family harbors ill intentions, they will be adequately prepared. Vigilance is still necessary regarding the Lu family. It is prudent to keep watch. Indeed, Chief, by the way, starting tomorrow, the family will hold a 7-day grand festival of the Divine Tree. This festival is of great significance, as it pertains to the family's prosperity. Thus, let the clansmen prepare accordingly. Qingyu, you are responsible for the offerings required for the grand festival. Tomorrow, take several clansmen to hunt in the Graveyard Mountain area, but remember, confine your hunting to the family's territory and do not venture too deeply. Understood. Chen Xingyu nodded, but Chen Tianyu interjected, "Chief, the Li family has not yet been completely eradicated. Holding the grand festival at this juncture might be unwise. What if they seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack during the festival? After all, the Li family still possesses 2 martial artists at the blood condensation stage." Chen Xingzhen chuckled at this. If they were to truly attempt a surprise assault, it would work to our advantage. The Li family still has several remaining martial artists. Although their ranks are diminished, they could still flourish in the future. If we were to relentlessly pursue them now, it might drive those remaining to desperate measures. Given our current weakened state, further losses would be detrimental. It is wiser to use this grand festival as a ruse to distract them, allowing them to reveal their intentions. Should we discover their movements, we can rally the clansmen to mount a concerted offensive and annihilate them. The others, having listened, felt a sense of admiration. They had indeed not considered such intricacies. "Chief, the sacrificial Wujin beast and spirit-tailed chicken have arrived." At that moment, the sound of reports from the clan members echoed outside the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen was filled with joy and hurriedly exclaimed, "Quickly, bring them in, and offer all of them as sacrifices to the divine tree." Above, Ji Yang gazed at the several spirit beasts below, a flicker of desire surfacing in his heart. At last, it was time for him to reap the rewards of his efforts. Although these few Wu Jin beasts were only in the early stages of body refining, their size and vitality were significantly smaller than that of the one Qin Xingyu had previously hunted, their quantity more than made up for it. Additionally, the 5 spirit-tail chickens should prove to be quite effective, at least larger than the 2 initially sacrificed by the Qin family. Soon, the sacrificial rites commenced. Tio gained a clearer understanding of the vitality and spiritual energy contributed by each spirit beast. Ji Yang decided to open his panel and observe the situation closely. As countless drops of blood seeped into the soil beneath, Ji Yang's vitality began to surge rapidly. 2, 3, 4, 6. When the sacrifice concluded, Ji Yang glanced once more at his panel attributes. Vitality, 37, convertible to life force, spiritual energy, 19, deduction points, 15, can deduce. His vitality had previously been at 0, and his spiritual energy at 6. After absorbing the vitality from the 3 Wu Jin beasts and 5 spirit-tail chickens, both vitality and spiritual energy had undergone remarkable changes. Through Ji Yang's observations, he discovered that the 5 spirit-tail chickens had collectively contributed 25 points of vitality and 10 points of spiritual energy. In contrast, the 3 Wu Jin beasts had provided only 12 points of vitality and 3 points of spiritual energy. The disparity was evident, particularly in terms of spiritual energy. Notably, the Wu Jin beasts were considerably larger than the spirit-tail chickens. It wasn't that the Wu Jin beasts were lacking in value, but rather that the spirit-tailed chickens offered greater cost-effectiveness. Chapter 37. The Grand Sacrifice to the Divine Tree. Regardless of whether it was the body-refining Wu Jin beasts or the spirit-tailed chickens, the vitality gained was significantly less compared to that from blood-condensing beasts, requiring 2 or 3 body-refining beasts to match the vitality of a single blood-condensing beast. This clearly indicated that the higher the realm of the beast, the more vitality and spiritual energy one could absorb. However, given the current circumstances of the Qin family, it seemed exceedingly difficult to offer sacrifices of higher-ranked beasts. An encounter with an innate realm beast could very well lead to the annihilation of the clan. Ji Yang quietly assessed the vitality disparity among the beasts, subsequently dismissing such thoughts from his mind. Quality may be lacking, but having sufficient quantity was not without merit. Besides, there was still the grand festival in 7 days to anticipate. He was already beginning to look forward to its for the vitality he had just acquired. Ji Yang promptly converted the majority into life force to enhance his own strength, for he felt excessively vulnerable with his life force being too low, leading to a lingering sense of insecurity. The remaining 10 points of vitality were reserved for deduction purposes. After the conversion, Ji Yang's life force, previously at 2.5, having absorbed 0.5 from the moonlight last night, swiftly elevated to 16 points. Observing the return to double digits in his life force, Ji Yang felt a significant surge of safety, even the leaves of his locust tree regaining their luster from earlier days. Yet, as he contemplated the remaining 10 points of vitality, a hint of hesitation crossed his face. Should he deduce now, or wait until after the sacrificial rites were completed? Recalling the disastrous outcome of his second deduction, Ji Yang pondered briefly and resolved to wait a few more days. The risks associated with a solitary simulation are excessively high. However, should there be 2 additional attempts, the chances of securing divine abilities or martial arts techniques would undoubtedly increase significantly. Under the united efforts of the Chen family members, the war-damaged structures were swiftly reconstructed, even more robust than before. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu, accompanied by several formidable warriors from the family, ventured to the Graveyard Mountain, preparing offerings for the upcoming Sacred Tree Festival. Unlike before, they did not traverse the secret passage, but instead hunted around the periphery of Graveyard Mountain. Following the conclusion of the battle, Chen Xingzhen decisively sealed the family's secret passage, a precaution necessitated by the presence of a primal beast deep within Graveyard Mountain. Given the current strength of the Qin family, they would certainly fall short against such a foe, even with the mightiest among them, Chen Xingyu. Although the offerings for the Sacred Tree Festival dictate the grandeur and sincerity of the event, the family's strength imposes limitations, leaving Chen Xingzhen with no option but to exert the utmost effort within their means. He envisioned a future where, upon the family's resurgence, they would be able to provide far superior tributes to the sacred tree. This was the grand vision Chen Xingzhen silently painted for Ji Yang. With Chen Xingyu's current prowess, capturing body-tempering realm beasts was well within reach, and she occasionally encountered initial-stage blood beasts around the outskirts of Graveyard Mountain. Despite the time constraints, the absence of the Li family's obstruction enabled the Chen family to prepare the necessary offerings for the festival by the second day following the battle. However, the available beasts were still insufficient, necessitating Chen Xingyu's daily trips to Graveyard Mountain. After all, the Sacred Tree Festival was to last for 7 days. Yet, Chen Xingyu expressed no grievances and instead exhibited considerable enthusiasm. At noon on the second day, the ancestral hall was filled with members of the Chen family. Beneath the sacred tree, an altar was set up, adorned with several porcelain bowls filled with an array of cooked meats and various fruits sourced from the vicinity of Graveyard Mountain. Though somewhat modest in appearance, this display symbolized the Chen family's reverence. At the forefront stood Chen Xingzhen, his demeanor solemn, clad in freshly woven coarse garments, holding incense and candles, his expression respectful as he murmured incantations. Behind him stood several Blood Realm warriors, including Chen Tianjing, followed by the family's younger generations, arranged according to age, regardless of gender. At the back, a few children gazed curiously at the unfolding scene, their faces alight with wonder, though their attention was predominantly drawn to the porcelain bowls filled with meat. Above, Ziyang surveyed all the members of the Chen family, feeling a touch of bemusement. Though he had witnessed grand spectacles in his past life, this particular display was unprecedented for him. What made it even more peculiar was that the focus of this grand festival was himself, evoking a strange sensation within Ziyang. The sense of ritual was inconsequential. What mattered were the offerings. Regrettably, Ziyang could not voice his thoughts and chose to feign ignorance, instead directing his gaze towards the few beasts outside the ancestral hall. These were the ones Chen Qingyu had hunted from Graveyard Mountain the previous day, 2 of which were Blood Realm beasts. Given that it was the first day of the Sacred Tree Festival, the caliber of the beasts certainly could not be too low. After undergoing a series of intricate processes, Chen Xingzhen raised his voice and proclaimed, "It has been 2 decades since the inception of my Chen family's burial mound. Now, I, Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch of the Chen clan, on the 8th day of the 9th month in the year 1232 of the Wanlong calendar, offer sacrifices to the divine tree at the burial mound. I beseech the divine tree to bless my Chen family, ensuring our prosperity and enduring success." Upon the completion of Chen Xingzhen's declaration, the gathered clansmen echoed in unison, "May the divine tree protect the Chen family, ensuring our prosperity and enduring success. We offer." As he spoke, several clan members carried in the ferocious beasts they had meticulously prepared for the offering. Above, Ziyang observed the earnest and sincere expressions of the Chen clan members, feeling a stir within his heart. Indeed, their intentions were simple. They merely sought the divine tree's blessings for the safety and flourishing of their family for generations to come. Yet, he found himself questioning whether he possessed the ability to fulfill such a role. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ziyang resolved not to dwell on it. He would simply go with the flow. Today, in service to the divine tree, he would partake in the offerings of the people, and in return, he would bestow blessings to ensure the safety of the clan. As the sacrifices commenced, the branches of Ziyang began to shimmer with light. In the next moment, countless green light particles drifted from the foliage of the divine tree. These vibrant green motes were abundant and soon enveloped the entire shrine in a deep emerald hue. The light particles melded into the bodies of each clan member, healing their wounds. Even those who were uninjured felt their vitality surge within, invigorating their spirits. A few children, witnessing this spectacle, reached out in an attempt to grasp the green light hovering above them, only to have the motes vanish upon entering their arms. The children, oblivious to the significance, merely found the experience curious, unaware that this life force would facilitate their future cultivation. Among the crowd, Chen Qinghe strained to lift his head, inhaling deeply in an effort to draw the green light into his being, while urging his companion Qingming, hurry and absorb it. These light particles are treasures. As the green motes gradually faded from view, the onlookers regarded the divine tree with a newfound reverence. Some clan members, who had never witnessed the divine tree's manifestation, murmured in awe, "So this is the family divine tree." Chen Xingzhen was filled with exhilaration. The divine tree had responded to their offerings, bestowing its divine power upon them, an affirmation of the tree's recognition of their family. Henceforth, under the protection of the divine tree, their clan would surely advance further. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chen Xingzhen, Ziyang was cursing inwardly. Damn. 10 points of vitality just gone like that. Why does it have to show its power? Does it cost nothing? Despite his grievances, Ziyang felt no profound regret. Even if he wished to avoid being the divine tree, he had no choice. Moreover, given the circumstances, if he did not exhibit some capabilities to win over the clan members, how could he expect their wholehearted devotion in future offerings? However, Ziyang's fleeting emotions soon dissipated amid the sacrifices of several ferocious beasts. This time, the offerings included 2 beasts of the blood condensation realm and 3 from the late stage of the body refinement realm. These beasts replenished all the vitality Ziyang had just expended, sending his energy soaring. According to Ziyang's experience in absorbing vital energy and blood, he discovered that ferocious beasts of the refinement body realm typically contribute between 1 to 10 points of vital energy, while those of the blood condensation realm offer between 10 to 20 points. The exact contribution is contingent upon the specific realm of the ferocious beast. Even among beasts of the same realm, variations may exist, albeit not significantly. For instance, The recently encountered late-stage refinement body beast contributed 8 points of vital energy, while another of the same realm provided only 7 points, as for spiritual power. It cannot be discerned based on realm. After absorbing all the vital energy, Ji Yang once again reviewed his attributes. Vital energy, 56, convertible to life force, spiritual power, 29, deduction points, 15, deduction possible. This time, the vital energy acquired surpassed that of the previous day, allowing Ji Yang to perform multiple deductions. The sudden abundance left him momentarily unaccustomed, yet it was undeniably pleasant. Having just lost 10 points of life force, Ji Yang converted an additional 20 points of vital energy to ensure his life force remained sufficiently robust, thus preventing any deterioration of his condition. As for the remaining vital energy, Ji Yang decided to retain it, planning to determine its use after the grand ritual concluded. Today marked only the first day of the grand ritual, with 6 days still ahead. Furthermore, in the evening, he could utilize the lunar eclipse technique to absorb moonlight and replenish his life force, thereby alleviating any urgency regarding the vital energy conversion. Following the ritual, a banquet commenced within the clan, featuring sustenance primarily consisting of blood rice obtained from the Li family, alongside the flesh of several refinement body beasts. Both types of nourishment served to replenish the vital energy of the clan members. Amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped the clan, generating an air of joy. Not far away, Chun Xingzhen observed the lively scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. The prosperity and longevity of the clan, coupled with the faith of its members and the strength of the family, seemed to embody the ideal state. However, he recognized that this was still insufficient. The clan needed to grow stronger. Additionally, the remnants of the Li family required swift resolution. On the second day of the grand ritual, the ceremonies continued, albeit with fewer clan members present in the ancestral hall. A closer look revealed that most of these absent members were among the more formidable warriors of the clan. Yet, today's offerings paled in comparison to yesterday's, consisting of only 2 refinement body beasts. This prompted Ji Yang to shake his head in dismay. The fervor had waned, the emotional connection had diminished. Nevertheless, Ji Yang understood the current fragility of the Chen family. With numerous clan members to support, even in the beast-infested graveyard mountains, hunting required considerable effort. 2 beasts would suffice. He could accept that. The 2 refinement body beasts contributed 14 points of vital energy and 2 points of spiritual power, bringing his totals to 50 for vital energy and 31 for spiritual power. On the third day of the grand ritual, Ji Yang reaped 15 points of vital energy and 1 point of spiritual power, reaching 65 in vital energy and 32 in spiritual power. On the fourth day, he gathered 13 points of vital energy and 2 points of spiritual power. While the Qin family conducted their rituals, the territory of the Li family had been entirely absorbed by the Qin family. Regrettably, the current warriors of the Qin family were unable to manage the entirety of the situation. On one hand, it is necessary to send individuals to cultivate blood rice in preparation for the impending harsh winter. On the other hand, warriors must be dispatched to search for the whereabouts of the Li family. After several days of diligent investigation by the family's martial artists, discoveries soon surfaced. However, as the grand ceremony has yet to conclude, the family refrained from taking hasty actions upon receiving the news, instead opting to bide their time. Outside a desolate cave, a figure swiftly flitted by. After noting the absence of any peculiar traces in the surroundings, the figure ventured into the cave, vanishing from sight. Uncle Five, what is the situation? Within the cave, Li Yongqing inquired of the middle-aged man before him. This man was none other than Li Kailiang, who had previously ensured Li Yongqing's safe passage. Although Chen Tianjing had the aid of the Huai Leaf that day, Li Kailiang possessed a formidable late-stage blood condensation realm prowess. Despite not being in optimal condition at the time, he managed to escape through sheer determination. Upon hearing Li Yongqing's query, Li Kailiang furrowed his brow and slowly replied. According to my investigations, the Chen family appears to be conducting a grand sacrificial rite and has not dispatched many clan members to pursue our trail. Given the current decline of our family, I believe we should seize this opportunity to lead the remaining members away from the Mound of the Forgotten and return to seek vengeance when we have regained our strength. What do you think? Li Yongqing fell into silence. The family's diminished status and the loss of many clan members in what was supposed to be a victorious battle had plagued his nights with insomnia, often awakening him from nightmares. The desire for vengeance weighed heavily on his heart, making it difficult for the departed souls of his kin to find peace. However, considering the family's present capabilities, seeking revenge seemed an insurmountable challenge, especially with the peculiar Huai Leaf aiding the Chun family. Though his longing for retribution was fervent, he recognized the prudence in Li Kailiang's counsel. Very well. After a brief pause, Li Yongqing nodded. The family had once flourished from a mere handful of individuals to its current stature. If they could achieve such growth, why could he not? Moreover, there remained a considerable number of clan members. Although their levels were not high, given time, they could become the cornerstone of the family's resurgence. Witnessing Li Yongqing's rekindled determination, a hint of approval graced Li Xiaoyang's expression. As the clan leader, one must embody an indomitable spirit. Uncle 5, this journey may not be entirely smooth. I believe we should deliberate thoroughly. The Mound of the Forgotten was inherently remote, with a limited number of main roads available. Given the number of remaining clan members, they could not afford to take any conspicuous routes. If they were to navigate the smaller paths to escape the mound, the terrain would be treacherous, necessitating careful arrangements for the elderly and young members of the family. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve appeared in Li Yongqing's eyes. Uncle 5, my plan is as follows. What? This? Upon hearing Li Yongqing's thoughts, Li Xiaoyang expressed astonishment, his face revealing a hint of hesitation. Yet, upon meeting Li Yongqing's decisive and unwavering gaze, he gradually nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. On the 7th day of the grand ceremony, the Chen family seemed to have transformed entirely. The sounds of children's laughter occasionally echoed through the clan, and the once desolate family square was now frequented by several members who engaged in rigorous training to hone their skills, aspiring to break through to higher realms. Meanwhile, the blood condensation realm martial artists within the clan were particularly busy, constantly scurrying about in the ancestral hall. Chun Xingzhen had commenced presiding over the concluding rituals of the sacred tree ceremony. After the conclusion of the ceremony, the family once again offered sacrifices for the final day. Once all was completed, Chun Xingzhen turned to Qin Tianjing beside him and inquired, "Is the information accurate?" Chun Tianjing nodded affirmatively, stating, "I have personally verified it. There are indeed no discrepancies. It is truly a member of the Li family." "Excellent." Qin Xingzhen responded with a vigorous nod, and then declared, "Immediately summon the clan members to accompany me in intercepting those from the Li family. A few must remain here to guard against unforeseen circumstances. We must also send individuals to investigate the Liu family." With a series of commands issued, the entire clan commenced their bustling activities once more. This time, they were determined to eradicate Li Yongqing and his associates entirely. Above, Ji Yang overheard the exchange between the two, but paid it little mind. He was but a tree. Even if he were a divine tree, he could not concern himself with distant matters. At this moment, Ji Yang's thoughts were more occupied with his current state. Following the grand ritual today, his own attributes had undergone significant changes. Name, Ji Yang race, young Sephora tree, vitality, 30. 4. Divine abilities, Eye of Insight, reversal of Dan travel, one leaf obscures vision, techniques, lunar eclipse, combat skills, none, health, 104, convertible to vitality, mana, 36, deduction points, 25, can deduct. Status, as the revered sacred tree, you have finally attained a modicum of self-preservation, yet it remains woefully inadequate. Originally possessing a vitality of 16, through the absorption of lunar essence over the past few days, it had now reached 30. This increase in vitality allowed Ji Yang's roots to extend several meters beyond the shrine. Furthermore, the 7 days of offerings had elevated Ji Yang's health and mana to unprecedented heights. During this period, 2 clan members at the late stage of body refining broke through to the coagulation stage, while another 6 made further advancements in their body refining, significantly augmenting his deduction points. Observing the abundance of health and mana, along with the potential for deduction below, even Ji Yang's usually calm demeanor experienced a slight ripple. While enhancing vitality was undoubtedly crucial for strengthening oneself, he sensed that deduction was a more expedient path to rapidly elevate his vitality and serve as the foundation for the Chun family's ascendance. Moreover, he had yet to encounter anything in the realm of combat skills. It seemed this time would yield some gains. This deduction requires a consumption of 10 health, 5 mana, and 5 deduction points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes? No? As the deduction conditions reappeared, Ji Yang instinctively prepared to select yes. However, just as he was about to confirm, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait. Why did the colors of health, mana, and deduction points differ from before? If his memory served him right, the previous instances had all been black. Yet now they appeared green, and there was even an inconspicuous plus-minus symbol following the points. This peculiar occurrence prompted Ji Yang to pause, and he couldn't help but click the plus sign next to the points. This deduction requires a consumption of 20 health, 10 mana, and 10 deduction points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes? No? Note. This is a double deduction. During the deduction, you may randomly carry one of your own abilities into the deduction. Note. The higher the simulation multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Chapter 39. Fivefold simulation, double simulation? What is that? One can actually invest to double the simulation. Moreover, the subsequent annotations inform Ji Yang that the higher the simulation multiplier, The stronger the abilities seemed to become, that a double simulation could even carry one's innate abilities into the simulation, as well as unlock rare maps. Gazing at the green plus sign, Ji Young clicked twice more. This simulation requires the consumption of 40 vitality, 20 spiritual power, and 20 simulation points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note: this is a fourfold simulation. During the simulation, you will randomly carry 3 of your innate abilities. Note: the higher the simulation multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Observing the newly altered annotations, Ji Yang's expression became enlightened. For each additional multiplier in the simulation, he could carry one more ability into it. It was indeed an ability, not a divine power. Nevertheless, this still significantly enhanced his chances of survival. Ji Yang meticulously recalled the abilities he had acquired in the simulations thus far: root enhancement, high temperature resistance, and unyielding resilience. Except for the high temperature resistance, which required a specific environment to be useful, the other 2 abilities greatly benefited his growth. For instance, had he possessed root enhancement during the last simulation, the cliff would not have collapsed. The concept of rare maps perplexed Ji Yang. What exactly constituted a rare map? Soon, Ji Yang ceased to ponder and decided that rather than contemplating, it would be more prudent to try it himself, thus understanding the disparity firsthand. Looking at his current points, Ji Yang steeled himself and clicked on the green arrow once more. This simulation requires the consumption of 50 vitality, 25 spiritual power, and 25 simulation points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note: this is a 5-fold simulation. During the simulation, you will randomly carry 4 of your innate abilities. Note: the higher the simulation multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. This time, he opted for a 5-fold simulation, aiming for grandeur. After all, resources were relatively plentiful, and with the Chun family no longer facing external threats, he could afford to experiment. Even if it failed, he would at least gain insight into the differences. Upon meeting the conditions for a 5-fold simulation, Ji Yang noticed the green symbol transition to gray. He attempted to adjust it, but found he could not continue. It seemed this was determined by his current points. In the next moment, Ji Yang hesitated no longer and clicked YES to AS. He did so. The surrounding ancestral hall swiftly vanished. However, this time was different from the previous simulations. Upon confirming the simulation, Ji Yang did not immediately enter an unfamiliar world. Instead, a series of distinct images suddenly appeared before him, cycling through like a revolving lantern. Grasslands, snowy fields, deserts, forests, and lava. Ji Yang merely glanced briefly and beheld countless scenes, including environments he had previously experienced during simulations. As the images continued to play, Ji Yang observed unique environments not encountered before. Among them were ethereal realms shrouded in mist, with flowers and grasses flourishing, as well as bustling places adorned with intricate carvings and towering buildings. A land shrouded in silence, where white bones lay scattered, devoid of all vitality. The scene before Ji Yang began to accelerate in its cyclic nature, obscuring the finer details from his view. However, he soon recalled the mention of rare maps during his previous deductions. It was evident that if he were to thrive within these rare maps, he might indeed reap greater rewards. Before Ji Yang could delve deeper into his thoughts, the kaleidoscopic map gradually began to slow, and after traversing deserts and valleys, a dimly lit tableau unfolded before him, eventually coming to a halt. Just as Ji Yang attempted to discern the intricacies of this image, it seemed to spring to life, instantly engulfing his consciousness. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. It was a shadowy expanse, devoid of both sun and moon, where the obsidian sky loomed overhead, inducing an involuntary tension within him. The ground beneath was equally dark, and the surroundings were starkly desolate, with not a single blade of grass or tree in sight. The harshness of this environment sent a chill through Ji Yang's heart. Before he could further investigate, familiar text materialized before him. You have been born into the realm of the Nether. To grow into a towering tree, you must begin your arduous journey. The name of this realm startled Ji Yang. It was apparent that he had indeed entered a rare map, one that sounded extraordinary. Yet, upon a second glance at his surroundings, he began to feel that this rare map might not bode well for him, as the conditions for growth were far more dire than those he had encountered in the deserts and other locales. As the text faded, Ji Yang realized that he seemed to be different this time. Previously, he had entered the simulation as a mere sapling, but now he found himself entering as a trunk of considerable size from a shrine. Even before commencing his growth, he possessed 2 clusters of leaves, and his roots had spread several meters underground. He could sense the vigor of one particular root, which he had previously enhanced. If all went well, he would enter the simulation with 4 abilities. Yet he currently possessed only 3, suggesting they had all been carried over. The somewhat robust physique granted Ji Yang a modicum of security. However, As time passed and the sky remained perpetually overcast, that sense of safety evaporated. For in the realm of the nether, there was neither day nor night, and the environment remained unchanged throughout the ages. As a tree, how could he possibly survive without sunlight? With the passage of time, Ji-young felt his strength waning. Even the acceleration of time had failed to foster any growth. Were it not for the tenacity bestowed by his ability, he feared he might have already perished. Yet, if this continued, he doubted he could endure for much longer. Was this simulation destined to conclude in such a lackluster manner? Ji-young sighed inwardly, having invested all his resources into this endeavor. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, new text appeared before his eyes. The environment of the realm of the nether is harsh and inhospitable. To adapt and continue growing, you must decide. Absorb in energy. Absorb earth energy. Absorb soul energy. Upon seeing these new options, Ji-young felt a flicker of hope. Whether he could survive depended entirely on this choice. What troubles Ji-young is that, unexpectedly, he now faces an additional option. Previously, with only 2 choices, he had a 50% chance. But with 3 options now, his probability has diminished to a mere 30%. Of course, among these 3 choices, it is not necessarily the case that only one holds the correct answer. Perhaps all 3 could be viable. Nevertheless, Ji-young still yearns to select the most suitable one. Chapter 40. The realm of the netherworld in the depths of his mind. Ji-young murmurs softly, engaged in contemplation. Having taken root underground for quite some time, he has yet to sense any earth energy, nor has he perceived the nutrients of the soil. As for soul energy and yin energy, he remains utterly oblivious to their nature. After a brief period of inner conflict, Ji-young ultimately opts to absorb the yin energy. He can only hope that his choice is not misguided. Upon making his selection, Ji-young directs his full attention to the transformations occurring within his trunk. Should the situation turn dire, it is likely that he would meet his demise. However, following his choice, it seems there is little he can do to avert it. He can only await the outcome in silence. As time accelerates, Ji-young's trunk gradually undergoes a metamorphosis. The once brown bark slowly transitions into a deep black. The transformation does not cease. Rather, it intensifies. Initially affecting the trunk, it soon extends to the roots, branches, and leaves. Ultimately, the dark green locust leaves adorning Ji-young's branches transform entirely to a profound black, with a faint gray mist swirling around them. Once Ji-young's entire being has transformed, a sudden exhilaration surges within him. For with the change in his physical form, the trunk that had halted its growth astonishingly resumes its expansion. Following his selection, Ji-young's surroundings also undergo a dramatic transformation. The previously empty space around him becomes engulfed in a thick gray mist. This mist did not emerge suddenly. Rather, it appears to have lingered in this place for an extended period, only invisible to him until now. As Ji-young grows, he can distinctly observe the gray mist being continuously absorbed by his locust leaves. In energy, the term surfaces in his mind, confirming that his choice was indeed correct. This is a unique product of the netherworld, serving as nourishment for his growth. The inexhaustible supply of yin energy surrounding him is profoundly gratifying. While Ji-young revels in the joy of growth, he suddenly catches sight of a vague figure emerging from the distance within the yin energy. This revelation startles him, for anomalies often signify choices, and choices herald danger. Yet, within danger, there lies a glimmer of opportunity. The longer he survives in this realm of deduction, the greater the benefits he reaps. Moreover, he is merely a tree at present, powerless to alter the unfolding circumstances, and can only respond with composure. As time progresses, Ji-young observes an increasing number of indistinct figures, each drawing nearer and becoming clearer. Before long, a figure materializes within his line of sight, allowing him to discern the nature of this once obscured apparition. It is a form, expressionless and vacant-eyed, composed of grayish-white mist. Soul, the word suddenly emerges in Ji-young's mind, fitting the description perfectly. In no time, this figure approaches him, and new words materialize before him. You have absorbed a considerable amount of yin energy, attracting wandering souls. What will you choose? Active shelter, neglect, rooted strangulation. The fate of the wandering souls. Ji-young furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face as he contemplated these 3 starkly different choices. A mere wandering soul could be easily strangled by his roots, yet beyond the dense aura of negativity, it seemed countless other souls lurked, raising concerns about his ability to vanquish them all. Moreover, he sensed that this particular soul possessed little offensive capability. Ultimately, Ji-young opted for the path of neglect, akin to the cicada of spring and autumn from long ago. This was the most prudent approach, a doctrine of moderation that might afford him a longer existence. Once the decision was made, time resumed its relentless march. The solitary soul, upon drawing closer to Ji-young, chose to linger beneath the shade of the tree. Remaining stationary, as Ji Yang's locust leaves inhaled and exhaled the surrounding negativity, the wandering soul was similarly affected. Initially just one soul, as time flowed on, an increasing multitude gathered in the shadow of Ji Yang, eventually eclipsing his entire field of vision. With each inhalation and exhalation of negativity from Ji Yang's leaves, these souls exhibited a strong response. Their forms began to solidify, and the vacant gaze in their eyes gradually sparked with vitality. Notably, the soul closest to Ji Yang's trunk grew remarkably robust over time. Its eyes alight with a newfound brilliance, it began to disperse the surrounding souls, creating a space uniquely its own. Each day, this soul practiced a set of combat techniques in its cleared area. Though its intelligence was limited, this activity appeared to have become instinctual. Observing this phenomenon from above, Ji Yang felt a twinge of astonishment, as if these souls possessed some semblance of memory. What manner of realm was this ethereal underworld? Under Ji Yang's daily absorption of negative energy, he experienced rapid growth, soon reaching a height of over 10 zhang. With a trunk as stout as a water barrel, and a crown lush with countless clusters of branches and leaves, the souls, too, grew at an astonishing rate, and gradually, more of them began to shine with intelligence. They coalesced around Ji Yang, forming a distinct hierarchical structure that slowly expanded outward. Ji Yang gazed in fascination at the development of the souls, finding it quite intriguing. After a while, the souls beneath Ji Yang's shade gathered together, seemingly communicating in a unique manner. At this moment, new subtitles materialized. A multitude of souls have awakened their intelligence. They have resolved to venture forth and engage in battle, seeking to expand their territory in your name. What is your choice? Generously contribute, disregard, persuade the souls. Upon seeing this new decision, a smile crept across Ji Yang's lips. How amusing. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yang chose to generously contribute. The souls beneath him had amassed in considerable numbers, many of which had solidified into formidable forms. Such strength could not be deemed weak in this underworld, and he was curious to witness how far these souls could develop. Upon making his choice, the lush locust leaves on Ji Yang's branches suddenly began to fall. Each leaf landed in the hands of a soul, transforming into a suit of black armor that enveloped them. With the enhancement of the leaf armor, several souls set forth, accompanied by others, toward the distant horizon. As the season progressed, Ji Yang quietly awaited the outcome, only to be momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the subtitles before him. The souls beneath the shade venture forth to battle, striving to grow stronger, yet they inadvertently attract the shadow of war. You have perished. As the text faded, a piercing shriek echoed in Ji Yang's ears. When he turned his gaze, he beheld a knight, half man and half horse, towering several dozen zhang, clad entirely in silver armor, descending with a sweeping blade. Under its iron hooves, the souls beneath the shade were crushed one by one, and even the armor fashioned from the leaves of the locust tree could not provide any refuge. In the end, the long-handled scythe in its grasp swept across, severing the reinforced trunk of Ji Yang with ease. Chapter 41. Gathering shadows, solidifying souls. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Ji Yang found himself at a loss for words. It appeared he had overestimated these souls, leading to a grievous miscalculation. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed his confusion, recognizing that the duration of survival had been considerable, suggesting that the outcomes should be quite favorable. Simulation concluded. You have comprehended a new technique, gathering shadows. You have acquired a new divine ability, solidifying souls. Do you have attained a new divine ability, armor of leaves? You have learned a new martial skill, Taizu long fist, gathering shadows. You can actively transform your life form to absorbing energy, solidifying souls. You can consume a certain amount of vitality to condense souls. Armor of leaves. You can expend a portion of your vitality to envelop souls in leaf armor. Taizu long fist, a high-grade martial skill of the yellow tier, can impart teachings 3 times. As Ji Yang beheld the cascade of notifications, his heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards, including 1 technique, 2 divine abilities, and 1 martial skill. These techniques and abilities were undoubtedly intertwined with the simulation he had just undergone. Reflecting on the myriad souls from the netherworld, if he could replicate them in this realm, the Chun family would undoubtedly grow stronger. Finally, Ji Yang's gaze settled upon the high-grade martial skill. If his assumptions were correct, this should be the very skill practiced daily by the soul that had initially approached him. In this world, vitality and blood served as the path, complemented by martial skills. Both techniques and martial skills were classified into 4 tiers and 12 grades, further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. The might of martial skills could significantly enhance a warrior's strength, with some formidable skills capable of unleashing power that surpassed the warrior's own capabilities. The Qin family, having long since fallen into decline, lacked even a single decent martial skill, with members relying solely on their innate vitality and the skills honed during hunts. At this moment, the Taizu long fist transformed into a wealth of knowledge, flooding Ji Yang's mind. Whether it was the circulation of vitality during the martial skills execution, the pathways to take, or the various techniques involved, Ji Yang had mastered them all. He had become the consummate practitioner of this martial skill. Alas, Ji Yang was currently but a tree, unable to employ the Taizu long fist, as he possessed no hands. The high-grade skill could only be considered average, yet if the Qin family were to acquire it, it would undoubtedly bolster their combat prowess significantly. Most crucially, Ji Yang could impart teachings, albeit limited in frequency, which remained a considerable advantage. Ji Yang's gaze shifted past the martial skill, returning once more to the new technique he had acquired, gathering shadows. This, indeed, should be his greatest gain from this simulation. Absorbing the Yin energy may perhaps enable him to swiftly enhance his vitality. The more vitality he accumulates, the greater the augmentation of Ji Yang will be. He pondered how the effect of this Yin gathering would compare to that of a lunar eclipse. Without further hesitation, Ji Yang commenced the practice of the Yin gathering technique. As he engaged in this practice, his physique began to undergo a gradual transformation, reminiscent of his prior experience in the realm of the underworld. First, roots began to sprout, followed by a trunk, a canopy, and branches adorned with leaves. Ultimately, both the trunk and the foliage of Ji Yang transformed into a profound shade of black. Moreover, whenever Ji Yang ceased the operation of the technique, he could revert to his former appearance. This was the transformation of life forms as described in the technique. After this metamorphosis, a subtle shift occurred in Ji Yang's perception. He could now discern things that were previously invisible to him, such as the Yin energy. However, as he surveyed the surroundings of the ancestral hall, his expression momentarily faltered. Where was the promised Yin energy? The Yin energy resembled a gray mist. In the underworld, it was ubiquitous, often overwhelming to the extent that it obscured his vision of distant objects, greatly accelerating his growth. Yet, upon returning to the realm of reality, Ji Yang found only a scant amount of gray mist in the ancestral hall. To what degree was it scarce? In comparison to the underworld, it was like a drop in the ocean. Based on Ji Yang's prior experiences with absorbing Yin energy, it seemed unlikely that even if he consumed all the surrounding Yin energy, it would yield a significant increase in vitality. This realization plunged Ji Yang into silence, causing his earlier intentions to dissipate. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure. Besides the Yin gathering technique, he possessed the ability to condense souls. Condensing souls required the presence of a living soul, however, and he needed to locate one first. Ji Yang scanned the area once more, but it remained devoid of any presence. This was the ancestral hall of the Qin family, not the underworld. Where could he find an abundance of living souls? Suddenly, he recalled the ancestral hall. Ji Yang shifted his gaze towards a particular room within the Qin family ancestral hall. At the forefront of the room stood a tiered wooden rack, each level adorned with several spirit tablets commemorating the deceased ancestors of the Qin family. At the very bottom lay 3 pristine spirit tablets, representing the 3 clan members who perished in the recent conflict with the Li family. However, Ji Yang's attention was not directed at these tablets, but rather at the faint, pale figures attached to them. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to perceive them, but now, after the transformation of his life form, he could see them clearly. Were these not the living souls from the underworld? Yet, in contrast to those in the underworld, the souls affixed to the spirit tablets appeared more fragmented. Some missing hands, others missing feet, and some even lacking heads, riddled with holes, their bodies a more ashen hue. It would be more accurate to describe these as remnants of souls rather than living souls. Furthermore, the higher the tier of the spirit tablets, the more shattered the souls appeared, with the topmost layers often devoid of any presence. In stark contrast, beside the 3 spirit tablets at the bottom, 3 clearly defined, vacant-eyed souls hovered nearby, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. Upon locating the living souls, Ji Yang hesitated no longer. He activated his subterranean roots, emerging from the soil beneath the trunk. Originally, Ji Yang's roots exhibited a brownish-gray hue, but now they were entirely black, enabling him to ensnare the souls effectively in no time. The shattered remnants of around 20 souls within the ancestral hall were drawn to him one by one. Although the introduction to the divine ability was relatively clear, Ji Yang remained uncertain about its specific effects and decided to conduct an experiment. He grasped the living soul with his roots and subsequently invoked the soul-gathering technique. After the invocation, the living soul in Ji Yang's hand vanished without a trace, and its vitality showed no signs of diminishing. This left Ji Yang perplexed. Had he failed? Unwilling to succumb to despair, he continued his experiments, reasoning that these living souls possessed no memories and were destined to disappear eventually. Thus, experimenting on them posed little consequence. However, after 5 consecutive failures, none of his attempts yielded success. Jiang revisited the description of the soul-gathering technique, which clearly stated that a certain amount of vitality must be consumed. Since he had not experienced any loss of vitality, it was evident that he had failed. Could it be that these living souls were simply too fragmented? Resolutely, Jiang surveyed the 20 or so living souls around him, refusing to believe that he could not succeed with even one. Soon enough, one by one, the living souls vanished from Jiang's grasp. Just as he contemplated continuing his experiments, he discovered that the surroundings of the ancestral hall had become devoid of any other living souls. All had been utilized. The wave of disappointment washed over Jiang. Chapter 42. Green fruit. If he could not condense the living souls, then naturally, there would be no army of souls, as for the gathering technique. Its efficacy was indeed dismal. Despite absorbing all the surrounding energy, his vitality had not increased, indicating that this technique was utterly ineffective for him. If both the gathering and soul condensing techniques failed, then the final layer of armor would be nothing more than a castle in the air, especially since the description stated that it was meant to cover the living souls with leaf armor. Jiang sighed inwardly. He had anticipated great gains but instead faced considerable losses, with the most valuable technique being the Huang-tier combat skill. Taizu Changquan. As night deepened, and the autumn moon hung like a hook in the sky. A faint glow flickered anew upon Jiang's branches. Just as he prepared to absorb the moonlight, he suddenly noticed something amiss. What were those 20 or so green fruits that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? Gazing at the unexpected fruits on his branches, Jiang momentarily thought he was hallucinating. Upon counting the fruits on his branches, he was struck by a revelation. They matched the number of living souls he had just absorbed. Thus, the soul-gathering technique had not failed. Rather, it had succeeded, and these living souls had transformed into the green fruits adorning his branches. At this moment, these fruits were only the size of a grain of blood rice. Yet Jiang could distinctly sense their rapid growth. Reflecting on the description of the technique, a tightness gripped his heart. His vitality. When Jiang opened his panel once more, he discovered that his vitality, initially at 30.4, had inexplicably diminished by 0.2, leaving him with only 30.2. This vitality was his very essence, and Jiang was certain he had not miscounted, not even by a decimal. To compound matters, while he was observing, his vitality decreased by another 0.1, indicating that the growing green fruits were continually siphoning off his life force. At this rate, how much vitality would these fruits consume? Jiang felt uncertain, yet he refrained from making any rash decisions. He could pluck the fruits one by one, which would presumably halt the drain on his vitality, but that would signify the success of the soul-gathering technique. Moreover, with so few living souls remaining, if he were to remove the green fruits, the technique would undoubtedly fail. Moreover, although the vitality was waning, the growth rate of these green fruits was rather swift. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang ceased his worries. He currently possessed 30 points of vitality, and after a five-fold extrapolation, he still had 54 points of health remaining, which could be transformed into over 20 points of life. In addition, he could absorb the moonlight each night. How much vitality could these green fruits possibly consume? Thus, it would be more prudent to observe what these green fruits would ultimately develop into. The appearance of the green fruits also prevented Jiang from hastily dispelling the gathering technique, for he feared that a transformation in his life form might render his divine abilities ineffective. Of course, a more significant reason was that he discovered he could simultaneously operate both gathering and moon eclipsing techniques without any conflict between the two. As the night deepened and the energy gradually thickened, Jiang felt an increase in the energy he was absorbing. Although his vitality did not increase with the rise in energy, he could sense that the green fruits on the branches were growing at an accelerated rate under the accumulation of energy. The night was enchanting, yet along the pathway, 10 miles distant from the Li family, a chilling aura pervaded the in the midst of the path. Dozens of individuals were besieged. These were members of the Li family. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this group lacked any young people, consisting mostly of the elderly, women, and children. Surrounding them were the martial artists of the Chen family who had been dispatched today. The clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, noticed the absence of Li Yongqing, Li Kaiyang, and the remaining martial artists of the Li family. Beside him, Chen Tianyu spoke with a grave expression. During the recent grand festival of the clan's sacred tree, a significant portion of the clan members had already been dispatched to seek information regarding the remnants of the Li family. Just a few days after the festival, the clan quickly made a discovery, locating the hiding place of the Li family. However, at that time, Chen Xingzhen did not rush to take action. Although the Li family was in decline, caution was still warranted against any potential counterattacks from the remnants. After the Sacred Tree Festival, the clan members, having received the protection of the Sacred Tree, not only recovered from their injuries but also gained tremendous confidence, making it an opportune moment to eradicate the Li family once and for all. Thus, he personally led a pursuit. Yet, He had not anticipated that this discovered group would consist solely of the Li family's common folk. Truly, the current patriarch of the Li family displayed remarkable resolve by directly abandoning the majority of his clan. Chen Xingzhen remarked, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. However, the more formidable the enemy appeared, the less he wished to let them escape. If the Li family were not completely eradicated, it would likely pose a future threat to their clan. Send additional men to continue the search, expand the scope. Chen Xingzhen commanded once more. Patriarch, what shall we do with these people? Chen Tianyu inquired, gesturing towards the panicked and fearful members of the Li family nearby. Eliminate them all. Upon hearing the cold decree from Chen Xingzhen, Chen Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily responded, Patriarch, most of these individuals are merely the frail and the weak, posing little threat to the clan. In my opinion, it would be better to expel them from the chaos graveyard. Tianyu, you must not show mercy. These people may seem harmless, yet their kin are all members of the Li family. Should they ever have the opportunity, they will not relinquish their hatred merely because of your kindness today. Clan warfare is no trifling matter. If the Li family were to emerge victorious this time, how many of our Chen clan would remain? Listening to the heavy words echoing in his ears, Chen Tianyu murmured, yet the subsequent words remained unvoiced. He understood all too well that the family conflict was not merely a battle involving a handful of individuals, but one that encompassed the entirety of the clan. However, he found it difficult to bear. You should return. Let Tianjing handle matters here. All right, he replied. As he watched Chen Tianyu's departing figure, Chen Xing sighed deeply. Tianyu possessed a prudent disposition, remaining unflustered in the face of grave matters, and was adept at strategizing. Yet in this regard, he was perhaps overly compassionate. Though age had taken its toll on him, and despite being in the latter stages of the blood condensation realm, the decline in his vitality and energy left him feeling somewhat inadequate, particularly in light of the current family crisis, which had drained him considerably. Even with the divine tree's healing, it could not replenish his strength. Unless he were to break through to the innate realm, allowing his internal energy, blood, and bones to harmonize into a single entity, he could not hope to extend his lifespan by several decades. Yet, the path to the innate realm was fraught with difficulty, and he saw no opportunity ahead. Once the Li family was thoroughly resolved, he would need to contemplate who should succeed him as the next clan leader. However, it was premature to consider such matters now. That could wait until after the resolution of the Li family issue. After receiving treatment from the divine tree, he still had a decade left to live. 10 years should suffice, he mused. Chen Xing turned and departed, paying no heed to the voices trailing behind him. Chapter 43. Divine Fruit Clan Leader, many of our kin are injured. Can we pause for a moment? In the midst of the wasteland mountains, a disheveled and weary member of the Li clan inquired of Li Yongqing, who was leading the group. No, we must keep moving. We must cover another 20 miles tonight. I will go ahead and clear the path, Li Yongqing declared resolutely, cautiously surveying his surroundings. It had been 2 days since they had left their clan and entered the wasteland mountains. Yet during this time, they had scarcely traversed 100 miles, covering less than 1/5 of the treacherous terrain. The reasons for this were all too apparent. The wasteland mountains boasted a complex topography, with rugged paths often obscured by thorns and inhabited by ferocious beasts. The closer they drew to the heart of the mountains, the more formidable the beasts became. Although the group of 20 was comprised of the clan's younger generation, many of whom were initial stage body refinement practitioners, they lacked experience in navigating the wasteland mountains. The harsh environment, compounded by various other factors, hindered their progress significantly. Nevertheless, Li Yongqing's expression remained resolute. He would not yield to the difficulties of the journey. Numerous routes led out of the wasteland mountains, yet during discussions with Li Kaiyang regarding an escape route, he had excluded all other paths, opting instead to traverse the mountains directly in order to evade the pursuit of the Chen clan. As for the other members of the clan, bringing them along would likely jeopardize the entire family, leaving him no choice but to abandon them. Surely, the Chen clan would not suspect that they would cut through the wasteland mountains? Even if they did, they might not dare to send pursuers, as the number of blood condensation practitioners in the Chen clan was limited. However, considering other factors, the clan needed to expedite their departure from the wasteland mountains. This was their only opportunity. If they could safely escape, the remaining warriors of the clan could certainly start anew and restore the family's former glory in days of yore. The illustrious ancestors of the Li family single-handedly established the esteemed lineage that stands today. Now, with the family in a more prosperous state, Li Yongqing is equally capable of achieving greatness. The challenges posed by the Chaos Burial Mountain serve as a crucible for honing the younger generation of the family. Patriarch, there is an issue with the sacred tree. The following day, before Chen Xing could step outside, the panicked cries of his kin reached his ears. Having returned home late the previous night, he had intended to rest a while. However, upon hearing of the troubles concerning the sacred tree, A look of alarm crossed Qian Xing's face as he hurriedly made his way to the family shrine. The sacred tree is indeed the cornerstone of the family's resurgence. There must be no room for error. Upon arriving at the shrine, Qian Xing found a considerable number of family members gathered beneath the sacred tree. Their faces were etched with anxiety, whispering amongst themselves, yet hesitant to draw too close. Observing this, Qian Xing felt a weight settle in his heart. Should the sacred tree be in peril, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences for the family. Make way. The patriarch has arrived. As Qian Xing appeared, the murmurs ceased, and a path was cleared for him. With a composed demeanor befitting his role as both the family patriarch and its pivotal support, he approached the sacred tree, despite an overwhelming urge to rush forward and inspect the situation. Even so, his pace quickened slightly. Upon reaching the base of the sacred tree, he finally discerned its condition. The once vibrant and flourishing tree now exhibited a profound transformation. The trunk had turned an ominous shade of deep black, and the branches and leaves fared no better. This unsettling sight sent a chill through Qian Xing. Could it be that the sacred tree was truly in distress? Yet, as patriarch, why had he not received any forewarning? Yesterday he had been preoccupied with investigating the Li family and had returned home in the dead of night, with little time to spare. Regret washed over him, but then he noticed an astonishing sight. Dozens of thumb-sized pale green fruits adorning the branches of the sacred tree. This discovery sparked a flicker of astonishment in Qian Xing's eyes. The family's sacred tree had borne fruit. He recalled hearing from the elders that when the sacred tree bore fruit, it was often a sign of its maturation, heralding fortuitous opportunities for the family. It was said that in bygone days, the sacred tree had blossomed and fruited, bestowing tremendous benefits upon the family. Alas, he had been but a child then, seldom granted the opportunity to enter the shrine, and had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Furthermore, he had heard that the process of flowering and fruiting could take anywhere from several months to several years. Yet, this occurrence seemed rather swift, did it not? Qian Xing found himself in a state of uncertainty, and at this moment, the family members behind him, noticing his silence, began to murmur once more, "Silence. No uproar shall be tolerated within the shrine." Qian Xing interrupted their discussions and turned to address them. The family's sacred tree has borne divine fruits, hence the changes we observe. This is an auspicious sign for our lineage. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing Qian Xing's reassurances, the expressions of the onlookers softened, and as they gazed at the fruits adorning the tree, a glimmer of anticipation shone in their eyes. They were filled with curiosity about the nature of the fruits that the sacred tree would produce. Having addressed the matter, Qian Xing hastily departed from the shrine. According to his recent observations, the divine tree exhibited no signs of distress regarding its vitality. Rather, it had undergone various changes. However, concerning the matter of the divine tree bearing fruit, he felt compelled to return and peruse the remnants of his family's historical records to ascertain the situation. He had contemplated temporarily sealing the ancestral hall to prohibit the clan members from offering their worship. Yet, considering that the grand ceremony for the divine tree had only recently concluded, and in the interest of unifying the clan's faith and enhancing their cohesion, such a closure seemed imprudent. Furthermore, would this not convey to the clan members that the divine tree was indeed in jeopardy? Since the divine tree had not issued any warnings, it implied that these alterations were entirely normal. Nevertheless, Chen Xingzhen dispatched 2 individuals to monitor the divine tree's condition, instructing them to inform him immediately should any further changes occur. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Xingzhen began to sift through the remaining family records. The occurrence of the divine tree bearing fruit had stirred considerable excitement within the clan, prompting many members to visit the ancestral hall daily to pay their respects and observe the nature of the fruit produced by the divine tree. As the family had yet to locate Li Yongqing and others, the majority of the clan's warriors remained absent and were unaware of the divine tree's transformations. On the second day, following the appearance of the divine tree's fruit, the crowd returned to witness the spectacle once more. To their astonishment, they discovered that the fruits, which had been no larger than a thumb the previous day, had grown significantly, now resembling the size of half a chicken egg, and the color of the green fruit was shifting towards a grayish-white hue. Such rapid growth instilled a profound sense of awe among the onlookers, a testament to the divine nature of their family's sacred tree. On the third day, the fruit had completely shed its green hue, transforming entirely into a grayish-white color. Furthermore, within the center of these grayish-white fruits, slight protruding spots emerged, suggesting that something was gestating within. This, however, did not deter the clan members from their observations and reverence. Rather, it heightened their anticipation. Inside the ancestral hall, Ji Yang gazed intently at these burgeoning fruits, deep in thought. In the span of just 3 days, these fruits had consumed 12 points of his vitality, averaging a depletion of 4 points per day. This meant that all the vitality he had painstakingly absorbed from the moonlight over these 3 days had ultimately been converted into nourishment for these fruits, and he was incurring a daily loss of 1.6 vitality. Despite this, Ji-young refrained from taking any measures. He sensed that the fruits would soon reach maturity and was curious to witness the outcome of the fruits after utilizing his soul-gathering technique. On the 4th day of growth, the previously emerging spots began to take on distinct shapes, protruding from one side of the now fist-sized fruits, rendering them somewhat unsightly. Witnessing this, the clan members expressed their astonishment. At this time, Qin Xingjin, the clan leader, continued to scour the remnants of family information, seeking answers regarding the divine tree's fruiting. Although he had heard of the fruit's rapid growth over the past few days, he had not personally inspected them. That evening, under the shimmering moonlight, Ji-young absorbed both the moonlight and the yin energy, while simultaneously directing his gaze towards the fruit that had gradually transformed into a pale white color. At this juncture, the white fruit had grown to the size of a fist, its shape becoming more defined and layered. Yet, as Ji-young cast his eyes upon these white fruits once more, he felt an unsettling premonition brewing within him. A couple of days prior, the fruits were still diminutive, and the spots upon them were not prominently discernible, rendering them inconspicuous. However, with the passage of these 2 days and the growth of the white fruits, the spots had become markedly more pronounced. In the stillness of the night, under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, Ji-young cast his gaze once more upon these white fruits. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by what he beheld. Unbeknownst to him, the spots on these white fruits had transformed into human facial features, and the fruits, now resembling the size of a fist, had morphed into heads. Each visage upon the fruits bore distinct shapes, their eyes tightly shut, as if they were awaiting the fruit's ripening. From a distance, the towering, shadowy divine tree had vanished from view, leaving only its luminescent leaves shimmering under the moonlight. What evoked both wonder and terror was the sight of numerous fruits with facial features nestled beneath the multitude of glimmering leaves. These fruits, under the moon's glow, emanated an aura of profundity. Fortunately, the ancestral hall was devoid of onlookers. Otherwise, the scene before them would have left them speechless in fear. After the initial shock, Ji-young's heart returned to its usual state. He had encountered fruits with faces before, such as the ginseng fruit. Nonetheless, the thought of such fruits growing from his own being was somewhat difficult for him to fully accept. After all, he was considered the divine tree of his lineage, embodying the family's glory. Yet now, he felt more akin to a monstrous tree, with the Chun family positioned as the malevolent servants venerating this aberration. Ji-young silently shook his head, attempting to dispel these unfounded thoughts. In truth, he had already formed a hypothesis regarding the appearance of these fruits. After all, they had emerged as a result of his invocation of the soul-gathering technique, evidently linked to the souls that had previously resided in the ancestral hall. The likeness of 3 of the fruits distinctly matched that of the 3 kin who had recently perished in battle. Perhaps once these fruits matured, the soul-gathering technique would be deemed fully realized. He pondered the differences between these transformed fruits and the souls from the nether realm. Despite some discomfort, Ji-young still harbored a sense of anticipation. He was merely curious about the tempest that would soon engulf the Chun family. Fortunately, several martial artists of the blood condensation realm had yet to return, leaving only Qin Xingjin in the clan, alleviating his concerns of being attacked by his kin. The following day, dawn broke. Qin Qingsong, broom in hand, pushed open the doors of the ancestral hall and commenced the task of sweeping away the scant dust. The family ancestral hall represented the family's dignity, especially now that it housed the divine tree. It was only fitting that it be cleaned daily. Following the grand ceremony for the divine tree, numerous clan members sought to exchange tasks with him, but he would have none of it. With the divine tree now manifesting its powers, he could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. Perhaps he was destined to be favored by the divine tree and would receive its protection. As the clan leader had stated, as long as one harbored reverence, there existed a chance to receive blessings from the divine tree. Halfway through his sweeping, Qin Qingsong approached the divine tree, preparing to offer his prayers anew and, in doing so, to sneak a glance at the fruits it bore. The clan leader had advised against directly gazing at the divine tree during ordinary times, as it would be deemed a grave disrespect. During his prayers, Qin Qingsong looked upward at the divine tree. Yet, in the next moment, terror washed over his face, and his body froze in place in his line of sight. A white fruit adorned with facial features hung quietly from a branch. Though the fruit's eyes were tightly shut, he felt an uncanny sensation that it was gazing back at him, locked in a silent exchange. The sight before him sent a jolt of terror through Qin Qingsong's heart. As he turned to gaze upon the entire divine tree, he was immediately struck by the sight of white fruits adorned with human faces hanging from its branches. Overwhelmed by fear, Qin Qingsong could no longer contain his dread and hurriedly fled outside, shouting in panic. "What is happening?" His cries swiftly drew many clansmen to investigate. Cousin, the ancestral hall, the divine tree. Upon seeing the approaching crowd, Chen Qingsong, with a hint of trepidation, pointed towards the ancestral hall. Hearing his words, the others ceased their hesitation, assuming that enemies had infiltrated the hall, intending to desecrate the family's sacred tree. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, however, they found no intruders, and their gazes turned towards the family's divine tree. Ah, what is this? Hiss. How could these fruits have taken such a form? The air was filled with gasps of astonishment from the crowd as they beheld the white fruits. Even though it was the family's sacred tree, many clansmen displayed palpable fear, for this revelation struck them even more profoundly than the presence of ferocious beasts from the innate realm. Some among them promptly left the ancestral hall to report to Chen Xingzhen. Nevertheless, being the family's sacred tree, the crowd, despite their terror, did not flee. After a careful examination, one clansman furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the white fruits. He could not shake the feeling that the faces upon them were eerily familiar. At that moment, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, and he urgently pulled aside another clansman, saying, Tianquan, do you see that fruit? Doesn't it resemble your father? Qin Tianquan, initially gripped by fear at the sight before him, was suddenly struck by the gravity of the remark. Having lost his father at a young age, the pain was still fresh in his heart. He could not tolerate such jesting from a fellow clansman and retorted angrily, why don't you say it looks like your father? No, Tianquan, I am not mocking you. Just look closely. It's the one hanging from the branch on the far right of the divine tree. Seeing the earnest expression on the clansman's face, which bore no signs of jest, Chen Tianquan suppressed his anger and turned his gaze in the indicated direction. Upon seeing the unremarkable fruit hanging from the branch, his fury dissipated, replaced by astonishment, and he exclaimed, Father? Is it truly my father? Chapter 45. All hanging from the tree. Chen Tianquan's exclamation left the others momentarily stunned, as they peered closely at the faces upon the white fruits. Shock spread across their faces. Uncle? That looks like my uncle. That fruit bears a resemblance to my grandfather. Why is my father hanging from the tree? Woo-woo. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of anxious murmurs, as countless clansmen rushed to identify their kin. Though the ancestral hall housed spiritual tablets, it lacked portraits of the deceased family elders, and this encounter with the familiar forms stirred a deep unrest within the hearts of many. What did you say? In the room, Chen Xingzhen abruptly rose to his feet, gazing intently at the clansman before him. Patriarch, you must come quickly. Those fruits are too extraordinary. I dared not look for long. Confirmed by the clansman, Chen Xingzhen hastened his steps, racing towards the ancestral hall. Just yesterday, the clan had reported that everything regarding the divine tree was normal. How could such a drastic change have occurred by this morning? In recent days, he has been sifting through the remnants of family records and has unearthed a morsel of information regarding the fruits of the ancestral divine tree. However, the descriptions therein starkly contrast with the fruits presently adorning the tree. This dissonance has only deepened his unease, and today seems to bear witness to the prophecy of his foreboding. Regrettably, the elders of the family have long since been laid to rest, leaving him bereft of any insight into the cause of such occurrences from the mouths of surviving kin. Compounding this misfortune, during the family's migration to this locale, they inadvertently severed the arcane means of communication with the divine tree, thus depriving him of any concrete understanding of the situation from it. Before Chen Xingzhen could reach the ancestral hall, the anguished cries of numerous kin reached his ears, their voices filled with utterances of uncle and grandfather. This cacophony only deepened the furrow in his brow. What on earth was transpiring here? Make way, the clan leader has arrived. The clan leader has arrived. The arrival of Chen Xingzhen brought a modicum of solace to the hearts of his relatives, for the current predicament was indeed confounding, and they yearned to comprehend the reasons behind such an occurrence. Under the scrutiny of many, Chen Xingzhen set aside concerns regarding his status as clan leader and hastened, taking 3 steps at a time, to the lower level of the ancestral hall. Upon witnessing the sight of these white fruits adorned with human faces, even he, a man accustomed to facing myriad scenes, found himself momentarily rooted in disbelief. What was this? As Chen Xingzhen's gaze traversed the white fruits, his expression shifted from calm to a state of shock and helplessness. The visages upon the fruits evoked a wellspring of emotion. Moistening the corners of his slightly wrinkled eyes, he recognized the faces of his deceased kin and esteemed elders, and the memories of bygone days surged forth in his mind, faces he once encountered in dreams. When Chen Xingzhen raised his eyes to the highest white fruit on the divine tree, he could no longer contain the sorrow swelling within him. He immediately knelt upon the ground, grief etched upon his features as he cried out, Father! The multitude of relatives behind him were momentarily struck with confusion at this scene, but upon witnessing their clan leader kneeling and weeping, They too could no longer suppress their own sorrow, joining in the lamentation as they gazed upon the visages on the white fruits. In that moment, the ancestral hall was enveloped by the mournful wails of the clan. Outside the hall, upon hearing of the family's calamity, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming hastily made their way back from the fields, still wielding their digging hoes. With the family in dire need of rejuvenation and winter yet to arrive, they had intended to plant a crop of blood rice, wishing to contribute to the clan while simultaneously honing their physiques to reach the mid-stage of body refinement. However, as they arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall, they were met with the heart-wrenching sight of their clan leader in tears. Faced with such a scene, the two young men exchanged helpless glances, scratching their heads in confusion. Being young and unfamiliar with the faces on the white fruits, they felt detached from the overwhelming emotions of the other relatives. Yet, one of the white fruits bore a resemblance to their cousin, Chen Qingyu. At that moment, as Chen Qinghe stood at a loss, Chen Qingming suddenly inquired, "Qinghe, what should we call the clan leader's father?" Taken aback by this unexpected question, Chen Qinghe found himself momentarily speechless. Although they typically referred to him as the clan leader, according to their familial hierarchy, they should address him as fourth uncle Chen Xingzhen. But what title should they use for the father of fourth uncle? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qinghe found the answer in his mind. Call the ancestors, however, he quickly shook his head vigorously. Was this truly the time for such thoughts? Qingming, let us hasten to find the others in our clan. With that, Chen Qinghe seized Chen Qingming's hand and dashed away. The scene at the ancestral hall struck him profoundly. Even the clan leader was kneeling and weeping, leaving him at a loss for what to do. In such circumstances, it was imperative to summon assistance. Regrettably, his father and his clan brother, Chen Qingyu, along with several other blood condensation realm warriors, had been out searching for traces of the Li family and had yet to return. Just as they were preparing to inform the other clan members, they encountered several weary figures at the family gate. Chen Qinghe halted and, upon recognizing the familiar faces, his expression brightened. It was his father and Chen Qingyu returning. They hurried towards them at that moment. Chen Tianjing and his companions, just returning from outside, were puzzled. Although the Li family was no longer a significant threat, how was it that there wasn't even a guard at the family gate? Upon re-entering the clan, they had not seen many of their kin. However, when they noticed the approaching Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, they paused. "Father, our ancestor is hanging from a tree. You must go see," Chen Qinghe exclaimed, somewhat breathlessly. "And you, Qingyu, your father is also hanging from a tree." His urgency was palpable. Chen Tianjing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the first revelation. By the time Chen Qinghe uttered the second, he felt an ominous foreboding, turning to see Chen Qingyu's solemn countenance. Enraged, Chen Tianjing shouted, "Unfilial wretch! How dare you, today? I shall not spare you." With that, he unfastened the belt made of celestial bull tendons from his waist, preparing to strike. At this moment, Chen Qingming, visibly anxious, interjected, "What Qinghe says is true. They are indeed hanging from a tree." Sensing the gravity in their words, Chen Tianyu furrowed his brow and restrained the enraged Chen Tianjing, saying, "Tianjing, do not act hastily. Let us hurry to the ancestral hall. You little rascal, I shall deal with you later." Chen Tianjing suppressed his fury, and the group swiftly made their way to the ancestral hall. Before they even reached their destination, they could hear the sounds of wailing emanating from within, chilling their hearts and prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon entering the ancestral hall, they were met with numerous clan members kneeling and weeping, further unsettling the trio. Their eyes were drawn to the divine tree, adorned with white fruits, and their expressions shifted to one of alarm. Nonetheless, being blood condensation realm warriors, they remained vigilant, refusing to be overwhelmed by the unsettling sight. "Where is the clan leader? Where has he gone?" Chen Tianjing inquired of a nearby clan member still sobbing. "How can the clan leader not be present during such a significant event? This is illogical." The clan member, interrupted from his lamentations, scratched his head, seemingly trying to recall the leader's whereabouts. Soon, however, he pointed towards a figure at the forefront, exclaiming, "Is that not him?" The three followed his gesture, their faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment. Just a moment ago, they had not yet noticed, but upon catching sight of that silhouette, could it be that they had finally found the patriarch they had been desperately seeking? This realization sent a chill through their hearts. Having been absent from the clan for several days, they had not anticipated such a significant upheaval within the family. Gazing upon the ancestral sacred tree, it had undergone a complete transformation. What on earth had transpired? Had the patriarch succumbed to madness once more? Ahead, Chen Xingzhen's emotions gradually settled. When the family had migrated to this location, it was under his father's leadership, as they traversed countless obstacles. From the moment they departed their original home to their arrival at the Mound of the Forsaken, over 20 years had elapsed. During this time, the family had resided in various places, Yet they had ultimately failed due to numerous adversities, before finally settling at the mound of the Forsaken to thrive. In those 20-odd years, the elders of the family had successively passed away, and he had transformed from a boy of merely 10 years into a man of advanced age. Since assuming the role of patriarch, he had borne the weight of countless responsibilities and expectations. The burdens of familial duty and hope left him no respite. Whenever he reminisced about his upbringing under the wings of his father and many elders, a profound sense of nostalgia enveloped him. It was precisely this sentiment that rendered him momentarily uncomposed upon seeing the white fruit resembling his father's visage. Such emotions surged fiercely, momentarily eclipsing his identity as the patriarch. However, it was the inquiry from Chan Tianjing behind him that restored his composure. As the patriarch, he could not afford to behave in such an unbecoming manner. Moreover, witnessing the visages of his father and certain family elders had fulfilled the last lingering wish in his heart. Regaining his composure, Chan Xingzhen swiftly wiped away the tears from his face, gradually rising to a state of tranquility, as though the weeping elder moments before was a different individual altogether. Silence, with renewed steadiness. He turned to his fellow clansmen, gently raising a hand to quell their cries, and then spoke with solemnity. The sacred tree bears divine fruits, and this is a pivotal moment. From today onward, the ancestral hall shall be temporarily closed, and no one may disturb the sacred tree. Anyone wishing to pay homage to the sacred tree must seek my permission first. After issuing several commands, Chan Xingzhen regained the authoritative demeanor of a patriarch, and the clansmen voiced no objections. The opportunity to glimpse the departed elders had brought them a measure of solace. Yet, many still harbored curiosity regarding the white fruits, but with the ancestral hall sealed, they had no other recourse. The entrance of the hall, the previously flustered Chen Tianjing and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the patriarch had not lost his sanity. The family was still salvageable. Tianjing, have you managed to trace the whereabouts of the Li family? After many clansmen had departed the hall, Chen Xingzhen inquired of the three who had returned. Upon hearing Chen Tianjing address matters of urgency, the trio hastily responded, Patriarch, I journeyed southeast for over 100 miles, yet found no remnants of the Li family. Patriarch, I scoured the northwest direction, but discovered no members of the Li family either. Chen Xingzhen listened quietly to their reports, his expression unchanging. Though the Li family had fled in defeat, he could not believe that they had not established any secret passages or hiding places after having operated in the Mound of the Forsaken for such an extended period. Despite the prolonged pursuit by the two individuals, they had yet to uncover a trace of the group, indicating that the Li family had devised an alternative means of concealment. Previously, when they apprehended a batch of individuals abandoned by the Li family, inquiries had been made, yet no substantial information was yielded, suggesting that Li Yongqing had not disclosed the truth to them, and even those individuals were unaware of their abandonment. Only by deceiving their kin could they successfully mislead their foes. I have, however, made some discoveries. Chen Xingyu's words instantly captivated the attention of the three. After discovering the hiding place of the Li family, we identified a singular path, indicating that the Li family had not yet dispersed at that time. Thus, I traced the footsteps of the Li clan members I found a few days prior and ultimately uncovered some faint traces at a fork in the road. Indeed, Xingyu, please continue, Chen Xingzhen encouraged, nodding in acknowledgement. Although the traces were subtle and appear to have been deliberately concealed, they nonetheless left behind certain inconsistencies. My pursuit led me to the hunting grounds of the Li family's mass grave. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen experienced a moment of enlightenment. That is the case, he mused. It is no wonder that, despite the family's deployment of numerous individuals for the search, no clues had been uncovered. Even if the Li family had abandoned a portion of their members, there remained around 20 individuals. The traces left by such a number could hardly be entirely obscured. It now seems that all has been clarified. They must have entered the depths of the mass grave. Chen Xingzhen had not previously considered this angle, for the mass grave was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts, as well as snakes, insects, and rodents, compounded by the treacherous and convoluted terrain. Even martial artists would not dare to proceed recklessly without adequate preparation. Moreover, although the Li family had taken the remaining elite of their clan, their youth implied a lack of experience. To navigate such a perilous area with a multitude of clan members presented challenges that could scarcely be articulated. Reflecting on this, Chen Xingzhen could not help but exclaim, Li Yongqing is indeed a figure of great audacity. Patriarch, shall we continue the pursuit? Inquired Chen Tianjing. Although the Li family had fled into the mass grave, the animosity between families could last for centuries. If the roots of their enmity were not eradicated, it could hinder the future development of the clan. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xingzhen slowly shook his head. One should not pursue a desperate foe. The terrain of the mass grave is intricate, and it is rife with savage beasts, making tracking exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Both Li Yongqing and Li Kaoyang possess formidable capabilities and are adept hunters. It is highly probable that they have laid traps along their route. Moreover, considerable time has elapsed, and it is likely that they have already traversed half of their journey. Continuing the pursuit would be detrimental to the clan. Chun Tianjing's brow furrowed. But Patriarch, shall we simply allow them to escape? We could easily use the clan's secret passage to enter the mass grave and intercept their path in advance. With a calm smile, Qin Xingzhen replied, they are but defeated soldiers of the Li family. What of it if they are accompanied by their kin? Now that the crisis facing the Qin family has passed, and with the assistance of the divine tree, can their future development possibly surpass that of our clan? Moreover, the mass grave is rife with ferocious beasts, and deep within lurks a primal blue wolf of innate prowess. What would happen if they were to encounter it? Upon hearing Qin Xingzhen's words, the three were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, they had nearly forgotten about the primal blue wolf of innate prowess. Moreover, the family possesses a divine tree. Even if it grows silently, how could the Chun family possibly be weaker than the Li family? At the thought of the divine tree, the group could not help but turn their gazes toward it. The clan leader sighed in response to their inquiries, saying, I am uncertain about the situation. This evening, I intend to communicate with the divine tree to ascertain the matter at hand. If it were other clan members, it would certainly provide a reasonable explanation, but for Chen Tianjing and the other two, there is no need for concealment. Seeing that even the clan leader was unaware of the reason, the three couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Yet, as they gazed at the fruits bearing familiar visages upon the tree, they paused to observe, pondering for a considerable time. After a moment, Qin Xingzhen spoke again. Well, since the Li family has fled to the mass grave mountain, let us recall our clan members from outside. Winter is approaching, and our food supplies are insufficient to sustain the entire family through this season. The urgent matter is to determine whether we can continue planting a new crop of blood rice. Tianjing, you shall be responsible for this. Yes, clan leader. Qingyu, the matter of hunting will fall to you. You may select warriors from within the clan at your discretion to venture into the mountains for hunting. But remember to avoid going too deep. The safety of our clan members must be the priority. If you happen to encounter members of the Li family, do not recklessly pursue them. Instead, return and deliberate on the matter. Understood. Qin Xingyu nodded. Tianyu, you must also pay attention to the Liu family. Currently, only our two families remain in the mass grave mountain, yet the Liu family has not made a single move, which leaves me deeply concerned. Additionally, you are in charge of the warriors' body refinement training, especially for the younger members of the clan. They require careful guidance, I understand. After the three departed, Qin Xingzhen once again cast his gaze upon the divine tree, though his eyes lacked focus, as if he were lost in thought. Despite the family appearing to have stabilized for the moment, the previous conflict with the Li family had resulted in significant losses, and now the clan's food supplies had been entirely depleted. Even relying on the blood rice seized from the Li family and the domesticated beasts was far from sufficient to see the clan through the winter. Logically speaking, given the Li family's condition, there should have been more provisions, yet it remained a mystery whether they had hidden them away or taken them along. The clan had not discovered any additional blood rice. However, relying solely on blood rice was inadequate. Although the warriors within the clan had not attained high levels of cultivation, their numbers were still considerable. This was particularly true for the body refinement warriors, who required ample nourishment from meat to bolster their vitality, thereby accelerating their refinement process. Consequently, hunting became all the more crucial, as it bore significant implications for the clan's future. Furthermore, with the divine tree awakening, it was time to resume the rituals. According to past clan customs, the divine tree required a minor offering every 3 days and a major offering every 7 days. However, given the current plight of the clan, a festival every 7 days would suffice. Nonetheless, even with a 7-day festival, the number of fierce beasts required would not be negligible. Especially with the arrival of winter, when heavy snow would seal the mountains, even those at the blood condensation realm would find hunting in the mass grave mountain exceedingly difficult. Thus, preparations must be made in advance. In this realm, the climate is particularly frigid. Compared to other places, the mass grave mountain is even more severe. Though the practitioners of the body refinement realm have tempered their sinews and flesh, they must remain vigilant against the cold. Otherwise, they risk falling prey to ailments that could obstruct the flow of vital energy within, making the ascent to the blood condensation realm even more arduous. The practitioners of the blood condensation realm exhibit less trepidation, yet within the clan, there exist only a handful of such warriors, while the majority remain beneath even the body refinement realm. With winter's approach merely 2 months away, the clan still has an abundance of preparations to undertake, such as procuring warm clothing and firewood. Time remains an uncertainty. Qin Xingzhen gradually regained his composure, casting his gaze toward the boundless sky, a flicker of contemplation stirring within him. The heavens are formidable, and to withstand them alone is a daunting challenge, hence the necessity of a strong clan. Only when the clan flourishes can the lives of its members improve, paving the way toward loftier realms. As the clan members elevate their own standings, they will in turn nurture the clan, fostering a cycle that ultimately cultivates a prosperous lineage. The path to the clan's prosperity is laden with challenges and demands perseverance. Yet, it is fortuitous that the clan is currently under the protection of a divine tree, placing them well ahead of others. A renewed confidence shone in Chan Xingzhen's eyes as he turned away from the ancestral hall, where numerous matters, both great and small, awaited his attention to long last. Tranquility enveloped the space once more. Observing the now deserted ancestral hall, Jiang found his thoughts settling. The recent cacophony of lamentations from his kin had left him feeling overwhelmed, and he pondered how many days would pass before the fruits would ripen. However, he sensed an inkling that he had overlooked something. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze drew him into a reverie. The heart of the burial mound. Members of the Li clan were huddled within a sunken valley, their expressions marked by vigilance as they surveyed their surroundings. Their garments were tattered by the thorns of the mountain, their bodies marred by scars, and many among them emitted groans, their faces etched with agony. While they could endure the physical pain, the fear that lurked within was evident in the eyes of each clan member. Yongqing, several more of our kin have been injured. What course should we take next? Li Kaoyang inquired, cautiously approaching the contemplative Li Yongqing. Even though he was a late-stage practitioner of the blood condensation realm, the weariness on his face was unmistakable. He had sustained injuries during the previous skirmish with the Chen clan, and the arduous journey in recent days had demanded his leadership in forging a path. Despite his exceptional instincts that allowed him to navigate the territories of ferocious beasts, unforeseen perils still arose. Just moments ago, they had encountered a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast while foraging. Though they managed to slay the creature, a few clan members had sustained minor injuries. What troubled Li Kaoyang further was the haunting howl of wolves that had echoed in his ears upon entering the heart of the burial mound. The weight of their presence was a pressure that no beast of the same realm could impart, and it was the source of dread among the clan. Though he was reluctant to accept it, the truth was undeniable. It was undoubtedly a primal beast of the innate realm. At present, with only he and Li Yongqing as the clan's practitioners of the blood condensation realm, even the addition of 2 more would not suffice to confront such a foe. Furthermore, wolves are pack hunters. Should they encounter a pack, it was anyone's guess how many of their kin would emerge alive. This unsettling matter, which could undermine the morale of the clan, was one he refrained from voicing, sharing it only with Li Yongqing. Upon hearing Li Caoliang's inquiry, Li Yongqing remained silent, merely gazing at the incomplete map in his hands. This map was a rough terrain sketch of the chaotic burial grounds, crafted by their kin based on prior hunting expeditions. Regrettably, it was only half finished, and a vast expanse of blankness marred the center of the map as he prepared to depart from the burial grounds. His intentions were twofold: to distance himself from the Chen family and to complete the map in his possession. If he could successfully refine the map, they might very well emerge from the rear of the burial grounds. Catching the Chen family completely off guard a few days prior, he had believed that traversing the burial grounds, although challenging, would pose no significant issues with him and his uncle Li Kaoyang present. However, upon delving deeper into the burial grounds, he realized that he had greatly overestimated both himself and his kin. The depths of the burial grounds were rife with ferocious beasts, many of which were formidable. With blood-condensing realm creatures being plentiful, his kin, lacking in strength and untested by the crucible of bloodshed, had their confidence severely shaken by the arduous journey compounded by the treacherous environment. The earlier howls of wolves had become the final straw for many of his kin. When he learned that those howls emanated from a beast of the innate realm, Li Yongqing was thrown into disarray. Nevertheless, as the clan leader, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, he understood that if he failed to take decisive action, not only would their quest for vengeance falter, but the very survival of their family in escaping the burial grounds would also be at stake. Chapter 48. The Secret Passage. As he scrutinized the map once more, a resolution began to crystallize in Li Yongqing's mind. A change of route was imperative. Although this would undoubtedly delay their progress, it was a trivial concern compared to the prospect of encountering that innate realm beast. He could opt to gamble on the chance that they would pass through without encountering the beast, but he had exhausted his reserves for such risks. Even a minuscule 1 in 10,000 chance of crossing paths with that innate beast was too great a gamble for him. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of good news. In recent days, they had not sensed any pursuers. Either the Chen family had not realized they were departing through the burial grounds, or they had chosen not to follow. Li Yongqing believed the latter to be more plausible, which indicated that they had ample time to take a detour. Li Yongqing rose to his feet, preparing to brief his kin on the forthcoming path while also lifting their spirits, assuring them of the significant hope for their family's escape from the burial grounds. However, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Li Caoliang's expression suddenly shifted, and he urgently interjected. Yongcheng, a late-stage blood-condensing realm beast, is approaching us from the southeast. Li Yongcheng's countenance faltered, and he could no longer afford to paint a rosy picture for his kin. Swiftly, he folded the map and signaled for his kin to retreat from their current position. Although their current party might have the capability to confront a late-stage blood-condensing realm beast, such a confrontation would undoubtedly be a last resort. The kin, though reluctant, understood the gravity of the situation and hastily scrambled to their feet, quickly distancing themselves. Phew, it has departed. Li Kailiang cautiously leaned against a boulder, exhaling in relief. The other kin, too, collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Uncle, please move aside. At that moment, Li Yongcheng's attention was drawn to the azure stone against which Li Kailiang was leaning, and he began to examine it closely. Li Kailiang, puzzled, shifted aside to take a look as well. Under the scrutiny of the two individuals, the distinctiveness of the azure stone quickly became apparent. This azure stone was exceedingly unique, seemingly placed there with intent. Moreover, on either side of the stone, there were subtle traces left behind, imprints of hands, the result of a martial artist's manipulation. Though nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection, they were quite evident. Additionally, a faint yet familiar scent emanated from the stone. Mullion powder! Both exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting slightly. Yongcheng, step aside. Let me handle this. Noticing the signs of human intervention, Li Kailiang moved to shift the azure stone. Other clan members, drawn by curiosity, gathered around. Rumblings echoed. The stone was swiftly displaced by Li Kailiang. As the azure stone was moved, a vast entrance to a secret passageway revealed itself before the group. This astonishing sight elicited gasps from the onlookers. They had not anticipated the existence of such a passage hidden deep within the graveyard mountain. Upon gazing at the entrance, Li Yongcheng's mind cleared with realization. Only the three major families of Graveyard Mountain could have established such a passage here. The Liu family had only recently settled in Graveyard Mountain, while this passage appeared to have aged. Evidently not constructed by the Liu family, nor could it have been the work of the Li family. Thus, it must belong to the Qin family. It was no wonder that, even after the Qin family had been completely besieged, there had been no signs of food shortages among their members. They likely utilized this passage to hunt within Graveyard Mountain. The discovery of the passage caused a rapid shift in Li Xiaoliang's demeanor. He surmised that this passage likely led to the Qin family's ancestral hall. If they were to retaliate now, could their family possibly seek revenge? However, Li Xiaoliang's expression soon returned to clarity. The answer was a resounding no. Since the Qin family had not pursued them, it indicated that at least 4 blood condensation realm martial artists remained within their ranks, 2 of whom were in the later stages. With their current number, they would stand little chance against such formidable foes. Entering the passage now would be akin to walking into a trap. Furthermore, another reason for Li Xiaoliang's trepidation was the locust leaves he had previously encountered. He could only wonder about the appearance of the divine tree that had led to his family's downfall. Were the circumstances different, he would have genuinely wished to behold that so-called divine tree. Yongcheng, what should we do? Li Kailiang, recognizing the implications of the passage, clenched his fists, a fierce resolve brewing within him to charge forth at any provocation. Yet, recalling the previous battle, his expression shifted, and the anger within gradually dissipated. Since the Qin family had not pursued them, they must have conceded. In that case, this family's secret passage was relatively safe. They should allow their clan members to rest here for the night and deliberate on their next course of action in the morning. With that, Li Yongcheng took the lead into the passage. Given the exhaustion of their clan members, finding a secure place to rest for the night was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. This family's secret passage could potentially present them with opportunities in the future, so they must remain undetected by the Qin family. Once inside the passage, the group proceeded with utmost caution. Upon sensing no disturbances from the other side of the passage, they finally allowed themselves to relax. As night falls, the hidden passage is engulfed in darkness, with most of the clan members having succumbed to slumber. Yet, Li Yongcheng stands lost in contemplation at the far end of the passage. Yongcheng, have you contemplated the family's path forward since departing from the Mound of the Forgotten? Suddenly inquiring, Li Kailiang, who had not yet succumbed to sleep, broke the silence. Li Yongcheng, momentarily taken aback, nodded slightly. Uncle Wu, as long as we can leave the Mound of the Forgotten, I am confident in revitalizing our clan. Li Xiaoliang's expression softened with relief, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, good with you at the helm. I rest easy, Uncle Wu. Upon hearing Li Xiaoliang's noticeably unusual tone, Li Yongcheng straightened his posture against the back of the passage, his gaze now tinged with curiosity. You are aware of the clan's current predicament. Tell me, should you leave the Mound of the Forgotten, how confident are you in avenging our family? How many years will it take? Li Yongcheng fell into silence, silently comparing the present state of their clan with that of the Qin family. Departing from the mound signifies the loss of fertile lands and various resources previously cultivated, necessitating a fresh start. Although he possessed the courage to begin anew and the confidence to restore the family's former glory, facing the Chen family, which was currently flourishing, left him uncertain about how long it would take to reclaim their honor. Decades? Perhaps centuries, or possibly forever. Contemplating the leaves of the locust tree, a hint of confusion welled in Li Yongqing's eyes. Chapter 49. Scaling the wall in the darkness, Li Keiliang bore a wry smile. It seems you have come to a realization. Presently, the resources of the Mound of the Forgotten are predominantly claimed by the Chen family. Coupled with their so-called divine tree, barring any unforeseen events, in a few decades, the Chen family will only grow stronger, potentially far surpassing their current stature. At this rate, what can my Li family do to contend with them? Li Yongqing fell into deeper silence. Indeed, their family's prior strength had faltered against the Chen family, and even if he were to start anew, how could they compete with a family that possessed a divine tree? Over time, the chasm between the two families would only widen. The Chen family's ability to survive against all odds and turn the tide, I surmise, is likely attributable to that divine tree. During the previous battle, I had glimpsed the form of that divine tree, situated within the Chen family's ancestral hall. Now that we have discovered this hidden passage, it seems fate smiles upon my Li family. This passage likely leads to the Chen ancestral hall. Under the cover of night, I can infiltrate the hall and destroy that divine tree. Without the divine tree, with your capabilities, it would be entirely feasible to restore our family's former splendor. Surpassing the Chen family would merely be a matter of time. Upon hearing Li Keiliang's proposed plan, Li Yongqing immediately objected. No, Uncle Wu, this is far too perilous. Li Keiliang shook his head. I am advanced in years. Having reached the late stage of blood condensation is the pinnacle of my capabilities, and it is unlikely I will ascend to the innate realm in this lifetime. Even if we depart from the Mound of the Forgotten, my contributions to the family will diminish significantly. Since you have resolved to forge a new path, with your abilities, you can safely lead our kin away from the mound. Such a golden opportunity ought not to be squandered. Moreover, the Chen family is currently in a state of disarray, and it is likely that the ancestral hall is scarcely attended. With my prowess at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, I am more than capable of handling the situation. Perhaps after I have destroyed that divine tree, I could make my exit through the secret passage, at which point I shall certainly follow the path laid out. Having said this, a glimmer of confidence appeared in Li Keiliang's eyes, silencing Li Yongqing's persuasive words that were on the tip of his tongue. In light of the family's recent defeat, he had previously analyzed the reasons behind it. The primary cause, it seemed, was that those members of the Chen family who had been severely wounded had managed to recover within mere days. Coupled with the enigmatic locust leaves, this had ultimately led to the family's downfall. Both factors were evidently tied to the presence of the divine tree within the Chen clan. Should events unfold as Li Keiliang envisioned, it would indeed bode well for the family, not only curbing the Chen family's growth but also avenging past grievances. Yet, he harbored concerns that this venture might lead to his uncle's demise. Nevertheless, he understood that this appeared to be the only course of action available to the family, and a successful outcome would significantly aid in the future quest for vengeance. Rationality clashed with emotion. After a brief moment, Li Yongqing steadied his gaze and said, "Uncle, let us deliberate on the specific details." Very well. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight and the yin energy. Today marked the 5th day since the white fruits had begun to grow. While their size remained unchanged, the color gradually shifted from white to gray, and the faces upon the fruits became increasingly vivid and distinct. Just as Ji Yang was engrossed in his absorption of the moonlight, a sudden sound of landing echoed through the hall. Thud. The noise of someone scaling the wall startled Ji Yang. Normally, clan members would enter through the main door. Thus, anyone who climbed over the wall could not be of good intent, reminiscent of the previous midnight intrusions by Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming. Initially, he presumed they had returned, but upon looking, he discerned only a solitary figure. The silhouette appeared somewhat familiar, moving with such grace that Ji Yang's concealed roots failed to detect it at first. The figure gradually approached Ji Yang, who remained largely unresponsive, albeit with a hint of confusion. The newcomer was none other than Chen Qingyu. Had this been earlier, he would have been deeply concerned, for Chen Qingyu possessed considerable strength and had shown disdain for his divine tree, which made Ji Yang worry about her impulsive actions. However, now he felt no such trepidation. As a prodigy of the younger generation within the clan, Chen Qingyu merely sought to awaken the clan leader from his obsession with the divine tree, thereby salvaging the family. After Ji Yang had showcased his divine powers to rescue the Chen clan, although Chen Qingyu still appeared somewhat rebellious, her initial intentions had dissipated. Moreover, during the previous hunt, she had demonstrated diligence and responsibility. Under such circumstances, Ji Yang need not fret over any reckless actions from Chen Qingyu. However, He remained curious as to why she had come at this moment. Chen Xingyu approached slowly, halting 2 meters beneath the divine tree. Her gaze swept across the branches, finally resting upon one particular white fruit. Following her line of sight, Ji Yang also directed his attention to the white fruit. Without needing to examine closely, Ji Yang already understood the reason. For the visage upon the white fruit bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xingyu's. It turned out that what hung upon the tree was his father. Yang's gaze swept across the spirit tablets within the ancestral hall, where he found the name of Chen Xingyu's father, Chen Tianchuan. As a member of the Tianshun generation, he was of the same lineage as the current family members, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing. Given Chen Xingyu's age, Chen Tianshun should have been among the eldest of his peers, yet it was perplexing that he had passed away at what should have been a relatively young age of merely 40 or 50. Ji Yang did not dwell on this, continuing to absorb the moonlight. Standing beneath the tree, Chen Xingyu did not weep like the other clansmen. Instead, she remained quietly under the moonlight, gazing at that familiar face above. As myriad memories flooded her mind in that moment, time slipped by, and Chen Xingyu remained immobile. It was not until the sound of slow footsteps approached from outside the ancestral hall that she snapped back to her senses, swiftly climbing over the wall to leave. However, as she was scaling the wall, her body suddenly faltered, nearly causing her to fall. Yet, relying on her prowess at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, she exerted her strength and ultimately departed unscathed. Creak. The door of the ancestral hall slowly swung open. Without needing to glance, Ji Yang already knew who had arrived. After all, aside from the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, it was rare for anyone else to visit at such a late hour. Upon entering, Chen Xingzhen did not hasten toward Ji Yang but instead cast a glance at the nearby wall. Though he was somewhat advanced in years, he was still a late-stage blood condensation warrior. How could he not have noticed the commotion within the hall? Chen Xingzhen had already surmised the identity of the visitor, but chose not to expose the truth, merely shaking his head with a sigh before respectfully approaching the divine tree. Even after observing for a long while, upon seeing the white fruit on the tree again, his emotions grew complex. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Ji Yang was aware of his intentions, yet he was uncertain how to engage in conversation with the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen. However, this was of little consequence. Chapter 50. The Grand Ancestor's Long Fist. Just as Chen Xingzhen was about to inquire about the current state of the divine tree, the branches above Ji Yang suddenly flickered with radiant light. This brilliance was fleeting, yet it caused Chen Xingzhen to pause in his tracks. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of new memories flooded his mind, as he carefully contemplated this newfound knowledge. The brightness in his eyes intensified. This is a high-grade yellow-tier combat technique, Chen Xingzhen exclaimed in astonishment. His expression filled with joy. It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. As recounted by the elders of the clan, during the family's glory days, such combat techniques were not uncommon, and there were even more formidable techniques. However, that was merely a tale of past splendor, something he had only heard of but never witnessed. Now, the family had fallen from grace. They lacked even ordinary yellow-tier techniques, let alone high-grade ones. The state of the Chen family was thus readily apparent. Therefore, the acquisition of this combat technique brought him overwhelming ecstasy. With this technique in hand, the family's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, especially for the blood condensation warriors, who, upon acquiring combat techniques, would find their prowess enhanced beyond measure. Initially intending to inquire about the current condition of the divine tree, it seemed unnecessary now. The divine tree was thriving. After a solemn ritual of homage, Chen Xingzhen hastily departed from the ancestral hall. He needed to promptly document the martial technique and relay it to the family warriors, thereby enhancing the strength of his lineage. Given that the divine tree had imparted this martial skill to him, it was evident that such a desire existed. Indeed, Ji Yang had this intention. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to pass on the technique to Chen Xingzhen. Taizu Changquan, a martial technique of the yellow tier, superior grade, can be transmitted once. Yet, as Ji Yang contemplated the remaining instances of transmission, he pondered who should receive this final impartation. Although Chen Xingzhen had grasped the essence of Taizu Changquan, even being capable of transcribing it for the benefit of other clan members, Ji Yang's transmission was somewhat distinct. Martial skills are not a shortcut to mastery. They necessitate personal comprehension and rigorous practice to fully unleash their potential. This process is not brief. While those of talent might grasp the basics within days, others may require months, and higher-tier techniques demand even longer. Ji Yang's transmission effectively bypassed the initial learning phase, directly instilling fundamental knowledge into the recipient's mind, allowing for rapid comprehension. However, to attain a deeper understanding of the martial technique, one must still exert personal effort through continuous practice in real combat. Nevertheless, it could save the family warriors considerable time. Regrettably, Ji Yang could only impart the technique 3 times. After considerable reflection, he decided against further transmission. He wished to observe if there were other individuals of notable talent within the family to select from. Taizu Changquan? In the confines of his room, Chen Qingyu closed his eyes, absorbing the new knowledge that had just flooded his mind. It was this sudden influx of memories that nearly caused him to tumble from the wall. However, after a moment of introspection, Chen Qingyu's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within his calm gaze. Martial technique. A superior grade technique of the yellow tier. He had long desired to witness the form of martial arts, and he had not anticipated such a fortunate acquisition during his visit to the ancestral hall. Chen Qingyu understood all too well the origin of this martial skill. Aside from the divine tree, who else possessed such power? Silently, he began to comprehend the operational intricacies of Taizu Changquan, and as he circulated the technique within him, his internal energy began to flow through his meridians. Soon, the vital energy converged within his palm. Yet, he found himself unable to release this surge of energy. In the next moment, Chen Qingyu transformed his palm into a fist, and that wave of energy erupted forth with tremendous force. Boom! The overwhelming power of his vital energy burst forth, accompanied by a resounding crash. The door to his room was shattered into splinters. What transpired? What happened? It seemed to have originated from Qingyu's room. Let us investigate. The deafening noise quickly attracted several patrolling clan members. No worries, I accidentally broke the door while practicing, Chen Qingyu explained. Upon witnessing the aftermath, the clan members breathed a sigh of relief. With the family war only days away, their hearts were still unsettled, and they had feared an attack on the clan. After observing the results of Chen Qingyu's recent strike, several clan members gasped in astonishment. What level of power does Brother Qingyu possess? It is truly remarkable. I wonder when I shall reach the realm of my esteemed elder brother, Qingyu. After expressing such sentiments, the group hastily undertook a rough repair of the damaged gate before resuming their patrol. Once they departed, Chen Qingyu silently observed his own fists, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The strike he had just executed required merely 5 parts of his vital energy, yet it produced a force typically necessitating 7 parts. The surplus 2 parts were attributable to the enhancement afforded by martial techniques. This moment, if he were to unleash the Taizu Longquan with full vigor, its potency would surpass that of before. Furthermore, he sensed that his mastery of this martial technique was still nascent. The previous punch had dispersed his vital energy considerably, resulting in the gate's destruction. Should he manage to concentrate all his vital energy into a singular point, without any waste, then he would truly have grasped the essence of the Taizu Longquan. Additionally, in practical combat, the Taizu Longquan offered even more variations. Contemplating these intricacies, Chen Qingyu's gaze grew increasingly luminous. Is this the essence of martial techniques? It surpasses his expectations? Yet, a slight furrow creased Chen Qingyu's brow. Such a martial technique should not belong solely to him but to the entire clan. If all the clan's warriors were to master the Taizu Longquan, their collective strength would surely amplify. Considering the clan leader was already resting, Chen Qingyu resolved to visit him early the next morning. Despite having acquired the martial technique, Chen Qingyu had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he continued to silently attune himself to the technique's flow within his body, striving to master it with utmost diligence. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang's consciousness had already expanded outward. Chen Qingyu's residence was not far from the hall. Although the roots had yet to reach his room, Ji Yang had sensed the earlier scene. Having comprehended this martial technique, Ji Yang had achieved a profound understanding, yet upon witnessing Chen Qingyu's recent punch, he felt a deep satisfaction. Even though Chen Qingyu had learned the technique immediately after Ji Yang's transmission, he recognized the young man's innate talent in this regard. Given time, this youth would undoubtedly become a beacon of hope for the clan. It seems there is a need to focus on nurturing him while developing the family. Chapter 51. The Yumi Hui tree. The following morning, Chen Xingzhen pushed open the door. His eyes were reddened, clearly a result of a sleepless night, yet his spirit was exuberant. Especially upon seeing that he had completed transcribing the martial technique, Taizu Longquan, his heart swelled with joy. Initially, he had worried about retaining the vast knowledge of the technique, but he soon discovered it had seemingly integrated itself into his mind, making it unforgettable. Nevertheless, for the sake of the clan's future, he persevered through the night and ultimately finished his transcription. Just as Chen Xingzhen was preparing to summon Chen Tianyu and several other warriors of the blood condensation realm to impart the technique to them, he was met by Chen Qingyu approaching him. Qingyu, your timing is impeccable. Take this martial technique and study it. The clan possesses martial techniques? Chen Qingyu, who had been ready to recount the events of the previous night, was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Chen Xingzhen placed the martial technique into Chen Qingyu's hands, speaking with delight. This martial technique was conferred upon me by the divine tree last night, and it will greatly benefit the clan. Once you master it, Please pass it on to your second uncle and the others, so they may transcribe several copies to share with the other clan members. The significance of this martial technique is paramount. At present, it can only be imparted to the family warriors. Once the teaching is complete, it must be collectively submitted and cannot be disseminated externally. Chen Xingzhen spoke to himself, oblivious to the slight change in Chen Qingyu's expression as he perused the martial technique in his hands. It was evidently the Taizu Changquan that he had acquired the previous night. Upon reflection, this was entirely reasonable. Since the divine tree had bestowed the martial technique upon him, would it not also share it with the clan leader? This realization caused Chen Qingyu, who had initially intended to inform Chen Xingzhen about the martial technique, to reconsider. Would not revealing this information expose his clandestine entry into the ancestral hall the prior night? Although it was not a grave matter, and given his status within the clan, he could easily report to the clan leader and boldly enter the ancestral hall to pay homage to his late father. He, as the clan's prodigy, did not wish to reveal his vulnerabilities to anyone, even his own kin. Thus, Chen Qingyu refrained from further discussion, clutching the martial technique as he turned to leave. Behind him, Chen Xingzhen sighed as he observed Chen Qingyu's retreating figure. This child, Qingyu, possessed immense talent. Though his temperament could be somewhat impulsive, he was nonetheless devoted to the family. However, the early loss of his parents had rendered his disposition more solitary than that of others. He could easily surmise the identity of the individual who had visited the ancestral hall the night prior. Likewise, he understood the purpose behind Chen Qingyu's actions, yet he chose not to expose him. As the clan leader, he had an understanding of his kin. Beneath Chen Qingyu's seemingly aloof exterior lay a heart more fragile than that of his peers. Regrettably, even as the clan leader, he could not offer much assistance in this regard. He could only do his utmost to provide a secure refuge for his kin, ensuring the family remained the final sanctuary in the hearts of its members. Martial technique? A high-grade yellow-tier martial technique? Ha ha ha, splendid. Quickly, let me see. When the Taizu Changquan reached the ears of the family warriors, it stirred considerable excitement within the clan. Many clan members eagerly circulated the information, yearning to glimpse the intricacies of this yellow-tier technique. Before long, clan leader Chen Xingzhen himself proclaimed that the first 3 individuals to comprehend the Taizu Changquan by year's end would receive rewards from the clan.as for the prizes. They would consist of the flesh of ferocious beasts from the blood condensation realm. Upon hearing this news, the clan members were filled with enthusiasm. Although the family distributed the flesh of ferocious beasts annually based on members' realms or contributions, who would ever turn down such invaluable resources capable of refining one's physique and condensing vital energy? In an instant, all martial practitioners within the clan began practicing the Taizu Changquan, eager to be the first to master it. Chen Qingyu, however, did not join in. Although his rank was not high, his realm was already the highest among the clan members, aside from the clan leader. Participating at the late stage of the blood condensation realm would inevitably dampen the enthusiasm of the others. Of course, the most crucial factor was that he had already comprehended the technique. Furthermore, the family had numerous pressing matters to attend to. He could not devote all his time to mastering martial techniques, even as young as Qin Qinghe and Chen Qingming, who were merely in their teens and presently engaged in planting blood rice in the spiritual fields. However, their planting methods differed slightly. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were utilizing the principles of the Taizu Changquan in their cultivation. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang listened to the excited shouts of numerous clan members. His mood lifted slightly. It seemed that this high-quality yellow-grade martial technique greatly benefited the family. Unfortunately, his time in the netherworld was brief. Otherwise, he might have gleaned more martial skills from the wandering souls. Yet, soon after, a flicker of doubt arose in Ji Yang's mind. If this martial technique could be comprehended by him, it implied that it truly existed alongside those souls. Thus, did the netherworld genuinely exist? What purpose did it serve? Ji Yang's mind was filled with questions, but his current perspective was insufficient to uncover the answers. He chose to disregard these thoughts and shifted his gaze to the numerous gray fruits on the branches. Today marked the 6th day of their growth. However, the fruits appeared little different from yesterday, save for their color gradually shifting from white to gray. It was likely that within a day, these white fruits would fully ripen. After enduring several days, he was finally reaching the end of this ordeal. During these days, the life force he absorbed from the moonlight had been barely sufficient to meet his needs. Ji Yang opened his panel to examine his current attributes. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Netherworld Sephora. Vitality: 16. Divine abilities: Eye of Insight. Reversal of Essence: Leaf Veil. Soul Condensation. Armored Shadow. Techniques: Lunar Eclipse, Gathering Shadows. Martial Skills: Great Ancestor Long Fist, can pass on once. Chi and Blood. 54. Can be converted into Vitality. Spiritual Power. 11. Derivation Points. 0. Undeviating from derivation. Status: having long utilized the Gathering Shadows technique, Your race has undergone a transformation. However, this bears no consequence, as you remain weak. In recent days, the family had been preoccupied with hunting and had yet to offer sacrifices. Even though Ji Yang could absorb the moonlight, the consumption of these white fruits was far greater, resulting in his vitality dwindling to a mere 16 points. However, when Ji Yang noticed the sudden change in his race, he was taken aback. How had he transformed into a netherworld Sephora? Upon seeing the status section, he finally understood. It was due to the technique. Although the new race sounded significantly better than the previous one, Ji Yang still preferred his green self, as it represented vibrant life. Ji Yang attempted to cease the Gathering Shadows technique. Upon halting its operation, his originally black trunk gradually reverted to brown, and the leaves on the branches transformed from black to green. Chapter 52. Night Raid. Was this not inconsequential? Ji Yang mused inwardly. Yet, he soon discerned something amiss. The transformation halted abruptly midway. Moreover, there were no apparent changes in his surroundings. The sparsine energy remained, and this time, he could absorb it even without employing the Gathering Shadows technique. Now, Ji Yang's trunk and branches exhibited a mesmerizing intertwining of two colors, half brown and half black. Not only the trunk, but even the leaves of the Sephora mirrored this duality, with one half displaying a deep green while the other remained black, lending an air of allure and a hint of eeriness. Observing his flamboyant appearance, Ji Yang found himself speechless. Yet, aside from his exterior, he should have grown stronger, for he sensed that both his branches and the roots underground had gained greater strength. Furthermore, without the need to activate the technique, he could still perceive wandering souls and absorb energy. Alas. As Ji Yang ceased to be entangled in his thoughts, he directed his gaze towards the conditions necessary for his deductions. Considering the considerable difficulties associated with family sacrifices, he did not hasten to convert his vital energy. Moreover, he still had some spiritual power remaining. However, his deduction points had not increased even slightly. This stagnation was due to the fact that, in recent days, his kin had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving no one to engage in cultivation, which resulted in Ji Yang's deduction points showing no progress. Lacking sufficient deduction points, he was unable to conduct any deductions, let alone engage in multiplicative reasoning. How, then, could he hope to elevate himself under such circumstances? Ultimately, the root of the issue lay in the dwindling numbers of the Qin family. If there were more family members, the situation would likely improve. Regrettably, he found himself unable to communicate with Chen Xingzhan. In desperation, Ji Yang even contemplated extending his roots to write messages to Chen Xingzhan. However, such actions might jeopardize the reputation of his family's sacred tree. Additionally, Ji Yang sensed that the root he had previously fortified seemed to have lost some efficacy. Having expended 0.5 of his vitality to enhance it, he noticed that as his vitality increased, so too did the underground roots. Perhaps the newly grown segment had not been reinforced, leading to its diminished control. This implied that he would need to strengthen it once more. Nevertheless, with the family currently stable, he found no immediate need. He would defer the reinforcement until such time as it became necessary. As night deepened and the bright moon hung high in the sky, unbeknownst to anyone, a figure slowly began to shift a massive bluestone at the far end of a concealed passage. This individual was Li Kailiang, the sole late-stage blood condensation warrior of the Li family, who, after a day of recuperation, found himself in good condition. After moving the enormous bluestone aside, he did not rush into action but instead placed prepared beast blood and flesh around the entrance of the passage. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract ferocious beasts. Moreover, he had infused the beast remains with a special herb, thyme, which could incite excitement and aggression in the beasts. This herb, through a unique refining process, could lure ferocious beasts from 100 miles away. Although this claim was somewhat exaggerated, the effectiveness was undeniable. It was concocted by the family's apothecary, a unique treasure belonging to the Li clan. Typically utilized for hunting purposes, Li Cailiang's motives for this were twofold. Should he succeed in destroying the sacred tree and manage to escape, these beasts would become obstacles for the Qin family in their pursuit of him. Conversely, if he were to meet with misfortune, the beasts drawn by the blood and flesh would infiltrate the passage, thereby causing considerable trouble for the Qin clan. After meticulously arranging everything, Li Kailiang refrained from immediate action and instead gazed into the distance. Muttering to himself, I suppose Yong Cheng and the others must have ventured far by now. This was precisely why he had chosen to wait a day. Even in the event of his failure, it would not adversely affect the other clan members. Time was of the essence, and it was now time to act. A glimmer of resolve shone in Li Cailiang's eyes as he swiftly made his way towards the Chen family ancestral hall at the other end of the passage. Within the hall, Ji Yang was quietly absorbing the moonlight, compensating for the depletion caused by the white fruits on the tree. In moments of boredom, he would sense the surroundings through the underground roots. occasionally eavesdropping on the conversations of patrolling clan members. Although still tedious, this had become Ji Young's sole amusement. Just as he was engrossed in listening to the discourse of two clan members, he suddenly detected an unusual tremor emanating from one of the roots. The tremor did not emanate from some distant source, but rather from the root that extended beneath the family's secret passageway. This perplexed Ji Young. If his memory served him correctly, the secret passage had been sealed after the resolution of the Lee family conflict, and no clan members had entered it since. Oh, from where did this tremor originate? Could it be that the ferocious beast at the end of the passage had found its way to the exit and was now traversing the passage? No, Chen Qingyu, upon returning from the last hunt, would certainly not have been so careless. Ji Young shifted most of his consciousness to that route, quickly discerning the situation within the passage. In the darkened entrance, a figure was cautiously approaching the ancestral hall. Upon seeing the breach ahead, the figure's expression brightened. However, when Ji Young recognized the individual, his heart sank. He recalled this person, one of the late-stage blood condensation realm warriors from the Lee family. Although he did not know the man's name, he remembered that during the previous battle, this individual had proven to be quite formidable. The fact that he was now making his way through the secret passage could only bode ill. Ji Young wished to summon his fellow clansmen to prepare for confrontation, but soon realized he was unable to do so. Though two clan members were patrolling outside the ancestral hall, they were merely at the mid-stage of body refinement, hardly a match for this man. Moreover, Ji Young had reason to suspect that this intruder was specifically targeting him. As the threat loomed closer, Ji Young's resolve hardened. He no longer hesitated and swiftly began to strengthen his roots, all the while dispersing the moon eclipsing technique. His life force was limited, and he had intended to reserve it for other endeavors, but this unexpected turn of events demanded his immediate attention. At the moment Ji Young fortified the roots, Li Kailiang had already shifted the stone slab above him and leapt out from the passage below. As a late-stage blood condensation realm warrior, he had sensed no other martial artists nearby during his passage through. Upon emerging, Li Kailiang surveyed his surroundings with great delight. This was indeed the Chun family's ancestral hall, but where was the divine tree? Hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, he felt a sense of urgency and scanned the area for the Chen family's divine tree. Soon, he spotted the so-called divine tree in a corner of the hall. The tree stood only about 2 meters tall, its sparse branches and leaves rendering it rather unimpressive. If he were not a blood condensation realm warrior, he would have found it difficult to discern in the darkness. Was this truly the divine tree? Though he had caught a distant glimpse of it during the previous family conflict, seeing it up close now filled him with doubt. However, there were no other trees in the hall, leaving no room for error. With murderous intent surfacing, he no longer hesitated. Gathering his vital energy, he sprinted towards the divine tree not far away. Chapter 53. Resolution. He aimed to destroy the divine tree before any of the Chen family members could discover his presence and then escape through the secret passage. The distance from the passage entrance to the tree was merely a few meters. Given his strength, he would have ample time, and with no one guarding the ancestral hall, it was truly a fortuitous opportunity. However, as he neared the tree, clearly able to discern the patterns on its trunk, the divine tree suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This unexpected anomaly startled Li Kailiang, compelling him to look up. Under the dim night sky, the branches ahead flickered with luminescence, and among the glowing leaves, gray fruits with distinct facial features swayed in the breeze. The sound resembling a rustling whisper echoed, akin to the sinister laughter emanating from the faces of those who gazed upon him. What on earth was this? As Li Kailiang beheld the scene before him, a flicker of dazed bewilderment crossed his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, compelling him to instinctively retreat a step. In that moment of distraction, a sudden sense of crisis erupted from the depths of his heart. This was dire. With his keen intuition, Li Kailiang hastily dodged. Just as he did, a root, as thick as a rope, burst forth from the ground, shattering the bluestone slabs beneath it into fragments. A chill crept into Li Kailiang's heart. Had he failed to evade in time, it would not have been the bluestone that succumbed, but rather his own body. Witnessing his strike miss its mark, Ji Young inwardly lamented the lost opportunity. He had deliberately dissipated the lunar eclipse to fortify the roots, intending to launch a surprise attack. Yet, he had underestimated the instincts of a blood condensation realm warrior who had evaded even the concealed roots. Unfazed, Ji Young decided to reinforce 3 roots this time, convinced that Li Kailiang could not possibly evade them again. As Ji Yang's thoughts dissipated, 2 new roots erupted from the ground, surging towards Li Kailiang with lethal intent. After the transformation of his race, the potency of Ji Yang's roots had ascended to a new echelon. Upon witnessing the emergence of 2 additional roots, Li Kailiang's heart tightened. Yet the previous assault had successfully restored his clarity, reminding him of the purpose of his visit. Especially upon seeing these roots, a surge of murderous intent brewed within him. Should the divine tree of the Chan clan flourish, the family would have no hope of vengeance in the future. Even as 3 roots advanced menacingly, Li Kailiang did not falter. With agile grace and swift strides, he evaded the lethal embrace of the 2 roots, advancing towards Ji Yang's main trunk. His gaze was resolute, his determination unyielding. Ji Yang felt a flicker of surprise. Although his roots were formidable, they lacked the swiftness of a late-stage blood condensation realm warrior. Fortunately, he had anticipated this very scenario. The 2 roots that Li Kailiang had eluded were not retracted by Ji Yang, but instead surged towards the rear, targeting the Ancestral Hall's grand entrance. A resounding crash echoed as the entrance of the Ancestral Hall collapsed. Not only the patrolling clansmen nearby, but even those at a distance heard the thunderous sound. What on earth was happening? Was that a noise from the Ancestral Hall? Quick, let us investigate. The voices of numerous clansmen filled the air. After the grand ceremony of the Divine Tree, the Ancestral Hall was the most sacred place for the clan, housing both ancestral tablets and the current Divine Tree of the family, which must not be compromised in the slightest. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Kailiang gritted his teeth. He had underestimated the Divine Tree's intelligence far too much. Nevertheless, this did not deter his resolve to destroy the tree before him, especially since only a single root stood in his way, which could not possibly impede him. As he faced the final root's deadly assault, Li Kailiang did not evade this time, but instead charged forward with fervor. Just as the root was about to strike him, with remarkable speed, Li Kailiang seized the last root firmly in his grasp. The immense force transmitted through his hands nearly caused him to lose his grip, but as he summoned all his vitality and strength, he ultimately prevented the root from escaping his hold. With the last root no longer obstructing him, Li Kailiang strode forward, now less than half a meter from the trunk of the tree belonging to Ji Yang, a distance that was within arm's reach. Just as he prepared to kick the relatively slender divine tree with his foot, a new root suddenly shot out from beneath the tree. The root appeared so abruptly and was so close that by the time Li Kailiang registered its presence, it was already brushing against his face. Given the speed of this root, had he continued his assault at that moment, he might have struck the trunk before meeting his own demise. Although the opportunity was enticing, he was compelled to abandon it. The secret passage behind him was his only hope of escape. Stop! As Li Kailiang, having dodged, was yet to launch a second attack, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him, followed immediately by a powerful strike aimed at his back. Sensing the imminent danger, he could only continue to evade. Once he had narrowly avoided the blow and turned to look, he found that Chen Qingyu had appeared in the Ancestral Hall, having unleashed the previous attack. Alongside Chen Qingyu were other members of the Chen family. Upon witnessing the chaos within the Ancestral Hall, the family's countenance shifted, and realizing it was an enemy incursion, they quickly encircled Li Kailiang. Surrounded, Li Kailiang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Not only was he confronted by the formidable Chen Qingyu, a late-stage blood condensation warrior, but also 2 other blood condensation fighters. Regret surged within him as he realized he might have missed the final opportunity to destroy the Divine Tree. The passage that had seemed to offer him a chance for survival had, in fact, become the ultimate factor leading to his failure. Cursed be this fate. Li Kailiang let out a howl of anguish, venting his frustrations to the heavens. Qian Xingzhen, who had rushed over, wore a solemn expression. However, upon seeing that the Divine Tree remained unscathed, the tension in his heart finally eased. Had anything happened to the Divine Tree, how could he face the departed ancestors, and how could he provide an explanation to his clansmen? Surrender, Li Kailiang. You have nowhere to run, Qian Xingzhen declared, looking at Li Kailiang, trapped at the center of the throng. The only response to Qian Xingzhen's proclamation was a derisive sneer from Li Kailiang. Kill! Without further ado, the clan members launched their assault once more. With Chen Qingyu, a late-stage blood condensation warrior, aiding them, Li Kailiang had no chance of survival. After merely a few exchanges, he was severely injured and barely able to withstand the onslaught. Yet, in his final moments, he suddenly glanced at Chen Qingyu and asked, "What combat technique is this? Why have I not seen you use it before?" Chen Qingyu offered no answer. Instead, with the form of the Taizu Longquan, she successfully dispatched him. Excellent! Chen Xingzhen's face lit up with excitement upon witnessing this strike. Strictly speaking, to master such a combat technique, one must at least be at the blood condensation stage, as the vitality within the bodies of body refinement warriors is too sparse to unleash the full power of the technique. However, that did not imply that the body refinement warriors of the clan could not learn it. Even if they could not fully grasp it, they could familiarize themselves with the operational routes of the technique in preparation for the future. Chapter 54. Aftermath. However, Chen Xingzhen had not anticipated that Chen Qingyu would learn it so swiftly. Although Chen Qingyu was typically aloof, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the satisfied gaze Chen Xingzhen cast upon her. After all, his rapid acquisition of knowledge was not solely due to his own efforts, but rather the influence of the divine tree. Chen Xingyu opted not to clarify the misunderstanding, as he had no intention of claiming one of the top 3 positions within the clan. It seemed that this indeed resembled the Taizu Longquan. Brother Qingyu truly is a genius, managing to master it in just a day. The praises from his clansmen echoed in his ears, yet Chen Xingyu chose to feign ignorance. After dealing with Li Kailiang, a still worried Chen Xingzhen meticulously inspected the divine tree, relieved to find it unharmed. He then recalled the secret passage and promptly issued a command. Tianjing, take Qingyu and several other clansmen into the secret passage to check for any discrepancies, and also verify if there are any remaining members of the Li family outside. Although the secret passage was not currently classified as a family secret, it nonetheless served as an alternative route for the clan and required immediate attention to ensure its security. Observing the damage inflicted upon the ancestral hall, a hint of regret flickered in Chen Xingzhen's eyes. He was well aware that the remnants of the Li family had fled to the Chaos Burial Mountain, yet he had failed to take precautionary measures. While the likelihood of such an event occurring was relatively low, he should have considered the possibility. Ultimately, it was his negligence that nearly led to the destruction of the family's divine tree. Fortunately, the divine tree remained intact and unharmed. Although he harbored thoughts of pursuing the assailants, it was likely that Li Yongqing and his cohort had already distanced themselves and would not linger in the area. Moreover, the presence of a congenital realm blue wolf deep within the Chaos Burial Mountain compelled Chen Xingzhen to abandon the chase, cautioning his companions not to pursue too deeply. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Xingzhen turned his gaze toward the divine tree ahead, sighing inwardly. The clan's strength was still woefully inadequate. However, the development of a family is not something that can be expedited at will. Every prominent family has endured decades, if not centuries, of legacy to attain some semblance of scale, let alone the Chen family, which currently lacks even a single congenital realm warrior. Above, as he observed the Chen family members cleaning up the aftermath, Ziyang finally felt a sense of relief. The recent situation had indeed been perilous. He had yet to fully mature, and if a blood condensation realm warrior had closed in on him, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Moreover, Li Kailiang was in the late stage of blood condensation. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he had reinforced a root, just enough to withstand the onslaught. It was also fortunate that Li Kailiang had not fought to the death. Otherwise, the circumstances could have been dire. The enhancement of the 4 roots had cost Ziyang 7.5 points of his life force, causing his vitality to dip below 10 once more. Tio maintained his perception and condition. He converted all the previously reserved vitality into life force, replenishing his strength. However, this also instilled a newfound sense of crisis within Ziyang. This incident was an anomaly, and the current strength of the Chen family could not guarantee that future surprises would not arise. He needed to grow stronger and also fortify the Chen family's capabilities to withstand risks. If all else failed, he might have to communicate with Chen Xingzhen through the roots, at least from his current perspective. It was evident that the Chen family had significant oversights in their development, and if things continued as they were, it would be uncertain how long it would take for the family to thrive. Originally, Ziyang had no desire to involve himself too deeply in family affairs. After all, he merely wished to exist as a tree. Enjoying the benefits of the clan's sacrifices while occasionally lending a hand would suffice. If he must personally oversee every matter, he might as well take on the role of clan leader. Though somewhat impatient, Ziyang resolved to wait until the fruits on the tree ripened before proceeding. After the death of Li Kailiang, Ziyang also witnessed the emergence of a new soul within the ancestral hall. This soul bore a striking resemblance to Li Kailiang, yet its countenance was vacant and devoid of consciousness, lacking significant distinction from the other souls. However, its corporeal form was more robust than the numerous souls Ziyang had previously transformed from the spirit tablet, and its condition appeared notably intact. Observing the soul before him, Ziyang felt a stirring within, and the soul was swiftly drawn towards him. This newfound capability emerged after the transformation of Ji Yang's lineage, eliminating the need for roots to serve as a conduit between himself and the souls. Ji Yang then employed his divine powers to coalesce the soul, seeking to transform it. However, a prompt suddenly materialized before him. Bound to family, unable to coalesce souls other than those of the Chen clan. This notification left Ji Yang momentarily stunned. Such a restriction posed a dilemma for organizing his army of souls. He had hoped to leverage this to strengthen the Chen clan. It appeared that such aspirations were now futile. Realizing the soul of Li Kailiang was of no use, Ji Yang's branches gently swayed, releasing a soft breeze that swept through, causing Li Kailiang's soul to dissipate in an instant, transforming into a dense aura of Yin, which was absorbed by Ji Yang's trunk. After absorbing the Yin energy, the gray fruit on the tree seemed to swell slightly. At that moment, Chen Xingzhen continued to await the return of his kin in the ancestral hall. The instant Li Kailiang's soul vanished, he felt a cool breeze brush past him, leaving him puzzled. After all, he was a late-stage blood condensation realm warrior. why would he still feel such a chill? Turning to gaze at the family divine tree ahead, he noted its altered appearance, though his expression remained composed. The divine tree's variability had long since become familiar to him. Half an hour later, Chen Qingyu and others returned from the secret passage, bearing several fierce beasts in hand. According to Chen Tianjing, the blue stone outside the passage had been displaced, and numerous traces remained within it. However, outside the passage, such traces were scarce. Moreover, as they approached, several fierce beasts were spotted outside the passage. Unfortunately, these beasts were not formidable. The strongest among them was merely at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. The chaos among the beasts made it easier for Chen Qingyu and her companions to dispatch them. After eliminating the beasts, they surveyed their surroundings but found no signs of the Li clan members. Finally, after tidying up the passage, they replaced the blue stone and reinforced it before departing. Upon hearing Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingzhen carefully examined the fierce beasts they had hunted. Upon detecting a peculiar scent, his eyes brightened. By Li Xiang, this was a unique substance of the Li family. It appeared these beasts had been lured by Li Kaiyang. However, a primal realm blue wolf now resided deep within the Chaos Burial Mountain, and even the beasts outside the passage had diminished significantly. Even with Bai Li Xiang, it could scarcely attract many fierce beasts, ultimately benefiting the clan instead. Well then, it is getting late. You should all return to rest. As for these fierce beasts, let them be offered as a sacrifice to the divine tree. Previously, the roots of Jiang were also discovered by Chen Xingzhen, revealing a capability of the divine tree that had not been exhibited before. It seems that the divine tree has expended considerable energy and is in urgent need of replenishment. Above, Jiang silently nodded upon hearing this. At least you have some understanding. Chapter 55. Resurrection this time. 3 fierce beasts were sacrificed, 2 of which were in the early stage of blood condensation, and 1 in the mid-stage. If Li Kaiyang were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely be dismayed to learn that his beloved time not only failed to cause destruction to the Qin family, but instead allowed them to acquire several fierce beasts without effort. The 3 fierce beasts in the blood condensation realm raised Jiang's vitality to 33 points, while his spiritual power merely increased by 4 points. Although both vitality and spiritual power were sufficient, without an adequate number of deduction points, Jiang could not commence a new deduction. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of the previous experience, Jiang had grown disdainful of single-point deductions. He deemed it necessary to elevate the multiplier, thereby enhancing his chances of acquiring divine techniques and combat skills. As the crowd departed, the ancestral hall fell once again into a serene silence. However, to prevent a recurrence of such events, the night patrols now included 2 additional martial artists, one of whom was in the blood condensation realm. Following the grand ritual of the divine tree, the clan had gained 2 more martial artists in the blood condensation realm, bringing the total to 6, including the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen. This marked a near restoration to the scale prior to their conflicts with the Li family. On the 7th day of the white fruit's growth, the fruits on the tree shed their previous white hue, transforming into a gray color, with their features becoming increasingly lifelike, as if the ancestors were present once more. Yet, to a stranger, this would appear exceedingly bizarre. Due to an order issued by Chen Xingzhen a few days prior, not many clan members approached to disturb the divine tree. Only a few martial artists in the blood condensation realm, including Chen Tianjing, took the opportunity to visit the ancestral hall in the evening, paying homage to their ancestors, as among the gray fruits were not only the father of Chen Qingyu, but also their household elders. By the evening of the 7th day, the gray fruits on the tree had not undergone significant changes. At this moment, Jiang devoted his full attention to these gray fruits that had undergone soul condensation, eager to witness what they would look like upon maturation. However, Jiang was puzzled. Although he sensed that these gray fruits were nearing maturity, their faces remained without opened eyes. Under Jiang's watchful gaze, half an hour passed. As the moon reached its zenith and Jiang began to absorb the moonlight and yin energy, the gray fruits finally exhibited new changes. Under the moonlight's illumination, the gray fruits hanging from the branches began to sway gently, and as they moved, their eyes gradually opened. Jiang was captivated, closely observing the transformation of these gray fruits. This wondrous sight was one he had never witnessed before. After a brief period of swaying, one gray fruit situated above on the branch suddenly fell towards the ground. Just as it was about to land, a powerful surge of yin energy erupted from the gray fruit. With the fruit's disappearance, a gray-haired elder's figure abruptly appeared in the ancestral hall, bearing an appearance identical to that of the visage on the gray fruit. Was this a living soul? Above, Jiang gazed at the matured gray fruits, his confusion only deepening. If these were indeed living souls, what significance did his soul condensation hold? However, upon meticulous observation, Jiang discerned a notable distinction within this soul of the living. Firstly, The untransformed soul appeared ragged and was enveloped in a hue of ashen white, while the present soul was solidified, radiating a uniform gray. Furthermore, he sensed something within this fallen soul that diverged from the others, yet he could not immediately recall what it was as Ji-young pondered deeply. The other gray fruits on the branches could no longer contain themselves, descending like raindrops upon the earth. Before each gray fruit touched the ground, it transformed into a new silhouette, manifesting within the ancestral hall. In mere moments, the hall was filled with countless gray figures. Yet these apparitions were imperceptible to the outside world. Ji-young, who had been observing these souls intently, soon found a spark of realization in his eyes. He understood what set them apart. Spiritual awareness. These souls exhibited a distinct lethargy compared to others, appearing more animated, and Ji-young even perceived contemplation within their eyes. Could it be? After a brief pause upon landing, the first soul to touch the ground, that of an elderly man, suddenly placed a hand upon his forehead, a flicker of contemplation crossing his brow, as he involuntarily voiced the three existential questions of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The other souls also furrowed their brows in deep thought, rummaging through memories long buried in their minds. After a moment of introspection, the elderly man's eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant light. He remembered. His name was Chen Changming, the 11th patriarch of the Chen clan. Yet, as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a wave of confusion washed over him. If his memory served him correctly, he had perished during the last migration of his family, having engaged in battle with an enemy. Why had he returned to life? Soon, Chen Changming became aware of his current transformation, as well as the strange figures surrounding him. The other souls also expressed their bewilderment. Who am I? I remember dying, slain in a battle against a ferocious beast. I believe I also perished, lost on the path of family migration. Why can't I touch anything? What is happening to me? What on earth has transpired? A chorus of confusion reverberated throughout the ancestral hall, yet the clansmen outside remained utterly oblivious. Only Ji-young above could hear their inquiries. At this moment, Ji-young realized the purpose of his soul condensation. This supernatural ability seemingly allowed the departed souls to regain their form and recollections from their former lives. Regrettably, bound to the family lineage, only those of the Chen clan could partake in this phenomenon. However, even after being solidified, they were still unable to interact with their surroundings or be perceived by others. What purpose could such souls serve? Ji-young disregarded the multitude of souls below, contemplating instead the potential applications of their restored existence. Xingba, is that you? Chen Changming's gaze fell upon a soul not far away, one that appeared strikingly familiar, and his expression shifted to one of exhilaration as he instinctively moved closer. As he approached, he also recognized several other familiar souls. You are my son, Xing He, Xingjian. Upon hearing the voice of Chen Changming calling out, the memories of the other three souls began to gradually crystallize within their minds. When the trio laid eyes upon Chen Changming, their expressions were filled with overwhelming excitement, exclaiming, "Father!" As they beheld one another's faces, their emotions surged further. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, youngest brother, cousin, is that you? Father, it is truly a joy to see you. Third uncle, have you also perished? Nephew, so you are here as well. The numerous members of the Chen family, regaining their memories, were animatedly exchanging sentiments upon recognizing the familiar visages surrounding them. They either reminisced about cherished memories, expressed unspoken words from their lifetimes, or shared the joy of long-awaited reunions. In an instant, the ancestral hall was thrown into a state of delightful chaos. Chapter 56. Reviving the family's glory above, Ji-young observed the unfolding scene with a resolute facade of indifference. The intricate web of familial relations was overwhelming to him. It would be prudent for them to untangle their own connections, and he could address matters once they regained their composure. These resurrected members of the Chen family were not mere beings, but transformed souls, and he should be able to engage with them, which made the situation considerably more manageable. As time progressed and the souls continued their fervent exchanges, clarity began to dawn upon them, particularly upon witnessing the family altars within the hall, prompting collective reflections on their true demise. After half an hour, the voices within the gathering gradually diminished, and the crowd began to ponder their next steps. That moment, Chen Changming's attention was drawn to the luminous divine tree nearby. The instant he beheld the tree, fragments of memory regarding the past 7 days began to awaken within him. He recalled his state as a fruit, witnessed the veneration of his kin below, and grasped the current plight of the family. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Changming ascended above the ancestral hall, raising his arms in a commanding gesture. Esteemed relatives, let us momentarily quiet our hearts. Many of the restored family members recognized this once revered patriarch, though a few among them, including the three who had recently perished in the conflict with the Li family, remained unfamiliar with Chen Changming. However, through the conversations of other elder family members, they grasped their identities with reasonable clarity. This Chen Changming before them appeared to be the father of their clan leader, their ancestor. Dear kin, we have returned from beyond, gathering once more in our ancestral hall. This occurrence is no mere happenstance, but a divine directive from the sacred tree that guides the Chen family. With that proclamation, all eyes turned towards Jiyang. The divine tree, once the family's totem, invoked reverence among several present, some older than the current clan leader, Qian Xingzhen, who had witnessed the former glory of the sacred tree. Though diminished, the tree now stood in stark contrast to its former magnificence, a mere fraction of its past glory. Yet, the knowledge that it was the tree's immense power that restored them to the realm of the living filled the assembly with awe, prompting them to earnestly bow in reverence. Above, Jiyang, witnessing Chen Changming's actions, nodded slightly in approval. Truly, he was the former patriarch, adept at seizing the essence of the moment even amidst the current turmoil. Upon the conclusion of the ancestral rites, Chen Changming spoke once more. Are there any members of the clan present who have departed in the last decade? As his words resonated, several individuals emerged from the crowd, including the three who had recently passed. Through their accounts, the recent history of the family unfolded, enlightening all present. Many were astonished to learn that so much had transpired in the family since their demise. Upon hearing of the recent conflict with the Li family, a palpable tension gripped the assembly. However, when they learned of the divine tree's miraculous intervention to save the clan, gratitude surged, prompting many to kneel in reverence. Although they had departed this world, their descendants still thrived, embodying the family's bloodline and legacy. With a firm grasp of the situation, Chen Changming continued, "You are all aware of the current state of our clan. We face decline. Yet the divine tree is reborn, and our family requires our aid. Though we may be gone, our consciousness endures. We can still foster the prosperity of our lineage. If we cannot, our descendants shall." The fervor among the clan members ignited. How could they refuse the opportunity to witness their family flourish once more? "I wish to see my son first." A figure suddenly arose from the crowd, imploringly speaking. "You must be Tianshun, correct? Go forth." Chen Changming responded gently, his demeanor softened by the recognition of the young ones from years past. Tianshun had exhibited remarkable talent in his youth, yet tragically, he had perished early, sacrificing himself for the family. Fortunately, he had now returned, albeit in a partial form. With Chen Changming's consent, Tianshun swiftly floated towards the hall's exit. Though he was still unaccustomed to this ethereal mode of movement, it felt exhilarating, far swifter than in life. Capable of passing through walls, at that moment, others recalled their own descendants, and numerous requests followed, each yearning to reunite with their kin. Chen Changming did not impede them. He understood their longing. In truth, he too wished to see his fourth son, Qian Xingzhen, the current clan leader. Soon, the members dispersed from the hall, leaving him alone within its confines. Though he too longed to depart, he refrained, instead directing his gaze towards the divine tree and respectfully offering his homage. "Today, I am granted the privilege to reunite with my family." The 11th clan leader, Chen Changming, expresses his deepest gratitude to the divine tree. The tree provided no verbal response. Rather, a wisp of the recently absorbed dark energy dissipated from its trunk. Flowing into Chen Changming's being as this essence coursed through him, his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. He felt his corporeal form grow denser. This instilled within him a sense of reverence. Although the family's divine tree appeared far diminished from its former glory, it seemed to possess capabilities that surpassed those of its past self. At the very least, the tree of your could not have achieved such a feat. With the divine tree's acknowledgement, Chen Changming felt a surge of exhilaration. Its response affirmed that his earlier thoughts were indeed correct. The resurrection of the divine tree aimed to fortify the clan further. After expressing his gratitude once more, Chen Changming turned and departed from the ancestral hall. He wished to observe the current state of the family and to visit Chen Xingzhen. Once he left, the ancestral hall fell silent once again. Observing the present circumstances, Jiyang was deep in thought but refrained from intervening. Given that these newly transformed souls possessed memories and intellect, their involvement might prove more beneficial than his direct intervention. It is often said that an elder in the family is akin to a treasure. Furthermore, they were all kin who had once passed away. It stands to reason that they would possess greater experience in the matter of family development. The challenge lay in facilitating their communication, a skill Jiyang had yet to master, which left him somewhat vexed. However, when Jiyang's buried roots sensed the situation nearby, he was taken aback. He witnessed a soul that had just exited the ancestral hall merging into the body of a sleeping descendant. Initially inclined to intervene, he soon heard the slumbering relative murmur, "Father, why are you here?" Am I dreaming of you? Watching this scene, Ji Young fell into deep contemplation, astonished that the transformed souls possessed such abilities. It appeared that his involvement was unnecessary. Chapter 57. Child, I am your grandfather. Upon discovering this ability, other souls quickly followed suit, entering the dream worlds of their own descendants. That night, the Chun family was destined for unrest, as countless relatives whispered in their dreams in the patriarch's bedroom. While other family members had long since retired, Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, continued to ponder the future direction of the family and the necessities for the winter months. He could not afford to be careless when it came to family matters. As dusk approached, the weariness from a long day was evident on Chen Xingzhen's face. Although a warrior in the blood condensation realm enjoyed ample vitality, his advancing age had gradually diminished his strength, preventing him from returning to his youthful state. Ceasing his reflections, Chen Xingzhen lay down to rest. In his dreams, a figure appeared, flickering in and out of focus, causing him to frown slightly. Yet, upon piercing through the mist and recognizing the visage, he exclaimed in delight, "Father? Is that you?" The familiar face before him evoked great emotion in the now elderly Chen Xingzhen, who was over 60. This image was clearer than the white fruits on the divine tree, reminiscent of his father in life. "Xingzhen, you have suffered these years," Qin Changming said gently, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as he regarded the elder who now shared his years. Yet, this could not be blamed solely on him. The family's migration had been fraught with challenges, and even as the patriarch, he could not remain detached. Ultimately, he had managed to preserve a fragment of the family lineage, leading to the resurrection witnessed today. It hasn't been too difficult, father. How have you fared below? Upon hearing this inquiry, Chen Changming paused, for he had no recollection of the time between his death and awakening through the power of the divine tree. He was uncertain how he had fared. Nonetheless, to comfort Chen Xingzhen, he smiled and replied, "I have been well below." "That is good, that is good." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen murmured softly, nodding repeatedly. As long as his father was not faring too poorly below, he could rest assured. By the way, your elder brother and second brother will also come to see you later. You should reminisce about old times then. Chen Xingzhen was momentarily taken aback at this revelation. Are my elder brothers also coming? Although his words were laced with anticipation, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Today, his father had come to find him. Could it be that they intended to take him away? Though he was somewhat older, it seemed rather premature for his life to conclude. The affairs of the clan remained unresolved, and the next clan leader had yet to be chosen. Was he truly meant to depart in such a manner? Observing the change in Chen Xingzhen's countenance, Chen Changming hastily patted his head, realizing that it was not entirely unreasonable for Chen Xingzhen to entertain such thoughts. He had merely forgotten to clarify. Feeling his presence within the dream growing increasingly tenuous, Chen Changming hurriedly explained the events of the day. "Xingzhen, listen to me. This is how things stand. The souls of our kin have been resurrected, relying on the power of the divine tree. However, Qingyu, your ascendance to the pinnacle of our clan fills me with immense pride." A glimmer of pride shone in Chen Qingyu's eyes at his father's praise, as if he were transported back to those earlier days. Nevertheless, upon hearing of the resurrection of the deceased clan members, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Chen Qingyu's gaze, even though this revelation came directly from Chen Tianshan. Just as Chen Qingyu was about to inquire further, the figure before him suddenly vanished. "Tunjing, quickly tell me, which room does my grandson occupy? I must see him personally." Chen Xing, upon receiving this news in the dream, inquired with palpable excitement. After all, at the time of his demise, Chen Tianshan had yet to marry, and naturally, he had no children. This had become a lingering regret in his final moments. To think that today, he might resolve this heartfelt longing filled him with exhilaration. Upon receiving the answer, Chen Xing decisively exited the dream realm. After traversing several rooms, he finally beheld the slumbering Chen Xinghe. Gazing upon this youth, who bore a striking resemblance to himself in his dreams, Chen Xing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Chen Xinghe, what a splendid name. And he is quite handsome too." Elated, Chen Xing hesitated no longer and directly entered the dream. Within the dreamscape, their figures gradually materialized in a void. Chen Xing, looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar youth before him, gently called out, "Child, I am your grandfather." Initially, Chen Xinghe regarded him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. However, upon hearing these words, a flicker of anger emerged on the youthful face, followed by a cold laugh. "I am still your father." With that, Chen Xinghe swung a fist, shattering the figure before him, and returned to his deep slumber. Chen Xing, now cast out, was left bewildered. This was not at all how he had envisioned the encounter. What on earth had Tianjing taught the child? Tomorrow evening, he must have a word with him. As for today, he felt unable to re-enter the dream. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall, Ji Yang silently sensed the state of the clan and soon discerned this development. Although these deceased kin can enter dreams, it appears that there are numerous limitations, such as the brief duration of their dream state. If they encounter resistance from the dreamer, they will swiftly exit the dream. Furthermore, with each entry into the dream realm, the malevolent energy surrounding these departed souls diminishes gradually. Among them, Chen Tianshun experiences the most rapid depletion of his malevolent energy, remaining in the dream for the shortest duration. Likely due to his level of cultivation, the dense blood aura can similarly cause the malevolent energy to dissipate. Consequently, the offensive capability of these wandering souls is significantly weakened. One might even say it is utterly non-existent. However, Ji Yang soon recalled another ability he possessed, the armor of envelopment. He pondered whether this ability could facilitate contact between the wandering souls and the living warriors. If so, it could yield considerable potential. Yet, this armor also requires the expenditure of his own vitality, and given his current state of diminished life force, he feared he would not be able to sustain it. Perhaps it would be best to consider this matter at a later time. Additionally, Ji Yang surmised that the primary role of these resurrected spirits within the family might not lie in combat, but rather in leveraging the experiences and knowledge stored within their minds to strengthen the Chen clan. Many of the wandering souls had already passively exited the dream state, and now, with their consciousness awakened, they felt an overwhelming curiosity toward the current state of the family. They roamed the clan like lingering phantoms. Fortunately, the living kin were unable to perceive them. Otherwise, tales of hauntings would surely circulate within the family by dawn. However, with the dreams of this night, it seemed the family would not enjoy tranquility come morning. Time flew by, and the sky grew ever brighter. With the crowing of the spirit crow, the first rays of morning sunlight began to rise slowly as the sunlight streamed in. The wandering souls still present in the clan felt as though they were being scorched by intense flames. The once dense malevolent energy within their forms dissipated rapidly under the sunlight, far more swiftly than during their time in the dream. Chapter 58. Family Council noticing something amiss, the kin bore expressions of panic. They had only just awakened, and even in such a state, they wished to avoid swift annihilation. The sacred tree. Quickly, returned to the ancestral hall. A silent cry reverberated through the clan, emanating from Chen Changming, who had sensed the peculiar situation in an instant. All the wandering souls swiftly floated toward the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, the malevolent energy that had been rapidly dispersing began to gradually stabilize. It was only when all the kin had sought refuge beneath the shade of the tree that the dissipating malevolent energy finally came to a complete halt. Inside the ancestral hall, Ji Yang perceived the vanishing malevolent energy from the gathered souls. It seemed these deceased kin could not manifest in daylight. Yet, the shade he provided was insufficient to shield all the kin from the sun's rays. What would become of these wandering souls when the sun reached its zenith? As Ji Yang pondered, the kin drew closer, even crowding around the trunk of the tree. At that moment, one soul was unexpectedly pushed against the trunk and vanished without a trace. The other kin, witnessing this, wore expressions of astonishment, but they had little time to dwell on it as they rushed toward the trunk. Could the sacred tree truly bring them harm? Ji Yang gazed at the souls streaming into the trunk with confusion, and upon careful examination, he soon realized that, unbeknownst to him, a significant portion of the absorbed malevolent energy had gathered within the trunk. This malevolent energy merged with his own, creating a space reminiscent of the once foreboding realm of the underworld. The interior was shrouded in a gray haze, yet the space was ample enough to accommodate the deceased members of the family. It appeared that this was a newfound ability that emerged after his transformation, sparing him considerable effort. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding where to conceal these wandering souls. As the sun began to rise, the family gradually awakened with vitality, and the clan members resumed their bustling activities. However, many bore expressions of uncertainty, their faces reflecting the lingering doubts from the events of the previous night. The visages were so strikingly vivid that they could not discern whether they were trapped in a dream or if the occurrences were indeed real. "Qinghe, it seems my grandfather came to see me last night," Chen Qingming exclaimed, hefting the hoe over his shoulder as he spoke to the nearby Chen Qinghe. "Dreams are mere illusions. If your grandfather visits again tomorrow, just give him a couple of punches," Chen Qinghe replied nonchalantly. Chen Qingming pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." Within the confines of the room, Chen Xingzhen furrowed his brow. The events from the dream last night struck him as somewhat absurd, yet the faces of his father and elder brother were vividly etched in his mind. He recalled that just as his father was about to speak, the dream dissipated. This left him grappling with whether the occurrences of the previous night were merely a product of his longing after seeing the white fruit on the divine tree days prior. After a brief while, Chen Xingzhen decided not to dwell on the matter further. He would simply inquire with the divine tree. Before long, Chen Xingzhen arrived at the ancestral hall. Upon pushing open the grand doors, his gaze fell upon the divine tree, and his expression grew increasingly complex. For the many white fruits that had hung from the tree yesterday had now vanished entirely, yet the tree itself remained unchanged. This sight filled Qin Xingjin with both astonishment and joy. Could it be that the events of the previous night were not merely a dream? Did you dream of anything last night, cousin? Yes, I dreamt of my father. He urged me to practice martial arts diligently and strive to reach the blood condensation realm. The conversations among the clan members outside further solidified Qin Xingjin's conviction that the dream was indeed a reality. If this were true, he would need to make preparations for the night ahead. Initially worried that he alone could not strengthen the family, he felt a renewed sense of hope with the support of his father and several brothers, believing that the family's future would undoubtedly be bright. However, this matter was of great import and must be kept secret. Outsiders must not be privy to it. Within the tree trunk, Qin Changming also cautioned the clan members regarding this. The resurrection of the deceased, albeit in spirit form, could lead to calamity for the family if the news were to spread. The current family tree was not something the Chen clan could protect. Within the ancestral hall, Jiang sensed the situation within the trunk and nodded in affirmation. However, he was aware that the souls he had transformed were entirely under his control. If necessary, Jiang could even exert forceful control over them. Yet, this was not part of his current plan. He merely wished to remain a tree, allowing the two clan leaders to grapple with the family matters. As night swiftly approached, and darkness enveloped the land, Qin Xingjin retired for the night, as did the others in the clan. The dreams of the previous night, coupled with today's conversations with clan members, led them to sense something amiss, prompting them to seek confirmation tonight. Father! In the dream, Qin Xingjin once again beheld Qin Changming, his expression tinged with excitement. However, on this occasion, Qin Changming's demeanor was somewhat stable as he directly spoke. Xingjin, time is of the essence. I cannot linger for long. The revival of the divine tree and our kin is aimed at strengthening the family. Although the family currently enjoys a semblance of stability, there remain numerous deficiencies within. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xingjin's expression revealed a hint of guilt. Having served as the clan leader for many years, he still had not managed to elevate the family to greatness, and they had even come perilously close to annihilation. This was all his own shortcoming. Observing this, Qin Changming offered words of comfort. This is not your fault. The blame lies with me for departing too early and failing to impart sufficient knowledge to you. Remember this. Good, Qin Xingjin nodded. After the span of half a jaw stick, Qin Xingjin gazed at Qin Changming's gradually fading figure and affirmed, I will remember. Qin Changming smiled and nodded. These few suggestions regarding the family were deliberated upon by your elder brother and several other clan members alongside me. However, given the current unpredictable circumstances surrounding the family, some of these recommendations may not hold true. You may heed them, yet do not accept them all blindly. Remember, you are now the head of the family. Father, I understand. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Changming's figure vanished once more. This time, Qin Xingjin no longer wavered, though his eyes shone with a remarkable brightness. Within the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was also deeply contemplating the decisions made by Qin Changming and his companions earlier that day, nodding to himself once again. Undoubtedly, the former clan leader possessed insights into family development that far surpassed those of Qin Xingjin. For the current Qin family to achieve swift advancement, multiple preparatory strategies were indeed essential. The present suggestions were fitting for the Qin clan, and he could undoubtedly benefit from them. Under the night sky, Ji Yang's branches emitted a faint glow. With the consumption of the ginkgo nuts no longer a concern, he now gained 2.4 vitality each night. Should time allow, it would not be long before he could grow even stronger. Before long, the souls that had departed the ancestral hall returned once more. Upon witnessing the luminescent divine tree, they were irresistibly drawn to Ji Yang, subsequently settling on the ground in meditation, closing their eyes, and inhaling the thin wisps of negative energy emanating from Ji Yang's trunk. With each breath of negative energy they absorbed, their forms became increasingly solidified. Upon witnessing this, the returning Qin Changming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long observed that although they were revived, they consumed a certain amount of negative energy daily. If this could not be replenished, their lifespans might be fleeting. Yet now, it seemed this concern was alleviated. If, in their current state, they could grow even stronger, could they not personally engage in battle for the family in the future? Qin Changming's heart raced with exhilaration. With the divine tree present, the family would surely prosper, perhaps even surpassing the zenith of its former glory. Chapter 59 Family Assembly. On the following day, the warriors of the Chen family once again gathered in the ancestral hall for a family assembly. The members of the Chen clan now bore smiles upon their faces, their eyes glimmering with newfound confidence, an image previously unseen during their conflicts with the Li family. Standing at the forefront, Qin Xingjin observed the radiant and vigorous countenance of his fellow clan members, a smile gracing his own features as well. The The family was flourishing, and everything was progressing positively, which brought him great satisfaction. Yet, this was not sufficient. The family needed to grow even stronger. This is also the reason for convening the family assembly today. Below, numerous clan members are engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes glimmering with a hint of astonishment. This is due to the fact that last night, an elder from the family visited my dreams again. Once could be mere coincidence, yet twice is surely a certainty. Furthermore, today's family gathering has imbued the clan members with a touch of anticipation. Qinghe, my grandfather came to see me again last night and imparted much knowledge, exclaimed Chen Qing with palpable delight amidst the crowd. However, Chen Qinghe's spirits were not as elevated, for he had received another reprimand from his father yesterday, who informed him that his grandfather would be visiting in the evening and urged him to be more obedient. Although the old man from his dreams seemed somewhat familiar, his overwhelming enthusiasm had indeed disrupted his sleep. Above, upon noticing that all clan members had assembled, Chen Xingzhen slightly raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once all gazes were fixed upon him, he began to speak. I believe many of you have sensed something in the past few days. I can unequivocally assure you that the events occurring in our dreams are not figments of imagination. Some of our ancestors from the Chun family have indeed been resurrected with the aid of the divine tree. At this revelation, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. While they had their suspicions, hearing such words directly from the clan leader ignited a fervor that was impossible to contain. The resurrection of deceased ancestors was nothing short of extraordinary. Among the astonished clan members, a few maintained their composure, including several martial artists of the blood condensation realm from the Chan Qingyu family, who were already privy to this matter. As the murmurs subsided, Chen Xingzhen's expression turned grave as he declared, "This matter pertains to the survival of our clan, and I implore all present to keep this secret, refraining from disclosing it to anyone outside of yourselves. To safeguard this secret, each individual here must vow an oath to the divine tree, which must not be broken, lest they incur the divine tree's wrath." Upon hearing this, the clan members promptly began to swear oaths to the divine tree, vowing never to divulge this information. Observing this, Chen Xingzhen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had indeed grappled with the decision of whether to disclose this matter to the clan, but after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to reveal it. After all, even if he remained silent, the clan members, having frequently encountered their ancestors in dreams, would inevitably harbor suspicions. Moreover, those present were the core strength of the family, having weathered trials together, and they would undoubtedly become the pillars of the clan in the future. Unity among the family is imperative for its fortification. Aside from the external clan members, his father would also implement corresponding measures. By swearing upon the divine tree, it was likely that the news would remain within the family, circulating solely among them. Furthermore, given the esoteric nature of this matter, even if it were to be leaked, others might not readily believe it. He had heard from his father that even during the clan's zenith, such occurrences had never been witnessed. Thus, caution was of the essence. A breach could inflict catastrophic repercussions upon the family, unless it had reached a level of sufficient strength. Following the announcement of this matter, Chen Xingzhen continued. In consideration of the clan's development, after discussions with several martial artists of the blood condensation realm, we have resolved as follows. Point 1. Any clan member who achieves the blood condensation realm shall be eligible to become an elder of the family, enjoying special privileges. Below the elders, positions of family stewards and elite members shall be established. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance may receive the blessings of the divine tree. Point 2. Considering the insufficiency of personnel within the clan, it has been decided to recruit external servants and martial artists. They need only focus on their martial training and elevate their realms, while also undergoing monthly evaluations. Point 3. Every clan member who has reached the age of 16 is required to marry. Following these resolutions, many clan members exhibited a look of excitement. Whether it was the special privileges of the elders or the blessings of the divine tree, both held immense allure for them. Even Chen Qinghe, upon hearing that he would not need to cultivate blood rice, wore a joyful expression. However, upon learning of the third stipulation, his countenance momentarily froze. If his memory served him correctly, he was already 14 this year, which meant he had only 2 years left. As the clan members departed, the family assembly swiftly came to a close. Meanwhile, several martial artists of the blood condensation realm had already arranged their respective duties prior to the gathering. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen once again gazed at the divine tree, earnestly praying. After witnessing these decisions, a sense of unease stirred within him. He pondered whether these new regulations might be overly abrupt, especially considering the limited number of martial artists in the clan, with only a few having attained the blood condensation realm. However, after hearing his father's explanation, Chen Xingzhen ceased to dwell on it. Every family has its own laws, and every clan has its own rules. Without regulations, order cannot be maintained. Only through enhanced privileges can clan members be motivated to elevate their realms. As for the position of elder, once the family grows stronger, higher standards will naturally follow. According to his father's words, the clan's current weakness lies in its strength, and the core of a formidable family is its martial artists. Given the scarcity of martial artists, even the cultivation of blood rice requires the involvement of clan members, which significantly hampers their training time. It is essential to recognize that the younger one is, the more suitable they are for body refinement. Conversely, as one ages, the process becomes increasingly challenging. In recent days, due to overwhelming busyness, not a single clan member has managed to master the ancestral long fist technique. Furthermore, the clan's population remains alarmingly low. There are merely a handful of youths like Chen Qinghe, and among them, some possess inadequate aptitude, possibly never reaching the blood condensation realm. Additionally, due to the clan's previous conflicts with the Li family, the influx of new members has significantly dwindled. If this continues, the clan's development will be severely hindered. A sufficient population is crucial for the growth of a family. Even the once thriving Qin family did not neglect this aspect. Logically speaking, given the clan's current economic situation, it should not be able to recruit servants, especially considering that during this harsh winter, they have yet to secure food for their own members. However, after annexing the hunting grounds of the Li family in the Graveyard Mountain, the clan's hunting endeavors are bound to yield better results. Henceforth, the focus of the family must shift towards hunting. Compared to the numerous small villages surrounding Graveyard Mountain, the several martial artists of the blood condensation realm within the clan serve as its current backbone. Once this year passes, the situation will improve significantly next year. At that time, with the clan's fertile fields, there will be no cause for concern regarding food supplies, and the yield of blood rice will increase substantially. Alas, the Graveyard Mountain still harbors a congenital blue wolf, and nearby lies the Lu family. If one could conquer the entirety of the Chaos Burial Mountain, it is likely that the family's strength would experience a significant augmentation. However, contemplating such ambitions at this juncture seems rather premature. The Lu family, akin to a slumbering tiger, may reveal its sharp fangs at any moment. Present, the focus of the family's development must be on stability. Chapter 60. Recruitment of household servants in a modest marketplace nestled at the foot of the Chaos Burial Mountain. Many individuals clad in coarse linen or animal hides fervently hawked their wares. These vendors hailed from the surrounding villages, routinely venturing here to sell surplus goods from their homes in exchange for items they required. The market boasted a variety of wares, including furs from wild beasts, jerky, and rudimentary iron weapons. However, these weapons were rather unrefined, serving only basic functions. Furthermore, transactions at this market did not involve currency. Instead, goods were exchanged for goods. This marketplace gathered residents from over a dozen nearby villages, previously governed by the Qin family. To sell their products here, vendors were required to pay a tithe of 1/10 of the goods value to the Qin family. While this was not an exorbitant sum, it accumulated to a considerable fortune over time. Despite the discontent simmering in many hearts, the villagers found themselves compelled to endure for the sake of safety and convenience. This was especially true in light of the Qin family's recent triumph over the Li family, which had elevated their status significantly, bolstered by several martial artists of the blood condensation realm within their ranks, leaving the villagers reluctant to voice their grievances. Nonetheless, the ongoing strife between the two families had become a topic of gossip among the villagers. Many had anticipated a change in leadership at the marketplace, yet the Chun family emerged victorious. Various stall owners expressed their astonishment, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events, though these matters felt distant to them. They preferred to ponder how to survive the impending winter. Have you heard? The Chun family is currently recruiting household servants, one vendor suddenly announced, stirring a wave of interest among the crowd, as inquiries arose regarding the veracity of the claim. Indeed, it is true. Upon hearing this, the stall owners sought further details. After all, they were merely local villagers, and their community lacked any martial prowess. A chance encounter with the ferocious beast could spell doom for their village. Although the status of a household servant was humble, aligning oneself with the Chen family, a prominent power in the Chaos Burial Mountain, would undoubtedly improve one's circumstances. At this moment, a brawny vendor scoffed. To become a household servant means a lifetime of subjugation. Where is the freedom in that? I am Tianming. I can hunt in the mountains and cultivate in the fields. I possess ample strength. Why would I need to serve in such a manner? The Qin family underestimates us. Other vendors nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they possess their own skills. If they could sustain themselves, why should they lower themselves to the status of household servants? Such a position would render them inferior. Yet, some vendors cast envious glances at the copious amounts of jerky displayed at Tianming's stall. This man, endowed with natural strength and having learned hunting techniques from an esteemed elder in the village, had become a notable figure among the neighboring communities. It was said that he had narrowly escaped the jaws of a ferocious beast during his last expedition into the mountains. Given his prowess, the notion of becoming a household servant was indeed beneath him. Upon reflection, They appeared physically frail, barely able to sustain their basic needs, and lacking in significant skills. Thus, the prospect of becoming a servant in the Chen household might not be such a poor option after all. I have also heard that the conditions offered for servants in the Chen family are exceedingly generous. It is said that upon becoming a servant, one would receive 2 pounds of blood rice and 1 pound of fresh beast meat each month. Furthermore, should one make a substantial contribution to the family, there is even the possibility of being taught the method of body refinement. Originally, the crowd harbored some reservations, but upon hearing of these benefits, their eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Blood rice is a rare delicacy. Even those who are not warriors would find that consuming it could enhance their physical constitution, and suitable farmland for cultivating blood rice is scarce near the Mound of the Fallen. Villages like theirs possess it even less frequently. Additionally, the prospect of fresh beast meat is an enticing bonus. Setting aside these 2 points, the final allure, the method of body refinement, has stirred the hearts of many. Though they are mere villagers, they harbor aspirations of becoming warriors, yet not all possess the qualifications to train. Firstly, without the body refinement method, entry into the martial realm is impossible. Secondly, the demands of a warrior are considerable. Far beyond their means, if one could truly become a warrior, then perhaps serving as a servant would not be such a burden after all. Just as the crowd was pondering the pros and cons, Tianming, already on his feet, began to pack up the items for sale. A vendor familiar with him expressed surprise and inquired, "Tianming, are you not going to continue selling?" "Continue selling? I, Tianming, can hunt in the mountains and farm in the valleys. I possess ample strength. I am determined to become that servant," he declared, resolutely dismissing any competition. With that, Tianming completed his preparations and departed. The others, taken aback by his words, quickly regained their composure and hurried to pack up. If even someone like Tianming was swayed, what were they still hesitating for? This opportunity must not be missed. Moreover, aspiring to become a servant is no simple matter. It is rumored that the Chun family has corresponding assessments. As news spread, it was not long before numerous villages surrounding the Mound of the Fallen became aware of the situation. The next day, Chen Tianjing, accompanied by several clan members, made his way outside the family residence. Not far from the Chen estate, a clearing had been prepared for the recruitment of servants. He was tasked with overseeing this endeavor. Although he had been aware of it prior to Chen Xingzhen's announcement, the thought of the clan's dwindling food supplies, coupled with the number of clan members, weighed heavily on Chen Tianjing's heart, filling him with concern for the family's future. Upon stepping beyond the confines of the clan, the throng of people before him momentarily left Chen Tianjing in a daze. Before him stood a sea of black-clad figures, numbering over 100, almost equivalent to the current population of the Chen household. However, unlike his kin, the majority of these individuals appeared ragged and emaciated, bearing the telltale signs of malnutrition. Yet, he had witnessed such conditions many times before and was not particularly perturbed. Without a family to serve as a refuge, surviving alone in the Mound of the Fallen is no trivial challenge, especially considering that none among them appeared to be warriors. Meeting the gaze of the multitude, Chen Tianjing steadily ascended to a higher vantage point, flanked by several clan warriors who stood tall and proud. The sense of familial honor surged to its zenith. "I trust that all of you have gathered here today regarding the matter of my family, the Chen clan, seeking to recruit household servants. I believe you are already familiar with the specifics. However, I shall reiterate." After Chen Tianjing recounted the treatment of the household servants, many among the crowd displayed signs of agitation. This is not mere hearsay. It has been articulated directly by a member of the Chen family, thus bearing high credibility. Yet, Chen Tianjing's subsequent words doused the crowd with a chill of disappointment. "This time, my family shall only be recruiting 20 household servants, and those who do not meet the standards are to leave of their own accord. I hope everyone will adhere to the rules." "What? Only 20? That is far too few." Indeed, discontent murmurs rippled through the throng. Chen Tianjing let out a cold snort, emanating the imposing aura of a blood condensation realm warrior. With a swift punch directed towards the side, a stone the size of a grinding mill shattered into fragments. Chapter 61. On the right track, the resounding crash brought an immediate hush over the crowd, enveloping the scene in silence. They were not even warriors. How could they have witnessed such a spectacle? If that strike had been directed at them, would they have survived? Fear began to flicker in the eyes of many. Yet, this also ignited a fervor within some. Becoming a household servant of the Chen clan could grant them the hope of becoming warriors themselves, perhaps even allowing them to wield such power in the future. A glimmer of determination sparked in the eyes of several. They were resolute in their desire to join the ranks of the Chen household. Noticing the crowd's quietude and trepidation, Chen Tianjing's expression remained unchanged. What he had just demonstrated was the Taizu long fist. Although he had not yet mastered it fully, the martial skill's potency was sufficient to easily intimidate the present assembly. There is no need for excessive concern. Although my family is only recruiting 20 household servants this time, next year may present a different opportunity. Upon hearing this, many faces lit up with hope. If they were not chosen this time, perhaps they would have another chance in the future. Very well, let us commence the selection of household servants. Chen Tianjing began the selection process according to the family's prior deliberations. Household servants are indeed a part of the family, destined to coexist with the Qin clan, yet they cannot be considered the core of the family, nor can all household servants be made warriors. Thus, the selection process will first assess character, and physical robustness is also essential, as household servants will need to engage in tasks such as cultivating blood rice, among other duties. Additionally, those possessing a particular skill may be given preferential consideration. After half a day, the 20 household servants were chosen, comprising individuals of varying statures, from the robust to the diminutive. However, most possessed certain commendable abilities. Tian Ming was among them. Though not a warrior, he was strong and robust, his strength comparable to that of a preliminary stage warrior in the body refinement realm, showcasing considerable potential. Once the selection concluded, the remaining individuals were dismissed one by one. Disappointment was evident on their faces, yet they could do nothing but hope that the Chun family would recruit more household servants next year. Conversely, those selected wore expressions of joy, particularly as they witnessed the dejection of others departing, which stirred within them a sense of accomplishment. Addressing the 20 individuals before him, Chen Tianjing spoke. I am Chen Tianjing, currently the elder of the clan. From this point onward, you shall be under my supervision. The next 7 days will serve as your assessment period. Should you fail to meet the standards, then you shall have no ties to the Qin family. Additionally, after a span of 7 days, 2 individuals will be selected from among your 20 to assume leadership roles, with the appointed leaders receiving an increased monthly stipend. Qing Song, kindly guide them to familiarize themselves with the Qin family. And while you are at it, impart to them the family's traditions. Certainly, clan elder As Chen Tianjing observed the departing 20. He felt a surge of contemplation in the presence of his kin. He had previously felt no such weight. Yet now it was different. These individuals were adrift, akin to floating duckweed, lacking any sense of belonging to the family. They required not only a firm hand but also incentives to draw them closer. These were lessons imparted to him by his father in his dreams. Although he did not fully grasp them yet, the demeanor of those around him sparked nascent ideas within him. Establishing a prominent family was no simple feat, particularly for the Qin clan in its current state. On the following day, the 20 were promptly assigned to various responsibilities within the family, some overseeing the management of blood rice, while others attended to the repair of residences. With the addition of these 20 members, the family's grain supply naturally increased, necessitating the provision of clothing and accommodations for these servants. Though seemingly trivial, such matters demanded meticulous attention. The family's focus, however, was entirely directed towards hunting. With winter approaching, large-scale cultivation of blood rice and other grains was no longer feasible. Only through hunting could the family maintain its strength and elevate the status of its members. Previously, Chen Xingzhen valued this aspect but did not prioritize it as the family's foremost task. It was only after Chen Changming's counsel that he recognized its paramount importance. At present, the family boasted a considerable number of warriors in the blood condensation realm, including the late-stage warrior Chen Qingyu, who had mastered superior yellow-grade combat techniques. As long as they refrained from venturing deep into the graveyard mountains, they faced minimal pressure in terms of hunting. After all, the initial choice of this mountain was predicated on its abundant resources and blood rice. Nevertheless, in order to nurture the clan members, the hunting party was divided into several smaller teams. This approach not only honed their skills but also instilled a sense of competition within them. The development of the family should not resemble a stagnant pool. It requires the occasional pebble to be cast upon its still surface, creating ripples that invigorate the waters. These insights stemmed from his father's guidance. Although he currently held the title of clan leader, he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. It was no wonder the family had fallen into decline. Besides his reckless sacrifices to the divine tree, his limited understanding played a significant role as well. Fortunately, it was not too late. A few days later, the situation within the clan began to improve markedly. The previously sparse family square was now bustling with several teenagers, all of whom had completed their body refinement. Among them, many had progressed to the initial stage of body refinement, enabling them to practice the family's combat techniques. And the square, Chen Xinghe circulated the meager blood energy within him, forming his fist and striking fiercely at a nearby rock. His gaze was resolute, infused with a glimmer of confidence. Beside him, Chen Qingming and several other youths from the clan attentively observed the scene, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ha! As Chen Qinghe unleashed his punch, the eyes of the other youths widened in astonishment. Could it be that Chen Qinghe was the first among them to master the yellow-grade combat techniques? Bang! The sound of his fist colliding with the solid bluestone drew the attention of the onlookers. However, to his surprise, The azure stone ahead remained unresponsive, while Chen Qinghe's fists turned crimson and a wail escaped his lips. Ouch! It hurts. The others, witnessing this, hastily dispersed, returning to the arduous task of tempering their bodies. Qinghe, are you all right? Chen Qing, rushing forward with concern, noted that his own fists were also reddened, clearly indicating he had endured considerable hardship in mastering the combat techniques. Fortunately, both had already undergone body refinement, alleviating concerns of serious injury. Yet, it was inevitable that practicing combat skills would lead to some superficial wounds. Perhaps we should continue refining our bodies. This combat technique is exceedingly challenging. Did not the clan leader also mention that for now, we only need to familiarize ourselves with the technique's operational pathways and commit the moves to memory? No way. Brother Qingyu mastered it in a day. I must learn it sooner as well. After hearing this, Chen Qing ceased his persuasion, and the two resumed their practice of the combat techniques. In the distance, Chen Xingzhen observed this scene with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, his earlier decisions had been somewhat misguided. The youth of the clan ought to focus primarily on martial training, free from other distractions, to devote themselves fully to their craft. Yet, Chen Xingzhen sighed once more. Mastering martial arts required more than mere practice. It necessitated a wealth of resources. Every martial artist of the blood solidification realm within the clan was a product of resource accumulation. Presently, with insufficient blood rice and a scarcity of meat from fierce beasts, the progress of the clan's martial artists was significantly hindered. Fortunately, the clan's focus had now shifted to the Buried Bones Mountain, where daily hunts yielded substantial rewards. Although most of the prey consisted of ordinary beasts, at least the clan's members need not worry about their sustenance. Chapter 62. Espionage. Maintaining this pace, within half a month, the clan could safely endure the harsh winter. However, hunting fierce beasts at the body refinement and blood solidification realms would require considerable effort. Given the presence of a congenital azure wolf deep within the Buried Bones Mountain, they could not venture too far. If this continued, it would be detrimental to the clan's development. Yet, the realm of the congenital was indeed a distant aspiration. Even the strongest member of the clan, Chen Qingyu, had only recently reached the late stage of blood solidification. The chasm between the late stage of blood solidification and the congenital realm was insurmountable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xingzhen decided not to dwell further on these thoughts. Perhaps he had been too impatient. The growth of a clan was not an affair to be resolved in a single day. Now that the clan's situation was improving, devoid of internal strife or external threats, their ascendance was merely a matter of time. Within the Liu family, a gaunt middle-aged man stood in the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, several green bamboos grew, though at this moment, their colors had turned a dull yellow, and even the leaves had long since fallen. The middle-aged man stood silently, his gaze shifting as if deep in thought. Soon, a figure slowly entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully, reporting, "Clan leader, the Chen family has shown recent activity. Not only have they recruited household servants, but they are also hunting extensively in the Buried Bones Mountain. Should we?" Upon finishing, the clan member raised his head to glance at the clan leader, seeking insight. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man returned to his senses and coldly remarked, "It seems you have lingered in the Buried Bones Mountain for too long. Have you forgotten the true purpose of our family's presence here? However, it is merely the Chen family, easily extinguishable. As long as they do not interfere with us, there is no need to pay them any mind. Yet, it is rather intriguing that this Chen family has managed to survive against all odds, emerging as the ultimate victor in the last great conflict." The clansman reporting this felt a tightening in his chest and nodded in understanding. "I comprehend." Once he departed, only a middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. Feeling the chilling atmosphere surrounding him, the middle-aged man wore a look of uncertainty. Another winter has arrived, and time is running short for the family. This time, he must surely find that item. Soon, the sound of grains falling echoed through the courtyard. "Kai Mao, where are you off to?" "There are rules in the clan. As a servant, you must not wander at night." "I just need to relieve myself. I will return shortly," replied the youth known as Kai Mao with a smile, before turning and exiting the room. After becoming a servant of the Chen family just 2 days prior, accommodations had been specially constructed for them, 2 individuals per room, and they were allowed to return home once a month, in addition to the previously mentioned monthly stipend, which rendered their treatment quite favorable. During these past few days within the Chen clan, his initial tension gradually dissipated. Moreover, their daily tasks were not arduous. He managed them with ease. Having consumed too much water during the day, he now needed to address a personal matter. Moments later, Kai Mao emerged from the latrine, prepared to return to his slumber. However, as he shifted his gaze and spotted the flickering lights in the sky not far from the family residence, the curiosity he had harbored ignited within him. If he remembered correctly, that was the ancestral hall of the Chen family. On the first day, a member of the clan had escorted them around various locales, familiarizing them with the surroundings. But the ancestral hall was designated as a forbidden area, strictly off-limits. This restriction had piqued the curiosity of many, including himself, about what secrets lay within that hall. Although he had nearly forgotten about it over the past few days, the shimmering glow now stirred an insatiable itch within him. He would take but a glance and then return to sleep. His audacity to sneak a peek stemmed from his observation that the Chen family members seemed to retire quite early. As soon as dusk fell, numerous individuals had already settled in for the night. By nightfall, the entire Chen residence exuded an unusual tranquility. During these past few days, he had not even seen a patrolling guard. This was the primary reason for his boldness. Should there be anyone on patrol, even with several lifetimes of courage, he would not dare venture forth. Kai Mao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one noticed his presence, before he slowly made his way toward the ancestral hall. However, not long into his journey, he felt a sudden chill enveloping him. This perplexed him greatly. He was dressed warmly, so why did he feel so cold? Ignoring the sensation, Kai Mao pressed on. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Observing the tightly shut doors and the modest height of the outer wall, a clever idea sparked in his mind. Moments later, his head peeked over the top of the wall. Climbing atop the barrier, Kai Mao utilized the faint moonlight to survey the inside of the hall. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found himself utterly disenchanted. The hall contained merely a single tree and a room housing ancestral tablets. Nothing more. It seemed as though the luminous glow he had just witnessed was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Kai Mao refrained from lingering any longer, descending from the surrounding wall and turning to depart. Yet, at that moment, he felt a chill enveloping his body. On his way back, he passed the chambers of other members of the Chen family, where whispers of dreams seemed to waft through the air. Unable to resist the urge, Kai Mao leaned his ear against the wall, straining to capture the muffled voices within. Cut it down? Oh, I understand now. This way the blood will not spill out. Tomorrow, I shall find someone to try it. The words that reached his ears caused Kai Mao's expression to shift subtly. Although he had not grasped the entirety of the conversation, the implications sent shivers down his spine. Coupled with the pervasive chill in the air, it made cold sweat bead upon his back, as if countless unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows. Observing him no longer hesitating, Kai Mao quickened his pace towards his dwelling. In the dreamscape, two members of the Chen family were engaged in discourse. Handling the carcasses of ferocious beasts is indeed a skill. Do not underestimate it. In the past, my father relied on this expertise within the family. Father, I understand now. I shall give it a try tomorrow. Within the room, the slumbering Qin bore faint smiles. Upon Kai Mao's return to his chamber, the several lingering souls that had shadowed him began to converse among themselves. This individual is far too curious. He is not suited to be a household servant. Indeed, there are two others as well. Their attitudes haughty and their thoughts excessive. They too are ill-suited. After a round of communication, the souls departed from their original location, retreating once more to the ancestral hall. The once vanished glow re-emerged from the inconspicuous branches of the locust tree in the hall. Beneath the tree sat countless invisible souls, their aura heavy with energy, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop several degrees. Occasionally, souls would drift out, patrolling the vicinity of the family estate. It was precisely because of these souls that the members of the Chen family could rest easy at night, untroubled by fears of ambush. Moreover, due to the unique nature of these souls, they facilitated the family's security far beyond that of the patrolling guards. Chapter 63. Worries within the ancestral hall. Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight, the earlier exchanges among the souls also reaching his ears. At the moment Kai Mao had arrived, Ji Yang had already dispersed the moon eclipse technique. Thus Kai Mao remained oblivious to his own anomalies. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he began to entertain his thoughts, a soul had already begun to follow him. These deceased family elders could only conceal themselves within Ji Yang's trunk during the day, venturing out to roam only under the cover of night. After finally encountering an unusual stranger, they were loath to let him escape. Were it not for his mere curiosity, the family members would have undoubtedly awakened and apprehended him by now. Ji Yang chose to disregard this trivial matter and shifted his gaze to his own status panel. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 44. 3. Divine Powers: Eye of Insight, Reverse Dance Circulation, Leaf Veil, Soul Condensation, Armor of Shadows, Cultivation Techniques, Moon Eclipse, Gathering In, Martial Skills, Taizu Long Fist, can be passed on once. Qi and Blood. 33. Can be converted to Vitality. Spiritual Power. 15. Deduction Points. 2. Cannot be deduced. Status: having long practiced the art of gathering in energy, your race has undergone a transformation, yet it bears little significance, for you remain feeble. With the absence of these soul consumptions, Ji Yang now draws vitality from the moonlight daily, having reached over 40 points. Even the roots underground have significantly extended once more. Furthermore, with the family's stability at present, there is no need for Ji Yang to employ his divine abilities, allowing him to accumulate vitality at an even swifter pace. However, he is uncertain as to how much vitality he must amass before he can sprout new branches and leaves. As time has been brief, few from the family have enhanced their realms. Only 2 young members have barely attained the initial stage of body tempering, contributing a mere 2 points towards his deductions. This leaves him still quite a distance from the required amount for his next calculation. Nevertheless, Ji Yang remains undeterred. As long as the Chen family continues to develop at this pace, it will not be long before they grow formidable, becoming the mightiest clan in the Graveyard Mountain. In contemplating this, Ji Yang recalls another clan remaining in the Graveyard Mountain, the Liu family. Though he is merely a tree, with roots sprawling underground for over 10 meters, he is remarkably well informed. Moreover, beneath his shade lies a multitude of family souls. Even without actively seeking information, the news from his clan inevitably reaches his ears. Upon hearing about the Liu family, Ji Yang instinctively senses a significant dilemma. A clan of similar stature, during the conflicts between the Chun and Li families, neither seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos nor actively aligning with either side, and even failing to reveal any intentions. This scenario could only imply 2 possibilities. Either the Liu clan is indifferent to worldly affairs, wishing solely to lead their own lives, or they harbor grander ambitions, dismissing the resources of the Graveyard Mountain. The former possibility seems exceedingly slim. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Regardless of whether it is the Chen or Li family, should one become dominant, they would inevitably consume the other clans within the Graveyard Mountain, thereby growing even stronger. Choosing to remain aloof indicates a voluntary relinquishment of resources, yet how could the other clans think likewise? Similarly, as one of the 3 prominent families of the Graveyard Mountain, how could the Liu clan be unaware of this? Furthermore, the true nature of the Liu family remains obscured. The clan itself is even unaware of the specific strength of the Liu family, including the number of martial artists within. Under such a veil of information, the extent of the disparity between the 2 families remains unknown. Currently, the initiative lies firmly in the hands of the Liu clan. Chen Changming and his companions had previously analyzed these circumstances, even considering sending clan souls to gather intelligence under the cover of night. However, this plan was subsequently vetoed by several members internally. Though intangible, experiments conducted by Chen Changming and others revealed that the blood energy attacks of martial artists also affect soul entities. The stronger the blood energy, the greater the harm inflicted upon the souls. Additionally, the more powerful the martial artist, the sharper their perception becomes. For instance, a martial artist like Qin Qingyu, at the late stage of blood condensation, can already sense approaching souls. What if the Liu clan possesses even stronger martial artists? Recklessly probing would merely serve to alarm the enemy. If the adversary remains still, we too shall remain still. The current situation is most conducive for the family's growth. It would be prudent to wait until the family is stronger before conducting any inquiries. Jihu, Xianxi, stepped forward. On the edge of the family square, Chen Tianjing gazed at the list in his hand and called out. Before Chen Tianjing stood the 20 house servants selected 7 days prior. At this moment, the expressions of the household servants were tinged with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, for today marked the conclusion of their assessment, with the criteria for judgment being their performance over the past 7 days. Upon hearing Chen Tianjing call out his name, 2 figures, visibly apprehensive, slowly emerged from the crowd. These 2 were Yihu and Xianxi, recently summoned by name. Although their names were somewhat peculiar, such naming conventions were quite common around the Mound of the Forgotten, as they were predominantly derived from the ferocious beasts associated with that place. Both individuals were rather unremarkable amidst the throng, failing to stand out in any regard. However, upon being called, a flicker of relief passed through the eyes of the other attendees, for it was evident that these 2 were likely to be the ones eliminated from the ranks of household servants. Yet, the subsequent words of Chen Tianjing left everyone astounded. You 2 have performed commendably in this assessment, and from now on, the other household servants shall be overseen by you. Upon hearing this declaration, the 2 men beamed with joy. They had initially believed that they were destined to remain mere servants of the Chen family, only to find their fortunes turned as they not only passed the assessment, but also elevated their status. Behind them, the other household servants were puzzled, but dared not voice their dissent. However, one individual stepped forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "Elder, why is it not I, Tian Ming, leading the way?" Chen Tianjing cast a piercing gaze in his direction. Although Tian Ming appeared somewhat intimidated, he did not retreat. Observing this, Chen Tianjing let out a cold chuckle and declared, "I forgot to mention, Kai Mao and Tian Ming, due to violations of family regulations, you are hereby expelled from the Qin family and may no longer serve as household servants." "On what grounds? Have I committed an error?" Tianming protested. Kai Mao disregarded family rules and trespassed into the ancestral hall at night. In the crowd, Kai Mao's face paled, yet he refrained from retorting. What puzzled him was how the Qin family had discovered his actions, as he had not been seen that night. As for you, Tianming, you have bullied the other household servants, which also contravenes our family regulations. This is unjust, Tianming shouted in response, but before Qin Tianjing could reply, a family member intervened to teach him a lesson. With a single punch, Tianming was felled to the ground. If you wish to become a servant of the Qin family, you must adhere to the rules. This is but a minor punishment. The fallen Tianming's expression soured, yet the blow had jolted him into clarity. Despite his modest strength, he was no match for a mid-stage warrior, especially when his opponent, Qin Tianjing, was a blood condensation realm warrior. Bowing his head slightly, he suppressed the hatred brimming in his eyes. Very well, I trust that all of you will strictly observe the family regulations. Should anyone falter, do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Furthermore, the monthly stipend will be distributed to you ahead of schedule. The initially apprehensive group of 10 or so, upon hearing this news, were all visibly elated, while the two expelled individuals faded from their focus. Chapter 64. Blood rice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. The Qin family now basked in tranquility. Each morning, clan members practiced their martial skills in the family square, honing their physiques. Some of the dilapidated wooden houses from earlier years had been repaired by the clan members, now adorned with a layer of specialized paint to prevent decay. In the fields, Chen Tianyu crouched down, meticulously inspecting the growth of the blood rice beneath the soil. The family had already filled all their fertile lands with blood rice a fortnight ago, and after this period of growth, tender sprouts had begun to emerge. Alas, not all fields could yield blood rice. Only certain fertile lands were suitable. Should blood rice be planted in ordinary fields, the resulting grain would bear no distinction. Even among the three prominent families of the past, there were but a few capable of producing blood rice. Initially, the family sought to understand the underlying reasons, but after thorough examination, they found no significant discoveries, ultimately surmising that the richness of the soil was the cause. In the grand scheme of things, the significance of blood rice surpassed even the resources of ferocious beasts from the mound of forgotten burials. After all, no matter how many ferocious beasts roamed, their numbers were finite, and their growth required considerable time. Conversely, blood rice could yield at least 3 harvests a year, coupled with substantial output, making it ideal for the physical enhancement of martial artists. It was destined to become the cornerstone of the family's prosperity. Come next year, the clan would shift its focus primarily to blood rice cultivation. With the recent acquisition of the Li family's lands, the quantity of fertile fields had doubled. If they could manage to harvest before winter's arrival, the clan's martial artists could temporarily set aside their concerns regarding physical enhancement. The individual responsible for this endeavor, Chen Tianyu, visited daily to monitor the growth of the blood rice. Given that the fertile fields were not in close proximity to the family estate, and considering the occasional incursions of wild beasts from the mountains, the family had constructed several wooden cabins nearby, assigning martial artists to guard the fields day and night. The ferocious beast had long been cleared by the family's martial artists, as blood rice was integral to the clan's future. After a thorough inspection, however, Chen Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly. The growth of the blood rice was rather slow, and winter in the mound of forgotten burials arrived rather early, often bringing frigid temperatures by mid-November. As the weather cooled, the growth of the blood rice would inevitably slow even further. It was now late September, and he wondered if they would manage to harvest a crop in time. Had it not been for the delays caused by the conflict with the Li family, the third harvest of blood rice would have surely been completed by now. Chen Tianyu slowly rose, and then set aside his worries, believing that while humans could plan, the outcomes were ultimately in the hands of fate. He merely hoped that winter would arrive a tad later this year. In the mound of forgotten burials, Qin Qingyu and his entourage were engaged in a fierce battle with an early-stage blood condensation realm black gold beast. To expedite their hunting efforts, the clan had divided its high-ranking martial artists into 3 teams, each led by a martial artist at the blood condensation realm. Qin Qingyu was the leader of this particular group. The team consisted of 5 young members in their 20s, yet their cultivation levels were not particularly high. Only 2 had reached the late stages of body refinement, while the others were merely at the early stages. For Qin Qingyu, dispatching this early-stage black gold beast was an exceedingly simple task. However, at this moment, he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe the battle. This was because the clan leader had advised him that the family could not rely solely on one individual. All members needed to train and grow through the experience of hunting. Even with the clan's methods for body refinement, those who had never faced combat would struggle to be of significant use, particularly in life-and-death situations where true strength would be hard to manifest. At that moment, the 5 were engaging the black gold beast using traps, embroiled in a tense struggle. Despite being in the initial stage of the blood condensation realm, the creature's intellect was severely lacking, relying solely on brute strength. Even though this obsidian beast could effortlessly shatter a large tree, it gradually began to tire under the relentless assault of the 5 individuals. Nevertheless, being in the early phase of blood condensation, the 5, although possessing the upper hand, dared not press too hard, lest they jeopardize their efforts. Soon enough, the obsidian beast found itself on the brink of exhaustion and was ultimately subdued by the 5. Qingyu, we have succeeded. After vanquishing the obsidian beast, the group wore expressions of exhilaration. Well done, Qingyu praised, his countenance now softened with a touch of approachability, a stark contrast to his previous sternness, the reason for which was self-evident. Each night, Chen Tianshun imparted knowledge to him through dreams, guiding him on how to foster good relations with his kin. Although Qingyu remained indifferent to this, it was his father's instruction, and thus he felt compelled to comply. Once the group had dealt with the obsidian beast, a clan member slowly approached and inquired, "Elder brother, shall we continue onward? It seems there are not many ferocious beasts left in the vicinity." Over the past fortnight, the family's hunting endeavors had progressed steadily, and the beasts surrounding the graveyard mountain had nearly been eradicated. Upon hearing the question, Qingyu gazed into the distance, his face reflecting a moment of contemplation. They were now positioned at the outskirts of the graveyard mountain. Pressing further would lead them into the inner region, albeit still some distance from the family's secret passage. However, the interior was rife with ferocious beasts. Moreover, if the azure wolf had indeed taken residence within the graveyard mountain, advancing further might result in an encounter with the patrolling wolf. Encountering it alone would necessitate a hasty retreat, especially considering he was accompanied by several clan members. Recalling his father's and the clan leader's admonitions, Qingyu gently shook his head. "Today's harvest is sufficient. Let us return." Very well. The clan member did not press further, and the group promptly tidied up before preparing for the journey back. On the way home, Qingyu could feel the surging vitality within him. It had been nearly a month since he broke through to the late stage of blood condensation, and during this time, he had sensed significant progress, as well as the corresponding vitality akin to mercury that one could expect upon achieving mastery in the blood condensation realm. This was all thanks to the previous mulberry leaf, and moreover, as the foremost member of his family, he had access to certain resources. However, the family could only assist him to a limited extent. Any advancement in his realm would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Despite his considerable progress over the past month, to reach the state he had attained after using the mulberry leaf would require at least another year. As for the subsequent innate realm, he had no clear direction. Neither his father nor the clan could offer much assistance in this regard. After all, the strongest warriors in the clan were merely at the late stage of blood condensation, and there existed a significant divide between that stage and the innate realm. Lost in thought, the group soon spotted their family's compound in the distance. Qingyu resolved to set aside his musings and focus on returning to continue his training. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the family estate. The 2 guards stationed at the gate greeted him with cheers. "Qingyu, the elder brother has returned." As the foremost member of the clan, Qingyu had become a well-known figure, respected by all, including many of the family elders, who treated him with utmost courtesy. According to the customs of the clan, Qingyu has now become the elder of the family. However, Qingyu did not accept this responsibility, merely stating that his generation was rather low, rendering him unfit for the role. In response, Qingyu did not press the matter further. Chapter 65. Resurrection. The return of Qingyu elicited a chorus of jubilant cheers from the clan members. Even many of the household servants gazed in awe at the ferocious beasts accompanying Qingyu, knowing that had they encountered such creatures, they would likely have become mere fodder for the graveyard by the following day. Brother Qingyu's team has hunted 3 fierce beasts today. Undoubtedly, Brother Qingyu's squad has taken the lead. Indeed, with his formidable strength, Qingyu is now the most powerful member of the family. The praises of the crowd did not swell Qingyu's pride, for he had long grown accustomed to such compliments. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside, panic etched across his face. Behind him, another hunting party was carrying someone back towards the family estate. This group was led by Chen Tianlu and Chen Tianma, both of whom had recently become warriors of the blood condensation realm. Although they were novices in this realm, their hunting experience was commendable. Upon hearing that Chen Tianma had been injured, the clan members wore expressions of concern, and upon seeing the injured Chen Tianma being carried back, they hurried forward to assess the situation. There lay Chen Tianma, who had been perfectly fine before their departure, now bleeding profusely from a wound on his chest, his clothes utterly incapable of staunching the flow. His complexion was ashen, and his breath faint, clearly indicating he was gravely wounded and perilously close to death. The sight sent a wave of panic through the clan members. One of them quickly explained, "During our hunt today, we searched for a suitable prey for quite some time without success. So Uncle Tianma and the others decided to venture deeper. Little did we anticipate that a mid-stage fierce beast would suddenly ambush us. Uncle Tianma was caught off guard and sustained serious injuries. Uncle Tianlu held the rear to ensure our escape. Even Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow in concern. Such injuries would be difficult to remedy. Yet, at that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he urgently declared, "Quickly, take Uncle Tianma to the ancestral hall. We must beseech the divine tree for salvation." Qingming, hasten back the way we came to rescue Uncle Tianlu. Upon hearing Chen Qingyu's words, the other clan members swiftly regained their senses. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that their family was blessed with a divine tree? It was understandable, considering their recent preoccupation with various clan matters and the closure of the ancestral hall, that they had neglected to pray to the divine tree. Yet, with such grievous injuries, could the divine tree truly restore life? Many clan members harbored doubts. The previous injuries sustained by a clan member, while severe, were not as dire as this. Chen Tianma's eyes were glazed over, clearly signaling his impending collapse. Without further hesitation, the clan members bore Chen Tianma and rushed towards the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu led two others back to the graveyard to rescue Chen Tianlu. On their way to the ancestral hall with Chen Tianma, Chen Xingzhen, having heard the news, hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing Chen Tianma's injuries, his gaze flickered with alarm, and without a moment to spare, he dashed towards the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, Jiang, who was intently listening to the conversation between the two souls below, soon noticed a group of people approaching. Upon sensing the faint aura of Chen Tianma, a sudden realization dawned upon him. At this moment, the two souls beneath the shade of the trees ceased their exchange. These souls were none other than Chen Changming and Chen Tianshan. Utilizing the cover of the tree's foliage, they were able to manifest within the ancestral hall even during daylight, though unseen by outsiders, and they could not stray too far apart. Upon witnessing Chen Tianma being carried in, they both let out a sorrowful sigh. Alas, with such grievous injuries, he cannot be saved. Both had been warriors of the blood condensation realm in life. Yet even a body tempered through rigorous training could succumb to death when faced with severe trauma. Moreover, due to their refined bones and muscles, recovering from such injuries was an even more arduous task. If the bleeding had not been staunched from the outset, revival would be nearly impossible. The two displayed expressions of deep sorrow, yet as souls, they could only silently observe, powerless to assist. In the foreground. Upon seeing the family's sacred tree, Chen Xingzhen quickly regained his composure and hurriedly implored, "I beseech the sacred tree to lend its aid." Above, Ji Yang did not hesitate, as the locust leaves swayed. Numerous green orbs of light cascaded from the branches, drifting towards the ailing Chen Tianma. This time, the green orbs appeared even more vibrant and in greater number than before, as Chen Tianma not only bore severe injuries but was also a warrior of the blood condensation realm. Should his vitality wane too greatly, revival would be exceedingly difficult. Should that occur, yet another soul would join the ranks of those within the ancestral hall. Though rebirth could be achieved through the soul, Jiang was currently in need of projection points. Thus, saving any living clan member was of utmost importance. Witnessing this scene, Chen Changming and his companion were taken aback. They had only recently been revived and had never witnessed the sacred tree exhibiting such powers. Furthermore, when it had previously revived them, it had already displayed its utmost divine strength. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. If memory served them correctly, the family's sacred tree had never demonstrated such miraculous abilities before. Could it be that this fragment, having split from the original sacred tree, was even more potent than its predecessor? They regarded one another, yet refrained from drawing immediate conclusions, continuing to observe. As a multitude of green orbs surged into Chen Tianma's form, the wound concealed beneath the blood-stained cloth, which had been incessantly bleeding, began to heal rapidly. Chen Tianma's pallid visage transitioned from ashen to gradually regaining color, eventually suffused with a hint of rosy hue. Reviving his breath, which had been on the verge of extinguishment, in the next moment, Chen Tianma blinked open his eyes, bewildered, as he found himself the center of countless gazes. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. "Clan leader, what has transpired?" With that, Chen Tianma sprang to his feet with remarkable agility, showing no signs of his prior grievous injuries. Upon noticing the blood-soaked cloth at his chest, he was momentarily startled, as memories of his injuries on the mournful burial mountain surged back. Recalling these events, Chen Tianma hastily exclaimed, "Clan leader, quickly, Tianlu is still behind. Do not worry, Qingyu has already gone." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianma felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, as he gazed upon his unscathed chest and the divine tree ahead, realization dawned, prompting him to hastily express his gratitude to the deity. Witnessing Chen Tianma, who had just moments ago been on the brink of death, restore himself to his former self in an instant. The most astonished were undoubtedly Chen Changming and his companion beneath the shade of the tree. As for the other clan members, their faces were predominantly adorned with joy and relief. It turned out that the divine tree possessed the extraordinary ability to heal such grievous injuries. Did this not imply that as long as they did not perish outside the clan, their lives were secure? Moreover, even in death, it seemed there was little to be concerned about. The elders in his dreams spoke of the pleasures beyond, where one could gather for eternity without the need for sustenance, engaging in idle chat and cultivating their skills, leading a life of bliss. Behind the ancestral hall, Qin Qinghe and Qin Qingming, who had been practicing martial techniques, rushed over upon hearing the news. Observing the scene before them, Qin Qinghe felt a stirring within him. He vaguely recalled discovering a fragmentary martial technique in the ancestral hall. What was its name again? He must search for it. This Taizu Longquan could not be practiced for even a moment longer. Chapter 66. Clan martial techniques seemed to be too much for him. Above, Jiang watched as Qin Tianma sprang back to life, pondering silently. Just moments ago, he had feared that Qin Tianma would perish right there, expending 2 points of his life force in the process. Now, it seemed that reviving a warrior at the initial stage of blood condensation did not require such a hefty sacrifice. He would need to consider more carefully next time. After all, this life force was painstakingly accumulated. Once the clan members departed, the ancestral hall fell silent once more, save for the 2 spirits beneath the tree, who were murmuring in awe. Just moments ago, they had been circling around Qin Tianma, eager to inspect his injuries, wishing to ascertain whether he had fully recovered and if there were any lingering effects. Indeed, they found no other issues, which left them utterly amazed. However, Qin Changming soon sighed. If only the clan's divine tree had possessed such miraculous powers in years past, they would not have fallen to their current plight. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune. Even the mightiest of clans, with the passage of time, gradually succumbed to decline. The downfall of their clan in the past was also intertwined with the internal conflicts that arose. Now that he had been granted a second chance, he would not allow the clan to tread the same path again. Gazing at the newly sprouted branches of the divine tree, Qin Changming felt deeply contemplative. To rebuild from the ruins, perhaps it was only by shedding the old shell that new buds could emerge, much like the current state of their clan. Above, Ji Yang regarded the pensive Qin Changming with curiosity. What was this old man muttering about? Within the clan, Chen Xingyu soon returned with the previously delayed Qian Tianlu. Accompanying the two was the carcass of a sky blue bull. The sky blue bull, though not particularly large, was covered in azure fur and bore a singular horn. Most crucially, this ferocious beast was adept at concealment and ambush, and this particular bull was the root cause of the injuries sustained by the clan members. However, with Chen Xingyu's intervention, the beast was swiftly dispatched. Chen Tianlu, who returned alongside, had only sustained minor injuries. After learning the specifics of the situation, Chen Xingzhen contemplated for a time before deciding to reduce the previous 3 teams to 2. One team is led by Chen Xingyu, while the other is under the direction of Chen Tianjing, who has also included 2 initial stage blood condensation warriors, Chen Tianlu. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the Wansang Mountain have dwindled significantly due to the hunters from the clan over the past month and a half, with only common wild animals remaining. To hunt the ferocious beasts, one must venture deeper into the mountains. This inevitably means encountering beasts of greater strength, making it crucial to bolster the hunting team's capabilities. Chen Xingzhen has not entertained the notion of halting the hunts. Although the clan currently has no shortage of food, with each hunting expedition yielding considerable spoils sufficient to endure the winter, the new blood rice has yet to mature. The clan's warriors still rely on the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts for body refinement, and weekly sacrifices to the divine tree are essential. To ensure the divine power of the tree remains uninterrupted, a ferocious beast of the blood condensation realm must be offered each week. These expenditures are absolutely necessary and cannot be ceased. Otherwise, the family's advancement will become exceedingly sluggish. When spring arrives next year, the situation is expected to ease, and the clan may even witness rapid development. At present, Qin Xingzhen desires nothing more than for the family to weather this winter smoothly. On this day, as Qin Xingzhen stepped outside his door, he was greeted by the calls of his kin. Clan leader, the divine tree has undergone changes. What? Upon hearing the news, Qin Xingzhen hurriedly made his way to the ancestral hall. It had been 10 days since the divine tree last displayed its divine power. During these past 10 days, everything in the clan had remained stable. The blood rice was growing normally, and the newly formed hunting teams had not encountered any significant risks. Just yesterday, Chen Tianjing had even comprehended the Taizu Longquan martial skill during a hunt, becoming the second person in the clan to grasp a martial technique. Coupled with the news of the divine tree's changes today, these were all auspicious tidings. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen looked up at the divine tree, his expression filled with delight. The family's divine tree, which had previously stood at a mere 2 meters in height and the thickness of a fist, now reached a height of 3 meters, with a slightly thicker trunk. At the top of the trunk, a cluster of new leaves had sprouted, flourishing vibrantly. The transformation of the divine tree lifted Chen Xingzhen's spirits considerably, as it signified the effectiveness of the clan's weekly sacrifices and indicated the continuous growth of the tree's divine power. Moreover, just a few days prior, his father had communicated with him through a dream, urging him to record 2 martial techniques of the yellow tier that had been passed down within the family. One of these techniques, called Shadow Step, is a movement-based skill that, though classified as low-grade yellow tier, allows the practitioner to move with increased speed, gaining an advantage in combat. When mastered, it can create illusions of the user's footsteps, confounding opponents. The other technique is a mid-grade yellow tier offensive skill known as Heart-Piercing Palm. This skill allows the warrior to unleash their vital energy outward, delivering formidable power. When perfected, it can damage an opponent's internal organs without causing external harm, and it is a technique of great renown within the clan. Despite its modest tier and long-standing heritage, in truth, Chen Changming had already informed him of these 2 techniques in a dream, but the complexity and extensive knowledge of each technique, coupled with the brief duration of the dream, had resulted in a slow progress. Fortunately, over the course of this month, he has managed to remember most of it in just 2 days. He will be able to memorize everything completely and then pass on the 2 new combat techniques to his kin. With the acquisition of these 2 techniques, the strength of the clan is sure to be significantly enhanced. However, it is precisely this experience that has enlightened him to the invaluable nature of the divine tree's transmission of knowledge. It is important to note that the family's divine tree directly conveys the techniques into his mind, sparing him the arduous task of memorization. Initially, upon learning of these 2 techniques, Chen Xingzhen felt a flicker of concern. As the family had been defeated and forced to flee by a rival clan in the past, he worried that employing these techniques now might attract future enemies to the clan. Nevertheless, Chen Changming's response alleviated his fears. According to his father, after the rival clan had vanquished them, their own circumstances were not favorable either. They faced difficulties, including other clans taking advantage of their weakened state. Having already clashed with the Chen family, the rival clan found themselves on the brink of annihilation. Moreover, decades have now passed, and the existence of the rival clan remains uncertain. Additionally, these 2 techniques had already spread, with numerous martial artists having mastered them. With this reassurance, Chen Xingzhen felt no further trepidation. After paying his respects to the divine tree of the clan, he finally departed from the ancestral hall. As he left, he cast a glance once more at the spirit tablets of the elders of the clan, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Given the current state of the clan, should he still honor these ancestral tablets? Chapter 67. New changes. As night fell, Ji Yang's consciousness gazed skyward. The heavens were studded with stars, far clearer and brighter than in his previous life. As a silvery moonbeam ascended, the locust leaves on Ji Yang's branches began to emit a faint glow once more. However, unlike before, the luminescence tonight was considerably more intense, bathing the entire ancestral hall in a shimmering white light. This transformation was due to the emergence of a new cluster of branches, a result of Ji Yang's vitality surpassing the threshold of 100. Silently absorbing the moonlight, Ji Yang opened his status panel. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 100. 5. Divine Powers: Eye of Insight, Reversal of Dan Circulation, Leaf Obscuring Vision, Soul Condensation, Armor Envelopment. Techniques: Lunar Eclipse, Shadow Gathering. Combat Skills: Taizu Long Fist, transferable once. Chi and Blood. 78. Convertible to Vitality. Spiritual Power. 22. Evolution Points. 6. Can evolve. Status: Absorbing Moonlight. With his vitality surpassing 100, not only had he developed a new cluster of branches, but the roots growing underground had also extended 20 meters beyond the ancestral hall. Though 20 meters is not an extensive distance, it does not suffice to blanket the entire clan with roots. However, Ji Yang's roots do not grow in a straight line. Rather, they expand in a circular manner, centered around himself, reaching out in all directions within a 20-meter radius. Should one excavate the soil above his roots, they would uncover the vast network of roots that Ji Yang currently conceals beneath the ground. At this moment, Ji Yang finally comprehended why he was unable to move after binding with the family. For humans, mobility is life. For trees, mobility is death. Although he is the divine tree of the family, should he become detached from the soil beneath, it is likely that he would not endure for long. However, as he continues to grow stronger, he believes that one day he will be able to extricate the roots from the earth and walk freely. With lofty aspirations, Ji Yang then turned his gaze towards his vitality and spiritual energy. The vitality and spiritual energy he had preserved were acquired from the sacrifices made by the Chen family, and they were also reserved for divination purposes or for unforeseen circumstances. After more than a month of sacrifices, the accumulated vitality and spiritual energy were substantial. Even with ordinary divination, he could perform it 4 times. Yet, the final divination points still remained in single digits. Without sufficient divination points, Ji Yang was unable to conduct new or multiplied divinations. These points had to be obtained from family members breaking through their realms. However, the breakthrough of martial artists was not as simple as eating or drinking. While there had been several family members who made progress in the body refinement realm over the past month, reaching the blood coagulation realm required significantly longer, often taking 1 to 2 years, or even several years for each small breakthrough. Thus, divination points became the most crucial constraint on Ji Yang's divination endeavors. At present, Ji Yang found himself lacking effective methods and could only leave the answer to the passage of time. Gazing at the divination button, Ji Yang felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he continue to conserve his points? Or attempt a divination now? Lost in thought, he recalled his previous divinations and shook his head. To proceed with divination without any capabilities was far too risky, and currently, the number of multiplied divinations was too limited for him to derive the optimal choice through comparison. Once he had conducted more divinations, he would likely discern which methods suited him best. A small impatience could jeopardize a grand strategy, so Ji Yang resolved to wait a while longer. After all, the family was currently developing steadily, and his vitality was abundant enough to endure the wait. An hour later, Ji Yang once again regarded the panel. His vitality, which had originally stood at 100.4, had now risen to 100. The increase was considerably faster than before, yet it had not reached the threefold growth he had anticipated. This indicated that as the branches and leaves multiplied, he could absorb more lunar essence. However, the absorption would diminish over time. Although it did not meet Ji Yang's expectations, at the current rate, he could absorb 3 vitality points each night, which was a commendable improvement. Regrettably, he was unaware of the exact vitality threshold required for the trunk and branches to grow anew. Had he known that reaching 100 vitality points could yield an additional cluster of branches, he certainly would not have withheld the transformation of his vitality. Furthermore, Ji Yang remained uncertain about the next critical threshold, leaving him to quietly grow and await changes in his trunk. However, before reaching the next critical point, Ji Yang planned to conduct an experiment. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. A chill had mysteriously permeated the scattered areas of the mass grave mountain. In the Qin family, many members had donned thicker garments, primarily crafted from the pelts of ferocious beasts. These beast skins not only offered protection against heat and cold, but also provided a degree of defense. Yet now, they had all been fashioned into clothing, with many martial artists wearing the furs of blood coagulation realm beasts. This caused Chen Changming considerable heartache. These items, if they had been placed in the family's former estate, could have fetched a handsome price. In those days, the family had not been overshadowed by such a mountain. However, circumstances are a blend of good and bad. The current location of the family is exceedingly remote, rendering any attempts to sell futile. Thus, Chen Changming refrained from elaborating in his dreams, merely instructing him to collect certain unique items from the fierce beasts. Within the ancestral hall, after Chen Xingzhen performed the customary rites before the sacred tree, he finally rose to depart. 2 days prior, he had ordered the complete withdrawal of the family's hunting party. There were 2 reasons for this decision. Firstly, the cold weather had incited many of the beasts in the mountains to become more irritable and aggressive as they sought to hoard enough food. Secondly, the hunting party had ventured too far. Continuing would only yield more losses than gains. During the hunting period, numerous clan members sustained injuries, but thankfully, the protection of the sacred tree rendered this a manageable issue. Indeed, many clan members, having previously witnessed the extraordinary powers of the sacred tree, exhibited remarkable bravery during hunts, even risking their lives. Most of the injured had suffered as a result of this recklessness. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Xingzhen was immediately filled with fury and subsequently issued an edict. Should any further injuries occur, the family would impose severe penalties and revoke the privilege of worshipping the sacred tree. As the clan leader, he understood well that the sacred tree possessed a spirit, and the exertion of its powers was not without cost. It would be unwise to allow the tree to be overtaxed due to the recklessness of the clan members. After the decree was issued, the clan members calmed down considerably. Just as Chen Xingzhen was leaving the ancestral hall, preparing to check on the martial practitioner's training, a figure approached him hastily. Clan leader, news has arrived from Elder Tianyu, requesting your personal presence. Understood, Chen Xingzhen replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, though internally, he was taken aback. Chen Tianyu had been tending to the blood rice and had recently taken residence there, returning to the clan only occasionally. The message conveyed a clear indication that something had changed regarding the blood rice, necessitating his immediate attention. With the weather growing colder, if the blood rice was not harvested before the heavy snowfall arrived, it would likely be lost. Winter typically lasts for 2 to 3 months. Relying solely on the current reserves of fierce beast flesh would not suffice to sustain the clan's martial practitioners during this extended period. Thus, this crop of blood rice was of paramount importance and could not afford any missteps. Chen Xingzhen hastily set off, accompanied by 2 clan members. Chapter 68. The Ascension of the Five Organs Clan Leader. Upon arriving at the fertile fields, Chen Xingzhen was greeted by the sight of Chen Tianyu, whose face bore an expression of deep concern. This left Chen Xingzhen feeling a chill within. It appeared the situation was not favorable. What has transpired? Chen Xingzhen inquired, his face still composed. Clan leader, with the recent drop in temperature, the blood rice has not grown for the past 2 days. After hearing this, Chen Xingzhen quickly made his way into the fields to assess the growth of the blood rice. Over the span of 2 months, what had once been mere seedlings had now grown to more than half a person's height, and atop these plants, delicate ears of rice had formed, displaying a pale red hue. As he surveyed the landscape, the several acres of spiritual fields resembled a sea of blood, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Logically speaking, the blood rice should have reached its ripening period by now. With just another couple of weeks, the grains would gradually emerge within the rice ears, which would also transform into a deep crimson hue. Once the ears appear plump, they would be ready for harvest. However, as Chen Xingzhen bent down to part the rice ears, he was met with a disheartening sight. They were shriveled and withered. It was evident that with the onset of colder weather, the blood rice had ceased to grow, despite having begun to mature. Upon inspecting other clusters of blood rice, Chen Xingzhen found a similar plight. Some ears contained minuscule grains, while many had yet to produce any blood rice at all. If left unattended, the condition of the blood rice would only deteriorate further, rendering the clan's efforts over the past 2 months futile. The surrounding clans people appeared helpless, as such a situation had not arisen in previous years. They had always planted early to avoid this weather. Sensing the gaze of his fellow clansmen upon him, Chen Xingzhen realized he must devise a solution. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind, and he spoke. Let us encircle the fertile fields with earth, and see if we can salvage them. Excellent. Upon hearing their leader's words, everyone sprang into action. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered on Chen Xingzhen's face. While this plan might increase the temperature within the field slightly, the chilling weather was likely to prevail. Chen Tianyu understood this as well, but with no alternative solutions at hand, it was worth a try. If all else failed, they would have to concede, but such a setback would profoundly impact the family's future. Observing his clansmen busily at work, Chen Xingzhen offered a few words of encouragement before making his way back to the clan. The fertile fields spanned a considerable area. Encircling them with a wall of earth was no trivial task, and the wall could not be too low, as it needed to shield the sprouting blood rice. He intended to return and draft some of his kin to assist. With a growing sense of urgency, Chen Xingzhen quickly returned to the clan and dispatched a number of idle clansmen to the fertile fields. Before he could catch his breath, another clansman approached with news. Chief, it seems our people are practicing a new combat technique. Chen Xingzhen cast a perplexed glance at the messenger. A month prior, he had already distributed 2 newly recorded combat techniques, and many clansmen had commenced their training. Given that the ranks of these techniques were not particularly high, the blood condensation realm warriors had all mastered them, albeit with a lack of finesse. Even several body refinement realm warriors had made some progress. Yet now, he was being informed that the clansmen were practicing a new technique, which left him bewildered. He quickly inquired, "What technique is this?" The messenger shook his head. It is certainly not one of the 3 techniques previously known to the clan. This revelation deepened Chen Xingzhen's confusion. Apart from these 3 techniques, could there be others? As the clan leader, how could he be unaware? He promptly summoned several clansmen to inquire further and soon learned that the new technique had originated from Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingming. This unsettling news began to stir an ominous premonition within Chen Xingzhen. Merely because Chen Xinghe has always been restless since childhood, he suspects that the 2 mountain-cutting knives beneath the divine tree that day were indeed his doing. However, at that time, the divine tree was newly born, and he did not pursue the matter. Little did he anticipate that now a new combat technique has emerged within the clan. Chen Xingzhen's expression grew solemn. For combat techniques are not trivial matters. Each one is the culmination of countless warriors' rigorous experimentation. Many techniques are often passed down through family lines to ensure their continuity. Moreover, the creation of a new combat technique carries immense risks. Any slight misstep could lead to a warrior's meridians becoming chaotic, and in severe cases, result in fatal consequences. Chen Xinghe, at present merely at the initial stage of body tempering, could it be that after observing 3 combat techniques, he believes he can devise a new one? This boy's audacity is indeed remarkable. I must inquire swiftly to prevent our clan from facing calamity. Before long, the 2 were brought before Chen Xingzhen. I pay my respects to my 4th uncle, they greeted. I pay my respects to the clan leader. Sensing that the situation was amiss, Chen Xinghe wore a smile and refrained from addressing the clan leader formally. Only Chen Xingming, who stood beside him, appeared curious, unaware of the reason for their summons. Noticing Chen Xinghe's attempt at familiarity, Chen Xingzhen's countenance paled further as he hastily inquired, I have heard that you have recently been studying a new combat technique. What is it? Speak swiftly. Seeing Chen Xingzhen's serious demeanor, Chen Xinghe dared not conceal the truth and promptly retrieved a tattered book from his bosom. The book, dusty and yellowed, bore numerous marks of grime that obscured its title, revealing only a few prominent characters. The Art of Ascending the Five Organs. Upon reading those characters, Chen Xingzhen's body stiffened abruptly, as a long-buried memory gradually resurfaced in his mind. Humans possess 5 organs, which are said to harbor tremendous power, yet ordinary individuals cannot harness it. For warriors who have tempered their bodies and refined their vital energy, the power of these 5 organs becomes even more formidable. The art of ascending the 5 organs is indeed a combat technique designed specifically to unleash the latent strength nestled within them. Furthermore, this technique is remarkably accessible. Even warriors at the body-tempering stage can master it with ease. However, utilizing this technique comes at a significant cost, for each activation necessitates the destruction of one of the 5 organs, thereby unleashing its power. Yet, even the mightiest warriors can only employ this technique 4 times in their lifetimes. As for the 5th time, it is likely that no one could survive after sacrificing their heart. This technique was fortuitously acquired during the clan's migration. Initially, the clan valued its power and allowed several members to learn and utilize it. While the technique indeed possesses considerable might, the consequences are dire. Sacrificing even one organ would leave a warrior with lifelong regret and a tragic fate. Recognizing the drawbacks of this technique, he had hidden it away when the clan was situated at the mass grave mountain. The passage of time had caused him to forget it, or perhaps he simply wished not to recall it, for each use of the technique meant the loss of a clan member. Even if one managed to survive through this technique, the clan could never thrive. It remains a mystery what thoughts were held by the warrior who initially created this technique. Only upon encountering it again today did he find himself reminiscing about those painful memories. Chapter 69. You haven't learned it, have you? From where did you uncover this? Did I not conceal this martial technique? Chen Xinghe scratched his head. I accidentally stumbled upon it in the family shrine. I thought it was a waste to leave it there, so I took it out, intending for the clan members to learn it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingzhen's beard quivered with barely suppressed agitation. He had refrained from destroying this martial art, placing it in the shrine with considerable secrecy, never anticipating that Chen Xinghe would unearth it. This was not merely an opportunity for the clan to learn. It was a recipe for disaster. However, he had not yet heard any discussions among the clan members regarding this martial technique, suggesting that its existence had not yet spread widely. There might still be time to remedy the situation. With this thought, Chen Xingzhen hastily inquired, when did you obtain it? Surely you haven't disseminated it yet. The clan members are still unaware, aren't they? Observing the glimmer of hope and urgency in Chen Xingzhen's eyes, Chen Xinghe's voice diminished considerably as he stammered, about a month ago. I retrieved it while paying my respects to our ancestors at the shrine. I haven't spread the word. This is a family martial art, and I only informed our clan members. Most of them should have learned it by now. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, Qingyu borrowed it to study for a day. Yes, he mentioned that he had only told the clan members. Chen Xinghe beamed with pride. After all, he was a member of the family. How could such a technique be allowed to circulate beyond their lineage? However, each of Chen Xinghe's words pierced Chen Xingzhen's heart like a shard of ice. The revelation that Qingyu had also borrowed it for a day sent a chill through Chen Xingzhen. This young man was relentlessly grasping at his own kin. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire clan had mastered the technique, and in the event of a clan conflict, one side might suffer severe consequences. Once the battle concluded, the family could face ruin. Chen Xingzhen soon regained his composure. Fortunately, the clan was currently stable, and it seemed unlikely that a conflict would arise in the near future. There was still a chance to mitigate the damage. Clan leader, at that moment, a figure approached briskly from outside. The individual was none other than Chen Tianjing. Upon seeing Chen Xinghe standing there, Chen Tianjing immediately huffed. I'll deal with you once we return home. Tianjing, is there something amiss? Chen Xingzhen quickly snapped out of his reverie upon noticing Chen Tianjing. After recalling the family hunting team a few days ago, he had dispatched Chen Tianjing to investigate the Liu family's situation. Clan leader, it seems the Liu family has been making moves these past few days. Upon hearing this news, Chen Xingzhen's expression grew serious, and he promptly instructed Chen Xinghe and the others to leave. They could discuss the martial technique matter later. Tianjing, elaborate. Yesterday, I noticed members of the Liu family appearing in various locations around the graveyard of the dead. They wielded iron picks, seemingly digging for something, and among them were several warriors at the blood condensation realm. I dared not observe closely for fear of being discovered. As Chen Tianjing relayed his report, Chen Xingzhen's furrowed brow deepened. Even during the previous clan conflict, the Liu family had remained inactive. Why were they suddenly making a move now? Digging. What could possibly be excavated from the graveyard of the dead? What was the Liu family's true objective? Had they engaged in similar activities before this? A multitude of uncertainties surged within Chen Xingzhen's mind. However, due to the ongoing conflict with the Li family over the past few years, his attention had been diverted from the Liu family, leaving him utterly uninformed about their recent maneuvers. Yet, it was evident that the Liu family's actions were driven by a specific purpose. Upon hearing the report regarding the number of martial artists within the Liu clan, a wave of anxiety and astonishment washed over Chen Xingzhen. According to Chen Tianjing, he had observed no fewer than 7 or 8 martial artists at the blood condensation stage, including 2 or 3 in the later stages of this realm. Moreover, this observation merely reflected a fragment of the Liu family's strength, suggesting that they possessed at least a dozen martial artists at the blood condensation stage. Although a clan member had recently ascended to this level, even including himself as the clan leader, there were only 7 martial artists in total, 3 of whom had only recently entered this stage. The disparity in both quantity and cultivation level between the two families was stark, revealing a significant gap in combat capability. Should the Liu family decide to take action, the prospects for his clan appeared grim. Furthermore, the clan's ancestral figure had perished following the last great battle, now resting in a coffin, which had further diminished their strength. Chen Xingzhen was indeed taken aback by the formidable power of the Liu family, who had long remained in the shadows. Fortunately, the clan still possessed the divine tree, which could somewhat bridge the gap in combat prowess. However, this thought caused Chen Xingzhen to pause once more. If the Liu family were so powerful in their clandestine existence, might they also possess a family totem? While it was understandable that the Li family lacked such a symbol, being a lesser clan within the chaotic burial mountains, the Liu family, with their mysterious origins and only a few years in the area, could very well have their own totem, akin to his clan. Should the Liu family indeed possess a family totem, the advantage of the divine tree would be rendered null. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xingzhen spoke slowly. First, withdraw the clan members stationed outside. Do not probe further. As long as the Liu family does not pose a threat to our clan, we shall remain unperturbed. Understood. Chen Tianjing nodded silently. He was well aware of the disparity between the two families. If the Liu family harbored ulterior motives, the clan's current situation could be even more perilous than their previous confrontation with the Li family. The priority now was to feign ignorance, even when the Liu family might overstep their boundaries. Although this course of action may sound unpalatable, the reality of their power gap necessitated such silence. The prosperity of the clan was of utmost urgency. Additionally, they were still in need of a high-ranking martial artist. It remained uncertain when Qingyu would have the opportunity to break through to the innate realm. Chen Xingzhen resolved to consult his father, Chen Changming, later that evening. As the former clan leader, his father undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge in this regard and could provide Chen Qingyu with valuable insights. This was the nature of their family. When an elder broke through to a higher realm, they would generously impart their wisdom to the younger generation, fostering the clan's enduring legacy. Just as Chen Tianjing was about to depart, Chen Xingzhen suddenly called out to him, "By the way, are you aware of the new combat technique within the clan? Are you referring to the 5 organs ascension technique? Indeed, this matter holds great significance. Tianjing, you have not studied this martial technique, have you?" Chapter 70. Inquiry. Upon hearing Chen Xingzhen's question, Chen Tianjing scratched his head. Observing this scene, Chen Xingzhen quickly understood that Chen Tianjing had likely acquired some knowledge of it. A sigh escaped Chen Xingzhen's lips. Alas, this martial technique is detrimental to both heaven and humanity. If it continues to circulate, it would be more harmful than beneficial to the clan. Although the clan possesses the divine tree capable of manifesting divine power, whether it can entirely heal the aftermath left by this martial technique remains uncertain. Listening to Chen Xingzhen's words, Chen Tianjing could not help but furrow his brows. Indeed, he had previously underestimated the situation. The reason the clan members pursued this martial technique was due to having witnessed the divine tree display its divine power not long ago, which incited a fervor for practicing the 5 organs ascension technique. However, if the execution of this technique leaves the divine tree powerless, would the clan not face further decline? It is crucial to note that each loss of an organ would inflict immense harm upon the body, and the martial technique includes descriptions of the corresponding organ losses. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Tianjing promptly spoke. "Clan leader, there is still time for remediation. I shall summon those clan members who have learned this martial technique." But Chen Xingzhen merely waved his hand, saying, "Enough. Most of the clan members have already mastered it. It is likely too late. Let me seek counsel with the divine tree tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianjing nodded in agreement. If the divine tree could resolve the aftermath of this martial technique, the clan's strength would ascend to new heights, potentially unleashing tremendous power at critical moments. Meanwhile, Chen Xingzhen harbored his own thoughts. Had this been before today, he would have certainly implemented measures to seal off this martial technique anew. However, with the Liu family making moves, though no direct conflict had yet arisen, he felt a twinge of unease. He needed to prepare for the worst. With the Divine Tree's assistance, the Five Organs Ascension technique might prove to be an exceptionally formidable martial skill. Then, Chun Xingjian recalled the blood rice from the fertile fields, and a wave of headache washed over him. Challenges continued to arise, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Tonight, he must inquire with his father for any viable solutions. The Five Organs Ascension technique? In the ancestral hall. Upon learning of this martial technique, Ji Yang wore a look of astonishment. Through Chun Tianjing's narration, Ji Yang finally understood what Qin Qinghe had stealthily sought after his ritual last month. Upon grasping the effects of this technique, Ji Yang could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Incredible!" He could hardly fathom which genius had conceived of such a technique. Utilizing it would be akin to committing suicide. Even though Ji Yang was not a martial artist, he recognized the importance of the body's five organs. His vitality and healing prowess were formidable, yet if one were to lose their brain or heart, even the greatest vitality would be futile. His abilities were limited to saving lives, not reviving the deceased. However, losing other organs might not be entirely insurmountable. Ji Yang pondered deeply. Now, he possessed a fleeting advantage, capable of temporarily enhancing the strength of the clan members. The two may differ in form. One transmits vitality directly, while the other transforms vitality into blood essence through the manifestation of supernatural powers. However, their essence remains identical, whether it is the use of supernatural abilities to obscure vision or the healing of clan members' injuries. What is consumed is ultimately vitality. Should the Five Organs Ascension technique prove to be more effective, resulting in less vitality expenditure, it could indeed serve as a means to enhance the strength of the Qin clan. Yet, the specific outcomes remain to be tested. Below, Chan Xingjian, having concluded his discourse, patiently awaited a response from the Divine Tree. Noticing that the tree remained motionless for a considerable time, a chill crept into Chan Xingjian's heart. It seemed even the clan's sacred tree was incapable of such feats. Consequently, he would need to contemplate how to retract the disseminated martial techniques by the Moro, ensuring that those who had learned them were cautioned against their use. As Chen Xingjian pondered how to resolve these matters, several green orbs gracefully descended, landing in his palm before vanishing without a trace. Observing the Divine Tree's reaction, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chen Xingjian's face. If the Five Organs Ascension technique bore minimal aftereffects, the power unleashed by the clan in dire straits would undoubtedly astonish their foes. Nonetheless, Chen Xingjian noted that only 4 green orbs had descended. Could this be the Divine Tree's way of indicating that a maximum of 4 organs could be sacrificed? Nevertheless, this revelation instilled a measure of confidence within him. Subsequently, Chen Xingjian resumed recounting the recent affairs of the clan, inquiring how to address the issue of blood rice cultivation and how to confront the Lu clan. This time, however, he did not beseech the Divine Tree but spoke to the air before the tree trunk, narrating his concerns. Unbeknownst to Chen Xingjian, several lingering souls were attentively listening to his account. This was revealed to him by Chen Changming in a previous dream, who informed him that the souls of the deceased resided in the ancestral hall. To conserve dream time, Chen Xingjian decided to articulate the matters before sleeping, intending to receive his father's counsel on the outcomes in the dream, thus enhancing efficiency and convenience. Above, Ji Yang also listened intently to Chen Xingjian's narrative. Regarding blood rice, Ji Yang was at a loss, having never engaged in cultivation himself. He had merely seen blood rice and found its coloration pleasing, but he was of little assistance in the matter of planting. However, upon hearing the descriptions concerning the Lu clan, Ji Yang became serious, particularly upon Chen Xingjian's speculation that the Lu family might possess a clan totem. Clan totems are unique to this world, a fact Ji Yang grasped when he first transformed into a tree, though his memories on the subject were scant. After the resurrection of Qin Changming and other elders, discussions occasionally touched upon this topic, granting Ji Yang a rudimentary understanding of clan totems. There exists a multitude of totem types, unrestricted to one form. They may manifest as flowers, trees, or even seemingly inconspicuous stones. Yet, the singular criterion for a clan totem is that it must possess spirit. Only entities imbued with spirit hold the potential to become a clan totem. In this vast world, spiritual entities are remarkably scarce, to the point of being exceedingly rare. Even when they do exist, they are swiftly seized by prominent families, leaving little for the lesser ones, a tacit agreement among the powerful clans. Logically speaking, in such a remote place as the Mound of the Forgotten, it is unlikely that they would even be aware of what a totem is, as exemplified by the Li family. Had the Li family possessed a totem, the Qin family would likely have been extinguished long ago. The Qin family, however, stands as an exception. After all, a century ago, they were still a formidable clan, and it is not surprising that some familial legacy remains. The Lu family of the Mound of the Forgotten should not be underestimated either, and it is highly probable that they are not even a native family of that area. The existence of a family totem in their case would not be particularly astonishing. Chapter 71. Reevaluation. Though Chen Changming and the other members of the family possess a certain understanding of their ancestral totem, their knowledge is rather limited. In the heyday of their family, they were but children, merely able to gaze in awe at the brilliance of the family's sacred tree. By the time they reached adulthood, their lineage had already declined, leaving them with only a fragment of the divine tree. Consequently, Ziyang harbored a growing curiosity about the totems of other clans. If the Lu family indeed possessed a totem, what form might it take? What purpose might it serve? Ziyang was quite eager to find out. Alas, according to Qin Xingzhen's account, the present-day Lu family was not one that the Qin family could contend with. The disparity in strength was immense. Even with the 5 organs ascension technique at their disposal, coupled with their own vitality, it would be exceedingly difficult to pose a challenge in a confrontation. They wouldn't even get the chance to glimpse the opponent's family totem. They would likely find themselves uprooted. Qianlingzhen's narration reignited a sense of urgency within Ziyang, who had enjoyed 2 months of relative tranquility. It seemed he could not afford to relax just yet. This also prompted Ziyang, who had previously harbored some hesitance, to make a quiet resolution. After completing his account, Qian Xingzhen departed from the ancestral hall and made his way toward his quarters. Beneath the shade of the trees, Qin Changming and the other core members of the family's spirits were deliberating on the matters recently presented by Qian Xingzhen. The adage one person's insight is limited, but collective wisdom is boundless rang true. Lacking physical bodies, they could not safeguard their family's well-being, yet their memories persisted, allowing them to contemplate and strategize for their clan. The pressing dilemma now lay in the growth of the blood rice and uncovering the Lu family's intentions. After considerable discussion, a decision was swiftly reached. Soon, Qian Changming's spirit drifted away, preparing to enter the dream realm to convey the collective strategy to Qian Xingzhen. Meanwhile, the other spirits remained seated in various corners of the ancestral hall, harnessing the emanating from Ji Yang's trunk for their cultivation. Initially, they believed they were merely reanimating as souls, accepting their fates. However, they soon discovered that with the increase of their spiritual forms became more substantial, enabling them to remain in the dream state for longer periods, and even enhancing their memories, allowing them to recall forgotten pasts. They also observed that their strength in life seemed to influence the density of within their spiritual forms. For instance, Chen Changming, who had been the only innate martial artist in the family, exhibited a clear distinction from the other spirits. The absorption of over the past 2 months had even allowed Chen Changming to briefly manifest during the day without relying on the shade of the sacred tree. Though the duration of the event was exceedingly brief, lasting merely a few breaths, this revelation stirred the hearts of many wandering souls. They too yearned to witness the vitality of the Bai family, to experience the vibrancy of kinship, and to observe the growth of the younger generation within their lineage. However, given their current ethereal strength, such aspirations remained elusive, necessitating their diligent efforts. While Bai could indeed cultivate within the confines of the tree trunk during the day, the efficacy paled in comparison to the rapid advancement achieved by the side of the divine tree at night. As he gazed down at the myriad of souls meditating in stillness, Ziyang gradually shifted his focus away. He could sense these spiritual entities growing stronger, reminiscent of the souls he encountered in the nether realms. This was a positive development, for these souls remained unaware of their latent divine abilities. Ziyang too was curious about the extent of power they could wield while shrouded in their protective shells. Yet soon, Ziyang redirected his gaze towards his own panel. Name, Ziyang, race. Nether Hui Tree, Vitality, 200. 2. Divine abilities, Eye of Insight, Reversal of Dan Circulation, Leaf Veil, Soul Condensation, Protective Shell, Cultivation Techniques, Lunar Eclipse, Shadow Gathering, Martial Arts, Taizu Long Fist, can pass on once, Blood Qi, 88, can be converted to Vitality, Spiritual Power, 24, Deductions Points, 14, Deductions Available, Status, Absorbing Moonlight. It had been a month since he last aided Chen Tianma, and during this time, Ziyang had managed to absorb 3 points of vitality each night. A month was insufficient for Ziyang to elevate his vitality to 200 points, especially since he had incurred losses due to the use of divine abilities to heal his kin along the way. However, at a vitality level of 180 points, Ziyang proactively converted 40 points of blood qi, eager to ascertain whether 200 points of vitality would enable him to sprout new branches once more. Regrettably, 200 points of vitality proved inadequate. Throughout this month, the Qin family had conducted weekly sacrifices, offering fierce beasts of the blood condensation realm, which had resulted in Ziyang accumulating a substantial amount of blood qi. Without converting vitality, his blood qi would have exceeded 100 points by now. Unfortunately, the increase in spiritual power was minimal, with 2 fierce beasts showing no improvement at all, yet fortunately, it remained sufficient for his needs. Currently, Ziyang possessed 14 deduction points, with 1 clan member advancing to the blood condensation realm and 6 others in the body refinement realm making notable progress. a significant improvement compared to the previous month. Ji Yang had originally intended to accumulate more points before undertaking multiple deductions. However, the recent revelations from Qin Tianjin compelled him to make a decisive resolution sooner. The proverb "a man does not harm a tiger's heart, yet a tiger may have the intent to harm" resonated with the current disparity in strength between the two prominent families. Despite the previous mutual non-interference, the weakened Qin family could no longer afford complacency, with the Liu family beginning to stir. To entrust the future of his clan to the benevolence of adversaries would spell imminent doom for the Qin family. Strengthening oneself became paramount. Even if not for the Qin family, Ji Yang had to consider his own interests. He did not wish to be caught unprepared when the warriors of the Liu family descended upon the ancestral hall. With numerous points still unutilized, transforming existing resources into personal strength was of utmost importance. Despite the limited deduction points, Ji Yang could no longer afford to be overly concerned about them. This deduction requires a consumption of 20 blood qi, 10 spiritual power, and 10 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note: this is a double simulation. During the simulation, you may randomly carry one of your own abilities into the simulation. Note: the higher the simulation multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Upon seeing the familiar prompt, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and clicked yes. The familiar scene enveloped him once again, with countless maps dancing before his eyes. Among them, Ji Yang spotted the netherworld realm he had previously entered during a multiple simulation. If this simulation were to randomly lead him back to that world, it would indeed be a favorable outcome, considering that his true form was already that of a netherworld Sephora tree. Growing within the netherworld realm would undoubtedly provide him with the advantages of both time and place, allowing him to thrive effortlessly. Unfortunately, the netherworld realm flickered and vanished before Ji Yang's eyes. As the carousel of maps began to slow down, a ripple of unease stirred within his once calm heart. Who on earth invented this wretched system? Chapter 72. The fifth simulation. When the scene before him froze, an expanse of pure white filled Ji Yang's vision. Before he could discern the details, the world shifted once more. As his sight adjusted, Ji Yang found himself acutely aware of his surroundings. Crowded, congested, exceedingly crowded. This was his immediate impression. At that moment, he remained a mere sapling, albeit slightly larger than during the previous single simulation, yet not as fully integrated into the simulated world as he had been during the five-fold simulation. It seemed that the higher the simulation multiplier, the greater his own strength became, as if with each increase he carried one of his own abilities into the simulation. Reflecting on his abilities, Ji Yang quickly attuned himself to his newfound power. According to the simulation rules, during a double simulation, he was allowed to carry one ability with him. Shortly, Ji Yang's eyes brightened. He felt it. The ability he brought along this time was root enhancement. This was arguably the best outcome. Currently, he possessed 3 abilities: root enhancement, heat resistance, and unyielding tenacity. Among these, root enhancement and unyielding tenacity were versatile, applicable regardless of his surroundings, while heat resistance was only useful in specific situations. However, Ji Yang believed that root enhancement was slightly more effective than unyielding tenacity. Without granting Ji Yang much time for contemplation, a line of text swiftly appeared before him. You are born in a snowy land. In your quest to become a towering tree, you begin to grow diligently. Reading the text, Ji Yang felt a momentary shock. Snowy land? That seemed accurate. Upon randomly entering the scene, he indeed saw a vast expanse of white. Yet, as Ji Yang surveyed his surroundings, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Where was the promised snow? Why did he see only the yellowish earth? Oh well, Ji Yang chose not to dwell on it. Once the text vanished, he earnestly activated his root enhancement skill. Although he could not strengthen himself with life force in the simulated world, he could make his roots more robust and choose the direction of his growth. Soon, Ji Yang had located suitable soil for his survival through his roots. Despite the high hardness of the soil, it could not deter Ji Yang's determination to grow. As time accelerated, Ji Yang's figure grew increasingly robust. What had once been merely a seedling began to rise taller, yet the intricate terrain above presented numerous challenges, compelling Ji Yang to strive diligently for growth. When Ji Yang's trunk attained the girth of a thumb, the surrounding congestion vanished. He surveyed his surroundings, only to behold a landscape blanketed in thick snow. The world appeared vast and desolate, with the solitary hint of green from his branches standing out strikingly. In that moment, Ji Yang realized that the map had not been erroneous. Rather, he had been growing in the crevices beneath the snow, unable to glimpse the scenery above. However, as Ji Yang's branches ascended, he soon encountered a dire predicament. While sheltered beneath the snow, he had been insulated from the cold, but with the elevation of his branches, he was now obliged to confront the assault of frigid winds and biting air. Lacking resistance to low temperatures, he surmised that survival would prove exceedingly challenging. Just as the thoughts of despair began to surface in Jiang's mind, fresh subtitles materialized before his eyes. The icy wind howls across the snow. The weather grows increasingly frigid. To withstand the cold, you choose to infuse more nutrients into the bark, to infuse more nutrients into the leaves, to infuse more nutrients into the roots. Faced with these three options, Jiang hesitated. Each choice promised divergent outcomes, some potentially favorable, others not. Unsure of which option was superior, he contemplated based on his previous experiences. If he chose to direct nutrients to the bark, it would likely enhance its cold resistance, and upon reaching a conclusion, he would undoubtedly gain abilities related to the bark. Yet, as he currently resided within a shrine, and with the family's secret passage sealed, he faced minimal immediate danger, leading him to dismiss this option. The second choice, to channel nutrients into the leaves, was also eliminated after some contemplation. How could one rely on leaves for cold resistance? He feared that such a selection might leave him vulnerable. Certainly, based on past experiences, this choice might not yield disastrous results, but Jiang was unwilling to take that risk. With two options ruled out, he was left with no alternative but to select the third option, to infuse more nutrients into the roots. Logically, directing nutrients to the bark should have been the optimal choice, for the bark is essential for a tree's insulation. However, Jiang was not governed by logic, nor was the world. Beyond the bark, the roots held considerable significance. Moreover, the ability he possessed was specifically for root enhancement, which further justified his selection of the third option. Resolute in his decision, Jiang decisively tapped the final choice. As the subtitles faded, he became acutely aware of his body's condition. The nutrients that the roots absorbed should have ascended to the trunk and leaves, fortifying his being, yet now these nutrients lingered within the roots, stagnant. As the nutrient accumulation increased, the once modest roots began to expand rapidly. Amidst this expansion, a gentle warmth emanated from the roots. However, this pleasant sensation was short-lived. As the majority of nutrients were absorbed by the underground roots, Jiang's bark gradually ceased to grow, its color shifting ominously. The already scarce green leaves began to yellow, eventually falling to the snow-laden ground, where they were buried beneath the accumulating snow. From a distance, at this moment, Jiang appeared less like a tree and more akin to a desiccated branch thrust into the earth. Upon realizing his choice had not triggered new subtitles, Jiang understood that his decision may have been misguided. Yet as long as he drew breath, there was no true error, merely a divergence in the trajectory of his growth. Gradually, Jiang's roots began to warm, as if infused with a greater abundance of nutrients, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Even the snow blanketing his roots slowly began to melt away. Seasons changed, and time slipped by unhurriedly. Each time Jiang's roots extended further into the ground, the snow above would likewise dissipate. Little by little, centered around Jiang, the surrounding landscape regained its vitality, a verdant expanse emerging anew from the frigid snowscape. As the area of rejuvenation widened and the temperature rose, the once stagnant trunk of Jiang was reinvigorated, new green leaves unfurling in a gentle flourish. Witnessing this scene, Jiang's heart finally found solace. It was indeed a stroke of luck, and he was grateful that his newly acquired ability was root enhancement. Otherwise, survival to this moment would have been unlikely. Gradually, Jiang's trunk grew sturdier, the foliage on his branches multiplied and flourished, while the roots beneath spread out expansively. A new oasis emerged, birthed from the stark, desolate snowscape, thanks to Jiang's transformation. Chapter 73. 1,000 miles of barren land. At this juncture, Jiang's growth had surpassed all previous projections, appearing to be the most successful iteration yet. At the very least, in past simulations, he had not endured for so long. As Jiang gazed upon the lush greenery and the myriad of creatures inhabiting this verdant realm, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within him. One's ascendance brings forth prosperity for all around, a truth indeed. However, a wave of confusion soon washed over Jiang. Although considerable time had elapsed, he had yet to witness the emergence of new subtitles. This instinctively alerted him to an anomaly. New subtitles typically herald a shift in narrative. While erroneous choices could lead to perilous outcomes, danger often bore the seeds of opportunity. Most of the divine abilities or techniques he had acquired thus far stemmed from decisions made within new storylines. While tranquility is a blessing, he felt that an excess of monotony was equally unwise. Most pressing was the question of whether the absence of new plot lines would yield any rewards. Was he destined to continue growing indefinitely in this manner? As Jiang pondered, he became acutely aware of a troubling change within himself. Casting his gaze around, he noticed the once verdant leaves beginning to wither, the rough bark slowly shedding, and the sturdy trunk gradually losing its inherent strength. Yet, the roots below grew increasingly fervent as they burned. It felt as if he were withering away. Before Jiang could devise a means of salvation, a line of subtitles abruptly materialized before his eyes. The mutated roots have drained a substantial portion of your lifespan. You have succumbed to old age. As the subtitles vanished, Ji-young's trunk rapidly began to disintegrate, and the once vibrant roots swiftly lost their warmth. Snow and ice once more blanketed the verdant expanse, concealing all traces, returning everything to its original state. The scene before Ji-young gradually faded into obscurity. Just as he sighed in resignation, a fleeting glimpse of a young figure streaked toward him through the haze of the fading image. The youth arrived at the location where Ji-young had previously flourished, silently uttering words from his lips. Ji-young could not hear, yet he perceived the sorrow etched upon the young man's visage. Discerning the words he uttered through the movements of his lips. You are too late. A myriad of thoughts swirled within Ji-young's mind, and soon the world before him crumbled entirely. When Ji-young reopened his eyes, he found himself once more in the familiar ancestral hall. This time, he refrained from hastily examining the outcomes of the simulation. Instead, he meticulously reflected on the scene he had just witnessed. A flicker of doubt arising within him, he had assumed that this simulation was merely a superficial exercise, with everything within it being illusory and ethereal, non-existent. The entire world seemed to revolve around his existence. When he opened his eyes, the world came to life. When he closed them, it perished. Yet, what he had just seen instilled a semblance of skepticism in his heart. Were those places truly fictitious? If they were mere fabrications, then why did the young man's face bear such regret in the concluding image? Conversely, if the scene held truth, how could one explain the rapid passage of time within the simulated realm? Ji-young grappled with these thoughts, yet this simulation had awakened a sense of vigilance within him. Perhaps the world of the simulation was far more intriguing than he had previously imagined. Regrettably, he realized that his knowledge remained woefully insufficient. He needed to glean more clues from subsequent simulations to unravel the mysteries that plagued his mind. As his thoughts disentangled, Ji-young resolved to ponder no further. The simulated realm felt too distant from his current self, and it was not a matter he ought to dwell upon at present. Instead, he should focus on establishing a firm foothold in this world, rather than fretting daily over the potential annihilation of the Chen family or the threat to his own life. End of simulation. Do you have acquired a new ability in this simulation? Low temperature resistance. You have acquired a new ability in this simulation. Free growth. You have acquired a new divine power. Scorching earth. Low temperature resistance. You can thrive in extremely low temperatures. Free growth. You can grow into the form you desire. Scorching earth. You can expend a portion of your vitality to imbue your roots with terrifying heat. Ji-young focused intently on the new acquisitions from the simulation. Though dissatisfaction lingered in his heart in terms of duration, he had survived quite a long time, and logically his rewards should have been substantial. Yet, in reality, this was not the case. Moreover, it seemed that even in the simulated world, he was subject to limitations on his lifespan. It was likely that he had not traversed enough narrative arcs to trigger additional insights. Ji-young understood this clearly, and no longer lingered on the matter, shifting his gaze instead to the rewards garnered from this simulation. Regarding low-temperature resistance, Ji-young felt no surprise at acquiring this ability. Compared to high-temperature resistance, low-temperature resistance appeared far more suited to his current circumstances. As the temperatures of the mass grave mountain continued to drop, Ji-young, though merely a tree, could still sense the changes. He believed that, given more time, he too might undergo transformations influenced by the weather. However, with this newfound ability, such concerns became negligible. Upon seeing the explanation for free growth, Ji-young felt a twinge of envy. How advantageous it would have been had he possessed this ability in his former life. Alas, it bore little relevance to his present state, for he was, after all, just a tree. What difference would it make, regardless of how aesthetically pleasing he might grow? Yet, it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, he could choose to prevent himself from branching. Finally, Ji-young's gaze settled upon the sole divine power he had acquired. Scorching earth, it sounded remarkably promising, granting him the capability to unleash terrifying heat from his roots. Upon deeper reflection, Ji-young perceived that the utility of this divine ability appeared rather limited. As the guardian of the ancestral tree, should the moment arise for him to intervene, it would likely signify the impending demise of his clan. Relying on this power seemed insufficient to alter the prevailing circumstances. Moreover, he maintained a skeptical stance regarding this assured vitality. A scant amount of life force might yield little sensation, while excessive temperatures could lead to a depletion of vitality beyond his capacity to endure. With this vitality at his disposal, he would be better served employing a leaf to obscure vision, thereby enhancing the strength of his kin. Yet, Ji-young soon recalled the recent predicament facing his family. The cessation of growth in the blood rice due to excessively low temperatures. Might this divine ability offer a solution to their woes? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to conduct an experiment. As Ji-young invoked the divine power, the roots buried beneath the earth responded, gradually emitting a faint warmth. With the infusion of life force, The heat intensified and swiftly ascended to the surface. Surrounding the ancestral hall, many clansmen sensed a change in their surroundings. Do you feel that? It seems to have grown a bit warmer. Indeed, I've noticed it too. Oh, it seems to have dissipated. Amidst the clansmen's confusion, Ji Yong withdrew his divine ability. Disregarding his earlier remarks, it was evident that this power could indeed elevate the temperature in the vicinity, albeit with a limitation. It could only extend a short distance from his roots and could not propagate widely. Should he unleash the full might of this divine ability, it was likely that before the blood rice could flourish, the Qin family's abode would be engulfed in flames. However, if he refrained from exerting his full strength, the consumption of life force appeared minimal. He had merely expended 0.1 of his vitality. Yet, he was uncertain how long the effect would persist without retraction of the divine ability. Nevertheless, in the interest of conserving life force, Ji Yong opted not to utilize it for the time being. The current state of the Qin family had not reached a level of extravagance that warranted the installation of underfloor heating. Chapter 74. The natural blood spring within a dream. Qin Xingzhen and his son were engaged in discussion. Following deliberation among several individuals, they devised a few strategies to address the issue of halted growth in the blood rice. Suggestions included laying a thick layer of straw beside the blood rice plants, continuously stoking fires within the fertile fields, or more laboriously, encasing the entire plot with fabric and timber. The objective of these measures was to elevate the temperature within the fields, thereby accelerating the growth process of the blood rice and hastening its yield. Upon hearing these proposals, Qin Xingzhen nodded slightly. He had contemplated these solutions as well. However, apart from the first suggestion, the others were rather cumbersome and exceedingly labor-intensive. While the straw might marginally increase the temperature, its effect would likely be minimal. Nevertheless, Qin Xingzhen resolved to experiment with it the following day. Regardless of the outcome, they could not afford to abandon this crop of blood rice. As for the recent actions of the Liu family, Qin Chaiming suggested that all clansmen dispatched for reconnaissance should be recalled. This matter would be left in their hands. The involvement of martial artists in the investigation risked revealing their intentions and leaving traces. Should the Liu family harbor no ill intent, any resulting discontent could inadvertently place their clan in jeopardy. Given their current state, they were ideally suited for reconnaissance. Considering the risks of the sole entity being discovered by martial artists, Qin Chaiming decided to permit only the deceased clansmen to examine traces from outside, refraining from entering the Liu family estate. Though this approach may seem somewhat delayed, it undeniably offers a greater sense of security. Furthermore, with the Liu family orchestrating such significant movements, it is improbable that every location is under the vigilant watch of practitioners at the blood condensation stage. This presents an opportunity to ascertain their true intentions. After a thorough discussion, Qin Chaiming's figure gradually faded from the realm of dreams. On the following day, the family undertook a substantial operation, dispatching a considerable number of clan members to the fertile fields to engage in the preservation of the blood rice. However, the expansive territory of the spiritual fields rendered the family's manpower somewhat inadequate. It took an entire day to cover all the fertile land with straw. In the subsequent days, the clan's warriors were tirelessly occupied in the fields. Their industrious efforts were not without merit. When Qin Xingzhen observed tiny grains sprouting from the previously desiccated rice ears, a flicker of joy illuminated his otherwise troubled countenance. Yet, after this moment of elation, he cast his gaze skyward, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the clan's labors bore fruit, but with December swiftly approaching, the chill intensified, and frost had already begun to form atop the heights of the mass grave mountain. If the current circumstances continued to unfold, it would not be long before this frost enveloped all the fertile fields, rendering the harvest of this blood rice exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, their toils in such frigid conditions would yield little change. Watching the clan members laboring diligently in the fields, a sense of bewilderment crept into Qin Xingzhen's heart. Were they truly to surrender? Yet, observing the smiles that graced the faces of many clan members amidst their exertions, he felt a surge of resolve. Even if this harvest of blood rice were to be forfeit, it mattered little. They could simply replant in the following year. Resolving his inner turmoil, Qin Xingzhen called out to the clan members in the fields. "Dear kin, we shall have an additional meal tonight." "Thank you, Patriarch." The Patriarch is wise. Upon hearing of the extra meal, the clan members redoubled their efforts in their tasks, and the Liu family, a middle-aged man, upon hearing a report from a clan member, suddenly rose, his eyes alight with an intense gleam, and promptly declared, "Take me to see." Observing the Patriarch's expression, the messenger hastily led the way. A group of several individuals swiftly departed from the family premises. In a short time, they arrived at a deep pit. Surrounding the pit, numerous Liu clan members stood guard, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that the guards were all at least at the blood condensation stage. Moreover, several tunnels had been excavated around the deep pit. These tunnels appeared haphazard and were simply constructed, supported by merely a few wooden stakes, with fresh soil piled outside the pit. indicating that these tunnels had been dug in a brief span. The middle-aged man paid little heed to the seemingly perilous tunnels. Instead, he followed one of the guides and briskly entered one of the recently excavated passages. Before long, they reached the depths of the tunnel. When the middle-aged man spotted a streak of red earth at the tunnel's end, his face lit up with excitement. He approached eagerly and extended his hand to touch it. He needed the bright red soil. A vivid crimson hue seeped forth. Upon witnessing this sanguine sight, the middle-aged man's expression transformed into one of delight, and he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, keep digging. This time, we must find the precise location of the natural blood spring." A natural blood spring. What is that? Chen Jia, with a bewildered expression, found himself in the dream of Chen Xingzhen. Just moments ago, Chen Changming had entered the dream to inform him of the intelligence relayed by the clan members dispatched in recent days. After careful deliberation, Chen Changming revealed that the Lu family was most likely in pursuit of a natural blood spring. Unfamiliar with this term, Chen Xingzhen was at a loss, yet the stern countenance of his father instilled a sense of foreboding within him. After a brief silence, Chen Changming began to elucidate. The vastness of the universe often gives rise to certain locations that harbor extraordinary geomantic treasures, resulting in remarkable phenomena. The natural blood spring is one such site of geomantic significance. This type of blood spring emerges underground, not gushing forth like ordinary springs, but rather forming hidden currents that gradually alter the surrounding environment. With a sigh, Chen Changming continued, "In fact, the blood rice cultivated by our family is also a consequence of this natural blood spring. I had previously harbored suspicions, but last night, I personally inspected the tunnel excavated by the Lu family and confirmed that they are indeed searching for that concealed natural blood spring hidden within the burial mounds." Upon hearing this news, Chen Xingzhen appeared dazed. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable burial mounds contained such a phenomenon. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "What does the Lu family intend to do with the natural blood spring? Do they seek to extract it?" Chen Changming shook his head. Once a natural blood spring emerges, it cannot be relocated. Their quest for the blood spring must be driven by other motives. Although this blood spring is a geomantic treasure, its effects are not particularly extraordinary compared to many others. It primarily produces blood rice and similar items. From what you've said, the Lu family has not heavily cultivated blood rice since arriving at the burial mounds, indicating their disregard for the spring's ancillary effects. Their objective likely pertains to the natural blood spring itself. Chapter 75. Inescapable. If the natural blood spring were to vanish, wouldn't the burial mounds become inhospitable for cultivating blood rice? Indeed, came Chen Changming's affirmative response, which left Chen Xingzhen's mind in turmoil, his brow furrowing with concern. As the clan leader, he understood the paramount importance of blood rice. With the threat from the Li family eliminated, if his clan were to thrive in the burial mounds, relying on blood rice, they could potentially reclaim their former glory and evolve into a prominent family. Yet, without blood rice, the cultivation progress of the clan's warriors would slow, even stagnate, causing the family's advancement to lag far behind. While it is true that the flesh of ferocious beasts can also enhance one's physique, how many ferocious beasts could be found within the burial mounds? How long could they withstand the clan's hunting efforts? Blood rice, which can be harvested thrice a year, is exceedingly rare. Chen Xingzhen had initially believed that the unique land of the burial mounds was the reason for the blood rice's existence. Unaware that it was intrinsically linked to the natural blood spring, if the Lu family were to discover it, what would happen to the blood spring? How would the clan progress thereafter? At that moment, determination flickered in Chen Xingzhen's eyes. He must not allow the Lu family to uncover the natural blood spring, for otherwise, half of the clan's future would be irrevocably jeopardized. Yet, contemplating the strength of the Lu family, uncertainty clouded his gaze once more. If the family were to truly obstruct the actions of the Lu clan, would that not be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot? With the family now in ruins, what prospects for development remain? A resolute attempt to thwart them would yield negligible results and could further precipitate the family's demise. Conversely, turning a blind eye, while resulting in the loss of blood rice, would likely allow the family to endure. It stands to reason that the Lu clan, having discovered the blood rice, would refrain from acting against the family. Had they intended to do so, they would not have waited until now. The distinction between what is of greater importance is not difficult to discern. Meanwhile, Chen Changming did not intrude upon Chen Xingzhen's contemplation. Once clarity dawned upon Chen Xingzhen, a hint of resignation graced his countenance. Even with an understanding of the Lu family's intentions, they found themselves powerless to intervene, left only to feign ignorance. The loss of blood rice, while regrettable, could still preserve the family's strength, especially with the divine tree still standing. Given that the Lu clan had not made any advancements in the Mound of the Dead in recent years, it is likely they would not do so after locating the blood spring. Perhaps the Chen family would become the sole clan in that desolate place. In such a scenario, The family's prospects for growth might even surpass those of the past. Yet, when weighed against the value of the blood rice, this slight advantage dissipated in an instant, serving merely as a balm for the heart in light of the loss. Reflecting on the Lu family's actions over the years, Qin Changming suddenly recalled something and turned to Qin Xingzhen with an expression of anticipation. Father, the Lu clan has been in the Mound of the Dead for several years. It stands to reason that their search for the blood spring did not begin this year. Yet, despite these years, blood rice continues to thrive in the fertile fields. Is it possible that they have not found it this year? Qin Changming shook his head in response. Although there are numerous tributaries of the natural blood spring, making it difficult to locate, the Lu clan has eliminated most areas over the years, even if they have yet to discover it. Furthermore, the Mound of the Dead is not particularly vast. The Lu clan's current fervor indicates their dwindling patience. Even if they fail to find it this time, they will assuredly succeed next. Qin Changming's words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Qin Xingzhen. It seemed evident that the family was unlikely to effect any change. Yet at that moment, Qin Xingzhen asked suddenly, Father, do you know the location of this natural blood spring? Qin Changming nodded and replied calmly. Indeed, the natural blood spring lies directly beneath our family's ancestral hall. Oh, Qin Xingzhen responded with an unchanging expression. However, upon processing this revelation, astonishment overtook him, causing his heart to race even in his slumber. What had begun as a casual inquiry to satiate his curiosity had unveiled the astonishing fact that the natural blood spring resided beneath the family's ancestral hall, a truth that was momentarily overwhelming. Qin Changming continued. When our family migrated to this location, I was gravely injured and beyond recovery. Yet by a twist of fate, I discovered this natural blood spring and the blood rice here. It was for this reason that we established our new family here. To be precise, the natural blood spring is directly beneath the divine tree in the ancestral hall. Its revival must surely be linked to this very spring. The cascade of secrets revealed by Qin Changming left Qin Xingzhen at a loss for words. However, upon learning the location of the blood spring, his initial thoughts underwent a swift transformation. Had the blood spring been situated elsewhere, he could have easily chosen to ignore it. However, at this moment, his father revealed to him that the blood spring lay beneath the family shrine's sacred tree. This meant that in order to uncover the blood spring, one would have to disturb the family's revered tree. The family tree, a symbol of their lineage, embodies the very hope for their prosperity and acts as a divine entity that can rescue them from peril. When faced with the choice between the blood spring and the sacred tree, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Furthermore, given that the two had now become intertwined, he found himself with no other option. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xingzhen silently nodded and said, Father, I understand. Observing Qin Xingzhen's demeanor, Qin Changming felt a sense of relief. The reason he had refrained from hastily revealing this information to Qin Xingzhen was to gauge how he would make his decision. It appeared that Qin Xingzhen had already arrived at his conclusion. Upon learning of the Lu family's intentions, Qin Changming's mind began to formulate a plan. If it were not for the blood spring in this place, the family tree might not have regained its vitality, nor would they have been resurrected. Whether for the family's future or its present, this battle was unavoidable, and he hoped that Qin Xingzhen would share his sentiments. Although the odds seemed daunting, the Qin family was not devoid of the means to fight back. Inside the shrine, Ji Yang silently observed the patch of earth below that remained uncovered by the blue stone slabs yet was stained with crimson soil. A flicker of doubt igniting within him. A natural blood spring? Red earth? After Ji Yang's vitality had surged, he was now able to glimpse the scenes of communication among the souls in their dreams. He had overheard the dialogue between Qin Xingzhen and Qin Changming. Initially, he believed that the scarlet soil was merely a result of blood sacrifices, but he had not anticipated this deeper connection. Ji Yang slowly moved one of his enhanced roots downward, probing into the depths below. Soon, he detected an anomaly. As his roots sank to a certain depth, they encountered an area resembling a mire. The sensations transmitted back through the roots were markedly different. This must be the natural blood spring concealed deep within the earth, albeit differing slightly from his expectations. Ji Yang attempted to absorb vitality through his roots to ascertain whether he could draw life force from this spring. But the outcome was negative. As he retracted his roots, a sigh escaped him. Previously, he had sensed that a conflict might arise between the two families. Now it seemed his intuition had been correct. Even if the Chun family wished to relinquish this blood spring, it was no longer feasible, for once he had bonded with the Chen clan, he could not extricate himself. Contemplating the Lu family's strength, Ji Yang felt a deeper sense of foreboding about the challenges ahead. Chapter 76. Inquiry. Fortunately, Qin Xingzhen did not disappoint him. He remained his devoted admirer. Given his current vitality, there was still a glimmer of hope. With the two families yet to engage in battle, he required more life force. Solely relying on the absorption of lunar eclipses would likely not yield rapid advancement. The only viable option was to persuade the Chun family to continue their sacrifices. Regrettably, the points for deduction could not be swiftly acquired. Otherwise, he could have proceeded with further calculations. Yet, even with ample vitality, his confidence against the Liu family, whose capabilities remained unknown, was not particularly robust. Under the moonlight, Ji Yang's glowing locust leaves radiated a hint of melancholy. On the following day, before Ji Yang could signal, Qian Xingzhen had already commenced the sacrificial rites, preparing for a daily offering. After several individuals, including Chen Tianjing, expressed their confusion, it became apparent that the customary 7-day sacrifice had abruptly been altered to a daily one. Even though the clan currently possesses an adequate supply of domesticated beasts and food, the impending winter would pose significant challenges in acquiring sustenance. Considering the long-term implications, it seemed excessive to conduct sacrifices with such frequency. However, once the few blood condensation realm warriors of the clan learned about the situation regarding the natural blood spring, their expressions changed dramatically, dispelling any lingering doubts. The many clan members who had been diverted to the fertile fields were promptly recalled by Chen Xingzhen, allowing everyone to continue honing their bodies and strengthening their abilities. The harvest of the blood rice was no longer the primary concern for the family. Instead, the focus shifted to protecting the clan, safeguarding the ancestral divine tree, and preserving the natural blood spring. This, indeed, was the pressing matter the clan was about to confront. Although many clan members remained unaware of the specific events transpiring within their ranks, they sensed an air of tension and began to devote themselves to their training. 2 days later, within the Liu family, a figure curiously surveyed the surroundings, exhibiting a hint of excitement on his face. Unable to contain himself, Tianming addressed the individual leading the way. "Excuse me. Esteemed sir, how much farther do we have to go? We shall soon arrive. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. If your answers satisfy the clan leader, I assure you, the Liu family will not require an additional mouth to feed," came the reply. Upon hearing this promise, Tianming's expression brightened. After failing the servant examination at the Chen family, he had returned to his village, never expecting that today, a member of the Liu family would come seeking him. The Liu family, a prominent clan in the area of the mass grave mountain, may often remain inconspicuous, yet since his arrival, the fortified surroundings suggested that their strength surpassed that of the Chen family. If he could gain entry into the Liu family, his circumstances might well improve beyond those he experienced with the Chen family. Like gold, he believed he would eventually shine bright. The prospect of meeting the Liu family leader made Tianming somewhat anxious, causing him to unconsciously rub his hands together. "We have arrived. You may enter now. Esteemed leader, I am Tianming, honored to meet you." He bowed respectfully as he entered the room. "I have heard you were previously a servant in the Chen family. Please recount your observations in detail." Tianming felt a flicker of uncertainty at the Liu family leader's inquiry, yet recalling the earlier promise, he promptly began to speak. During their exchange, the Liu family leader occasionally responded, and his gentle words alleviated Tianming's initial nervousness, encouraging him to share every detail he had witnessed. "Their servant examination is nothing but a facade. Individuals like myself," as he continued, emotion seeped into his voice. But mindful of the Liu family leader's status, he refrained from boasting about his own exceptional qualities. "Excellent, very good, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. You may leave now." "Thank you, esteemed leader." Tianming expressed his gratitude once more and excitedly followed the individual who had guided him out. The words just spoken prompted him to reveal the injustices within the Chen family, and judging by the circumstances, it was evident that the patriarch of the Liu clan held a favorable opinion of him. It seemed that gaining entry into the Liu family would pose no difficulty, which naturally filled him with joy. After Tianming departed, another individual was ushered into the chamber. This person was none other than Kai Mao, who had failed the assessment and left alongside Tianming on that very day. Upon meeting the patriarch, Kai Mao appeared exceedingly apprehensive, casting a fearful glance at the middle-aged man before him. The room was dimly lit, obscuring the man's features, and Kai Mao dared not linger his gaze. However, after a short while, he began to speak freely, recounting his experiences since joining the Chun family. When he mentioned his clandestine visit to the ancestral hall in the dead of night, the middle-aged man abruptly interjected. "What did you see in that ancestral hall?" Kai Mao strained to recall, then shook his head. "I saw nothing in the ancestral hall. It seemed merely like an ordinary hall." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and pressed further. "Think carefully again." As he spoke, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Kai Mao's nostrils, sharpening his memory. Soon, Kai Mao's eyes lit up. "I remember now. There was a tree planted in that ancestral hall." "Oh?" The middle-aged man's tone rose slightly. "What kind of tree?" "It seemed to be a locust tree. It was too dark for me to see clearly. I only felt it was somewhat peculiar." "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." The middle-aged man's words prompted Kai Mao to refrain from further elaboration and exit the room. Yet, once outside, Kai Mao found himself momentarily taken aback. Why had he described the situation as strange? At the time of his secretive observation, he had thought nothing of it. Was it not entirely normal for a tree to be planted in an ancestral hall? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It turned out that the Liu family had merely sought information on this matter, which relieved him. Before this, he had feared he had inadvertently provoked such a prominent clan. Patriarch, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere Qin family? A clan member inquired, perplexed. The middle-aged man chuckled softly. In times past, such an uproar would have been unwarranted. However, the Qin family is somewhat different now. That tree in the ancestral hall must be the family totem of the Chen clan. I presume, if I am not mistaken, the revival of the Chen totem likely coincided with their conflict against the Li family, which explains the latter's crushing defeat. All attributable to the totem. Upon hearing the mention of the totem, the clan member cast a glance towards the courtyard within the room, his expression no longer one of confusion. If a family totem exists, it indeed warrants serious consideration. Patriarch, what shall we do next? Prepare accordingly. We ought to pay a visit to this neighbor tomorrow. The middle-aged man spoke with a significant undertone as he mentioned neighbor. Understood, Patriarch. By the way, what should be done with those two individuals from earlier? Eliminate them, the middle-aged man uttered with a calm demeanor. The clan member silently withdrew, his expression betraying no further emotion. To take the lives of two individuals was merely a trifling matter for him, far easier to handle than a ferocious beast. Once the room was devoid of any presence, the middle-aged man slowly made his way towards the backyard, a palpable joy illuminating his countenance. 5 years, 5 long years. The family had searched the mass grave for a full 5 years, and had it not been for the natural blood spring succumbing to dormancy in the winter, they would have undoubtedly discovered it long ago. However, it was precisely because of the winter slumber of the blood spring that they could seek it out through its flowing currents in other seasons. When the blood spring awakened, the numerous tributaries made it nearly impossible to pinpoint its exact location, unless they turned the entire mass grave upside down. Regrettably, the current manpower of the clan was insufficient for such an endeavor, and such a conspicuous operation would easily attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, the family's 5 years of searching had not been in vain. Just yesterday, they finally located the main stream of the natural blood spring through the tunnels they had excavated. After careful consideration, there was a 90% likelihood that the blood spring lay beneath the Qin family. The passage of 5 years had transformed his initial urgency into a calm demeanor. Upon learning the location of the blood spring, he did not rush to set forth, but rather intended to gather intelligence on the Qin family first. Had it been earlier, he might not have exercised such caution, but the last time the Qin family had turned the tables in dire straits compelled him to be more prudent. Most crucially, the family was not what it used to be. Tomorrow, under the pretense of a visit, he would assess the true strength of the Qin family before taking action. The middle-aged man continued onward, soon arriving at a familiar courtyard. Within, the bamboo grove appeared increasingly sparse, and the color of the green bamboos had begun to yellow. Amidst this dwindling grove, a bamboo, scarcely half a foot tall and as thick as a wrist, caught the man's eye. Yet this bamboo seemed even more lifeless, devoid of any trace of green. The middle-aged man promptly lit incense and offered a prayer. "O Lord Qingling, may you bless our family with success in acquiring the natural blood spring." After completing his rituals, he scattered the prepared blood rice into the bamboo grove. As the blood rice was cast into the grove, it quickly lost its distinctive hue, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary grains. Alas, the bamboo that absorbed the blood rice underwent little change. The blood rice could merely sustain the vitality of the family totem. It was the source of this blood rice, the natural blood spring, that could revive the totem on the brink of death. It was for this reason that the family chose to settle here. Despite the decline of the family totem, it still retained some special properties, such as the fragrant aroma emanating from the bamboo when he inquired about Kai Mao, a manifestation of the totem's divine power. Were the family totem in a healthy state, that fragrance would possess numerous wondrous effects, enhancing a warrior's acuity and amplifying their martial prowess. Yet, it would not be long now. Once the family obtained the natural blood spring, the totem would surely revive, and they would be able to depart from this humble mass grave, returning to their rightful place. A formal letter? Listening to the report from his clansmen, Chun Xingzhen wore an expression of surprise and uncertainty before taking the letter from the clansman's hand and breaking the seal. The patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Zishan, has come to extend his congratulations. As Chun Xingzhen perused the contents of the letter, his expression remained composed, yet a sense of vigilance had already begun to stir within him. Previously, there had been no interaction between the Qin family and the Liu family. Today's visit undoubtedly indicated their awareness of the location of the blood spring. The intentions of the visitors were far from benign. Before Chun Xingzhen could set aside the letter in his hand, another clan member hurriedly reported. Patriarch, several members of the Lu family are waiting outside, one of whom claims to be their patriarch. So soon? Chen Xingjin felt a jolt of surprise within, but he promptly summoned Chen Tianyu and Qian Tianjing to follow closely behind. Given that it was a formal visit, the family naturally had to uphold certain protocols. However, these formalities often serve to showcase the family's strength. Although it was understood that the blood spring lay beneath the ancestral hall, it was highly probable that the Lu family had come for that very reason. Yet, since the two families had not yet come to open conflict, there might still be room for negotiation. Moreover, with the current weakness of their own family, if a confrontation was truly unavoidable, it would be advantageous to buy some time. The invitation in his hand also confirmed to Chen Xingjin that the Lu family was no ordinary clan, necessitating a cautious approach. The group quickly arrived at the family's entrance, where they beheld the Lu family members awaiting them. 3 individuals from the Lu family had come, with a middle-aged man standing prominently at the forefront. This man exuded an imposing presence, and although he appeared somewhat gaunt, there was an undeniable aura of decisiveness surrounding him. This individual was clearly Lu Zishan, the patriarch of the Lu family. As for the two accompanying him, while their demeanor was slightly less commanding, their late-stage blood condensation realm cultivation caused Chen Xingjin's heart to sink. One of them possessed particularly robust vital energy, evidently having achieved great mastery in the blood condensation realm, reaching a level where their vitality was as fluid as mercury. Upon hearing the news, many clan members had already rushed out to observe. In the face of the Chen family's onlookers, Lu Zishan maintained an unperturbed expression, his smile casting a warm glow upon many of the observers. Only a few of the blood condensation realm martial artists, who were aware of his true intentions, bore serious expressions. After dispersing the crowd, the two family patriarchs finally came face to face. I am the venerable patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Xingjin, and I am the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zishan. Following a brief exchange of identities, Lu Zishan spoke with a smile. I apologize for the imposition of my visit today. I hope Patriarch Chen does not take offense. You are too courteous, Patriarch Lu, please. With a shared smile, the two began to make their way into the Chen family's main hall. Please, do have some tea? The host offered. After a round of polite conversation, Lu Zishan suddenly remarked, as winter has arrived, I noticed that your clan cultivates blood rice. May I inquire about the harvest? Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Lu. Unfortunately, due to the recent cold weather, this crop of blood rice is unlikely to yield a significant harvest. Oh? Lu Zishan's expression turned one of surprise, then he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, blood rice is challenging to grow in winter. However, I recall that our clan possesses a secret method that allows blood rice to thrive even in this season. I am unsure where that method is currently stored. If your clan requires it, I can send someone back to retrieve it and deliver it to you. What does Patriarch Chen think? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingjin's expression brightened considerably. Is there truly such a secret method? The elderly man expresses his gratitude to clan leader Lu. You are too kind, clan leader Chen. In a couple of days, I shall send someone over. That would be splendid. After exchanging pleasantries, the two continued their cordial conversation. Once the pleasantries concluded, the group made preparations to depart. Chen Xingjin, exhibiting great enthusiasm, escorted the 3 individuals to the entrance, only returning to his clan after their figures faded from view. Chapter 78. The innate realm. Upon turning away, the smile on Chen Xingjin's face vanished. Beside him, Chen Tianjing spoke with evident concern. Clan leader, the Lu family surely harbors ulterior motives. Why agree to their terms? Chen Xingjin sighed upon hearing these words. I am well aware of this, yet since they have discovered the blood rice, they must also be cognizant of the corresponding circumstances. At this juncture, whether we conceal the truth or refuse, would it not plainly indicate that we are aware of their intentions? Only by acquiescing can we avoid revealing any flaws. With that, Chen Xingjin's expression grew troubled. Although it seemed he had resolved an urgent matter, who could predict the Lu family's subsequent actions? He needed to prepare for the worst. He pondered whether his performance today might deceive the Lu family, thereby granting his clan a reprieve. Furthermore, the Lu family's strength was likely even greater than previously anticipated. At least one of the late-stage blood condensation martial artists accompanying Lu Zishan was someone his clan had not encountered during their prior investigations. Yet, what troubled him the most was not merely the presence of these late-stage martial artists, but the possibility that the Lu family possessed innate realm warriors. Should such a reality exist, how would his clan respond? Regardless of the truth, the natural blood spring could never be relinquished. Chen Tianjin then addressed the 2 individuals nearby. You must relay this message. Ensure that our clansmen are prepared for a battle for survival at any moment. Double the number of guards tonight, and I shall seek counsel from the divine tree and the clan elders. Upon hearing this, the 2 wore grave expressions before departing to organize the clan's defenses. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Lu family had already distanced themselves. At this moment, the smile on Lu Zishan's face had long since vanished. One of the accompanying clansmen spoke up. Clan leader, The Qin family continues to cultivate blood rice even in winter. They likely remain unaware that the blood spring lies dormant during this season. They may not even realize that the blood rice in this location is due to the natural blood spring. The Qin family leader agreed so readily. If we do not launch a strong offensive, we could certainly negotiate with other offerings. Another clansman nodded in agreement. Zicheng makes a valid point. The Qin family is indeed ignorant and, based on my observations, they possess few blood condensation martial artists. If possible, I could lead our clansmen to assault them tonight and uncover the location of the natural blood spring. Lu Zishan shook his head. You underestimate the Qin family. I utilized a bamboo leaf given by Lord Qingling, and the Qin family is not as simple as they appear, especially within that ancestral hall, where many incomprehensible artifacts reside. Regrettably, Lord Qingling now lies in slumber and cannot provide detailed guidance. Moreover, all the Qin clansmen remain within their clan, indicating they are well prepared for conflict with us. Thus, how could they be unaware of the blood spring? After Lu Zishan pointed it out, the expressions of the two men subtly shifted. Indeed, they had been so engrossed in scrutinizing the strength of the Qin family that they failed to notice such intricate details. Coupled with the warning from the family totem, obtaining the blood spring would undoubtedly prove to be no simple task. Patriarch, what shall we do next? We cannot truly present the Qin family with the secret formula for nurturing blood rice, can we? Lu Zishan replied with a faint smile. The Qin family does possess some strength, but regarding the family totem, we absolutely must not falter this time. Tomorrow, inform all warriors of the clan to prepare. I shall return and request the esteemed elder Shengrong to emerge from seclusion. Upon hearing this, the two men, who had been contemplating how to resolve the matter, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them. Lu Shengrong, an elder of the clan, was the last remaining innate realm martial artist in the family. This elder had once reached the pinnacle of the innate realm and was on the verge of entering the inner strength stage of the 5th level of Qi manipulation. Unfortunately, due to clan disputes, he was gravely injured while leading others to escape to the Graveyard Mountain, causing his realm to plummet to the early stage of the innate realm, and he had been in seclusion for recovery ever since. Yet, even so, an innate realm martial artist represented an insurmountable chasm for the blood coagulation realm warriors. The Qin family could not possibly possess an innate realm martial artist. Otherwise, they would not have been driven to the brink by the Li family last time. Should they succeed in enlisting this elder's assistance, the natural blood spring would undoubtedly fall into the family's grasp. In a secret chamber of the Lu family, Lu Zishan stood respectfully, bowing his head as he called out to the chamber. I, Lu Zishan, the current patriarch of the Lu family, humbly request the esteemed great ancestor to emerge from seclusion. The call echoed through the stone crevices of the chamber, fading into silence. Lu Zishan exhibited no impatience. He simply remained in place, awaiting a response. After a quarter of an hour, a thunderous sound erupted from the stone door of the chamber. As the door creaked open, an elderly man, bearing a weathered visage, with hair as white as snow and a beard several inches long, slowly emerged. Upon seeing the elder, Lu Zishan let out a long sigh of relief. He had been genuinely concerned that the elder might have perished in his retreat due to his previous poor condition. Fortunately, the elder was alive and appeared to be in relatively good shape. Sensing the aura emanating from the elder, Lu Zishan marveled, "Great ancestor, have you recovered?" The elder shook his head. "I have merely improved slightly, returning to the mid-stage of the innate realm, but to regain my former peak, I still require some time." After saying this, the elder suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Zishan and inquired, before entering seclusion, "I mentioned that I should not be disturbed without cause. Now that you have called me forth, I assume you have made some significant progress." Lu Zishan wasted no time and promptly explained the situation regarding the natural blood spring. Upon hearing that the natural blood spring could rejuvenate the family totem, the elder nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His face bore a hint of delight. Relying solely on his own recovery was indeed a slow process, but with the assistance of the family totem, he could save an immense amount of time. Most importantly, his lifespan was dwindling. A blood coagulation realm martial artist typically lived no more than 80 years, even less than some pampered ordinary individuals. This was due to the consumption of one's potential in the preceding two major realms. Only upon reaching the innate realm can one's lifespan be extended by several decades, potentially reaching 150 years. However, this year he has already attained the age of 130. Following a severe injury, his cultivation level has regressed, consequently diminishing his lifespan by 10 years, which means he now has merely 10 years left to live. Without the aid of a totem, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to break through to the internal vigor realm. The news of the natural blood spring is, without a doubt, the most fortuitous tidings for him at this juncture. The elder cast a scrutinizing gaze over Lu Zishan and sighed, saying, "If only the family totem were in a better state, you would almost be on the brink of breaking through to the innate realm." Lu Zishan managed a bitter smile. Indeed, in recent years, due to the slumbering state of the family totem, the family has not witnessed the emergence of new innate realm warriors. Yet, it is not too late. As long as the family totem revives, the clan is bound to grow stronger. The Lu family encompasses more than just the kin of the Mound of the Dead. He can also leverage this to unify the other two lineages, reclaiming all that they once possessed in the southern borders. Chapter 79. The Lu family strikes take me to see Lord Qingling. In the courtyard, the elder approached the family totem and offered a sincere prayer before redirecting his gaze to Lu Zishan, asking, "Does the Chun family possess any innate realm warriors?" Lu Zishan shook his head. "I suppose they do not. However, the Chen family possesses a family divine tree, and its powers remain unknown." Lu Zishan articulated his plan and recounted his daytime reconnaissance to the elder, who merely smiled faintly in response, saying, "Since there are no innate realm warriors, there is no need for such elaborate measures. The night is long and dreams are many. Let us take the clansmen there tonight. The family totem cannot endure for long. Obtaining the blood spring promptly will facilitate the totem's revival." Upon hearing this, Lu Zishan displayed a hint of hesitation. After all, the strength of the Chun family's totem was still uncertain, and a rash attack could endanger his kin. Yet, contemplating his great-uncle's prowess, Lu Zishan felt the last trace of worry dissipate. The strength of an innate realm warrior is not something the recently revived totem of the Chen family can withstand. Moreover, his great-uncle is no ordinary innate realm warrior. If the Qin family truly possessed such strength, their demeanor today would have been entirely different. "All right, great-uncle, please hold on a moment. I shall gather the clansmen immediately." Within the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen conveyed the events of the day to the divine tree and to Chen Changming and the others who were listening attentively beneath it this moment. Chen Changming and his companions wore solemn expressions. It was apparent that the Lu family had visited with the knowledge of the blood spring's location. Yet the Lu family had refrained from disclosing the information they had acquired, nor had they offered any benefits in exchange. This indicates that the Lu family's strength is likely beyond their expectations. From any perspective, the family is in peril. Yet, they are merely souls without physical forms. How can they assist the family in escaping this crisis? For now, they must rely on the divine tree and the numerous warriors within the clan. Upon hearing the narration of Chen Xingzhen, Ji Yang too opened his own interface at this moment. Name: Ji Yang, race: Netherrealm, vitality: 218.2. Divine abilities: Eye of Insight, Reversal of Vitality, Leaf that obscures the eye, Soul Condensation, Armored Overcast, Crimson Earth for 1,000 miles, Cultivation Techniques, Lunar Eclipse, Gathering Shadows, Martial Skills, Taizu Long Fist, can pass on once, Health: 108, can be converted to Vitality, Spiritual Power: 19, Deduction Points: 4, cannot be deduced, Status: Absorbing Moonlight. In recent days, Chen Xingzhen had once again offered sacrifices of several domesticated beasts from the clan, restoring Ji Yang's health to 108 points, which could be transformed into vitality, now exceeding 50 points. Coupled with Ji Yang's absorption of the lunar eclipse, his current vitality was not insignificant. However, should the clan leader suffer substantial casualties, this vitality might prove insufficient. With the crisis imminent, it was uncertain when the Lu family would strike. Just as Ji Yang contemplated whether he could further strengthen the clan, a sudden sensation arose from the roots deep underground. A warrior far surpassing the blood condensation realm was swiftly approaching the Chen family. A jolt of alarm surged through Ji Yang's heart, and before he could issue a warning, the spirit soul dispatched by Chen Changming reported. Clan leader: a multitude of Lu family warriors has been detected 1 mile away, rapidly advancing toward our clan. Chen Changming's expression darkened upon hearing this news, yet as a spiritual entity, and with Chen Xingzhen still awake, he was unable to promptly inform Chen Xingzhen to prepare the clan's defenses, which left him feeling anxious. Just as Chen Changming was about to pray to the divine tree, many clan members suddenly shouted, "What is happening? I'm boiling alive!" Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chen Xingzhen could no longer delay and hurriedly left the ancestral hall to investigate the situation. As he emerged, Chen Tianyu and other blood condensation realm warriors had already arrived. With grave expressions, they declared, "Clan leader, the Lu family is coming." Startled by the news, Chen Xingzhen felt a rush of alarm, but this was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. He immediately activated his internal vitality and bellowed, "All members of the Chen clan, rally with me to face the battle." His voice resonated throughout the clan, dispelling any lingering doubts among the members who had been perplexed by the sudden heat emanating from the ground, prompting them to prepare for combat. Yet, many clan members still wore expressions of confusion. The clan had been relatively stable. After all, the Lu family's clan leader had personally visited during the day. Who could this new enemy be? Chen Tianyu and the others had long been prepared, yet they held little confidence regarding the ensuing conflict. Just as they rushed toward the clan's exterior, a sudden influx of memories flooded Chan Tianyu's mind. This unexpected recollection caused him to falter momentarily, but soon he felt the Taizu long fist, which he had been unable to master previously, integrate seamlessly into his consciousness. This brought a glimmer of joy to Chan Tianyu's face. With the impending battle, any increase in strength offered a glimmer of hope. As Qin Xingzhen and the many spirit souls within the ancestral hall departed, the hall soon became the solitary domain of Ji Yang. A singular tree. The recent transmission of power was undoubtedly the doing of Ji Yang in this critical moment. The remaining opportunity to pass on power seemed futile, and even mastering the Taizu Longquan combat technique would amount to little more than a mere consolation. Just as Ji Yang was preparing to utilize the underground routes to ascertain the situation outside, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly beneath the divine tree. The newcomer was none other than Chen Qingyu, who was currently renowned as the foremost member of his family. When Chen Xingzhen arrived at the ancestral hall that night, Chen Qingyu had already taken his position atop the hall's roof, eavesdropping, and thus was well aware of the family's current predicament. Possessing the keenest perception, he now sensed an extraordinarily formidable presence nearby, a formidable adversary that he, at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, could not hope to withstand. Although he knew he was outmatched, there was no trace of fear in Chen Qingyu's eyes. Instead, they brimmed with unwavering determination. He was resolute in his commitment to protect his family. Family member Chen Qingyu seeks the assistance of the divine tree. Chen Qingyu proclaimed earnestly, bowing before Ji Yang. As Chen Qingyu offered his heartfelt prayer, radiant locust leaf suddenly descended from the glowing foliage above. This leaf was exceptionally luminous, illuminating a significant portion of the ancestral hall. When the locust leaf landed in Chen Qingyu's hand, even he could sense an extraordinarily vigorous life force emanating from it. A vitality that was absent in the previous two leaves. He felt as though he was holding not merely a leaf, but a pulsating, powerful heart. Chen Qingyu bowed once more, offering no further words, and leapt out of the ancestral hall, rushing towards the outside of the clan. He had never been one for verbosity. His actions spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Ji Yang, observing Chen Qingyu's departure, silently prayed in his heart. May this locust leaf prove beneficial. In order to maximize Chen Qingyu's potential, Ji Yang directly infused the leaf with 20 points of life force using a technique that obscured vision, an infusion nearing 1/10 of his own life force, and 4 times that of his previous attempt. This clearly illustrated the depth of Ji Yang's expectations for Chen Qingyu. Chapter 80. Explosive Unleashing. Although Ji Yang wished to infuse even more, this technique was not without its constraints, not limitations of the technique itself, but rather restrictions imposed by the practitioner's own strength. Only those of a higher realm and a more robust physique could fully realize the technique's effects. 20 points was already the maximum for a practitioner in the blood condensation realm. Any further infusion would risk counterproductive results. Outside the Qin family estate, a contingent of Lu clan warriors stealthily advanced under the cover of darkness. Leading the charge was a practitioner of the innate realm, accompanied by Lu Zishan. Great uncle, should we not sneak in and catch them off guard? Though confident in their own strength as the clan leader, he was still compelled to avoid any casualties among his kin, especially considering the current state of their family, where each member represented a core pillar of their strength. The elder merely waved his hand dismissively. No need. The Chen family has already detected our presence. Lu Zishan's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Although he was not a practitioner of the innate realm, he had sensed no presence of the Chen family warriors during their approach. How then had the Chen family discerned their arrival? However, since great uncle had spoken, he knew there must be no mistake. Lu Zishan dismissed his concerns and instructed his clan members to advance swiftly. So what if they had been discovered? The disparity in strength between the two families was insurmountable. Under the acceleration of the crowd, they swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the Chen clan. At this moment, the Chen family was ablaze with lights, and the martial artists within were on high alert, clearly prepared for a fierce battle. At the forefront stood Chen Xingzhen, alongside several martial artists at the blood condensation stage. But the absence of Chen Qingyu was notable as Chen Xingzhen and his companions gazed at the approaching throng, whose expressions were fierce and intent on bloodshed. Their eyes grew increasingly grave. A mere glance allowed him to discern 5 or 6 martial artists in the late stages of blood condensation. Including others at the same level, there were over 10 in total. Such strength could easily vanquish 2 Chen families. What astonished Chen Xingzhen even more was the presence of a white-haired elder standing beside Lu Zishan at the forefront of the crowd. This elder exuded an air of invincibility simply by standing still, revealing an aura of a perfected physical form, a practitioner of the innate stage. Only those of the innate stage possess such formidable presence. The elder's appearance caused many in the Chen clan to hold their breath, realizing that this confrontation could prove even more perilous than their previous clash with the Li family. Yet, in a battle of life and death, retreat was not an option. Behind them lay their kin. Even if it meant death, they would not shy away. Patriarch Chun, it has been a long time. Lu Zishan surveyed the many martial artists of the Chen family, feeling a surge of confidence as he sensed little immediate danger. If the Chun clan consisted solely of these individuals, there would be no need for his uncle to intervene tonight. However, considering the clan's totem, he did not regret summoning his uncle. A lion does not hold back even when hunting a rabbit. Lu Zishan, what do you intend to do? Surrender the natural blood spring, and I may spare your Chen family. Otherwise, death awaits. The resolute Lu Zishan no longer concealed his intentions, a glimmer of murderous intent evident in his gaze. Humph, the blood spring lies beneath our ancestral hall. If you have the capability, come and take it. Chen Xingzhen replied without reservation. Many clan members were puzzled upon hearing about the natural blood spring, as they had never encountered such a term within the family. However, upon Chen Xingzhen's assertion that it resided under the ancestral hall, the martial artists of the Chen family ceased to question. Within the ancestral hall stood their ancestral divine tree, the embodiment of their clan's totem. To demand the blood spring was tantamount to demanding the divine tree itself. What further explanation was necessary? All right, we have located it. Let us act. The elder spoke calmly. Very well. Lu Zishan, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. In the clash between the two families, he would not waste time. Their earlier conversation merely served to allow his uncle to ascertain the location of the Chen family's divine tree. To avoid unnecessary complications with that, the elder leaped into the air, heading straight for the Chen ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Lu Zishan invigorated his own vital energy and bellowed. Kill! Faced with the onslaught of numerous martial artists and the imminent advance of the innate elder, Chen Xingzhen realized the elder's objective, urgency gripping his heart as he shouted. Stop him! The divine tree is the hope of our family. If it is destroyed by the elder, our clan will surely perish. We must halt this man at all costs. In the next moment, the two families clashed in a chaotic melee. However, the vast disparity in strength resulted in many clan members sustaining injuries from their very first engagement. The 2 months of recuperation had not sufficiently fortified the family's strength, not to mention the formidable prowess of their adversaries. The elder in the sky appeared to be employing a certain martial technique, moving through the air as if treading on solid ground, impervious to any hindrance. With a resounding crash and a spray of blood, the two warriors at the blood condensation realm below were instantly repelled by the surging momentum of Chen Tianyu. Following this, Chen Tianyu, having recently mastered the shadow step, advanced to intercept the elder. A formidable opponent. Sensing the sudden surge in momentum and his elevation to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, the elder's calm gaze betrayed a hint of astonishment. However, upon closer inspection, his surprise dissipated, replaced by a dismissive smirk. So, you have resorted to a technique that enhances your strength. Alas, such techniques often come with significant side effects. A mere glance revealed to the elder that Chen Tianyu had lost both of his kidneys. Moreover, to presume he could obstruct him with the late stage of the blood condensation realm was to underestimate this innate realm warrior far too much. At that moment, Chen Tianyu had already reached the elder, executing a newly learned form of the Grand Ancestor Long Fist. After utilizing the 5 Viscera Ascension technique to rupture his kidneys, Chen Tianyu's realm had indeed progressed from the mid to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Although pain surged through his body, he felt his strength swell, brimming with confidence. Yet, in response to his full-force strike, the elder merely countered with a casual punch. In the next instant, Chen Tianyu was sent sprawling, bloodied and thrown back. Observing Chen Tianyu's fall, the elder lost interest. He had initially intended to gauge the Chen family's hidden depths, but had he not paused, Chen Tianyu would have been utterly incapable of stopping him. Moreover, as Chen Tianyu was the first to employ the 5 Viscera Ascension technique, Pandora's box had been opened. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds were accompanied by splashes of blood erupting from various parts of the body. All clan members who had learned the 5 Viscera Ascension technique and could no longer endure began to explode their own viscera, experiencing newfound power. This technique had spread throughout the clan without Chen Xingzhen's interference, with even the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, having meticulously observed it 2 days prior. After employing this self-destructive technique, the martial artists of the Chen family surged in momentum. Chapter 81. Are there still experts? The Chen family's warriors, who had been retreating steadily, now found themselves on equal footing with many from the Lu family, even exhibiting a spirit of growing strength in battle. In stark contrast, the Lu family's warriors were left stunned by this turn of events. Even Lu Zishan, the well-versed clan leader, was caught off guard by the unfolding scene. He recognized the immense boost provided by this technique, but also perceived its grave drawbacks. It was one thing for a single individual to utilize such a method, but now even a warrior at the body refinement realm was self-destructing. Even if they emerged victorious, the clan would undoubtedly be crippled. Such a technique should never be allowed to circulate within a family, for it would lead to self-destruction. What of the Chen clan leader? Is he not concerned? Lu Zishan searched the crowd for Chen Xingzhen's figure and soon spotted him, having just ruptured 2 organs and experienced a surge in strength. As the clan leader, Chen Xingzhen was certainly receiving special treatment from the Lu family's warriors, facing the assault of 2 late-stage blood condensation realm warriors. Had he not resorted to this technique, his frail state would likely have sealed his fate. This left Lu Zishan at a loss for words. Having reached this point, there was little left for him to articulate. Observing many of his kin beginning to sustain injuries, Lu Zishan resolutely stepped forward and bellowed, "Hold strong, they cannot endure much longer." He too was eager to ascertain how long this enhancement in combat prowess, derived from their martial technique, could be sustained. As long as the members of his clan could withstand the onslaught, once the elder uncle obliterated that divine tree, the Qin family would stand no chance whatsoever. Even with the application of this martial technique, the Lu family's warriors still held the upper hand. The disparity in clan strength was not something that could be easily bridged. Meanwhile, Lu Shengrong had approached within 10 meters of the ancestral hall. The scene within the hall was laid bare before him. His attention was swiftly captured by the locust tree standing prominently within, its branches and leaves radiating a faint phosphorescence. Upon sighting this tree, a grave expression crossed Lu Shengrong's face. He had initially perceived the Chen family as merely a fortuitous small clan. Yet this locust tree imparted a distinctly different impression. Without further hesitation, Lu Shengrong propelled himself forward, intent on destroying the divine tree. At that moment, a sharp gust of wind surged ominously beside him, evoking a profound sense of danger within his heart. Another expert? Even while suspended in midair and under sudden attack, Lu Shengrong, possessing the mid-stage of innate realm, remained composed, twisting his body into a braided form, successfully evading the ambush. The sound of a fist whistled past his ear. Once evasion was accomplished, Lu Shengrong finally took note of his assailant. Before him stood a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly no more than 20 years of age, yet already possessing the innate realm. This revelation astonished Lu Shengrong. Was it not said that the Chen family lacked innate realm warriors? Where had this individual come from? However, upon closer inspection, Lu Shengrong quickly discerned a discrepancy. Although the youth bore the innate realm, his sinews and vital energy had not fully harmonized, lacking the true essence of the innate realm. Ah, so this is the result of relying on external means to attain the innate realm. It appears this is the power bestowed by your family's divine tree, he realized, his expression returning to a placid demeanor. Chen Qingyu offered no reply. Despite having barely ascended to the innate realm through the use of locust leaves, he could not sustain it for long. He needed a swift resolution. Having missed his initial strike, Chen Qingyu once again activated his shadow step, launching an assault towards Lu Shengrong using the Taizu Long Quan, as long as he was present. No one could approach the clan's divine tree, Lu Shengrong. With his mid-stage innate realm prowess and employing the profound martial techniques of his clan, was a formidable opponent, having fallen from the pinnacle of the innate realm in terms of combat experience and various other facets. He was currently far superior to Chen Qingyu, who had reached the innate realm through external assistance. Faced with Chen Qingyu's relentless offense, Lu Shengrong perceived numerous openings. Yet, when the clash commenced, Lu Shengrong's expression shifted slightly. This young man displayed a reckless disregard for his own life. Each strike was executed with the mentality of trading injury for injury, even risking his life for a chance to inflict harm. Lu Shengrong had no intention of allowing himself to be wounded. He did not believe the Chen family possessed the capability to injure him. Moreover, sustaining injuries could significantly impede his recovery and disrupt his momentum in breaking through to the internal vigor realm. Thus, in response to Chen Qingyu's aggressive tactics, Lu Shengrong opted to evade direct confrontations, instead leveraging his clan's profound martial techniques and extensive experience to engage in battle. After several rounds, Chen Qingyu's complexion had turned ashen, and his body was marred with numerous wounds, while his opponent, Lu Shengrong, remained unscathed. This stark contrast highlighted the disparity between the two. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyu's unorthodox combat style had incited considerable ire in Lu Shengrong, who found himself unable to breach Qin's defenses for the moment. Sensing that the battles among other clan members continued unabated, Lu Shengrong realized it was imperative to conclude this fight swiftly. Bang, 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 bang. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted beside him. When he cast his gaze back at Chen Qingyu, he noticed blood seeping from his upper body. However, what followed was astonishing. Chen Qingyu, initially at the early stage of the innate realm, had abruptly surged to the mid-stage of the innate realm, even hinting at a potential approach to the late stage. In terms of pure realm, he now surpassed Lu Shengrong by a slight margin. This revelation darkened Lu Shengrong's expression. Damn this combat technique. He had grossly underestimated the Chen family, yet, despite the elevation in realm, without commensurate strength, how long could he endure? Although Chen Qingyu's face was pale from the continuous rupturing of his internal organs, his eyes shone with remarkable clarity. With the duration of the Huaya technique waning, he understood that if he could not swiftly eliminate Lu Shengrong, the family would be doomed. This urgency was the very reason he had sacrificed his internal organs. He needed more power, and only the technique of ascending the 5 organs could provide it. At this moment, Chen Qingyu felt enveloped by a formidable force, rendering him oblivious to the pain radiating through his body. Following this breakthrough in realm, both his speed and strength experienced a tremendous enhancement, and even the previously perplexing knowledge regarding the Taizu Longquan martial art became vividly clear. The urgency of time left no room for hesitation. Chen Qingyu launched himself once more at Lu Shengrong. This time, Lu Shengrong found the encounter far less effortless. Chen Qingyu's attacks instilled a sense of trepidation within him and his eyes. Chen Qingyu had already become a dead man. If he could merely delay for a brief moment, Chen Qingyu would undoubtedly perish, so why risk his own injury? Outside, members of the Chen family were gradually retreating, inching closer to the ancestral hall. Although the technique of ascending the 5 organs could temporarily bestow immense strength, the rapid depletion of their vitality led to a swift decline in their overall power. In a bid to buy more time, many clan members had begun to sacrifice their 2nd and 3rd organs. However, the effects of sacrificing the subsequent organs were not as potent as the first, primarily due to the accelerated loss of vitality following their injuries. Yet, this strategy did afford the family some respite. Chapter 82. Quick absorption. Damn it, we are without bodies. What can we do? Is the family destined for annihilation? The Lu family is simply too powerful, boasting innate realm warriors. Otherwise, how could the clan find itself in such dire straits? Alas, had I known this would unfold, perhaps we should have relinquished the blood spring. Above the family, Qin Changming and numerous other souls sighed while observing the conflict below, yet they dared not approach too closely. The explosive force unleashed by the martial artist's vitality had a significant impact on their spectral forms, particularly with many blood condensation realm warriors present below. At this moment, they could only watch from a distance, powerless to assist their family. This left everyone in a state of anxious agitation, unable to find a resolution. Chen Changming drifted into the ancestral hall, seeking to implore the divine tree for aid. After fervent supplication, there was no response from the divine tree, which elicited a deep sigh from Chen Changming. It seemed the divine tree had reached its limit. Without the leaves from that sacred locust tree, perhaps the family would have already perished. How could he dare to wish for so much? Meanwhile, Lu Zishan was beset with headaches. These people truly seemed reckless. The explosive sounds that echoed in his ears had become a familiar refrain, having been heard dozens of times. The explosive techniques of the Chen family, while not without effect, still fell short, yet the Lu family had suffered considerable casualties. Fortunately, it seemed the end was near, as he witnessed yet another Chen family member erupt in a spray of blood from the aftermath of their explosive technique. Lu Zishan let out a cold grunt. He was curious to see just how many more times these individuals could explode. At that moment, blood was seeping from his abdomen, a consequence of Chen Tianjing's relentless assaults that had obliterated 3 of his internal organs. Had he not evaded in time, he might have fallen in a single strike. Nonetheless, the scales of victory still tilted in favor of the Lu family. Just as Lu Zishan prepared to rally his kin, to bolster their morale and annihilate the Chen family members, he noticed the once tranquil ground suddenly permeating with countless green specks of light. These green points resembled fireflies in the night, gently drifting upwards into the sky. What could this be? Everyone, be cautious. The Lu family warriors, upon discovering these green lights, wore expressions of astonishment and hurriedly moved aside to avoid contamination by this mysterious phenomenon. However, the many Chen family members, who had been previously outmatched and wounded from employing the 5 organs ascension technique, upon witnessing the floating green lights, were filled with joy, exclaiming, "The divine tree! The divine tree has intervened." Everyone, breathe it in. Before their words had fully escaped their lips, the green lights began to drift towards the injured Chen family members, subsequently merging with their bodies. As the green specks entered their being, many who had just been grievously injured felt their wounds healing at an astonishing rate. This restoration was not limited to external injuries. Even the organs that had been obliterated from the use of the 5 organs ascension technique were now regenerating. Sensing their injuries mending and the explosive power remaining undiminished, the morale of the Chen family surged. Furthermore, the ground continued to surge with an unending stream of green lights, resembling a vast emerald ocean. With such abundant reserves, the Chen family members grew even more exhilarated. Bang! One clan member of the body refinement realm, unable to contain his excitement, erupted in a spray of blood from his heart. Eager to see what would transpire if he were to explode his fifth organ. Would it propel him directly into the blood condensation realm? Crack! The next moment, that clan member collapsed, lifeless. Nearby, Chan Xingjian, who was in the midst of recovering from his injuries, froze momentarily before his face twisted with anger as he bellowed. No exploding your heart? Otherwise, you shall not enter the family shrine after death. No exceptions. The recent scene and the patriarch's stern words caused many clan members to suppress their fervor. Their initial intentions to experiment abruptly stifled. They had harbored thoughts of dying in battle to reunite with their departed ancestors, hoping to experience life on the other side. Such a scenario promised both fame and fortune. But with the threat of being barred from the shrine after death and the prohibition against exploding their hearts, was that not tantamount to truly dying? On the opposite side, Lu Zishan, observing this scene, inhaled sharply, particularly after hearing Chan Xingjian's words, which left him utterly perplexed. Was it truly so vital to enter the family ancestral hall after death? What did it mean to be forbidden from the outcome? As he gazed at the numerous Qin family members whose injuries were gradually healing, a wave of apprehension washed over Lu Zishan. Was this truly the power of the family totem? Even at the peak of his prowess, Lord Qingling had never wielded such an effect, had he? Lu Zishan's attention was immediately drawn to the green orbs of light. It was evident that the recovery of their adversary's injuries stemmed from these very points of luminescence. Quick, absorb them. I command you, Lu Zishan ordered, prompting many family members to converge towards these green orbs. Yet, upon nearing them, they discovered to their dismay that they could not touch these glowing entities. This unsettling turn of events rendered Lu Zishan's countenance exceedingly grim. Damn it, kill. I command you to kill. His eyes reddened with fury. He refused to believe that with their family's current strength, they could not subdue this insignificant Qin clan. Yet, why had his uncle taken so long? In an instant, both sides clashed anew. However, this time, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The family members, invigorated by the numerous green orbs, charged recklessly forward as if fueled by a potent stimulant. Meanwhile, the Lu family warriors found their morale severely impacted. Their momentum dwindling alarmingly. Coupled with the injuries sustained by many, they found themselves outmatched in combat. The situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the opposition. Even several late-stage blood condensation realm warriors from the Lu family were left in dire straits. Logically, their strength ranked among the elite of the two families. Not to mention that the Chen clan had only a handful of blood condensation warriors, many of whom were still in the initial stages. Yet, upon unleashing their pent-up energy, these few became remarkably formidable. Warriors like Chen Tianjing and Chan Tianyu, mid-stage blood condensation fighters, upon releasing their internal organs, displayed strength nearly at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, capable of contending with two opponents without faltering. Several of their own blood condensation warriors fell victim to the sudden ferocity of these two. Adding to their advantage were the green orbs, which rendered them fearless. Were it not for the absence of the rising Lord Shengrong, they might have contemplated retreating. What on earth were these things? Outside the ancestral hall, Lu Shengrong, engaged in combat with Chan Qingyu, gazed at the suddenly emerging green orbs with a look of concern. These luminous points had nullified his earlier achievements and significantly enhanced Chan Qingyu's condition, even halting the decline of his momentum and realm that had been steadily diminishing. However, being seasoned in battle, Lu Shengrong swiftly redirected his focus to the unassuming divine tree nestled within the ancestral hall. It was evident that this tree was the source of the disturbances. Recognizing the origin, Lu Shengrong resolved to destroy this divine tree first. Chapter 83. You have grown old. Yet, in the midst of their duel, his momentary distraction led him to inadvertently receive a strike from Chen Qingyu's Taizu Longquan. Although the injury was not severe, it was a bitter pill for Lu Shengrong to swallow. Just moments ago, he had dominated the encounter. Chen Qingyu, despite possessing strength, had been unable to lay a finger on him. Yet now, he had sustained an injury. If it had not been for his timely reaction, he would have likely sustained grave injuries. How infuriating! Why? Lu Shengrong's face darkened, his mouth emitting a sound of astonishment and confusion. You have grown old. You fear death, Chen Qingyu remarked nonchalantly while engaged in combat. This statement further caused Lu Shengrong's beard to tremble, leaving his face in disgrace. During their initial encounter, he had already sensed Chen Qingyu's progress, and the gap between them gradually narrowed under his relentless, fearless assault. Although their mastery of combat skills still differed, Chen Qingyu had swiftly familiarized himself with the shadow step and Taizu long fist. Occasionally unleashing the heart-crushing palm, he noticed this young man's rapid advancement, yet deep down, he did not believe Chen Qingyu could be his rival. The recent injury compelled him to confront the truth. Indeed, he was aging. He was already 130 years old. He feared death. As long as the family totem revived, he could return to his zenith, breaking through to the internal force realm and extending his lifespan by another 50 years. 50 years was no trivial matter. He even had the opportunity to further advance within that time. The vastness of the world awaited him, and he was confident in his success. With such a promising future ahead, why must he engage in a life-and-death struggle with this young lad? These were undeniable facts, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge them. Lu Shengrong, once the prodigy of his family, how could he fear death? How could he possibly fear death? As these thoughts surged within him, Chen Qingyu's assault came once more. Observing Chen Qingyu unleashing the Taizu long fist with all his might, Lu Shengrong chose not to evade this time. Instead, he concentrated his vital energy into his palm, and as he struck, a glimmer of white light radiated from his hand. The bright moon shone like frost. This was a mid-tier mysterious technique of his family, a combat skill he had long been renowned for. When mastered, each strike could summon frost, hindering the enemy's movements. Should one reach the internal force realm, the manifestation of the bright moon would accompany the strike, amplifying its power. Although he had not perfected this technique, his full-force strike still produced a significant amount of frost. Feeling the might of this blow, Chen Qingyu's expression grew grave. Although he had recently benefited from the green light, which had significantly healed his injuries, he sensed that the effect of the Huaya was gradually waning, and the explosive strength of his internal organs was slowly diminishing, nearly reducing him to the early stage of the innate realm. The five organs ascension technique, while effective, could not be activated again in a short period, even after being restored by the green light. At least a month would be required for another search. This was precisely why he had chosen to provoke Lu Shengrong. Although he had struck at the weakness in his opponent's heart, this blow was a must-win. Otherwise, such an opportunity would never arise again. With a resolute expression, Chen Qingyu gathered all his vital energy into his fist, while memories of the Taizu long fist technique surged through his mind. Rising like the wind, striking like lightning, resembling a swimming dragon. Moving like a flash, enlightenment struck Chen Qingyu as a sudden clarity illuminated his mind. That moment, a humanoid phantom materialized behind him, mirroring the motion of Chen Qingyu's punch. This was the essence of the Taizu long fist's mastery. Boom! As their two fists collided, both combatants were sent flying. A biting chill seeped into his very bones, causing Chen Qingyu to feel an overwhelming sluggishness enveloping his body, exacerbated by the grievous injuries that rendered him nearly immobile. Just moments ago, he had been at the mid-stage of the innate realm, yet now he found himself plummeting to the early stage, and this decline was alarmingly swift. However, upon casting his gaze towards Lu Shengrong, who had also been propelled backward, a faint smile graced Chen Qingyu's lips, in stark contrast to his earlier composure. Lu Shengrong now appeared disheveled. His hands trembled uncontrollably, contorted in a manner he could rarely achieve. A substantial imprint, a testament to a powerful blow, marred his chest, causing his torso to cave in several centimeters. Ultimately, he had triumphed. The severity of his injuries jolted Lu Shengrong back to reality. He felt the destruction inflicted upon his body and, recalling the mental state he had just experienced, he lamented the fallen Chen Qingyu, filled with regret for not evading the confrontation. He witnessed countless green orbs surging once more towards the grievously injured Chen Qingyu. A flicker of trepidation glimmered in Lu Shengrong's eyes. Despite the fury burning within him, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Particularly vexing was the fact that the members of his clan had yet to subdue the rest of the Chen family, further fueling his ire. Cursed be this turn of events. I shall not be vanquished. Slowly, Lu Shengrong rose to his feet, the blood and energy within him circulating rapidly to mend his injuries. A martial artist of the innate realm. His vitality was formidable, and he would not succumb so easily. Regarding his shattered right hand, he forcefully manipulated it back into place with his left, the excruciating pain etching a grotesque expression upon his already aged visage. With a series of audible cracks resonating from his bones, his right hand was restored to its former state, albeit momentarily unusable. Yet, gazing upon Chen Qingyu, whose realm had fallen to the late blood condensation stage, a smug smile crept onto Lu Shengrong's countenance. What of having but one hand? Victory was still within his grasp. You shall all perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Shengrong, dragging his injured form, surged towards Chen Qingyu with renewed speed, gripped by a sense of dread. Fearful that this young man might ascend once more before he could vanquish him and subsequently deal with that tree, Lu Shengrong charged. Chen Qingyu, having regained much of his strength, swiftly rose to meet him. Yet, the decline in his realm had severely hampered his capabilities. With a tranquil demeanor, Chen Qingyu once again employed the Taizu Longquan, albeit this time devoid of any illusory shadows. For the earlier mastery had merely been a fleeting moment of enlightenment, rather than a true culmination of his martial prowess. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyu stood undaunted, at that moment. Several tendrils abruptly emerged from the ground, encircling Lu Shengrong. Unfazed by the sudden appearance of these roots, Lu Shengrong remained fixated on Chen Qingyu. When one tendril barred his path, Lu Shengrong seized it with one hand, attempting to rend it asunder. Yet, before he could exert force, the searing heat emanating from the root compelled him to release his grasp, halting his advance. What manner of monstrosity is this? Observing the extensive burns on his left hand, Lu Shengrong's eyes widened with disbelief. In that instant, multiple tendrils ensnared him completely, a splendid opportunity. Chen Qingyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he closed in, launching another strike of Taizu Longquan. Troubled by the entangling roots, Lu Shengrong found himself unable to mount a defense. This solitary innate realm warrior of the Lu clan, with a gaze full of unyielding defiance, ultimately met his demise. Chapter 84. Armored Collapse. Good, splendid. Qingyu has triumphed. Ha ha ha. May the divine tree bless the Chen family. In the skies above, numerous souls of the departed could not contain their joy and shouted in exultation. This night, the greatest crisis for the family was embodied in this innate realm warrior. And now, at long last, he had perished. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Chen family, bolstered by a multitude of green orbs, had gained a significant advantage. Many members of the Lu family were gravely injured and gradually succumbing, their only remaining hope resting on the shoulders of their ancestral innate realm warrior. As long as the ancestral warrior returned, victory would still belong to the Lu family. However, Lu Zishan, having waited for an extended period, watched as his kin fell one by one. Yet the return of the family's great ancestor remained elusive. This ignited a flicker of foreboding within Lu Zishan's heart. Yet, upon reflection, he speculated that the great ancestor might be engaged in another endeavor or ensnared in battle. After all, he commanded several profound combat techniques and was a mid-stage innate realm warrior. Given the Chen family's strength, they could not possibly rival the great ancestor. If they could endure just a little longer, the family would surely emerge victorious. Clinging to this mindset, even with his injuries, Lu Zishan grew increasingly resolute. Regrettably, the Chen warriors, beneath the seemingly endless barrage of green orbs, were akin to tenacious cockroaches. Only a strike to the vital points would bring them down. Yet, the Chen warriors were well aware of this. Their aggressive yet calculated assaults were aimed at protecting their heads and hearts, making them exceedingly formidable opponents. Just as Lu Zishan prepared to bolster the morale of the remaining clan members and urged them to endure a while longer, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure emerging from the darkness. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Zishan thought, has the great ancestor returned? As the figure drew nearer, a hint of uncertainty began to cloud Lu Zishan's previously jubilant expression. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his astonishment morphed into dread and shock. It was indeed the great ancestor returning. However, at that moment, the great ancestor was being held aloft by a young man as though he were a mere chick, seemingly devoid of life. The blood flowing from the corpse had formed a gruesome trail behind him, sending shivers down one's spine. Despite his unwillingness to accept the truth, this harrowing scene struck Lu Zishan's mind, leaving him frozen in disbelief. How could this be? He was merely a blood condensation realm warrior. When the harsh reality presented itself, the determination in Lu Zishan's eyes evaporated, and the cacophony of battle around him jolted him back to the present. Looking at the few remaining clan members, Lu Zishan took a deep breath and shouted to the survivors, "Retreat! Fall back!" At the utterance of these words, the morale of the remaining Lu family members shattered instantly, and they fled in disarray. "Pursue! We cannot let them escape!" rang out the voice of Chen Tianyu amidst the crowd. Though he had previously succumbed to Lu Shengrong's strike, he had swiftly recovered. Empowered by the green orbs, and emerged as the strongest among the subsequent combatants, his exploded organs having propelled him to the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, brimming with the strength to defy 1,000 foes. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Lu Shengrong, carried by Chen Qingyu, he momentarily stood in shock. However, upon hearing the Lu family members' intent to flee, he could not let them escape. Resolutely, he pressed forward alone, preparing to pursue them. As he chased them beyond the clan's boundaries, many clan members initially exuded confidence. Yet, as the remaining members of the Lu family began to resist, numerous clan members sensed that something was amiss. They had pursued the Lu family, but those ethereal green orbs had not followed suit. Although the Lu family survivors were few, most were late-stage blood condensation realm warriors. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Just as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, the weary Qin Xingjin emerged from the throng. "Do not pursue any further. The clan's previous triumph was largely due to the power of the divine tree. However, this power is evidently confined to a specific area. Continuing the chase may lead to a complete reversal of fortunes. Having already employed the 5 organs ascension technique, they cannot enhance their strength again in a short span of time. Persisting in pursuit would be profoundly unwise. Moreover, while our clan members appear to have recovered, the aftereffects of the 5 organs ascension technique are not so easily dismissed. Even the power of the divine tree cannot restore them to their former state in such a brief period. Chief, allowing the tiger to return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. Upon hearing these words, Chun Xingzhen sighed. He was fully aware of this reality. Although the Lu family had suffered significant losses, the remaining members were still the elite of the clan. After a period of recuperation, the Lu family would undoubtedly regain formidable strength. In contrast, their own clan was severely lacking in high-ranking warriors. This situation was markedly different from the previous encounter with the Li family, as the remaining warriors of the Li family were no longer a threat. Should the Lu family return and regroup, they would not necessarily find themselves at a disadvantage. However, leading the clan's warriors in pursuit might not yield a more favorable outcome. Without further ado, my mind is made up. Chun Xingzhen raised his hand to halt a few clan members who were eager to chase after them. In the ancestral hall, Qin Changming and others wore furrowed brows. To cut the grass without removing the roots is to allow it to regrow with the spring breeze. Moreover, the Lu family was also aware of the news regarding the natural blood spring. Currently, only the Lu family was vying for it. But if they felt that revenge was futile and transmitted this information, would other clans not rush to seize the opportunity? These were all unknown risks. Regrettably, given their clan's current strength, they were incapable of dealing with the remaining members of the Lu family. Even more lamentable was their inability to assist their clan, leaving many souls present in silence, feeling the impotence of life. They had initially thought that resurrection was a blessing, yet it seemed that it might not be so after all. As the crowd fell into silence, the divine tree within the ancestral hall emitted a dazzling radiance once more, prompting Qin Changming and others to involuntarily look up. Among the branches of the divine tree, several locust leaves floated down. The onlookers were filled with confusion, for they were aware of the leaves' purpose. They could enhance the strength of the clan's warriors and even temporarily elevate their realms. Furthermore, the effects were superior to the 5 organs ascension technique, at least without any side effects. Yet, as they were merely souls without physical bodies, what use would these locust leaves be to them? Even the strongest of souls could not touch anything in the physical realm. Wait. At that moment, Qin Changming suddenly sensed something was amiss. The locust leaves this time were not a vibrant green but rather a deep black. What could this mean? What is the difference? A sense of bewilderment spread across the faces of the crowd, while the leaves of the locust tree swiftly fell into the hands of numerous souls. Qin Changming reached out and caught a locust leaf, and at the very moment it touched his hand, the leaf underwent a rapid transformation. A layer of black armor enveloped his arm and extended to various parts of his body. In less than half a breath's time, his soul was completely encased in the black armor, leaving only a pair of hollow eyes exposed. Chapter 85. Chase. As Qin Changming felt the armor enveloping his body, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be? Without hesitation, he descended from the air. Thud. A faint sound reached the ears of the gathered crowd. Though the sound was subtle, it resonated with remarkable clarity. In the next moment, Qin Changming's expression brightened with joy. The black armor formed from the locust leaf enabled them to interact with the physical realm. Did this not signify that they could also fight for their family? Upon witnessing this scene, the other clansmen immediately grasped the implication, and each soul hastily caught a locust leaf. In just a few breaths, over 20 souls in the ancestral hall were entirely enveloped in black armor. Some even discovered that the locust leaves could not only transform into armor but could also manifest weapons based on their thoughts. Thank you, great tree spirit. Qin Changming promptly bowed to the sacred tree and then ascended into the air once more, declaring, I, a son of the Chun family, shall lead you all to pursue the enemy. Kill. The souls, feeling the transformation of their bodies, were filled with fervent excitement. They had waited long for this battle for their family. Under Qin Changming's leadership, these souls soared out of the ancestral hall, heading towards the domain of the Lu family. Outside the hall, Qin Xingzhen, who was arriving, caught sight of this scene above. Though he could not discern the faces of those encased in black armor, he felt a sense of familiarity emanating from them. The great tree. It must be the power of the great tree. Qin Xingzhen quickly deduced the reason, and the worry on his face was replaced with a hint of delight. If his father and the others could eliminate the remaining members of the Lu family, then the Lu family would surely perish. As the clan leader, Qin Xingzhen soon had an epiphany and immediately turned back, calling out to the clansmen who were cleaning up the battlefield. All blood-condensing martial artists of the clan, follow me in pursuit. Upon hearing Qin Xingzhen's command, the crowd looked on in confusion. Had they not just been told not to pursue? Why had the clan leader suddenly changed his mind? They had not noticed the figures floating above and were unaware of what had transpired. Chun Xingjian offered no further explanation, but several blood-condensing martial artists in the clan sensed something amiss and, disregarding the battlefield cleanup, joined Chun Xingjian in leaving the family. Clan leader, has our great-uncle truly perished? Within the Liu family, the remaining clan members had returned, yet their spirits were low, and disbelief lingered in their eyes. During the recent battle, they had been too preoccupied to notice that moment. Meeting the expectant gazes of the other clan members, Liu Zishan could only nod helplessly. Even now, he remained in a state of confusion, questioning why their innate realm great-uncle had fallen so suddenly, without a hint of warning. What strength does the Chun family truly possess? Could it truly be that a mere span of 2 months is sufficient for a nearly extinguished Chun family to give rise to a warrior of the innate realm? Yet, now is not the time to ponder such matters. They have indeed suffered a defeat, but it is not a total loss. Liu Zishan surveyed the returning clansmen, 8 warriors of the blood condensation realm, including himself, along with 4 in the late stages of blood condensation. The others were also in the mid-stages of blood condensation. Although their conditions were far from optimal, the core strength of the clan remained intact. Moreover, he noted that as they fled the Chen family, those green orbs of light did not pursue them, which dissuaded the Chen clan from launching a chase. The reason for their failure lay in the synergy between the Chun family's combat techniques and the power of their divine tree. However, he could not believe that the Chun family possessed an abundance of vitality to expend, nor could he trust that their combat techniques lacked flaws, much less that the so-called divine power of their family tree could flow without end. Once the injuries of his clansmen were healed, the Liu family would undoubtedly make a resurgence. The natural blood spring was a necessity. Patriarch, what shall we do now? Should we leave the clan? A clansman inquired, his face tinged with panic. Liu Zishan glanced at the others, who bore similar expressions. This battle had severely undermined their confidence, and it was imperative that he rejuvenate their spirits. He prepared to speak, to uplift their morale and analyze the disparity between them and the enemy. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from outside, startling several of them. Patriarch, could it be that the Chun family has caught up with us? What are we to do? Liu Zishan furrowed his brow, his authority as patriarch asserting itself once more. What is there to fear? Without the aid of that divine tree, how dare the Chen family pursue us? Hearing his words, the others began to grasp the situation. Indeed, they were warriors of the blood condensation realm. Had it not been for those green orbs of light, would they have fled in defeat? Let us go outside and investigate. I do not believe they truly dare to follow us. Though they spoke bravely, they approached the source of the scream with caution. Upon their arrival, they found only several lifeless bodies of their kin. Liu Zishan clenched his fists, his gaze scanning the surroundings, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Had the warriors of the Chun family truly caught up to them? Yet something felt amiss. If it were indeed them, then where were they? Why were there no traces left behind? It had taken mere moments for the group to arrive. There was no reason for them to vanish so swiftly. Were they perhaps still in the air? As these thoughts surged in his mind, Liu Zishan's expression shifted dramatically. Get back! After issuing the warning, Liu Zishan was the first to evade. Just as he moved aside, a rush of wind whipped past his ear, followed by a resounding explosion from the ground. Before he could turn to assess the situation, the anguished cries of his clansmen pierced the air, filled with palpable terror. What on earth is that monstrous thing? Liu Zishan was taken aback, on the verge of turning back when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat from all directions. As he scrutinized the dimly lit surroundings, he discerned a shadow encased in armor. No, there were 2, 3, for shadows. You lurking cowards, perish. Imbued with an anxious urgency, Liu Zishan could no longer suppress his fury, unleashing a strike dubbed Bright Moon like frost. Although lacking the grandeur of his granduncle's presence and devoid of any frost, it was undoubtedly a mid-tier combat technique of the Xian rank. Had he struck true? A flicker of joy crossed Liu Zishan's countenance as he realized that his palm had indeed found its mark upon the shadow before him. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld with astonishment that the shadow he had struck remained utterly unscathed, advancing towards him once more. This revelation sent a jolt of shock through Liu Zishan, accompanied by a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He possessed the confidence that even an innate realm warrior would be affected by his blow, yet the current scenario defied such expectations. As the shadow approached, clarity dawned upon him. He saw that the figure he had struck bore a colossal imprint of his palm upon its chest, a mark that pierced through its very form, allowing him to glimpse the wall behind it. Wait, why is there a wall? It was only then that he noticed the absence of flesh and blood where he had penetrated the armor of the shadow's chest. When Liu Zishan raised his gaze to the visage of the shadow, he was met with hollow, lifeless eye sockets. A sense of bewilderment, washed over Lu Zishan as he finally comprehended why the clan members had emitted inexplicable cries of terror moments ago. A singular thought burgeoned in his mind. What manner of ghastly entity is this? In that instant, Lu Zishan's spirit faltered. Subsequently, his consciousness sank irrevocably into the abyss of darkness. Under the relentless assault of numerous souls, it took but a brief moment for the Lu clan to be rendered devoid of life. The clan leader had been entirely vanquished. Upon receiving reports from the clan members, Chen Changming nodded in acknowledgement. The remaining Lu warriors were in a state of disarray, their conditions so dire that their very presence would strike fear into any onlooker. It was entirely reasonable for them to be subdued with relative ease. The armor enveloping their forms granted them the ability to interact with the physical realm, yet Chen Changming discerned the disparities within their ranks. His own soul entity was dense, and the hue of his armor appeared deeper, affording him greater defense. Though he still fell short of his former self in terms of power, he could still employ some of the combat techniques from his previous life. However, the vigor that once fueled these techniques had transformed into soul power, resulting in a diminished efficacy. Nevertheless, a corresponding advantage was that their current speed of movement had significantly increased. Without corporeal bodies, they were even capable of traversing the air. Moreover, upon being struck by a warrior's blood energy, their armor would shatter, thereby affecting their soul entities as well. This indicated that they too could be injured, albeit in a manner distinct from ordinary individuals. However, such injuries would not drastically impair their combat prowess unless their armor were to be completely obliterated. A moment of contemplation allowed Chen Changming to appreciate the potential benefits this armor could bestow upon the clan. If the family could muster a fearless battalion of such warriors, it might well become their greatest asset. Yet, Chen Changming soon turned his attention to the details of those present. He observed that the armor, once resplendent in black, began to fade in color following the resolution of the remaining members of the Lu clan. Clearly, this armor was not of a permanent nature. It would dissipate with the passage of time. This phenomenon was undoubtedly a boon granted by the divine power of the clan's sacred tree. Previously, he had implored the divine tree for assistance, but at that time, the tree had remained unresponsive, only bestowing such formidable power in the end. This indicates that the armor has indeed exacted a significant toll on the family's divine tree. Nonetheless, this display of power has incited great excitement among the clan members. Now, it is time to leave the matter in the hands of the others. We shall withdraw for now. Chen Changming beckoned the clan members to depart without lingering. The color of the armor on their bodies gradually faded, leaving them unable to undertake any further actions. After Chen Changming and the others had vacated the scene, Chen Xingzhen also hurriedly arrived at the Lu family's domain with his kin. Noticing the utter silence emanating from within the Lu residence, Chen Xingzhen exercised caution, preparing to investigate first. The clan leader is dead. All are dead. Hearing the jubilant cheers from his fellow clansmen, Chen Xingzhen's expression brightened with joy. This must be the doing of his father and the others. Let us enter. The group promptly surged into the Lu family estate. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were met with the sight of the remnants of the martial artists who had fled, now lifeless. Their eyes, now void of life, were filled with lingering terror, leaving one to ponder the fright they must have encountered before their demise. This only served to further confirm Chen Xingzhen's suspicions. Though he harbored some confusion, he resolved to address it later. After meticulously inspecting the bodies, he confirmed that the fleeing Lu family martial artists, along with the remaining members of the family, had all been eradicated, alleviating the weight upon his heart. With the Lu family eliminated, the natural blood spring was assuredly preserved. The future development of the clan would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Clan leader, over here, come quickly to see. Soon, Chen Xingzhen and Chen Tianyu gathered in a courtyard. Clan leader, blood rice, so much. Beside the courtyard lay numerous sacks, all brimming with blood rice. Upon seeing the blood rice, Chen Xingzhen's face broke into a smile. With this blood rice, even if the few acres of fertile land in the clan yielded no harvest this winter, they would not suffer loss. However, Chen Xingzhen quickly shifted his gaze to the dilapidated bamboo grove within the courtyard. This was the core area of the Lu family. Why would they cultivate green bamboo here? Upon closer inspection, Chen Xingzhen soon discerned the incense ash in front of the bamboo grove and the lusterless blood rice within it. His pupils constricted. If his conjecture was correct, this must be the family totem of the Lu clan. Yet, unlike their own divine tree, this family totem seemed devoid of vitality, and during the recent conflict, he had not witnessed the manifestation of the Lu family totem's divine power. Once he confirmed that no danger lingered in the vicinity, Chen Xingzhen waved his hand decisively. Bring it all back. Offer it as a sacrifice to the divine tree. As a totem, offering it to the divine tree was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Subsequently, Chen Xingzhen and his companions uncovered other treasures within the Lu family estate. such as grains aside from the blood rice, some domesticated beasts, and cultivation insights from martial artists at the body refinement and blood condensation stages. All these were invaluable to the Chen family in their current state. The seemingly unremarkable Liu family in the Mass Grave Mountain was, in fact, more affluent than both the Li family and their own combined. Such a revelation was hard not to welcome with joy. Considering the shortage of manpower, Chen Xingzhen decided to station guards for the night and return the following day with more clansmen to collect the spoils in the ancestral hall. Qin Changming and the others had already returned. Upon the arrival of several individuals at the family estate, the armor adorning their forms faded completely and subsequently vanished without a trace. Chen Changming silently estimated the duration of the armor's presence, concluding it to be merely a quarter of an hour. Yet, even this brief interval was sufficient to transform the family. Moreover, as the divine tree had only recently sprouted, once it matured, the duration would undoubtedly extend. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Qin Changming immediately bowed and proclaimed, "Great Lord of the Divine Tree, I, Qin Changming, a member of the clan, have fulfilled my duty and eliminated all remnants of the Liu family." As Qin Changming and numerous souls returned, Ji Yang had already anticipated this outcome in his heart. However, upon hearing Qin Changming's words, the heavy stone in Ji Yang's heart finally lifted. With the Liu family threat resolved, the Qin family's development would likely proceed with greater ease. Nonetheless, when Ji Yang once again opened his attributes panel and beheld his current vitality, his spirits dampened considerably. Chapter 87. Misunderstanding. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Ghostly Sephora Tree. Vitality: 25. Divine Abilities: Eye of Insight. Reversal of Vitality: Leaf Veil, Soul Condensation, Armor of Shadows, Crimson Earth. Techniques: Lunar Eclipse, Gathering of Shadows, Martial Skills, Taizu Long Fist, Qi and Blood. 0. Convertible to Vitality. Spiritual Power: 19. Derivation Points: 4. Non-derivable. Status: Absorbing Lunar Radiance. Originally possessing 218 points of Vitality, supplemented by 108 points of Qi and Blood, he now found himself with a mere 25 points of Vitality, indicating that this battle had consumed a total of 247 points of his Vitality. The bulk of this depletion stemmed from the Reversal of Vitality, a divine ability that drained vitality to provide healing to his kin. Such expenditure was unnecessary under normal circumstances, but due to the insufficient strength of the clan's warriors, he was compelled to exhaust his resources. Consequently, the vitality consumed during this process far surpassed the usual healing requirements. Ji Yang calculated that healing his kin's injuries was more economical compared to the Leaf Veil ability. Yet this did not imply that the latter lacked efficacy. On the contrary, its significance in securing victory was immense. Had he not employed the Leaf Veil to elevate Qian Qingyu's prowess to the innate realm, the family might not have endured. Furthermore, aside from the reversal of vitality, the divine ability Armor of Shadows had also consumed a substantial amount of his vitality. Prior to the battle, Ji Yang had meticulously pondered the interplay between his abilities and the clan's strength. And although he had not overlooked the Armor of Shadows, he had relegated it to the end of his considerations. This was due to his uncertainty regarding the potential strength of the souls clad in armor and whether they could truly turn the tide for the family. If they were incapable, he could not afford to squander his vitality on such an endeavor. Reality confirmed Ji Yang's suspicions. While the souls possessed considerable strength, they also demanded a significant amount of vitality, with the consumption increasing in accordance with their power. For instance, the highest ranked among them, Chen Changming, expended 5 points of his vitality after being armored. The other 20 or so individuals experienced a vitality consumption ranging from 2 to 4 points. After being clad in armor, Chen Changming appeared to embody the late stage of the blood condensation realm. However, lacking a physical body, he could not compare to a genuine martial artist. Should he engage in combat with a well-rested opponent at the late stage of blood condensation, Chen Changming would likely find himself at a disadvantage. The interplay between vital energy and is inherently one of mutual restraint, while the power of vital energy within martial artists can circulate endlessly with the practice of their techniques. However, the soul entities like Chen Changming are unable to absorb sufficient during battle. Despite being outmatched at the same rank, soul entities possess the advantage of being unbound by terrain and resistant to ordinary injuries. Thus, it is fair to say that each has its own strengths and weaknesses. It was only when the larger situation was determined that Ji Yang permitted them to deal with the remnants of the Liu family's martial artists. Nevertheless, these soul entities have another distinct advantage. They can continue to grow stronger, unfettered by their current realm. Although the consumption of life force required for this will undoubtedly be greater, it pales in comparison to the corresponding benefits. Under the influence of these two divine abilities, the life force expended by the one leaf obscuring vision and Ji Yang's reinforcement of new roots is not excessively burdensome. The substantial loss of life force caused Ji Yang's condition to plummet. While there were no overt changes in the roots and leaves, his consciousness was significantly diminished, and the locust leaves on the branches appeared lifeless. This sensation was akin to having once possessed perfect vision only to find oneself blinded the very next day. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome remained favorable. With the Liu family eradicated, all resources in the vicinity of the mass grave mountain now belonged to the Qin family, and none dared to contest them, including fertile lands capable of yielding blood rice. As the divine tree of the Qin family, he could anticipate a period of tranquility, at the very least. He need not worry about the Qin family teetering on the brink of extinction. Given sufficient time, the lost life force would eventually be replenished. In this light, the expenditure of life force did not seem like a loss, but rather a profitable investment. Outside the ancestral hall, numerous family members had already begun to address the aftermath, repairing homes and attending to other tasks. The household servants, who had previously sought refuge and safety, were now bustling about. Yet, upon witnessing the bodies strewn across the ground, a chill coursed through them, though their expressions grew markedly more respectful. They were acutely aware of what the battle of the previous night signified. It represented a future mass grave mountain dominated solely by the Qin family, where the edicts of the Qin family would become the unassailable law. With the expansion of the family's power, they could anticipate brighter prospects for themselves. Furthermore, following the great conflict, it was likely that the family would be understaffed, perhaps affording them opportunities for greater responsibilities and elevated status. Many household servants grasped this principle, thus their efforts became even more diligent. However, as they proceeded to collect the bodies, they were astonished to find that very few Qin family members had perished in the fierce battle. This revelation filled them with surprise and a tinge of relief. Grateful that they had aligned with the Qin family rather than the Liu family, it was not until dawn that the Qin family regained its customary freshness and cleanliness, though the air still bore the heavy scent of blood. Each surviving family member wore a dazed expression, as if the tumultuous battle of the previous night had been but a fleeting dream. This was hardly surprising, given the extraordinary nature of the night's events. One family member touched their heart, feeling its rhythm, and thus found solace in the knowledge that it was not an illusion. However, upon seeing the numerous bodies being taken away, a trace of sorrow emerged on their faces, for those were the fallen comrades, members of their family. A clansman, visibly agitated, felt his eyes beginning to redden as he prepared to express the pent-up emotions within his heart. "Cousin, you are mistaken. These corpses belong to the Liu family's warriors. Where are the bodies of our kin?" Another clansman, witnessing the scene, hurriedly interjected, prompting the initially fervent clansman to awkwardly touch his nose before turning to look. "Ah? Is it merely these few?" Upon uttering these words, he quickly realized his blunder, for indeed, the number of corpses over there was significantly diminished, totaling only 3. He recalled that one of the deceased was a clansman who had tragically perished due to an overly exuberant night that resulted in the explosion of his own heart. The other 2 had succumbed to injuries in vital areas, for in the presence of so many green lights, even those with shattered legs could have managed to take a few steps. "Cousin, do not grieve. In a few days, these clansmen will come to visit us in our dreams." The moment these words were spoken, the other clansman, who had been somewhat sorrowful, suddenly understood. Indeed, they had merely passed away. It was not a final death. The family still had the sacred tree. Enlightened, many clansmen ceased their mourning and instead felt joy at the well-being of their family. As for the 3 corpses lying on the ground, they would remain there for the time being, awaiting the elders' decision. However, it was a pity that these deceased clansmen were merely in the body refinement stage. Their bodies could not be refined into the family's guardians. It was truly unfortunate. Before their passing, they must have reached the blood condensation stage or higher to bring glory to the family. Many clansmen silently contemplated this. Chapter 88. The harvest. By the afternoon, the dispatched clansmen finally returned to the family. However, they were now laden with numerous spoils from their expedition. In the family hall, Chen Tianjing and the key members of the clan had all gathered. "Elder, we have completely emptied the Liu family's possessions. Only the eaves remain." According to the clansmen's tally, they had amassed a total of 1,500 pounds of blood rice, 4,000 pounds of ordinary grain, and over a dozen spirit-tailed chickens. Upon hearing Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingzhen's face radiated with joy. This endeavor could be deemed a resounding success, primarily because it had completely eradicated the Liu family threat, allowing the family to dominate the Mound of the Forsaken while also safeguarding the natural blood spring. This was indeed the family's greatest gain. "Elder, in addition, we discovered a secret chamber within the Liu family's domain. These items were all retrieved from that chamber." Observing the several ancient tomes in Chen Tianjing's hands, Chen Xingzhen's interest was piqued, and he promptly took one of the texts to examine. "Bright moon like frost." Upon seeing the title of the ancient tome, Chen Xingzhen's eyes gleamed, and he swiftly began to peruse its contents. After finishing, his expression brightened even more. This was unmistakably the family battle technique previously employed by Lu Zishan and others, and it was classified as a mid-tier Xian grade technique. However, the Xian grade techniques demanded a high level of cultivation, requiring at least a blood condensation warrior to learn them, and to master them, one must reach the innate stage. To achieve great success, one must attain the inner momentum stage. Yet, the value of this technique was not to be underestimated, as it could serve as the family's battle technique, passed down through generations. However, at present, the martial prowess within the clan is insufficient, and it is likely that few can master these skills. Nevertheless, Chen Xingjin cautiously set them aside. Subsequently, he examined the other two ancient tomes, which also pertained to combat techniques, albeit only at the yellow tier level. Had this been prior to the resurrection of the clan elders, these yellow tier martial techniques would have significantly enhanced the family's capabilities. However, following the return of the elders, the demand for these two yellow tier techniques diminished considerably. Yet, different martial techniques emphasize diverse aspects, and sometimes they vary from person to person. Having two additional techniques provides clan members with more options in their selection of skills, which is indeed advantageous. While Chen Xingjin was perusing the texts, a yellowed piece of paper suddenly fell from one of the books. He displayed a look of surprise, yet his reflexes were swift, and he caught the paper before it could touch the ground. The writing on the paper was somewhat irregular and handwritten. However, after scrutinizing the content carefully, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. This paper detailed not just anything, but a method to enhance the cultivation of blood rice during the natural dormancy of the blood spring. This revelation left Chen Xingjin both bewildered and intrigued. He had initially assumed that the secret method mentioned by Lu Zishan was merely a fabrication meant to deceive him, but it turned out to hold some truth. According to the document, by mixing the blood of fierce beasts with water and watering the blood rice plants daily, one could accelerate their growth. Chen Xingjin was uncertain of the authenticity of this method. However, considering that this paper was nestled among the ancient texts, it seemed unlikely to be false. Furthermore, even if it were untrue, the family's losses would not be substantial, for this batch of blood rice, given the current weather, would unlikely yield any results. Tianyu, gather a few clan members tomorrow to test this method. Understood. Chen Tianyu took the paper, and upon reading its contents, he too appeared surprised, nodding in agreement. After reviewing their findings, a solemn expression crossed Chen Xingjin's face as he turned to Chen Tianlu, inquiring, how many clan members were lost this time? The others also wore grave expressions. They had been too preoccupied today to notice this detail, but the number of corpses seen upon returning to the clan was not insignificant. It seems that this time, the clan has suffered considerable losses among its warriors. Reporting to the clan leader, we lost a total of 3 clan members, Chen Tianma, Chen Xingjing. Alas, though it was a great victory, I did not expect such losses. Upon hearing Chen Tianlu's report, Chen Xingjin's expression turned melancholic. Yet, as he comprehended the details, a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. How many? Just 3? Indeed, just 3. With the confirmation of the results, Chen Xingjin's sadness dissipated. Merely 3 losses was far below his expectations. In clan battles, death is inevitable. Tio Lu's only 3 was entirely attributable to the power of the divine tree. Moreover, the deceased could still bear fruit under the divine tree's influence, joining their father in the afterlife. Rounded off, it equated to no losses for the clan. Excellent. Reflecting on the divine tree, Chen Xingjin felt a pang of regret. He had been so busy after the great battle that he almost forgot to pay homage to the divine tree. He quickly called to those present. Hurry, prepare offerings. Let us conduct a grand ceremony for 7 days. And do not forget to bring those few green bamboos as well. Within the ancestral hall, Ji Yang awaited with bated breath, but despite his eager anticipation, no family members appeared. Only the bustling sounds of the clan's busy folk reached his ears. The individual who had exerted the greatest effort in this family conflict, he now found himself in a state of neglect. Ji Yang sighed inwardly, lamenting the decline of societal morals and the fading of human sincerity. Just as he contemplated this, numerous clan members outside had already prepared the offerings and were making their way toward the ancestral hall. Some of the busy household servants were also called to a halt, leaving them perplexed by such a grand display. Having never witnessed the chaos of battle nor the family's sacred tree, they naturally wore expressions of confusion. However, upon seeing the solemn faces of the clan members approaching the hall, they followed suit, eager to witness the proceedings. Chen Xingjin did not intervene. The existence of the sacred tree was no longer a secret that needed concealing, even if it became known to outsiders. After all, the chaotic burial mountain was now solely occupied by the Chen family, and the proclamation of the sacred tree could enhance the cohesion among the clan. As the family totem, it was deserving of reverent homage from all. The grand ritual commenced swiftly. Ji Yang, disinterested in the cumbersome proceedings, directed his gaze toward the offerings. After a brief observation, he nodded slightly in approval. The selection was rather commendable. Among the offerings were 2 ferocious beasts of the blood condensation realm, 5 spirit position chickens, and 3 body refinement realm black gold beasts, most of which had been procured from the Lu family. However, upon spotting several stalks of green bamboo among the offerings, a wave of perplexity washed over Ji Yong. He was a carnivore, not one for greens, and these bamboo stalks were far from fresh. What could be the significance of sacrificing nearly withered bamboo? Yet, as Ji Yong focused his consciousness and scrutinized the bamboo closely, he soon discerned something peculiar about them. These stalks of bamboo seemed to possess a certain spirit. The notion sparked a revelation in Ji Yong's mind, reminding him of the totem of the Lu clan. Chapter 89. Green bamboo. It became apparent that this was indeed the object in question. However, the totem appeared lackluster, akin to himself upon recently transforming into a tree. This realization simplified Lu family's motive for acquiring the natural blood spring. It was fortunate the Lu family's totem bore this form. Otherwise, the outcome of this family conflict would remain uncertain. Ritual complete. Sacrifice. After navigating through the intricate rituals, they soon arrived at Ji Yang's favored segment. Given the significant depletion of the sacred tree's divine power post-battle, Chen Xingzhen first offered the ferocious beasts, while the seemingly extraordinary bamboo was reserved for last. This approach was quite prudent, and Ji Yong was unperturbed. As the sacrifices commenced, Ji Yong felt his vitality surge rapidly, by the conclusion of the last beast's sacrifice. His vitality had reached 60 points, and his spiritual power had increased by 6 points. Ji Yong chose not to retain this 60 points of vitality, but rather converted it directly into 30 points of life force. Although this 30 points paled in comparison to the life force lost, the swift rise in vitality significantly improved Ji Yang's condition, restoring some of his awareness. Finally, Ji Yong turned his gaze toward the several stalks of bamboo that lacked vibrant hues. Logically, as the totem of the Lu family, there should only be one, yet there were 4 or 5 present. Chen Xingzhen did not hasten to offer a sacrifice. Instead, he first elucidated the origins of the green bamboo to Ji Yong. Noticing Ji Yang's lack of response, he then proceeded with the ritual. As the tribesmen placed the bamboo upon the sacrificial earth, they observed with astonishment that the bamboo began to root itself with remarkable speed, its color gradually transforming to a vibrant green, indicating signs of resurgence. The onlookers revealed expressions of bewilderment and instinctively took several steps back. Chen Xingzhen, too, felt a twinge of anxiety as he beheld the unfolding scene. Ever ready to switch from passive observation to active intervention, should he perceive any anomaly, he would immediately destroy the bamboo. However, as the divine tree had yet to provide a clear directive, he refrained from taking rash action, firmly convinced that this was undoubtedly the Lu family's totem. Witnessing the event, Ji Yong did not hesitate, swiftly employing his roots to ensnare the bamboo's base. This territory was rightfully his, and he would not permit any foreign totem to flourish unchecked. At the moment the roots entwined below, an unfamiliar consciousness suddenly connected with Ji Yong. This consciousness felt disoriented, seemingly still in slumber, while the bamboo's growth appeared to be merely a primal response. Without hesitation, Ji Yong utilized his roots to transmit his own consciousness, launching an immediate assault upon the awareness associated with the bamboo. Sensing the intrusion, the dormant consciousness stirred, emitting a feeble response. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Ji Yong paid no heed, forcefully overwhelming it with his formidable awareness. The bamboo, sensing the disturbance, began to awaken from its confusion, yet its prolonged dormancy had rendered it devoid of its former strength. As the bamboo's consciousness revived, profound changes occurred in the external bamboo as well. Countless leaves burgeoned, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the ancestral hall, uplifting the spirit. Chen Xingzhen, perceiving the unfavorable turn of events, prepared to intervene and halt the bamboo's growth, but before he could raise his hand, the wildly burgeoning bamboo suddenly wilted. The tender green hue gradually faded, and the freshly sprouted leaves turned brittle. Meanwhile, Ji Yang's perspective shifted dramatically. Having invaded the bamboo's consciousness, he enveloped it, consuming it through sheer awareness. This reaction stemmed entirely from Ji Yang's instinct. The bamboo, ensconced within Ji Yang's consciousness, fought desperately to escape. However, its struggles were feeble, and as its attempts proved futile, it began to convey a new awareness. "I beseech you, Great One, spare my life. Qingling is willing to serve by your side and assist the family." Ji Yong dismissed the bamboo's pleas for mercy. One glimmering entity is sufficient. Realizing that entreaties were in vain, the bamboo's consciousness launched a desperate counterattack, unleashing furious thoughts. "I will not allow you to devour me, even if it costs me my life." Amidst its vehement resistance, the remnants of the bamboo's consciousness shattered explosively. Ji Yong was momentarily taken aback, bracing for defense. Yet he soon discovered that the explosion felt as gentle as a refreshing breeze, soothing and heartwarming. Stunned for a moment, He gazed at the fragmented consciousness, not wasting any of it, and consumed each piece. Within the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin remained vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Yet, in less than a few breaths, the once vibrant bamboo had turned entirely black, collapsing weakly to the side, resembling a charred stick. The previous scene had been but a fleeting moment. The many tribesmen, witnessing this spectacle, wore looks of confusion, uncertain of what had transpired, and could only pray silently. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xingjin's countenance once again regained its composure and tranquility. Although he remained unaware of the events that had just transpired, the vibrant foliage of the divine tree suggested that it was not an unfavorable occurrence. After the sacrificial rites were completed, Chen Xingjin offered a prayer before taking his leave. As the patriarch, he was expected to remain by the divine tree's side in constant supplication. However, with the multitude of affairs concerning the clan, it was likely the divine tree would not hold it against him. Many clan members also began to busy themselves, while the responsibility of the divine tree's sacrifice was entrusted to Chen Qingyu. Having consumed the fragments of consciousness, Jiyang found his mind now populated with unfamiliar and fragmented memories. Within these recollections, he was a green bamboo growing in a bamboo grove, indistinguishable from any ordinary green bamboo. Yet, at some unknown juncture, he gradually became aware, awakening his intellect. Before long, a human warrior discovered him and transplanted him to a new location, where he was venerated daily. Subsequently, he received a new name, Qingling. However, those who paid homage to him referred to him as Lord Qingling. As time flowed by, it did not take long for him to become the totem of that clan, growing increasingly powerful. With the bamboo leaves on his body possessing extraordinary abilities, Jiyang wished to continue exploring these memories, but soon they dissipated like countless flickering snowflakes, obscuring their content. When Jiyang revisited them, he encountered the final moments of the green bamboo's consciousness. In the vision, a person transplanted him into a courtyard, and the bamboo's awareness fell into a deep slumber. The individual responsible for this last transplant was none other than Lu Zishan, the current patriarch of the Lu clan. After the Lu clan's complete downfall, the green bamboo had split into several segments, yet its essence remained singular. This likely represented the bamboo's final struggle. Regrettably, Chen Xingjin had excavated all of them. Upon reflecting on the memories, Jiyang contemplated the origins of the Lu clan's green bamboo totem. However, due to the fragmented consciousness, the memories were incomplete, leaving him unable to discern the specifics of the Lu clan's decline. Nevertheless, he imagined there were only a few scenarios. What astonished Jiyang was the bamboo's capabilities. Its very leaves could enhance a warrior's comprehension of abilities, and when utilized, they could deepen one's understanding of realms and mastery of combat techniques. Even the radiant moonlight, akin to frost, was birthed during the Lu clan's zenith by a martial artist of the inner strength realm utilizing the bamboo leaves. Chapter 90. Increase of spiritual power when employed in battle. These abilities could render a warrior more lucid and rational, enabling them to address the battlefield with optimal solutions. This capability resembled the synergy between human intellect and artificial intelligence, a fitting evaluation by Jiyang. Fortunately, the green bamboo had descended into slumber, unable to bestow such powers upon the Lu clan any longer. Otherwise, the outcome of the clan war would have remained uncertain. It was no wonder the Lu clan sought the natural blood spring. If the green bamboo were to awaken anew, the resurgence of the Lu clan would merely be a matter of time. Alas, after consuming the green bamboo, Jiyang did not acquire its associated abilities. However, he harbored no regrets. His own powers surpassed those of the bamboo. Moreover, as he could not rely on such means to gain new abilities, it was likely that the totems of other clans would be similarly constrained, thus ensuring his safety. Otherwise, given the abilities he currently displayed, he would undoubtedly attract the envy of other clans. As Jiyang detached himself from his memories, he felt as though his consciousness had been significantly strengthened after consuming the green bamboo. When he once again gazed upon his attribute panel, a flicker of astonishment graced his eyes. Name: Jiyang. Race: Spectral Sephora Tree. Vitality: 55. Divine Abilities: Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Circulation. Leaf that obscures vision. Soul Condensation. Armored Veil. Endless Crimson Land. Cultivation Techniques: Lunar Eclipse. Gathering of Shadows. Martial Skills: Taizu Long Fist. Blood Chi. 66. Convertible to Vitality. Spiritual Power. 45. Deduction Points. 4. Non-deductive. Status: Some have perished, yet he remains alive. He observed that the blood chi, which had previously been reduced to 0, had astonishingly increased by 66 points after devouring the green bamboo. In comparison to the blood chi, his spiritual power surged even more, reaching a remarkable 45 points. Excluding the 5 points gained from absorbing the ferocious beast and the prior 19 points he possessed, It could be deduced that this singular piece of green bamboo had contributed a substantial 21 points to his spiritual power. Should he acquire a few more, there would be no need for sacrifices of ferocious beasts. Alas, such spiritually endowed totems are not easily obtained. It is likely that within the entire graveyard of chaos, apart from himself, this solitary piece of foreign bamboo was all that remained. Over time, he would still need to rely on sacrifices to ferocious beasts. Without hesitation, Ji Yang converted the surplus blood qi entirely into vitality. Currently, his deduction points were insufficient, and he anticipated that the future sacrifices would yield ample blood qi. Restoring his own state was of utmost priority. Vitality is the very essence of his strength. With winter upon them and considering the diminished threats to his family, which had stabilized, Ji Yang resolved to be generous in the next moment. The divine ability, Endless Crimson Land, transformed into ground warmth, causing the temperature of the earth to rise rapidly. Within the family, the numerous servants who had just participated in the great festival of the divine tree were abuzz with conversation. Although they lacked the qualifications to enter the ancestral hall, they peered through the cracks of the door and caught glimpses of the scene within. The sweet fragrance wafting through the air left them astounded, leading them to believe it was the oracle received after their prayers. Regrettably, as mere servants, it seemed they could not partake in the bounties bestowed by the divine tree. Just as they prepared to return to their tasks, the warmth emanating from the ground took them by surprise. It was already early December. Though the heavy snow had not yet fallen, the temperature was dropping day by day, and in a few more days, their garments would scarcely suffice to shield them from the cold. Fortunately, being in the Chen family, they were not overly concerned about freezing to death. However, the warmth beneath their feet made them feel as if it were still June, and even their clothing seemed to weigh a little heavier. Some began to question whether this was merely an illusion. They had heard tales that when one is on the verge of freezing to death, they would no longer feel the cold. Only an increasing warmth, prompting a desire to strip off their clothing. This strange phenomenon instilled a sense of panic among them, compelling them to seek out a family member for clarification. Yet, when they turned around, they found the Chun family members filled with joy, fervently praying and expressing gratitude to the divine tree. Since the last festival, when the divine tree had demonstrated its divine power by healing the injuries of the clan members, it was not surprising that it would display its might once again during this ceremony. In order to facilitate their convenience, some clan members chose to shed their heavier garments. However, as they ventured beyond the confines of their familial territory, they soon realized that the temperature gradually began to drop. It appeared that the power of the divine tree was a blessing solely for the clan. Chun Xingzhen, who was preoccupied with various matters, beamed with joy upon hearing the reports from his kin. If the clan could maintain the current temperature, there would be no further concerns for them this winter. 2 days later, good news arrived from the spiritual fields. After employing the new secret method, the blood rice, which had previously ceased to grow, began to bear fruit once more. In a few days, this batch of blood rice would be ready for harvest. A faint smile graced Chen Xingzhen's face upon receiving this tidings. Although the clan had temporarily secured enough blood rice after confiscating 1,500 gene from the Liu family, which was not lacking, who among the clans would ever deem such a vital resource, essential for the body refinement of warriors, as excessive? Moreover, with approximately 20 warriors in the clan, each body refinement warrior could consume a pound of blood rice daily. Thus, 1,500 gene would suffice for merely 2 months, assuming the number of warriors remained limited. However, Chen Xingzhen was not primarily concerned with this issue at present. In the past 2 nights, he had conferred with his father in a dream and had confirmed that the ultimate downfall of the Liu family was indeed due to the intervention of the divine tree. His father, Chen Changming, had elucidated this to him. Yet, their discussions had predominantly revolved around the future development of the clan. With the clan now secure and without rivals in the Graveyard Mountain, they could attempt to convert the entire expanse of the Graveyard Mountain into their territory, rather than remaining confined to a mere fraction of land belonging to the Chen family. Additionally, there was the matter of the natural blood spring. Although the blood spring resided within the Chen family, its numerous tributaries resulted in a scattered distribution of the spiritual fields capable of cultivating blood rice. The clan could take the initiative to control these tributaries, strategically planning fertile land to facilitate the convenient planting and harvesting of blood rice. However, this endeavor would have to wait until after winter. Currently, the clan's most pressing issue was the dwindling number of its members. According to his father, the clan was indeed sparse, and recent months had seen consecutive battles. Although casualties were few, the losses were significant for a clan already limited in numbers. Despite having set targets previously, full implementation had not been achieved. Therefore, the clan's focus should be prioritized on this issue. A sentiment Chun Xingzhen wholly agreed with. Indeed, the clan was far too few in number. Yet, there was little that could be done. The previous conflicts with the Li family had considerably diminished their already scant members, and subsequently, the focus on hunting to survive the winter had led to many eligible kin remaining unmarried. Naturally, suitable matches for the clan's warriors would need to be sought from the numerous small villages surrounding the graveyard mountain. Chapter 91. Clan tasks. Though these small villages were not numerous, when gathered together, their population far exceeded that of the Chun family by tenfold or even several dozen times. While the Chun family currently held absolute dominance, with their words being law and no one daring to oppose them, Chen Xingzhen believed that, standing in the graveyard mountain, the clan should engage in careful planning. Such an approach, akin to draining the swamp and losing the goodwill of the people, was hardly prudent. Moreover, with the clan's current strength, they could attract villagers seeking to join their ranks based solely on their prowess. However, prior to this, it was essential to establish the clan's reputation, and Chen Xingzhen had already devised a corresponding plan in his mind. On the second day, the market in Chenjiao was bustling with a considerable gathering of villagers, creating a lively atmosphere. The sounds of various vendors calling out their wares echoed through the air. High-quality rice, 1 pound of meat in exchange for 3 pounds of rice. Fresh venison, trade for 5 pairs of straw sandals. Ironware, to be exchanged solely for animal hides. Such a vibrant scene would not typically draw so many villagers to barter in this place. However, with winter having arrived, the fields lay frozen, rendering them unplantable. As for hunting, that was even more unfeasible. The notorious Luanzong Mountain, even warriors would hesitate to tread upon it, let alone ordinary folk who usually hunted common beasts. This time of year often marked the peak of market activity, as many villagers chose to exchange items they no longer needed or had in surplus for essentials, thus making their winter a touch more comfortable. Regrettably, bartering here was limited to goods only, and villagers often found themselves unable to procure what they truly desired. Yet, having lived in this place for so long, they had grown accustomed to such realities. It did not strike them as particularly wrong, though the failure to secure a needed item would still evoke a twinge of regret. However, time was of the essence for their exchanges. Should they delay a few more days until heavy snowfall sealed off the routes from nearby villages to the market, this gathering would inevitably dwindle. Is that not Ihu? I hear he has recently become a servant of the Chen family. His circumstances have surely improved. Indeed. Did not Tianming also take up the role of a servant? Yet, we have not seen him around these past few days. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Ihu could not help but smile faintly. No, he was now called Chen Ihu. Indeed, he had undergone a significant transformation since last month. Even his attire was crafted from fine furs, and he no longer had to worry about hunger. Behind him trailed 2 servants of a lower rank, amidst the envious gazes of many villagers. Ihu could not help but lift his chin slightly, a flicker of familial pride illuminating his countenance. Yet, as he recalled the task bestowed upon him by his clan, a touch of seriousness graced his features. This was the first assignment he received after becoming a servant, and he was resolute in fulfilling it well, hoping to earn the clan leader's acknowledgement. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I, Chen Ihu, now stand before you representing the Chen family to announce 2 matters. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to gather closer, curiosity evident in their expressions. Although some villagers deemed being a servant unworthy of attention, Chen Ihu's attire and demeanor suggested he was faring well, inciting envy among them, and they were eager to hear what he had to convey. As the crowd focused their attention on him, Chen Ihu spoke. The first announcement is that our clan leader, Chen Xingzhen, has personally decreed that from this day forth, the market shall be open to all free of charge. This winter, the Chen family will no longer collect any entrance fees. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted with joy. Although the fee was modest, its exemption was significant for them. If they could forego it, it would undeniably be a remarkable boon, profoundly affecting the welfare of the community. In light of the harsh living conditions faced by the villagers surrounding the wasteland graveyard, the patriarch of my family has resolved to distribute 2 pounds of grain to each villager. Upon hearing this declaration, many villagers were taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp the veracity of the statement, and no expressions of joy emerged from the crowd. Is this truth or mere deception, Ihu? Inquired an elder, slightly stooped in posture with a hint of skepticism. I assure you, every word I speak is true. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with my family. In a few days, the grain shall be delivered. Chen Ihu responded earnestly. Nevertheless, a number of villagers still wore expressions of doubt, as such generosity had not been exhibited by the other prominent families in the past. While there had been instances of waiving initial fees, they were exceedingly rare. Observing the continued skepticism among the crowd, Chen Ihu refrained from further elaboration, confident that they would come to believe in due time. He then engaged in casual conversation with the villagers, simultaneously informing them of the demise of the Liu family and reassuring them that under the Chun family's stewardship, life at the wasteland graveyard would surely improve. The news of the Liu family's downfall had circulated somewhat, but only recently confirmed, eliciting a variety of reactions from the villagers present. Their indifference towards the familial conflict stemmed from a singular concern: how these events would affect their village and their own lives. After fulfilling the patriarch's directive, Chun Ihu, accompanied by 2 others, made his way back to the clan. Brother Ihu, what significance does this action hold for the family? Why distribute grain to all the nearby villagers? Just think of the quantity required for so many villages. It could sustain my family for several years, one of his companions remarked. Chun Ihu halted, his expression serious as he addressed the 2. Do not speak recklessly. Have you forgotten the 3rd rule of our family servants? As servants, we must not discuss clan matters without permission. If you wish to remain in service, do not jeopardize my position. Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged worried glances. Their lack of skills beyond farming left them vulnerable, and without their roles as servants, they would surely face starvation this winter. After admonishing the 2, Chun Ihu himself was beset by uncertainty. He too struggled to understand the rationale behind the clan's seemingly thankless endeavor. Yet he recognized that some questions were best left unasked and some thoughts unthought. The family's actions undoubtedly held significance, and his duty was to execute the patriarch's commands with the hope of becoming a warrior with the clan's support, a notion that had recently sparked within him upon being chosen as a leading servant. Though he lacked significant advantages compared to other servants, he considered himself fortunate. However, luck alone would not suffice. Only through diligent effort could he enhance his circumstances. Progress was essential. Patriarch, must we truly expend such a vast amount of grain on mere villagers? Chun Tianjing inquired curiously within the clan hall, with Chan Tianlu and others exhibiting similar perplexity. Indeed, we must. With the fall of the Li and Lu families, our territory has expanded considerably. Even cultivating ordinary grain requires substantial manpower. Came the resolute reply. In the long run, how shall the family evolve? By next year, we may lease the fields to the villagers, allowing them to cultivate the land on our behalf. With the current rapport established, if we were to provide them with a bit more rice, I dare say many would be willing to oblige. Chapter 92. Entering the mountains? Yet, would such an arrangement not result in a significant loss of grain for our clan? Chun Xingjin gently shook his head. What sustains a family are the warriors within the clan. Ordinary rice, no matter how abundant, holds little value. It is the blood rice that constitutes our family's most vital resource. Nevertheless, even the blood rice shall be entrusted to the family servants for cultivation next year, allowing more clan members the opportunity to hone their physiques. Although the Lu family no longer exists, one cannot dismiss the possibility of another Lu family emerging from the Chaos Burial Mountain. The clan must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Below, several individuals fell into contemplation upon hearing his words. Chen Xingjin had anticipated their reactions. Having long resided in the Chaos Burial Mountain, the gaze of the clansmen would naturally be fixed solely upon it, much like he once was. Even the clan's blood warriors were similarly affected, let alone the rest of the family. Had it been the former him, he might have been content with such a narrow perspective. However, under his father's guidance, his vision had expanded to encompass broader horizons. Thus, he felt compelled to impart this mindset to every clansman, to alter the perceptions held within their hearts. The clan possesses a divine tree and blood rice. Its development should not be confined to the Chaos Burial Mountain, but should aspire to reach far beyond. Yet, given the current strength of the family, this ambition remains insufficient. Apart from his own endeavors, his father was also taking appropriate actions, suggesting that many clan members would likely require the influence of their elders in their dreams. Beyond the issue of manpower, Chen Xingjin naturally harbored other thoughts. If they failed to establish good relations with these villages, from where would suitable marriage partners for the eligible youth of the clan arise? Future family servants would undoubtedly need to be selected from among these villagers. When the interests of the clan intertwine with those of the village, the path ahead for the family shall become considerably smoother. Chen Xingjin gazed ahead, momentarily unable to discern the family's future, yet he could perceive the light along the path growing ever brighter. As night fell, the moon shone brightly. Within the ancestral hall, the unassuming locust tree once again emanated a faint glow from its branches. The grand family ritual had not ceased. Each day, Ji Yang would gain a measure of vitality, and in just 2 days, his life force had surpassed 100 points once more. Furthermore, with his nightly absorption of moonlight, it would not be long before he restored his previous state. Clan member Qin Qinghe has broken through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, with 1 deduction point acquired. A new notification appeared before Ji Yang, causing him a moment of surprise. He had not anticipated that Qin Qinghe could achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm so swiftly. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Although the increase in deduction points was modest, it signified that the previously stagnant Qin family had resumed its development. Over these 2 days, Chen Xingjin's plans had not gone unnoticed by Ji Yang. With most of the strategies being inspired by Chen Changming's guidance, it was fortunate to have this deceased former patriarch. Otherwise, the family's progress would likely have faced numerous shortcomings. However, at this juncture, Ji Yang found it unnecessary to intervene. The crux of the matter lies in his uncertainty regarding the development of the family lineage. Even though he possesses a somewhat advanced awareness, the world in which he resides operates under its own distinct rules. His past experiences may not be applicable to the present circumstances of the Chen family. It would be far more prudent to strengthen oneself and serve as the family's sacred tree. Under the moonlight, the presence of yin energy is even more pronounced than during the day, coalescing around the trunk of the Jiang tree. Besides the gathering yin energy, numerous bewildered souls also converge. Upon witnessing these souls, Jiang recalled that there had indeed been casualties within the clan, a fact he had forgotten while immersed in absorbing the moonlight the previous day. The souls drawn to him were predominantly those of deceased martial artists from the Liu family. Jiang found himself unable and unwilling to transform these souls. Instead, he shattered them with the power of his consciousness, absorbing their essence as nourishment for the myriad spirit bodies cultivating beneath the shade of the tree. Once he had dealt with all the souls from the Liu family, only 3 remained. These 3 were the martial artists who had perished in the recent clan conflict. No, it was not 3, but 2. As for the remaining individual, the heart of its soul appeared somewhat frail. Clearly, this was the clan member who, in a fit of excitement, had activated the 5th organ. Considering the limited number of martial artists and souls within the family, Jiang had no choice but to proceed with the transformation. After employing the soul consolidating technique, 3 more fruits appeared amidst the branches and leaves of the locust tree. Though small, they would require 7 days to mature. Having completed these tasks, Jiang transformed once more into a locust tree, standing silently within the ancestral hall. 3 days hence, the clan reaped a harvest of blood rice. This season, the family cultivated 4 acres of fertile land, yielding an average of 700 pounds of blood rice per acre, with a 70 rice output rate. Thus, each acre would ultimately produce around 500 pounds of blood rice. Across 4 acres, this amounted to approximately 2,000 pounds. However, with careful planning for the natural blood springs tributary next year, along with the newly acquired Liu family spiritual fields, the harvest of blood rice was bound to increase exponentially. Although the quantity still seemed relatively modest, this blood rice could be cultivated 3 times a year, sufficiently meeting the needs of the clan's martial artists while leaving a significant surplus. Upon learning of the blood rice harvest, all clan members wore expressions of excitement, especially when they beheld the bags of blood rice being transported, filling the clan's granary. Smiles blossomed on their faces, emanating from their hearts. Despite the large number of clan members, the process of harvesting the blood rice and producing the rice itself took the members 2 full days. Do you wish to venture into the mountains for hunting? In the family ancestral hall, after paying homage to the sacred tree, Qian Xingzhen regarded Chen Xingyu, who had just voiced this intention, with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, I have recently sensed a stagnation in my vital energy, preventing any further advancement. I wish to give it a try. Upon hearing Qian Xingyu's words, Chen Xingzhen did not hasten to acquiesce, his eyes reflecting a degree of hesitation. As the weather grew colder, although heavy snow had yet to seal off the mountains, the conditions in the chaotic burial mountain were unpredictable, likely to change within days. At this juncture, hunting in the mountains posed considerable risk, particularly since Chen Xingyu was currently the clan's prize seedling, the first to ascend to the innate realm of martial artists, with great expectations placed upon him by Qian Xingzhen. In truth, not only Chen Xingzhen, but also the other clan members shared this sentiment. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Xingzhen found himself in a quandary. Of utmost importance is the fact that Chen Xingyu's venture into the mountains for hunting will likely extend beyond mere superficiality. There exists a substantial likelihood that he may delve deep into the chaotic burial mounds, thereby encountering the peril of the azure wolf. Do not be deceived by the previous occasion when Chen Xingyu triumphed over Liu Shengrong, a martial artist of innate caliber. That victory occurred outside the ancestral hall, bolstered by the divine power of the sacred tree and surrounded by a myriad of verdant luminescence. The innate azure wolf, a ferocious beast that thrives in packs, poses a threat within the chaotic burial mounds that is no less formidable than that of Liu Shengrong alone, and indeed, may prove to be even more treacherous. Given these circumstances, how could he possibly feel at ease? Moreover, Chen Xingyu intends to venture into the mountains alone, amplifying the risks manifold. Yet, upon gazing into Chen Xingyu's resolute eyes, Chen Xingzhen comprehends that should he voice his opposition, this child would likely still choose to embark on the journey, and he would be powerless to prevent it. Chapter 93. Run fast beneath the shade of the trees, several invisible spirits are engaged in discourse. Tian Shun, this child bears a resemblance to you. Upon hearing Chen Changming's words, Chun Tian Shun offers a resigned smile. However, he refrains from voicing dissent. Instead, he lends his support. The breakthrough to innate level is not a trivial pursuit. It necessitates the attainment of the perfected blood condensation stage. Presently, Chen Xingyu is nearing this milestone, yet he has not yet reached the realm of blood and qi as fluid as mercury. This endeavor likely aims to harness the tempering found in life and death combat to achieve the perfected blood condensation stage. Although such an approach is feasible, it is undeniably fraught with danger, as a father. While he harbors concerns, he is acutely aware of Chen Qingyu's tenacity. This obstinacy, while steadfast, is also an essential quality of a martial artist's training mindset. How could he possibly impede it? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he currently cannot dissuade him. Everything now rests upon the thoughts of Chen Xingzhen, the clan leader. Although he remains oblivious to the watchful gazes of Chen Changming and others, Chen Xingzhen is indeed beset by hesitation. He is profoundly uneasy about Chen Qingyu's solitary expedition into the mountains. Is there any means by which he could prevent it? Pondering deeply, an idea strikes him upon catching sight of the sacred tree, and he promptly articulates, "How about this? You shall pray to the sacred tree, and should it respond, I shall permit you to enter the mountains." What does that have to do with me? Quietly observing this scene, Ji Yang is rendered speechless, yet he discerns Chen Xingzhen's intent. The innate beasts are indeed perilous. For the sake of love and peace, it is imperative that Chen Qingyu does not venture into the mountains alone. In truth, Chen Qingyu's purpose for entering the mountains extends beyond merely seeking a breakthrough. The clan's ferocious beasts have dwindled, and he intends to hunt a few to offer as a sacrifice to the sacred tree. Before Chen Qingyu's words have fully dissipated, a radiant light suddenly illuminates the branches of the sacred tree, and a fresh, verdant locust leaf gracefully descends. Observing the earnest demeanor of Chen Qingyu, Ji Yang internally sighs. No matter the hardship, the child must not suffer. With a resolute martial spirit, he ought to be supported. Those with dreams are truly remarkable. Chen Qingyu expresses his gratitude to the sacred tree. Receiving the locust leaf, Chen Qingyu bows respectfully, while Chen Xingzhen and the other spirits, including the spirit of Chen Tianshan, also pay their respects. Since the sacred tree has offered its support, I have no further objections, Chen Xingzhen remarks with a smile, his earlier doubts seemingly dissipated. This display from Chen Xingzhen leaves Ji Yang momentarily taken aback. Did this old fellow have this plan from the outset? He clearly sought my protection yet refrained from stating it outright. Ji Yang feels somewhat at a disadvantage, though he does not dwell on it excessively. The family has emerged from its crisis, and the patriarch, bearing the immense weight of familial expectations, seems to have undergone a subtle transformation, albeit in a positive direction. Although the divine tree offers its protection, it is imperative to remember to avoid the innate realm blue wolf at all costs. Qingyu shall certainly bear this in mind. After Chen Qingyu departed, shortly after acquiring the locust leaves, the impact on the family was minimal. Once many clan members were liberated from the labor of harvesting blood rice, the family's primary focus shifted to distributing grain to the villagers of nearby settlements. Each household received 2 pounds of grain. While modest, it symbolized the kindness of the Qin family. Moreover, this task was far from straightforward, as the villages surrounding the graveyard mountain were scattered across considerable distances. Even 2 pounds of grain, when accumulated, amounted to a significant quantity. Consequently, the family dispatched all available members, with only a few warriors remaining behind. To mitigate the risk of encountering ferocious beasts, they traveled in pairs to ensure the safety of their kin. As long as they did not perish outside, returning alive to the family was not a grave concern. The endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly, many villagers receiving the grain wore expressions of astonishment, only realizing the reality of the situation after the Chen family members had departed. Some even touched as they gingerly caressed the 2 pounds of grain, a glimmer of gratitude illuminating their faces. This modest provision could offer a glimmer of hope to many impoverished villagers struggling to endure the harsh winter. Furthermore, delivering the grain was not an endeavor devoid of merit. When sending the grain, Chen Xingzhen had already instructed clan members to document how many households remained in the nearby villages. This was to facilitate the management of all settlements surrounding the graveyard mountain. Additionally, most of the dispatched clan members were unmarried. He had faith that among such a large number, they would find several suitable partners. If mutual affection blossomed, it would pave the way for new beginnings. Within the family, 2 figures were discreetly concealed behind a house, cautiously observing their surroundings. At that moment, Chen Qingming suddenly inquired, "Qinghe, are we truly going to do this? What if the patriarch or your mother discovers us?" Chen Qinghe paused, sensing a twinge of familiarity in the question, yet something felt amiss. Oh, he recalled. His father had recently left the clan for an outing. What is there to fear? The patriarch is in the ancestral hall, and my mother is preoccupied with sewing. I believe I overheard the patriarch mention that the new garments would be inscribed with the family totem. She won't notice. Just follow me, he urged. By the way, have you gathered your belongings? Yes, the healing herbs, my water flask, and this. Chen Qingming turned to reveal the mountain-cutting knife secured to his back. Despite the blade being considerably dulled and lacking sharpness, it remained wrapped in several layers of thick cloth. That's good. Last night, I stealthily plucked a locust leaf from the divine tree. It should prove useful. Let us go. Fully armed, the two scanned their surroundings and soon reached the family's entrance. However, just as they were about to step beyond the threshold, a figure suddenly materialized before them, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped them both, an eerie chill seeping into their bones. Qinghe, where are you two headed? The speaker is a woman of striking features, in her 30s, possessing a robust physique characteristic of the mid-stage of body tempering. The passage of time and the harsh winds of the burial mounds have etched a subtle wrinkle at the corners of her eyes, yet they do little to obscure the beauty of her youth. Though she appears to inquire gently, there exists a glimmer of frost within her gaze that suggests a latent chill. The two individuals who recognize this familiar voice instinctively tense. Qinghe slowly raises his head, gazing at the smiling woman before him, and stammers, "Mother, with the clan leader, has asked us to deliver grain." "Yes, to deliver grain." It seems they have found their rationale, as both nod quickly in agreement. "Oh? And where is the grain?" The woman inquires with a smile. I forgot. I'll go fetch it right now." Unable to suppress his rising panic, Qinghe hastily attempts to flee, only to be seized by the collar by the woman, who then bellows, "Qinghe, just watch as I don't make your backside bloom. Qingming, quickly, run. Go summon the clan leader to save me." Observing Qingming's flight, Xiao Zhenfang's expression darkens. These two little rascals actually intend to hunt in the burial mounds. If it weren't for the dreams the clan members had entrusted to her, she would have been utterly unaware. Chapter 94. Open the door. After a brief meal, Qinghe and Qingming successfully departed from their family. However, the hunting gear they had initially prepared had been confiscated. Accompanying them was a wooden cart, laden with several dozen pounds of grain. At that moment, Qinghe led the way, with Qingming following, as they pushed the cart towards the village mentioned by the clan leader. Although the grain was somewhat heavy, both were martial artists in the body tempering realm, and such weight posed no challenge for them. If elder brother Qingyu can go, why can't I? After all, I am also in the mid-stage of body tempering. Who knows, perhaps I might even break through during the hunt, Qinghe declared, his voice filled with indignation. "I think delivering grain is fine too. After all, it's still a contribution to the family," Qingming replied nonchalantly. This response rendered Qinghe momentarily speechless. Yet, the prospect of hunting seemed undeniably more thrilling. Exactly. Ultimately, being young and invigorated by the novel surroundings outside their family, the emotions within the two boys quickly dissipated. As they pulled the cart along the relatively even path, Qinghe suddenly inquired, "Qingming, what do you wish to do in the future?" Without hesitation, Qingming replied, "In the future, I want to be as formidable as elder brother Qingyu." "And then what?" "Once you become as powerful as elder brother Qingyu, what will you do next?" Upon hearing this, Qingming took a moment to contemplate, but quickly responded, "Of course, I will protect the family and make it stronger. One day, I will hunt 2 ferocious beasts each day, one to eat and one to raise. That way, our family will never have to worry about food again." After speaking, Qingming instinctively licked his lips, as if envisioning how to savor the hunted beasts. Upon hearing Qingming's aspirations, a hint of helplessness crossed Qinghe's youthful visage. "Qinghe, what about you? What do you aspire to do in the future?" Qingming, regaining his composure, posed the question back. Qinghe responded, "I too wish to possess the remarkable abilities of my esteemed cousin Qingyu. Then, I yearn to venture beyond the graveyard mountains to explore. My grandfather has spoken of a vast world out there, filled with formidable individuals and numerous breathtaking sights. I long to experience diverse landscapes." Qinghe gazed beyond the towering mountains surrounding them, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of longing. "Qingming, why not accompany me when the time comes? I have heard that there are countless delectable treats outside." A spark of yearning flickered in Qingming's eyes as well, yet he shook his head resolutely. "No. I cannot. My grandfather has warned me that the outside world is fraught with peril. It is safer to remain within the family." Upon hearing this, Qinghe's face bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Very well. When I return to the clan, I shall bring you some treats. I assure you, they will be unlike anything you have ever tasted." Agreed. The two exchanged smiles, dreaming of a bright future. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Before long, they beheld their destination ahead. It was a rather rudimentary village, surrounded by uneven stone walls that reached half their height. These walls were incomplete, with gaps at intervals that made one question their defensive capability. Within the confines of the stone enclosure stood about a dozen rudely constructed houses made of wood and straw. The roofs of these abodes were unevenly colored, as if recently repaired. Upon sighting their destination, both were relieved, slowing their pace as they approached the village entrance. The distance from their clan to this village was not insignificant. Although the sacks of grain they carried were not excessively heavy, they still taxed their strength considerably. Shile Village. Chen Qingming read aloud the 3 large characters inscribed on the wooden sign above the entrance. However, upon reaching the second character, he began to scratch his head, then turned to Qin Xinghe. Xinghe, how do you pronounce this middle character? Qin Xinghe looked up, scrutinizing it for a while before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. Let us simply call it Stone Village. We should hasten our tasks and return. Otherwise, we will be delayed. Noticing the encroaching twilight, Chen Qingming nodded eagerly. Given their pace, they should have arrived sooner. But their playful distractions had caused them to linger. Observing that the village appeared deserted, Chen Qinghe and his companion wasted no time and pushed their cart into the village, swiftly arriving at a household's doorstep. Knock, 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 fellow villagers, open the door. We are here to deliver grain. Kindly open up. With each knock from Qin Xinghe, the already fragile wooden door emitted a rasping sound, and to their astonishment, it collapsed under their gaze. Chen Xinghe's hand, poised to knock once more, halted midair as he realized they had inadvertently damaged someone else's door. A subtle change washed over his face as he remembered that he was now a mid-stage martial artist in the body refinement realm, and he had yet to master the control of his newfound strength, resulting in a slight overexertion. Nevertheless, after the door collapsed, Chen Qinghe cast his gaze across the humble room, discovering the grandfather and granddaughter cowering in the corner. Trembling with fear, the pair, upon witnessing the damaged door, dared not utter a word. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they looked towards Chen Qinghe. A hint of an awkward smile appeared on Chen Qinghe's face. Ah, so you are home. I have come to deliver some grain. Please, take it. He endeavored to present the most amicable and radiant smile, yet the dimness of the room overshadowed his presence, leaving only a gleaming set of white teeth visible at the entrance. In the eyes of the grandfather and granddaughter, Chen Qinghe's smile resembled that of a malevolent spirit grinning in the shadows. At last, I have found someone, came the ill-timed remark from Chen Qingming nearby, shattering the silence within the room. Please, spare us, my lord. We possess no valuables. I implore you to let us go, wailed the old man, desperately shielding his granddaughter behind him, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Woo-woo, grandpa, I'm scared. This caused Chen Qinghe's smile to falter, and Chen Qingming, who had been unloading the grain from the cart, paused in confusion, scratching his head. They had never encountered such a situation before. Brutes, cease at once. My Shirtu village is not easily trifled with. Just as the two were at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed, a dozen or so villagers emerged from nearby houses. These villagers, both men and women, brandished the tools of their trade, yet the glimmers of fear in their eyes could not conceal the underlying dread and panic they felt. Chapter 95. An apology. Upon seeing Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming blocking the doorway, the villagers exhibited expressions of surprise, as the duo did not appear to be villains. However, the old man's pleas for mercy and the girl's sobs revealed the gravity of their actions. Coupled with the damaged door, the situation spoke for itself. Brutes, what have you done? A middle-aged man exclaimed, wielding a wooden stick, his teeth clenched in indignation. We are here to deliver grain, Chen Qingming replied directly, placing the bag of grain that had fallen to the ground back onto the cart to prevent it from getting dirty. Is this what you call delivering grain? The other villagers, witnessing this, were equally furious. It was plainly an act of robbery before their very eyes. Tensions rose, and they prepared to strike. Chen Qinghe found himself momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. However, to avert a confrontation, he silently summoned his inner energy and, with a swift kick, shattered a large stone beside him into numerous fragments. The pain radiated from his foot, yet Chen Qinghe maintained a stoic expression, recalling the cold indifference often displayed by his cousin Qingyu. Fortunately, he was currently at the mid-stage of body refinement. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break it. The villagers, poised to attack, were taken aback by the spectacle before them, their intentions to fight dissipating in an instant. Their bodies were no match for that boulder. The leading middle-aged man was equally taken aback, his voice tinged with disbelief. A martial artist? As the situation began to stabilize, Chen Qinghe slowly spoke. Esteemed guests, I am Chen Qinghe of the Chen family. Today, at the behest of our clan leader, I have come to deliver grains to you all. As for the earlier incident, it was merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, a misunderstanding. Chen Qingming beside him nodded in agreement. Observing the composed demeanor and tranquil disposition of Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, the villagers could not help but feel a flicker of skepticism, especially when recalling the sight of Chen Qinghe shattering a large stone with a single kick. Furthermore, the abundance of grains on the cart seemed far beyond what could have been sourced from the homes of old son and his daughter. Make way, the village chief is coming, soon. An elderly man hurried over, panting. Though he had not witnessed the earlier events, the villagers had already recounted the tale to him. Upon seeing the grains on the cart and the two men, the elder quickly exclaimed, "Step aside. What is the meaning of this? These gentlemen are members of the Chen family, here to deliver provisions. Old son, come out and explain." The elder from the wooden house soon emerged. Upon seeing the youthful faces of Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, a hint of trepidation crossed his features, though it shifted somewhat. It was understandable. After all, when someone was banging on his door and loudly demanding entry, he had every reason to hesitate. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was swiftly clarified, and after several villagers offered their apologies, Chen Qinghe graciously accepted, admitting his own actions had been somewhat rash. Before long, the two had distributed the grains among the villagers. With the substantial quantity brought by Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, and the fact that Shile village housed only a handful of families, a considerable amount of grain remained. After conferring together, they decided to allocate the surplus grains efficiently. To compensate for the damaged wooden door, Chen Qingyu also distributed a little extra. While distributing the grains, Chen Qingming diligently noted the number of villagers and households, an important task entrusted to them by the clan leader. Once their duties were completed, night had fallen. "Are you both leaving so soon? It's quite late. Why not stay the night in Shile village? Although we lack luxuries, we can offer you some simple fare. I presume you have yet to dine?" The village chief, upon learning of their intent to return to the clan, promptly extended an invitation. Not only the elder but also the other villagers warmly urged them to stay. Faced with the villagers' hospitality, Chen Qinghe and his companion hesitated, their stomachs betraying them with audible growls. While martial artists possess great strength, they also consume food at a rapid pace, and the exertions of their journey during the day had left them quite fatigued. With the encroaching darkness, their indecision deepened. "Why, young friends, we did not extend proper hospitality during the day. It would be fitting for you to stay the night as a gesture of goodwill from the villagers. You can return home tomorrow." Persuaded by the village chief's words, Chen Qinghe and his companion ceased to hesitate. They were indeed hungry, and returning tomorrow did not seem unreasonable. "Clan leader, what is the situation? Where are they now?" Chen Tianjing of the Chen family inquired with a worried expression. "The other members of the family have returned, yet Chen Qingyu and his companion have yet to make their appearance. Thus, he has no choice but to seek out the clan leader for clarification. Do not worry, for I have just consulted the divine tree and the elders of our clan. The two have not encountered any peril. It appears they have settled in that village." Upon hearing this news, Chen Tianjing felt his worries dissipate. Since the divine tree had offered guidance, there surely was no cause for concern. However, when that young man returns, he would undoubtedly not hold back. "Tianjing, how have things been these past few days?" Upon hearing Chen Xingzhen inquiring about matters of importance, Chen Tianjing promptly replied, "Clan leader, based on the recent statistics from our clan members, there are 38 villages, large and small, in the vicinity of the Mound of Burials. Among them, the largest village comprises 40 households, while the smallest contains merely 8, totaling around 1,500 individuals. This time, we have distributed over 3,000 pounds of millet dye in several of the larger villages. We have discovered a few body refinement realm martial artists." Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Such numbers fell within his expectations. It seems that the name of the Chun family has now reached the nearby villages, greatly facilitating the clan's future development. As for the presence of martial artists within the villages, this is hardly surprising, provided they have no ties to the Li or Lu families. The few martial artists discovered appear to have accidentally entered the body refinement realm. However, lacking martial arts techniques, they remain unable to progress to higher realms. As for whether the clan would absorb these martial artists, Chen Xingzhen's answer was a resolute no. The clan has always valued blood relations. To maintain the lineage of high-ranking martial artists, they must inherently belong to the family, ensuring the clan's enduring legacy. Although incorporating external martial artists could rapidly bolster the clan's strength, they would never truly be one of their own. Over time, this could prove detrimental to the clan's growth. Nevertheless, once the clan possesses a greater number of martial artists and a stronger foundation, it may not be out of the question to recruit some individuals akin to guards, or those with certain experience to instruct the clan members. While it is true that ancestors may enter dreams, they can only offer guidance during the night and cannot directly mentor the clan members. Moreover, even those martial artists within the clan who have reached the blood condensation realm seem rather feeble in the face of certain experiences in higher realms. These are indeed the clan's weaknesses. However, the clan has yet to reach such conditions and must not rush. Subsequently, Chen Xingzhen summoned Chen Tianyu and others to inquire about additional details. Upon learning that many clan members had reaped rewards while distributing millet, a smile once again graced Chen Xingzhen's face. In this manner, after some time, they could inform the various villages to select a suitable location to hold a matchmaking event. Given the advantageous conditions of the clan members, it stands to reason that many individuals from the surrounding villages would be eager to participate. Originally, the distribution was £2 per household, but it has now been changed to £2 per person. Chapter 96. It has started to snow at the entrance of Shile village. The village chief and a group of villagers sent their farewells for quite some distance, yet they lingered, reluctant to return. Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingming, upon noticing this, hurriedly spoke, "Village chief, do not see us off any longer. We must take our leave. If you continue, we may end up back at the clan." Very well then, the village chief's face bore hesitation, and he seemed to struggle with his words, occasionally scratching his head, hoping that Chen Xinghe and his companion would perceive his pretense and delve into his heart. However, after this series of actions, he heard a villager nearby exclaim, "Village chief, they have already left." "Huh? They are leaving just like that?" The village chief lifted his gaze, noting that the figures of the two individuals had already receded into the distance. It seemed too late to pursue them now. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he hurriedly turned to the man beside him and inquired, "How many pounds of grain did they consume last night?" 15 pounds, chief, came the response. Upon hearing this, his heart sank a couple of beats. Perhaps he had been overly enthusiastic the previous night. Had he known, he would not have retained the two guests. Yet, he had not anticipated the remarkable appetite of these youths. Were it not for the ample grain they had brought, their overnight stay would likely have left nothing behind. It was precisely for this reason that he felt so reluctant to speak up earlier. After all, they had traveled a considerable distance to deliver provisions to the village, and it was merely a single meal, albeit one composed entirely of his own produce. Alas, it appears he must tighten his belt in the days to come. This grain is hardly sustaining. It is the blood rice that truly nourishes. Indeed, I felt satiated last night, yet I find myself somewhat hungry again, conversed Chen Xinghe with his companion on their way back to the Hui clan. In reality, however, this was not the case. It was merely a result of their customary consumption of blood rice, which necessitated rigorous physical refinement and digestion. The ordinary grain provided little vitality, and coupled with the considerable energy they had expended yesterday, it explained their rapid return to hunger. As for the village chief's earlier demeanor and gestures, the two young men were entirely oblivious to their implications. Following the same path they had taken yesterday, the pair soon found themselves back at their clan. However, upon sighting Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu stationed at the entrance, the joy of their earlier exchange evaporated in an instant. With a resounding thud, Chen Xingyu concluded a series of Taizu Longquan movements, delivering a decisive blow that felled the mid-stage blood condensation beast before him. Yet, following the defeat of this ferocious creature, a frown replaced any semblance of triumph on Chen Xingyu's face. Previously, during his encounter with Lu Shengrong, he had been fortunate enough to grasp the profound essence of Taizu Longquan. However, now, as he executed the technique, that understanding eluded him, as though something vital was missing. As for the newly acquired Mingyue Ruxiang, a mysterious advanced martial art, he had yet to even scratch the surface of its potential. The difficulty of mastering this advanced technique surpassed that of Taizu Longquan. Yet he felt that in a couple of days, he would likely attain a fundamental understanding. While martial arts were important, Chen Xingyu was far more eager to transcend his own limits, not merely to reach the pinnacle of blood condensation, but to attain the innate realm. He had previously experienced a fleeting breakthrough into the innate realm through the leaves of the divine tree. Although it was not a genuine personal achievement and differed somewhat from true innate mastery, it remained an invaluable experience. It was precisely this experience that fueled Chen Xingyu's desire to break through to the innate realm. After the elders of the clan were revived, his father had conveyed several methods for rapid breakthrough in his dreams, among which the most suitable for him was the current method of combat breakthroughs, stimulating his own vitality through intense battles. However, the mid-stage blood condensation beast he had just faced was far too weak to incite such a fierce confrontation. He needed to seek out beasts of a higher caliber. Yet, they could not be of the innate realm, as that would be courting disaster. Nevertheless, the recent venture into the mournful burial mountains had yielded significant gains, and he felt on the cusp of achieving the pinnacle of blood condensation. Once Chen Xingyu had properly dealt with the carcass of the slain beast, he prepared to depart. As the moment of departure approached, a sudden chill brushed against Chen Xingyu's forehead, prompting her to lift her gaze there. Against the vast expanse of the pale sky, snowflakes began to drift down gracefully. These crystalline flakes, when they touched her skin, melted swiftly, leaving behind a refreshing coolness. After a brief pause, Chen Xingyu's figure soon vanished from sight. It was snowing. The silent fall of snow brought a penetrating cold. Yet, under the protective embrace of the sacred tree, the members of the Chen clan did not share such a sensation. However, many clansmen still wore expressions of excitement as they watched the snowflakes descend from the heavens. This exhilaration was not merely due to the sight of snow, for the mound of burials experienced snowfall every winter, making it a commonplace occurrence for them. On the contrary, they were not fond of the arrival of winter, as it signified the cessation of planting and hunting, and could even cause many to suffer from the biting cold. Yet, this year was distinctly different. The clan had firmly established its roots in the mound of burials, creating a warm and comfortable environment, alleviating concerns about food despite the ongoing challenges. Reflecting on the previous winter, when the clan was embroiled in relentless conflict with the Lee family and lived in hunger, the stark contrast in their circumstances now filled many with a profound sense of appreciation for the beauty of the snowstorm. Numerous clansmen were astonished to discover that whenever the snowflakes drifted above the Chin family, they melted entirely, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, just a few meters away from the Chin clan, the snowflakes had already accumulated into a thin layer of frost on the ground. At first glance, it seemed as though the clan and the outside world were two entirely different realms. Had all the clansmen returned to the fold? In the ancestral hall, Qin Xingzhen inquired of Qin Tianjing and others nearby. Clan leader, all the clansmen who were previously away have returned, and each village has received the grain distributed by the clan. Now, only Qingyu remains unaccounted for. Chan Xingzhen nodded slightly at this information. With the cycles of spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvesting, and winter storage, although the clan could not accomplish much during winter, it allowed the clansmen to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in martial training. As for Chen Qingyu, there was no time for concern now. All that remained was hope that she could return before the heavy snow sealed the mountains. However, the snowfall would disrupt Qin Xingzhen's earlier plans. Although the clan was not daunted by the storm, the numerous villages surrounding the mound of burials were not so fortunate. The accumulated snow would obstruct the roads, making communication with the villages impossible, rendering his previous intentions unfeasible. This was indeed an oversight on his part. Now, they could only wait for the snow to cease before making further plans. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xingzhen turned to say, "In the coming days, you shall oversee the martial training of the clan members. After a few days, let us assess how well the clansmen have mastered their combat skills." He had not forgotten the promise made earlier to reward the first 3 individuals. However, considering the differences in cultivation levels, those in the blood condensation realm would not be assessed. Understood, clan leader. Once the clan members had departed, Chan Xingzhen once again directed his gaze toward the sacred tree of the family and offered a sincere prayer. The clan's achievements today were largely attributable to the divine tree. In the coming year, the family would undoubtedly offer even more sacrifices. Chapter 97. The dark gold beast finds you quite appetizing above. It seemed as though the fervent prayers of Chan Xingzhen resonated, as specks of green light cascaded from the branches of the locust tree, merging into his being. Although this could not elevate Chan Xingzhen's realm, it did invigorate the blood and vitality within him. With enhanced vitality, his lifespan would naturally extend. For the blindly trusting patriarch of the Chen family, who held steadfast faith in the divine tree, Jiang felt a deep admiration. While such blind faith might appear irrational to other clan members, Jiang, having inherited the will of the family's sacred tree, found himself unable to pass judgment. After Qin Xingzhen departed from the ancestral hall, Jiang turned his gaze to the snowflakes drifting from the sky. In his previous life, he had never beheld such enchanting scenery. To experience it more intimately, Jiang even adjusted the temperature above him, allowing numerous snowflakes to alight upon his leaves. Alas, as he now existed as a tree, the thick bark robbed him of the sensations he once knew, leaving only a tinge of melancholy. After a considerable while, Ji Yang finally diverted his gaze and examined his attribute panel. Name: Ji Yang, race: Netherworld Locust Tree, Vitality: 172.5, Divine Powers, Eye of Insight, Reversal of Dan Circulation, Leaf Conceals the Eye, Soul Condensation, Armored Cover, Red Earth for 1,000 miles, Cultivation Techniques, Lunar Eclipse, Gathering In, Martial Skills, Taizu Long Fist, Qi and Blood, 35, can be converted to Vitality, Spirit Power, 50, Derivation Points, 11, Derivable, Status, Some Live. Yet he is already dead. The recent days of sacrifice within the clan had replenished his vitality, and after absorbing the consciousness of the green bamboo, Ji Yang's vision had expanded considerably. Previously, he could only see the extent of his roots, but now he could perceive the entire outline of the clan. As his vitality continued to rise, the expansion of his roots would allow him to see even further. However, with the grand family ritual concluded, subsequent sacrifices would occur weekly. Fortunately, Ji Yang possessed the lunar eclipse technique, so as long as time permitted, his growth would be remarkably swift, his current rate of absorption. He could garner 3 points of vitality each night. Nonetheless, in recent days, Ji Yang had utilized the divine power of Red Earth for 1,000 miles to maintain the clan's temperature. Even though it merely involved allowing the underground roots to emit warmth, Ji Yang calculated that every 2 hours, he would expend approximately 0.1 of his vitality. Thus, maintaining this for an entire day would require a total consumption of 0.6 vitality. While this was not excessive, it accumulated to a considerable amount. Given the particularly frigid winter of the mass grave mountain, Ji-young was reluctant to abandon this divine power. With no external threats to the clan, it was imperative to foster rapid development. Should the weather prove too cold, the clan members might lack the motivation to engage in other endeavors. Before long, Ji-young's attention shifted to the derivation points below. In recent days, through the accumulation of copious blood rice and the flesh of fierce beasts, some ordinary members of the clan had successfully undergone body tempering and become martial artists. Though they were merely at the initial stage of body tempering, their advancement contributed a modest increase in Ji-young's derivation points. However, due to their advanced age and insufficient vitality, even if they barely entered the body tempering realm, they could not progress further. Nevertheless, being martial artists, they were still significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. As Ji-young gazed at the button for potential simulation, an involuntary stir arose within him. Although the number of simulation points available was merely sufficient for a double simulation, and a single simulation could only be attempted twice, the rather mundane Ji-young found it difficult to restrain himself. While high-level simulations could undoubtedly unlock rare maps, the prospect of a single simulation seemed equally enticing. For instance, he vividly recalled his first simulation, during which he acquired the moon eclipse technique. If given the chance to relive that moment, he might have the opportunity to obtain an alternative technique, and if fate were to favor him, it would undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement for Ji-young. This thought stirred great excitement within him. With no pressing matters within his clan, and given the current rate of snowfall, it wouldn't be long before a thick blanket of snow enveloped the surroundings of his family estate. In such weather, it was unlikely that the clan would encounter any danger, and with his current vitality being quite abundant, he was fully capable of engaging in another family battle. Contemplating this, Ji-young resolved to act without hesitation. Considering that his intent for the simulation was to acquire a technique akin to the moon eclipse, he decided to proceed with a single simulation to test its effects. Moreover, the opportunity to attempt twice seemed significantly greater than just once. This simulation will consume 10 vitality, 5 spiritual power, and 5 simulation points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Without granting Ji-young a moment to react, nor displaying a scrolling imagery, the instant he clicked yes, the scene before him transformed entirely. This prompted Ji-young to inwardly scoff. Was it merely a matter of a few vitality points? Why was he not even afforded a glance? You are born in a dense forest. To become a towering tree, you begin your earnest growth. Just as Ji-young was musing and observing his surroundings, the prompt before him invigorated him immensely. If memory served him correctly, during his first simulation, when he acquired the moon eclipse technique, it also took place within a dense forest. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him? Lacking the benefits of a multiple simulation, Ji-young possessed no extraordinary abilities, and himself was merely a nascent sapling. Devoid of any special attributes, as the text faded, Ji-young meticulously scanned his environment, searching for the presence of the spring and autumn cicada. However, after several rounds of searching, he found none. Upon reflection, considering his current size and stature, even if he did spot a spring and autumn cicada, it was unlikely he could attract it would be wiser to observe patiently. Time accelerated once more, and Ji-young gradually began to grow. Before long, he stood at a height surpassing that of an average person. Just as Ji-young was growing, he noticed some movement in the grass not far off within the forest. This compelled him to look over. The first sight to catch Ji-young's eye was a pair of gleaming tusks, and as their owner approached, its full form was revealed. It was a fierce beast that Ji-young knew well. The black gold beast, albeit different in coloration from those found in the mournful burial mountain. In his past life, it bore another name. Wild boar, however, the creature before him seemed to possess a notably higher realm, as even its dull gaze bore a hint of intelligence. Yet, upon reincarnation, Ji-young's formidable consciousness had not accompanied him, rendering him unable to discern its exact realm, and he could only make rough estimations based on its size. As the black gold beast emerged from the grass, it swiftly approached Ji-young, which left him with an uneasy feeling. Before Ji-young could react, the fangs of the black gold beast had already appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, darkness enveloped Ji-young, accompanied by the faint sound of chewing in his ears. The black gold beast finds you quite delectable. You are doomed. As the notification before him faded away, Ji-young's vision began to shift once more. After the black gold beast had devoured Ji-young, its gaze brightened significantly, scanning the surroundings as if searching for more saplings of the same kind. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Ji-young could not help but utter a furious curse. If it were to undergo a single-layer simulation again, it would be akin to a dog.